It is widely acknowledged that the male protagonists in male-oriented literature predominantly follow a path of progression, beginning from humble beginnings regardless of their eve. Tool prowess. They merely await the moment when they can transform into dragons amidst the winds of fortune. In the height of July, one of the future titans, Zhao Yu, toils in the fields, harvesting rice. His family is beset by misfortune: a paralyzed father, a gravely ill mother, a younger brother lost in youthful folly, and a 6-year-old sister. The entire household bears the pallor of hunger, teetering on the brink of despair. Next door lurks a scheming female character, Daining, who possesses a wealth of luxury goods and has taken up residence in Zhao Yu's home, offering him delicacies only to indulge herself, all the while relishing the sight of Zhao Yu's plight. Occasionally, she even threatens to dismantle his dilapidated abode. Thus, it is evident that the secondary female character is merely a nuisance devoid of purpose. That summer, Zhao Yu harbored a disdain for the young lady. By autumn, merely the sight of her would induce him to headache. It was not until the year she departed, amidst the heavy snowfall that sealed the mountains and enveloped him in profound solitude, that Zhao Yu realized he loved her. Section 1. She had been abducted. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the warehouse, and a figure pushed open the door, a coarse voice commanding, "Go see if she has awakened." As the words faded, a man seized her by the hair, causing Daining to emit a muffled whimper. "Boss, she's awake." Daining had no choice but to open her eyes. Her mouth was taped shut, rendering her speechless. The man referred to as the boss gazed at her intently for a moment before saying, "Miss G, I regret to inform you that someone seeks your demise on the road to the netherworld. Do not hold us accountable." Daining whimpered and struggled in vain. A man rubbed his hands together, chuckling. "As per usual, she is destined to perish anyway. Boss, might we? I have yet to experience the company of a lady of such stature." Several men approached, beginning to shed their garments. Daining struggled in vain, her eyes wide with terror. "What a pity her beauty has been marred. I've heard that Miss G was once an exceptional beauty. How many enemies has this girl made? Those few have simultaneously commanded us to dispose of her." Daining's pupils constricted in fear. "Enough chatter, watch your life, you fool. If you can't handle it, it'll take the lead." TSK, her skin is remarkably fair. Daining was engulfed in despair, a fierce hatred igniting within her gaze. Regardless of who they were, after enduring disdain from their fiancé, uncle, and younger brother, coupled with the disfigurement and abduction she faced standing at the brink OFS, you could die. Her fate rendered one utterly despondent. Her face, ravaged by sulfuric acid, bore a grotesque appearance. Yet, the men felt no revulsion after all. This young lady hailed from a prestigious lineage and possessed an enviable figure, prompting them to converge eagerly upon her. Daining's pupils dulled. In the next moment, they suddenly froze, and a voice echoed in Daining's mind, urging, "What are you waiting for? Run." It was then that Daining realized her wrists were free and the tape binding her mouth had vanished. She sprang to her feet, delivering a fierce kick to the man before her, who remained immobilized, and fled the warehouse. The moonlight cast a pallid glow over the outskirts. Shadows danced among the trees lining the road. Daining, lacking strength, gritted her teeth and stumbled forward in a desperate flight. Someone suddenly realized and shouted, "That woman has fled. Quickly pursue her." Daining finally made her way to the main road when a speeding vehicle struck her, sending her flying. The last sight she beheld was a blinding flash of white light, accompanied by a searing pain throughout her body. The road lay silent, the girl's battered form lying motionless upon it. A figure descended from the vehicle, murmuring, "Is she dead? Indeed, let us depart. It is over. I have traversed the 3 realms and have never encountered anyone with such wretched fortune as you." Within a white void, a young girl curled up within a halo of light, clutching herself, remaining silent upon hearing those words. "Do you wish for vengeance? You must understand, were it not for me, you would have already fallen victim to that pack of beasts." The voice persisted, weaving a web of temptation, yet Daining remained mute. She recalled the abruptness of her demise. The events unfolded so swiftly that they still felt surreal to her. Only the pain lingered, etched vividly in her memory. Upon reopening her eyes, Daining found herself in this enigmatic realm, with a small green dumpling beside her, sighing heavily. Daining covered her eyes and murmured, I do not wish to. Everyone aspires to turn their fate around this human girl, whose soul had transformed into darkness, astonishingly harbored no desire for revenge. The green dumpling, frustrated by her lack of ambition, exclaimed, You were once the esteemed heiress of the G family, wealthy and beautiful, but in the end, everyone despised you. You endured disfigurement, abduction, nearly faced unspeakable horrors, and ultimately perished in a car accident. Do you comprehend how you have fallen to such depths? Daining could not fathom how circumstances had unraveled in such a manner. Just a few years ago, she was the epitome of grace and admiration, yet, in the blink of an eye, her life had descended into chaos. When did this transformation begin? Ah, yes, it commenced with the arrival of her half-sister, Ji Tian, into her home. She found herself constantly at odds with Ji Tian. While her younger brother adored Ji Tian, her fiancé was enamored with Ji Tian, and even her cold-hearted uncle held an affection for Ji Tian. Ultimately, even her grandfather deemed her behavior unreasonable. Because your existence is akin to a narrative tailored for male readers. The story features 3 male protagonists who ascend to greatness through various means. There is no female lead. You are merely a secondary character destined for demise. Your sister, Ji Tian, has traversed into this tale, gradually acquiring the fortune of a heroine. Upon her arrival, she tamed your rebellious twin brother, who has since become her devoted companion. Your scheming fiancé is smitten by her, and your uncle is utterly captivated. A small green dumpling flitted to her cheek. All the men surrounding you are paragons of excellence. Through their affections, the heroine absorbs their fortunes, navigating your world with ease and commanding respect. The men squander fortunes to win her smile, while you, in death, are left without even a proper burial, forgotten by all. The girl's pitch-black soul emitted a somber glow, and the green dumpling swallowed hard, filled with longing. After a long silence, the girl began to chuckle softly. The green dumpling grew anxious. That may not be the case. Ji Tian only takes a little from each of them, and they can still thrive. Moreover, do you not care for your brother? I no longer want him. Daining covered her eyes, concealing the emotions within. Her soul bore no scars, nor did it ache. This state of being was rather agreeable. The past year had unfolded like a nightmarish reverie, with everyone prone to juxtaposing her with Ji Tian. The eldest daughter was perceived as ostentatious and domineering, while the second daughter was deemed gentle and considerate. The comparisons were relentless. She was labeled as malicious, whereas Ji Tian was seen as endearing and virtuous. Even her own younger brother acknowledged only Ji Tian as his sister, disregarding her entirely. Whatever she did was deemed erroneous. The mere infliction of harm upon a single strand of Ji Tian's hair warranted a distortion of her own visage. In the span of a mere year, she had lost everything. All of this turmoil stemmed from the realization that in this malicentric narrative, Ji Tian had ascended to the role of the heroine, while she was relegated to that of a mere supporting character destined for demise. Qing Tuan, devoid of options, finally sighed and spoke. In the original plot, after your death, your grandfather was unwilling to accept this reality. He sought the truth and ultimately perished in the hospital, succumbing to a cerebral hemorrhage. The girl momentarily halted her breath. Qing Tuan observed a flicker of pale light emerging from the depths of her inky soul. Her expression transformed, becoming animated as she hoarsely inquired, Who is responsible? Daining harbored a disbelief that this was mere coincidence. She sensed misfortune lurking. It dawned upon her that the seemingly fortunate supporting character had encountered a malevolent force masquerading as a golden opportunity. While others wielded their golden fingers, she was confronted with a malignant tumor. Daining replied, Very well. The malignant tumor, Qing Tuan articulated, Let us commence. A contract drifted before Daining, and with a fleeting glance, she affixed her signature. Qing Tuan jubilantly accepted the contract. Let the male protagonists, who once cherished her, now all fall for you. This outsider female lead will inevitably fade away due to the loss of her fortune. Qing Tuan traverses with a dark soul and embrace. Ning Ning, according to your grandfather, there's no need for you to venture to such a remote place for leisure. If you wish to have fun, let Xiao Zhang and the others take you out to sea, or perhaps visit the northern lands to witness the snow. Daining, who was engrossed in packing her luggage, lifted her head to reveal a face delicately sculpted like jade. "Grandfather, it's nothing serious. If you are worried, just send a few more people to protect me. I promise to call you every day, all right?" The 17-year-old girl's voice was soft and sweet, and the old man, who had always doted on her, found his heart melting as she clung to his arm with a playful pout. Having lost her parents just days prior, he was anxious for her emotional well-being. Seeing her in good spirits and stable, he could not bear to refuse her plea. The girl nodded in agreement. Qing Tuan jumped in her mind. "Have you lost your mind?" The female lead has already crossed into the story for several days. "If you don't leave now, will you wait for Zhao Yu to fall in love with her?" Daining replied. "There's no rush, I just need to prepare a few things." When she said there was no rush, she truly meant it. She scrutinized the non-mainstream girl in the mirror and suddenly grasped why many held an aversion to her previous aesthetic was indeed lacking. The girl sported a mane of yellow hair and oversized round earrings. Her makeup was garish and vulgar, and she wore tattered jeans. Under King Chuan's urging, she leisurely indulged in a beauty routine, her skin naturally flawless and fair as milk. Her hair, naturally curly, cascaded down like beautiful seaweed, adorned with a blue silk ribbon tied in a bow by Daining. She had instructed her attendants to discard her tattered jeans and replace them with a lovely sky blue dress. Daining lazily blinked her enchanting cat-like eyes and waved to the servants, saying, "Uncle Qian, accompany me for some shopping." The servants gazed at Daining, momentarily transfixed. Before them stood a girl with delicate, rosy cheeks, so soft that one might be tempted to pinch them. Her youthful and vibrant appearance rendered her irresistibly charming, and regardless of her disposition, her face truly bore the mark of an angel's kiss. Could this truly be the once nonconformist young lady? How utterly adorable she was! After a brief commotion, Qing Tuan gasped in astonishment. In this world dominated by male narratives, girls were merely the rewards bestowed upon men. After their successes, there existed no unattractive women. Yet, with Daining's stunning beauty, it was simply unfair. Qing Tuan felt no urgency, watching Daining command her entourage to frantically stockpile delectable foods and elegant clothing. Yes, the Zhao family is particularly impoverished at the moment, so let's buy plenty to ensure he has enough to eat and wear, Daining remarked with a smile, remaining silent about her true intentions. She did not disclose to Qing Tuan that she had no desire to pursue Zhao Yu. She harbored a distinct aversion towards that seemingly composed yet brooding man, who said that diminishing the female protagonist's fortune required the male lead to fall in love with her. Was it not sufficient for the male lead to simply despise the female protagonist? Chapter 2. The Poor Young Man. A few days later, Daining prepared to embark on her journey. She allowed 2 large trucks laden with supplies to depart first, bidding farewell to her grandfather. Old Master Ji gently stroked his granddaughter's soft, curly hair, reluctant to part ways. "This is how it should be. Our Ning Ning is so beautiful. Don't emulate those unruly students. This innocence is quite endearing." In her childhood, the little girl was irresistibly adorable, far surpassing her slender cousin, Ji Moju, in looks. Thus, throughout the years, the old man continued to hold a special affection for Daining. A twinge of bitterness gripped Daining's heart. She yearned to spend more time with her grandfather. No matter how formidable the circumstances, he was the only person who had never harbored disdain or given up on her. Yet, time waits for no one. To escape the grim fate of her grandfather's demise, she had no choice but to leave. The old man stood at the door, watching his granddaughter's vehicle disappear into the distance. Seated in the car, Daining chewed on bubble gum when Uncle Qian, the driver, suddenly remarked, "Miss, a familiar friend is waving at you." Time had elapsed considerably, and after a moment of contemplation, Daining finally recalled who this familiar friend was. At 17, she indeed had a dear friend, a girl from a well-off family, slightly plump yet sweet-tongued, named Chen Xiaoli. While Daining was often unkind to others, she had always been gracious towards Chen Xiaoli. However, this individual turned out to be a veritable ingrate. Years later, she tarnished Daining's reputation, portraying her as cruel and malicious, and seemingly became quite ummy with the female protagonist, leaving one to wonder about her eventual fate. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Daining's eyes. "Stop the car," she commanded, curious to see what Chen Xiaoli intended to do. She flung open the car door and, as usual, began to complain. "Daining, weren't we supposed to watch Soon as the words were spoken, Chen Xiaoli froze, gazing in disbelief at the girl before her. The girl, exquisite and doll-like in her beauty, arched her eyes in curiosity. "What are you staring at?" Chen Xiaoli's heart was a tempest of emotions. She could hardly believe this was Daining. How had she transformed into such a stunning figure? Suppressing the pang of jealousy within her, she replied with growing dissatisfaction, "I was looking at the exhibition." Originally, Daining had planned to attend the exhibition with her, but she had failed to show up. Typically, such events were funded by the Ji family's eldest daughter, so with Daining's absence, Chen Xiaoli could not bear to spend the money and thus remained home. Daining rested her chin on her hand. "Oh, I forgot." Chen Xiaoli instinctively felt a surge of anger, yet could find no words to express it upon meeting the gaze of those luminous eyes. A premonition stirred within her. It was as if any confrontation would spell the end of her friendship with Daining. "Where are you headed?" Daining looked at her with amusement. "To Xinghua village for a vacation." Chen Xiaoli's interest was piqued. Although she was unfamiliar with the location, she knew that wherever the young lady ventured, it was bound to be splendid. With a glint of determination in her eyes, she proposed, "I know you've been feeling down lately. Let me accompany you and take care of you." Daining nearly laughed. "You wish to take care of me?" With her later experiences, she recognized that Chen Xiaoli's superficial thoughts were all too transparent. "Yes." Daining replied, "That sounds lovely, but won't your parents worry?" Daining did not intervene. She watched as Chen Xiaoli eagerly climbed into the vehicle. Chen's parents, always eager for a bargain, delighted in the benefits their daughter had accrued from Daining amounting to several $100,000. They were more than pleased for their daughter to befriend the young lady, even praising Chen Xiaoli's cleverness. Daining stifled a laugh. "Let us set off." The journey lasted a day and a half, with a night spent resting at an inn along the way. As they ventured further into the remote countryside, they switched to a tricycle for the next leg of their journey, and it was then that Chen Xiaoli began to sense something amiss. "Where exactly are we headed?" she inquired. Daining pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds to snack on. She was rather frugal, sharing with Uncle Qian and Xiao Zhang, but withholding Fr. "I'm Chen Xiaoli to Xinghua village," she replied nonchalantly. Chen Xiaoli felt increasingly uneasy, though she made a concerted effort to suppress her anxiety. She reassured herself that the young lady would not willingly seek hardship. Surely, a hidden paradise awaited them. As afternoon approached, a sudden downpour ensued, rendering the ground slippery and muddy just as they were about to enter the mountains. The group sat in the tricycle, with only Daining enjoying a comfortable cushion. Daining hummed a cheerful tune, her spirits high, swinging her legs in the air. Rainwater splashed against her youthful calves, prompting the young man, Xiao Zhang, to caution, "Miss, do be careful, you might catch a chill." Chen Xiaoli, however, was fraught with anxiety, surveying her surroundings. This place appeared increasingly like a secluded mountain region. She took out her phone only to find there was no signal whatsoever. "Are we truly entering the mountains?" she asked, incredulous. Indeed, Daining confirmed. Chen Xiaoli remained suspicious. How could they possibly make their way through this terrain? One would slip even while walking. "Miss, please take a seat," came the gentle suggestion. Chen Xiaoli watched helplessly as Daining took a seat, unable to restrain her curiosity. "What about me?" Daining chuckled merrily, her sweet visage and chiming voice illuminating the air. "You shall walk." To be honest, Uncle Qian had never held a fondness for Chen Xiaoli despite her tender age. She harbored numerous thoughts. The young lady appeared domineering, yet she often found herself at a disadvantage in Chen Xiaoli's presence. Xiao Zhang, whose full name was Zhang Yongfeng, was a man of integrity and simplicity, his physique robust and muscular. He leaped down and picked up the spare shoes of the young lady, feeling no qualm about Chen Xiaoli walking. After all, he too walked. Moreover, only someone as stunning and delicate as the young lady seemed incapable of traversing the path. Chen Xiaoli gritted her teeth, feeling utterly aggrieved as she trailed behind them. In contrast, Daining, perched on her little chair, munched on snacks while Zhang Yongfeng occasionally spoke to amuse her. Elated, she would pop a milk candy into Zhang Yongfeng's mouth, a scene that, in Chen Xiaoli's eyes, resembled the antics of a dog, yet Zhang Yongfeng remained blissfully unaware. His ears flushed with warmth. Chen Xiaoli gazed despairingly at the seemingly endless road ahead. This was hardly a paradise, it was, in fact, a desolate and impoverished land. Could there truly exist such a wretched and destitute place in the country? Indeed, the village of Xinghua was lamentably backward, so much so that one could scarcely afford to buy a bride. Thus, the only path to perpetuate the lineage in the village was through the union of any eligible daughter with a suitable son from another family. In the village, generations of inhabitants have cultivated the land. Yet due to its remote location, their existence is even less favorable than the rural life of the 1960s. As a narrative aimed at a male audience, perhaps to evoke the exhilarating sensation of a dramatic ascent, this backward locale appears isolated from the nation, relying solely on the future protagonist for salvation. Just a few days ago, a number of impeccably dressed men, clad in pristine shirts, arrived in the village, transporting countless sealed boxes into the village chief's residence for deliberation. The villagers, filled with curiosity, speculated that significant events were on the horizon. The chief's house was the first to be built as a bungalow. While others were constructed with tiles, the bungalow had not yet been occupied, but now it seemed destined to be relinquished. The villagers were intensely intrigued and seized the opportunity to question the chief's second daughter. "Ernyo, what is your father up to? Your house is so splendid, who would want to move in?" With a sniffle, Ernyo replied, "My father says a young lady of considerable wealth is coming to stay with us, and my brother and sister will be helping her move her belongings. Ly." Ernyo's cheeks were sun-kissed to a deep crimson as she added, "Father mentioned that the young Lattice family is quite affluent, and we need to lay carpets on the cement floor. I've seen her carpets, they feel so delightful to the touch. Yet, such exquisite items would be trampled upon by the young lady." Thus, the gossip spread swiftly through the small community of Xinghua village. A precious young lady from the city was set to visit. It was rumored that each person assisting her would receive at least 200 yuan. 200. The villagers of Xinghua could scarcely earn that amount by selling 100 jin of rice. Regardless of the truth behind the rumors, that afternoon, men and women alike, young and old, eagerly vied to offer their assistance in moving the young Lattice belongings. As the villagers passed by the entrance of Widow Du's home, one kindly called out, "Your Tianyo can also join if she works hard. She may earn extra." Du Yuexiang shook her head, replying, Tian is frail, it's best to forget it." Inside the room, where Ji Tian was sewing, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. She had traversed into this narrative for nearly half a month and had initially despaired over the village's impoverished and backward state. Who would have imagined that, in such a desolate place, a significant figure would emerge years later? The 18-year-old Zhao Yu. In the latter part of the story, anyone who encountered Zhao Yu would respectfully address him as Master Zhao. Ji Tian was never one to wallow in self-pity. She believed that her presence beside a future magnate was fate's design and was filled with determination. If she could ally herself with Zhao Yu, how could she worry about a bleak future? Unbeknownst to her, she was Ji Tian, the illegitimate daughter of the Ji family, for she currently bore her mother's surname, Du. Setting aside her sewing, Du Tian pondered whether a lady of such exquisite worth had indeed crossed paths with Zhao Yu in his youth, and if it played a role in his rise to prominence. After all, malicentric narratives often provide scant detail about the early stages of ascent. Regaining her composure, Du Tian resolved to investigate the matter further. She deliberately donned her finest attire, a delicate pink dress. Du Tian had long recognized her distinction from the village girls. Her features were strikingly delicate, and her mother possessed an innate elegance. However, the refined nature of both mother and daughter rendered their lives in the countryside rather challenging. As she strolled along the embankment, her gaze fell upon a figure harvesting rice in the fields. The young boy's trousers were rolled high, his bare feet dusted with earth, and beads of sweat adorned his forehead. A recent downpour had given way to a blazing sun. His skin, bronzed by the sun, revealed well-defined arms and legs. Youthful and diligent, his movements were nimble, leaving a trail of gathered rice in his wake. While everyone else was occupied assisting the young lady with her belongings, he remained behind. Du Tian felt a sense of relief and gently called out, "Zhao Yu, brother." The boy looked up, his features strikingly handsome, though a fresh, shallow cut from the rice plants marred his cheek, betraying a hint of fatigue. He wiped his brow and replied, "Tian Yo, what is it?" Du Tian responded, "Just call me Du Tian." She found it quite unaccustomed to hear the rustic terms of endearment used in Xinghua village, where boys were often addressed as XXY and girls as X and Yo. Noticing his reluctance to assist with the tasks at hand, Du Tian extended her water bottle towards him. Nothing much, just brought you some water. Please drink. Thank you, Zhao Yu replied. A heavy burden rested upon the young boy's shoulders, despite his intelligence and aspirations. The fragility of his family's circumstances left her uncertain if they could survive. Even half a month without him. After a morning spent harvesting rice, Zhao Yu finally had a chance to quench his thirst. Du Tian observed the movement of his Adam's apple and decided to sit beside him on the ridge of the field. Shall I keep you company? She proposed. Zhao Yu lowered his gaze, remaining noncommittal. He continued to labor diligently, having heard about the opportunity to earn money by assisting the young lady with her belongings. However, 200 yuan was not a sustainable solution. While others had multiple strong laborers to aid them, his family had only him. It would be more prudent to harvest the rice, dry the grain, and secure a stockpile of provisions before seeking employment elsewhere with greater peace of mind. Du Tian's words fell on deaf ears. For a hungry individual, a fragrant steamed bun holds far more allure than a beautiful girl. The afternoon heat would intensify thus. He needed to make the most of the time to work. Zhao Yu remained silent as the distant sounds of commotion echoed. Those around him, harvesting rice, straightened their backs, casting glances towards the road ahead. What a lively scene. That must be a young girl from the big city. Du Tian was momentarily taken aback, and Zhao Yu also lifted his head to gaze in that direction. Chapter 3. Dog brother Zhao Yu beheld the most disheveled city girl he had ever encountered. From a distance, the girl appeared drenched, her pant legs speckled with mud, and her attire was smeared with dirt, suggesting she had taken a tumble. Her lips were chapped from the sun, and her complexion was far from appealing. The burly men surrounding her laughed heartily, mocking her disarray. With such an extravagant trunk, how could the young lady end up in this state? Du Tian stifled a laugh, feeling a sense of relief within. Chun Shaoli had traversed 3 hours of rugged mountain trails and had even fallen, leaving her utterly despondent. Upon finally reaching the village, the curious stare she received felt both infuriating and humiliating. The village chief's daughter, Ernyo, bit her finger and inquired, "Are you Miss Ji?" Chun Shaoli brushed her aside. "Go away, I am not." Ji Daining, that spoiled brat, was behind her, having Zhang Yongfeng assist her with her shoes. Upon hearing her denial, Ernyo shrugged, craning her neck to peer behind. Soon, she spotted the young lady her father and brother had been discussing for 2 days. Ernyo's eyes widened, and her mouth fell agape. The girl was adorned in a gown of blush pink, her seaweed-like curls cascading down, the hem of her dress grazing her calves. The craftsmanship of her shoes was remarkable, made of a translucent material embellished with scallop decorations, and the soles resembled a serene blue lake. The girl possessed delicate, dainty feet. Her toes painted a soft pink. Upon noticing the throng of onlookers, she tilted her head and smiled, blinking playfully. Ernyo felt a flush rise to her cheeks and hid behind her brother. She whispered, "Brother, she is so beautiful." Ernyo's brother, Li Shuang, felt a warmth creep up his neck. He had always thought the actresses on television were stunning. Yet he realized that there were indeed realms of beauty beyond his previous imaginings. Daining rested her chin on her hand, seated as usual in her chair. Zhang Yongfeng was distributing candies to the village children. Sensing something, Daining lifted her gaze towards the edge of the fields and beheld a pair of striking eyes. She recognized the village girl, Ji Tian, dressed in the attire of a rural maiden, and the 18-year-old Zhao Yu. An impulse surged within her to capture their disheveled appearance with her phone, but she recalled her purpose for being there. After glancing at Ji Tian, her attention shifted to Zhao Yu. "What are their names?" she inquired of the village chief. The chief squinted and observed. "The girl is Tian Nyo from Widow Du's family, and the boy is Dog Hua from Old Zhao's household, whose full name is." Li Zhuang interjected promptly, "Father, it's Zhao Yu." "Ah, yes, Zhao Yu. Uft. Tian Nyo. Dog Hua." Dog Hua? Despite having anticipated such names, the mountain folk believed that humble names lead to a prosperous life. Yet, Daining was still taken aback by how down-to-earth Zhao Yu was in this year, before he would later transform into a figure of great influence. She stifled her laughter, refraining from glancing at Dog Hua again, and directed Zhang Yongfeng and the others to assist her in moving her belongings. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu straightened his back, gradually realizing that this young lady was the one whose reputation had stirred the village. Observing her elegant attire, he looked down at his own mud-streaked calves. By the embankment, Du Tian clenched her skirt tightly, feeling an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. Daining had long been aware of the impoverished conditions in this remote mountain area. but she had not anticipated them to be quite so dire. After touring the village's finest dwelling, her small face scrunched in displeasure, utterly devoid of joy. The village chief of Xinghua village was named Li Aigua, who resided in the only two-story house in the village, constructed the previous year for his eldest son, Li Shuang, in preparation for his future bride. In the eyes of Daining, the well-appointed houses in the countryside held no allure whatsoever, lacking even the most basic appeal, not even rivaling the bathroom of the Ji family villa. Even if the concrete floor was adorned with a carpet and the curtains and large bed were replaced. Daining wrinkled her nose in disdain, exclaiming, "What is that smell? It's atrocious." Zhang Yongfeng, feeling helpless, remarked, "Miss, the villagers raise pigs." Upon opening the window, Daining was greeted by the sight of several large pigs and dozens of piglets rummaging about in the fenced backyard of the village chief's residence. Despite having met a tragic end in her previous life, Daining had never encountered live pigs in reality. They were treasured possessions of the village chief. And as the stench wafted towards her in the breeze, it was more unbearable than the most venomous of beasts. Her feline eyes widened in shock, leaving her momentarily speechless. Uncle Qian, unable to contend with this little sorceress, nodded and asked, "Miss, are you hungry? Shall I have someone prepare a meal?" "Hurry up." Daining collapsed onto the bed she had brought, covering her ears with a pillow, utterly disenchanted. Outside, the pigs' cries echoed plaintively. She was determined to find a different house. During lunch, all who passed by Li Aigua's home craned their necks in curiosity. "Village chief, what are you cooking? It smells delightful." Li Aigua, sitting on the doorstep with a bowl of sweet potato and rice, peered inside as the enticing aroma wafted out, and he couldn't help but swallow. Miss Ji and her entourage are dining. I'm not sure what they're having. To the Li family, the presence of Miss Ji was nothing short of regal, akin to an emperor on a procession. She had brought along a steward, 2 chefs, and 4 bodyguards, and initially, there had been 8 porters, though they had since departed. The fare prepared by the city chefs was indeed exquisite. Uncertain of what delectable dishes the young lady might be enjoying, Li Aigua mused, glancing at the bland rice in his bowl. Ernyo, unable to contain her longing, kept peering over, yet her timid nature held her back. Zhang Yofeng emerged and said, "Little friends, come over and eat." With a broad smile revealing his pearly whites, he added, "It's all right. The young lady has something to inquire." Li Ernyo followed Zhang Yongfeng inside and took a seat at the table, her gaze immediately captivated by the array of dishes. The petite Li Ernyo could hardly tear her eyes away. Her family never prepared such an abundance of food even during the New Year. Not to mention the distant spread of a dozen meat dishes and fruit platters. The dish before her, known as osmanthus egg, was a golden delight, fragrant and sweet. Made from eggs, starch, sugar, and water, all blended and stir-fried. Daining urged, "Don't just stare, eat." Unable to resist any longer, Li Ernyo picked up a piece with her chopsticks and placed it in her mouth. Her cheeks puffed up, her expression a mix of wonder, which quickly transformed into delight. Daining chuckled at the sight. After allowing the little girl to savor her meal, she inquired, "Little sister, which family in your village does not raise pigs?" Uncle Qian was taken aback to find that the young lady still pondered this matter, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Li Ernyo appeared momentarily perplexed, unable to comprehend why the young lady posed such a question, and replied, "Everyone raises pigs." After a brief pause, a thought seemed to strike her. The Dog brothers' family does not raise pigs. They sold theirs 2 years ago to afford medical treatment for his father. And now their pig pen sits empty. Pingu is going to school, and there is no one to fetch pig fodder at his house. Daining rested her chin on her hand, finding the situation oddly familiar. "What is your dog brother's name?" Li Ernyo, with grains of rice clinging to her lips, mumbled, "My dog brother's name is Zhao Yu." Daining contemplated the assembly of individuals, mindful that without her observation, the progression of the protagonist relationship would elude her grasp. Her purpose being to disrupt their union, vigilance was paramount. To evade the undesirable suitors of the village, Daining reluctantly declared, "Uncle Qian, I shall reside with the Zhao family." Uncle Qian was beset with consternation. Zhao Yu laid aside his sickle, cleansing the mud from the soles of his feet in the yard before entering the dwelling. Within the main room, 6-year-old Zhaoanin was setting the table. Despite her age, she was diminutive, resembling a small monkey, lacking the plumpness and rosy complexion typical of young girls. Her usual task was tending to the household fowl. Zhao Yu affectionately stroked his sister's head, inquiring, "Anin, have father and mother eaten?" Though small, she possessed remarkable sensibility. "Eldest brother, please be seated. I shall summon second brother." Zhao Yu responded, "I shall go." He entered his parents' chamber, where the air was thick with the scent of medicine and an unpleasant mustiness. Beneath worn quilts lay a middle-aged couple, the man recumbent, his mouth and eyes askew, the woman feebly propped against the headboard. Poverty and illness had rendered them prematurely aged. A young lad sat beside the bed, patiently feeding them. Zhao Yu offered, "Zhao Ping, allow me to take over." Zhao Ping displayed the empty bowl to Zhao Yu. Zhao's mother addressed her eldest son, "Are you weary?" Zhao Yu's lips curved into a smile. "Not weary, mother." Zhao's mother was overcome with remorse. The burden of the aged and the young having fallen upon Zhao Yu's shoulders, bowing the man in his nascent prime. She stifled her tears and heartache, saying, "Go and eat with your siblings." Acknowledging the affirmation, Zhao Yu retrieved a bowl and exited alongside Zhao Ping. The siblings convened at the dining table, where 3 bowls of plain rice and a dish of pickled vegetables comprised their meager repast. During their silent meal, Zhao Ping interjected, "Brother, I heard that some villagers who assisted the young lady with her belongings were compensated with 1,800. Zhao Yu paused, his gaze lifting to meet his brother's. Zhao Ping continued, "I am 12 years of age and possess strength. I wish to attempt it as well." Zhao Yu demurred, his tone measured, forbidden. Zhao Ping flushed, yet refrained from contradicting his elder brother, remaining silent. Zhao Yu glanced at his younger sister. "Inan, keep a watchful eye on your second brother. He is not to go." Zhao Inan assented. Following the meal, Zhao Yu returned to the fields, single-handedly tasked with ensuring sustenance for 5. His sole solace lay in the year's promising harvest. Zhao Inan attended to the chickens in the courtyard. Zhao Ping, casting a glance at his younger sister, surreptitiously departed. "Second brother," Zhao Inan called out in a clear voice. Zhao Ping responded, "Inan, lower your voice. Lest our brother discover, I merely intend to observe." He drew his younger sister closer, coaxing, "Do you not desire for our brother to be less weary?" Zhao Inan nodded. "Your second brother's assistance with the young lady's belongings will not lead to harm. Have no fear. Once your second brother earns money, our elder brother shall be less burdened. Does the sight of the gash upon his hand not distress you?" Zhao Inan wavered. "Thus, attend our parents." Zhao Ping darted away. By afternoon, gossip had spread, with all aware of the young lady's munificence. Those who had demurred now regretted their decision, hearing that the young lady had further luggage beyond the mountains, prompting a scramble for the opportunity. Daining, nibbling on melon seeds, observed from the second floor. In the midst of the crowd, there stood a boy of about 11 or 12. His limbs frail and his stature diminutive. He was struggling to navigate through the throng while carrying items for Daining. She recognized him, if her memory served her right. He was Zhao Yu's younger brother, Zhao Ping. Presently, Zhao Ping appeared emaciated and sunken, resembling a refugee. A stark contrast to the radiant figure he would become years later alongside Zhao Yu. Daining harbored a disdain for the Zhao family, and thus, she felt no pity as she observed him. The 12-year-old Zhao Ping stumbled unsteadily, causing Daining to feel a wave of dizziness. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, he fell to the ground, resulting in a cacophony from the box he carried. Zhao Ping was momentarily stunned, his face paling in an instant. He understood that the heavier the items he transported, the more money he could earn. The boy, driven by greed, had filled the box with porcelain bowls, which shattered upon impact. This sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. The village chief appeared somewhat at a loss, glancing at Daining, anxious that she might lose her temper. Uncle Qian furrowed his brow and murmured, "Miss, look." His heart softened as he considered that this was merely a child from a poor family. Before he could voice his thoughts, he saw the boy's face turn ashen with fear. The porcelain bowls were hardly worth much. Perhaps it would be better to let it go. With a blink of her eyes, Daining declared, "Make him pay." Her beauty was striking. Yet her words were as merciless as a little sorceress, who told him to be careless. She had no intention of pursuing Zhao Yu. After all, what harm was there in tormenting the Zhao family a little? Uncle Qian, ensure the accounting is precise. Not a single cent should be overlooked. Meanwhile, the visibly distressed Zhao Ping was on the verge of tears. He regretted not heeding his brother's advice to refrain from carrying the items, and now, having earned nothing, he had landed himself in a predicament. Uncle Lu, panting heavily, rushed to call out to Zhao Yu, who was working in the fields, "Hurry over. Your brother has gotten into trouble." Upon hearing the news, Zhao Yu hastily ascended the earthen ridge, disregarding his shoes, and made his way to the village chief's residence. Chapter 4. Do not emulate her. Along the way, Zhao Yu listened intently as Uncle Lu recounted the events that transpired. Upon arriving at the village chief's home, he discovered a considerable crowd gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Zhao Ping, frail and trembling, burst into tears at the sight of Zhao Yu. "Brother, it was not intentional," he sobbed. Zhao Yu, in silence, gently wiped away his younger brother's tears with his rough palm. Why weep? I am here. Zhao Yu was acutely aware of the responsibility that came with damaging someone else's property. The 18-year-old, barefoot yet composed, raised his gaze and locked eyes with a young lady. Daining, perched on the upper floor, rested her chin on her hand, observing him. She was remarkably beautiful, with every feature exquisitely defined. Upon meeting his gaze, she flashed a mischievous smile. Just then, Uncle Qian calculated the damages. Daining lifted her chin slightly and nudged Uncle Qian, instructing, "Inform them of the worth of my bowl." Uncle Qian descended, his heart heavy with sympathy. "You must be Zhao Ping's brother." The bowl he shattered is valued at 34,600 yuan. At this revelation, not only the Zhao brothers present, but also the villagers on the periphery gasped in astonishment. The porcelain bowls in their household were worth no more than a yuan each, readily available for purchase outside the mountains. Such a sum was unfathomable, far beyond what the village chief could muster. Upon hearing this exorbitant figure, Zhao Ping's eyes reddened, nearly fainting from the shock. Zhao Yu's expression also darkened. Standing protectively in front of Zhao Ping, he shook his head. "I apologize, but my family is impoverished and cannot afford such a sum at this time." Daining descended the stairs, tilting her head with an air of indifference. Uncle Qian was left to grapple with the unfolding predicament. On ordinary days, the young lady wouldn't settle for merely this amount of money. It was unclear what grievance she held against the Zhao family. Chen Xiaoli expressed her disapproval. "Daining, your family is so wealthy. Why must you persistently harass them?" Daining found the girl's perspective rather peculiar. Wasn't it only natural to compensate for broken items? Did poverty justify unreasonable behavior? She said sweetly, "If you can't bear to see it, why don't you pay for him?" Chen Xiaoli's face flushed, and she fell silent, realizing she had no 30,000 yuan to spare. Daining turned her rosy cheeks toward Zhao Yu and proclaimed, "I have an idea. Let us make you work off your debt." Zhao Yu frowned. "What do you mean?" The girl replied, "Let us stay at your home. You will take care of us as repayment." Zhao Yu immediately rejected the notion, his refusal firm. Noticing the girl's displeasure, he explained in a serious tone, "There are 5 people in my family, and we only have 4 rooms available. My parents occupy one, and my brother and sister each have their own. There's no extra space for the young lady." Daining countered, "Then Uncle Qian and the others can stay away. I will reside at your home." Zhao Yu pressed his lips together. Daining was not one to be reasoned with, she declared. "You must choose, repay the debt, or take care of me." The village chief anxiously addressed Uncle Qian. "The Zhao family is quite impoverished. Miss Ji will not be comfortable there. Old Zhao is paralyzed, and his wife is also ill." Upon hearing this, Uncle Qian was filled with concern and was about to intervene when Daining cheerfully inquired, "Do you have any pigs at home?" "No," he replied. She seemed pleased. "Then hurry up, please." Zhao Ping wept quietly, at the age of 12. He had never experienced such profound sorrow. Zhao Yu, having washed his feet and donned his shoes, surveyed their humble abode. Their family was impoverished, residing in a thatched house, with the exterior cement walls occasionally adorned with moss, and the interior lacking sufficient light. The delicate young lady had dismissed the village chief as home, let alone their dilapidated dwelling. His brow furrowed in distress, and Zhao Ping recognized his own misjudgment. "Brother, please give my room to Miss Ji," he implored. Zhao Yu shook his head. Their home consisted of 4 rooms, the largest belonged to their parents, yet it was perpetually filled with the scent of medicine and cluttered with miscellaneous items. Zhao Ping's room suffered from a leaky corner, and his window had issues, allowing the night air to seep in. As for Zhao Ainen, her room was woefully small, akin to a cat's nest. Rolling up his sleeves, Zhao Yu entered his own room. He was a diligent individual, and the space was generally kept tidy. If the young lady were to arrive today, tidying up his room would be the simplest task, and he could manage to squeeze in with his younger brother. Zhao Ainen leaned against the door, observing her elder brother as he prepared their home. Zhao Yu instructed Zhao Ping, "Go inform our parents." Seeing his elder brother's composure, Zhao Ping's heart gradually calmed, and he nodded in agreement, heading off to tell their parents that guests would be arriving. Zhao Yu procured some thin wooden boards to patch the window. Concerned that the young lady might find fault, he left it only loosely secured to allow ample light, and fashioned a makeshift curtain from heavy fabric. Zhao Ping, recognizing his mistake, exhibited a rare obedience, herding the chickens into their coop and diligently cleaning the yard of any droppings. "Second brother, what happened?" Zhao Ainen inquired. Zhao Ping replied in a subdued tone, "I broke Miss G's bowl, and brother promised to let her stay with us." Zhao Ainen had never encountered the young lady, but she had heard from her neighbor, brother Daining, that she resembled a celestial being with wealth enough to form mountains. Having never met such a person in her life, Zhao Yu felt quite uneasy. The three siblings each harbored their own thoughts as they tidied up the house. To be honest, Zhao Ping believed their home had never been this immaculate. Even during the new year, brother had cleared the weeds from the courtyard. As evening fell, Zhao Ping faced a dilemma while preparing dinner. Their family typically consumed thin porridge at night, supplemented by sweet potatoes from the cellar, which would barely satiate them. Cooking a dish was out of the question. If it weren't for the busy farming season, brother could venture down the mountain to purchase some meat. But with the recent toil, Zhao Yu was utterly exhausted and had no time for such errands. Their family had not savored meat for several days. "Should I prepare something for the young lady?" Zhao Yu asked, having just washed his face and drawn up water from the well. "Go ahead," replied Zhao Ping. "But we have no meat." "Perhaps." He glanced at his brother. The family raised chickens, which were easy to care for, as they could catch insects or be fed vegetable scraps. 2 hens produced 2 eggs daily, which were usually steamed with a drop of oil for their parents in the morning or made into boiled eggs, occasionally shared with their little sister. With the young lady's arrival, Zhao Yu wiped his hands and interjected, "No need to prepare eggs. And do not slaughter the chickens that you and Daining have raised. Let them be for our parents." Zhao Yu timidly observed her 2 brothers. Zhao Yu picked her up and whispered, "Do not worry. If she bullies you while she is here, tell your brother." Zhao Yu clung tightly to Zhao Yu's neck and nodded. Zhao Yu had no intention of treating Daining to any culinary delights, not out of stinginess, nor from any animosity towards her. He discerned the reality that a young lady accustomed to lavishness, with a set of dishes worth over 30,000, would hardly find interest in his humble chickens and a few eggs. As evening descended, Daining exchanged her footwear for a pair of ordinary sandals, awaiting Zhao Yu's arrival. Uncle Qian, his mouth parched from worry, exclaimed, "The village chief has promised me that he will have his frightening pig slaughtered. Young lady, would you kindly remain here?" Daining, with a cheerful smile, reassured him, "Do not fret. Zhao Yu has assured me he will look after me." Uncle Qian felt an urgency that seemed to shorten his years. Despite having heard from the village chief that the young man was remarkably self-sufficient and of excellent character, he remained uneasy about entrusting his precious gem to the care of a stranger. Zhao Yu was approaching. Daining announced, "I'm off now. Please fetch my luggage." Upon her words, she skipped out cheerfully. Uncle Qian sighed, while Zhang Yofeng, who only heeded Daining's words, hurriedly lifted a large bundle and a light blue suitcase at her command. The bundle, nearly as tall as a person, contained the young lady's floor mat, curtains, and pillows, all neatly packed to ensure cleanliness. The suitcase held her clothing and daily necessities. Village Chief Li Aigua inquired, "Young lady, does my daughter still need to wash the clothes you changed out of today?" He feared that his daughter's rough hands might ruin her garments, for they could not afford such a loss. Daining waved her hand dismissively, stating, "No need, just pack it up. Let Zhao Yu handle the washing." The village chief breathed a sigh of relief, inexplicably feeling a sense of lightness as though he were sending off a deity. Though he earned little, at least the young lady would be safe. Zhao Yu approached, his figure silhouetted against the twilight. Behind him, wisps of smoke curled upwards as each household busied themselves with their culinary endeavors. Daining observed him from a distance. He stood approximately 6 feet tall, appearing less mature than he would later become, with a skin tone darker than most. Yet, it was his demeanor, a profound sense of composure, that struck her as familiar. Her disdain for this individual was not without justification. In this male-centric narrative, Zhao Yu was one of the protagonists, born into poverty and raised in dire circumstances. He had educated himself and emerged from the mountains. Eventually, through his keen business acumen and steadfast character, he caught the attention of a wealthy family and agreed to become their son-in-law. Everyone presumed he would be easily manipulated, but to their astonishment, he leveraged the resources of the affluent family to ascend to greatness, ultimately becoming a remarkable legend. If Daining were merely a reader, overlooking the fact that Zhao Yu was a phoenix man, she would undoubtedly applaud his illustrious journey. Unfortunately, she was the Navi daughter of the wealthy family within the story, exploited for her resources, discarded, and mistreated. Moreover, it was highly probable that Zhao Yu was responsible for her grandfather's demise in his quest to claim her family's fortune. Contemplating this, she puffed up her cheeks, finding him utterly unappealing. Zhao Yu, perceptive as he was, immediately sensed her discontent and chose to remain silent. Daining commanded, "Zhang Yongfeng, take his luggage." Zhang Yongfeng promptly complied and handed the package to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu accepted it quietly. Accustomed to labor, he bore the enormous load without a hint of strain. For bodyguards lifted her bed, clearly intending to accompany her, while Zhao Yu led the way without comment. Zhang Yongfeng scratched his head, muttering, "Oh." Daining added, "No one is to touch my belongings, or I shall be quite upset, especially Qin Xiaoli." Her fierce demeanor elicited a silly grin from Zhang Yongfeng. Recently, the once docile Qin Xiaoli, upon overhearing this conversation, was nearly driven to the brink of fury. She had believed that with Daining's departure, her days of ease would commence, only to discover that Daining was quite the penny pincher. Zhang Yongfeng nodded eagerly, resembling a loyal guardian dog. Satisfied, Daining gestured for Zhao Yu to proceed. Carrying Daining's luggage, Zhao Yu stood by, having swiftly discerned her character within a brief span of time. Domineering, ill-tempered, miserly, and petulant. The village was not vast, and fortunately, the main road was accessible. They arrived just as Zhao Ping finished preparing the meal. Convention dictated that the parents should be served first, yet today, a delicate guest had graced their home, prompting Zhao Ping to glance at his brother. Zhao Yu set down Daining's belongings and murmured, as usual. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping rushed into the kitchen, hastily dishing out food for their parents. He felt a twinge of apprehension, wary of interacting with Daining, for at that moment, he perceived the eldest daughter of the Ji family as one who would demand exorbitant reparations for any misstep. Daining looked at the frail, emaciated girl before her with astonishment. "What is your name?" The girl, bashful yet captivated, replied, Zhaoanan. Daining felt as if struck by lightning. This girl was none other than the Zhaoanan of her childhood. She recalled that the child had not been so unappealing at 12 years old. Zhaoanan appeared quite charming. Truth be told, she harbored no sympathy for the Zhao family, but for Zhaoanan alone. Years later, the family had developed intricate thoughts. Yet Zhaoanan genuinely believed that Daining would become her sister-in-law. Zhaoanan, introverted and kind-hearted, viewed everyone as a friend. Daining poked Zhaoanan's cheek, teasing, "You are rather unattractive." Zhaoanan felt a pang of grievance, well aware of her own lack of beauty. Zhao Yu restrained his temper and beckoned Zhaoanan over. "Miss Ji, please take a look at the room." Daining, with an air of haughty confidence, nodded and proceeded to inspect the bed arranged by the bodyguards. Zhao Yu inquired of Zhaoanan, "Has she been unkind to you?" Zhaoanan shook her head. "Big brother," she said softly, her lips pressed together, revealing a hint of envy and disappointment. "The young lady is truly beautiful." Zhao Yu glanced at the lively silhouette of the girl ahead, feeling an urge to counter her statement. However, he could not deny that despite all the less admirable qualities that could be attributed to her, her beauty was beyond reproach. Finally, he remarked, "Do not emulate her." Daining, filled with anticipation, dashed into the house. Within half a minute, she re-emerged, her round cat-like eyes ablaze with indignation. Zhao Yu had an uncanny sense of foreboding. He anticipated that the enchantress with an angelic visage was about to stir trouble once more. Chapter 5. The indulgence of exclusivity. You dare to house me in such a place. This time, Daining was not merely nitpicking. The room was cramped and damp, with the windows covered by a single layer of floral fabric. Although it was not cold in the summer, was this a haunted house? Zhao Yu was unperturbed. He instructed Zhaoanan to enter the room. "Miss Ji," the young man spoke softly, "this is the only accommodation we have at home. Regrettably, we cannot undertake renovations at present. If you are dissatisfied with this room, you may consider others." Seeing Zhao Yu's unfeigned expression, Daining realized that he was likely speaking the truth. She lacked the enthusiasm to explore other rooms, her demeanor languid. He did not expect Daining to choose to stay. Meanwhile, the bodyguards moved swiftly, having already arranged Daining's belongings, laid down the carpet, and replaced the curtains. Daining remarked, "You may leave now." The bodyguards complied, while Zhao Ping had just finished feeding his parents. Zhao Yu washed his hands and said, "Call Miss Ji to dine." Zhao Ping, feeling apprehensive, sent his younger sister to summon her. In a short while, Zhaoanan entered alongside Daining. Zhao Yu did not wait for her. He took a bowl of congee and silently began to eat, his eyes stealthily observing this drama queen, curious about what antics she might conjure next. Daining was disinclined to engage in conversation. She glanced at the darkened wooden table and benches, harboring no desire to sit. Qing Tuan, too, remained reticent. Having traversed the temporal corridor with Daining, its energy nearly depleted. Watching Daining's antics these past few days, it realized that this supporting character was indeed exceedingly spoiled and obstinate. It no longer expected Daining to win over the male protagonist, but merely hoped she would not provoke him to the point of wishing her harm. Zhaoanan took her place on the stool and whispered, "Miss Ji, it's time to eat." Daining cast a glance at the several bowls of congee on the table. surmising that the protagonist was likely not very welcoming. Otherwise, hospitality would at least entail a vegetable dish. With a disdainful expression, she declared, "Never mind. Seeing how impoverished your family is, I shan't partake of your rice." Later, Zhao summoned Uncle Qian to bring me a meal. Zhao nodded in response. Oh. Zhao Yu found Daining's condescending attitude towards his sister distasteful. He quickly finished his kanji and instructed Zhao, "Eldest brother will leave. You stay at home." Daining was indifferent to who went where. As long as she had food, she felt no fear of Zhao Yu. After all, he was one of the male leads, and he was unlikely to behave in such a base manner. As a quintessential son of a phoenix, Zhao Yu upheld familial protection admirably. Zhao Yu entrusted Zhao Ping with the care of their parents and younger sister before stepping out. He conveyed his intentions to Uncle Qian, who was already prepared, knowing well that the young lady would not find peace in another's home. In fact, several bodyguards were discreetly stationed nearby, fearing for her safety. Uncle Qian presented 2 food boxes to Zhao Yu, saying, "I kindly ask you to look after our young lady." The boxes, layered and heavy, contained unknown delicacies. But Zhao Yu had no desire to pry. Zhao Ping and Zhao Nen awaited at the entrance, and Zhao Yu inquired, "Where is Miss Ji?" Zhao Nen replied, "Inside." Zhao Yu stated, "I shall deliver the meal." Zhao Ping, taken in to wash her face and feet, then to bed. Zhao Ping cast a curious glance at the food boxes in his brother's hands and nodded in agreement. Zhao Yu approached the door and knocked. After a considerable wait, a small head peeked out from the room. "Where's my food?" Zhao Yu handed it over, and, through the gap in the door, he beheld a remarkable transformation of their once humble abode. The soft carpet on the floor was a stark contrast to the luxurious bed that nearly filled the room, adorned with a plethora of stuffed toys. The curtains now boasted elegant floral patterns. The girl stood barefoot on the carpet, shutting him out. With an impassive expression, Zhao Yu turned and headed to Zhao Ping's room. He had initially anticipated a peaceful evening after a day of commotion, but just as he lay on the bed, an alluring aroma wafted through the air. Zhao Ping's eyes widened in delight. "It smells divine. I've never encountered such a tantalizing fragrance in my life." He swallowed hard and whispered, "Brother, what is Miss Ji eating?" Zhao Yu found it difficult to rest as well, despite his prudence surpassing that of anyone in the village. The arduous life he had endured since childhood, coupled with the discomfort of a somewhat empty stomach, caused him to succumb to the alluring aroma that enveloped him. After laboring in the fields for an entire day, he felt more fatigued than his younger siblings. Recalling the 2 exquisite food containers, he gently covered his brother with a quilt and muttered, "Sleep." In another corner of the room, Zhao Nen lay nestled in her blankets, her senses captivated by the tantalizing fragrance of Daining's cooking. Having lost her parents shortly after birth, she was raised by 2 rough-hewn brothers, enduring a life even more arduous than theirs. Were it not for her unwavering obedience to her eldest brother, she would have already followed the scent to knock on the young lady's door. In rural homes, sound travels easily, yet the enticing aroma was undeniable. Zhao's father and mother felt a deep unease upon catching a whiff of the enticing scent. Not only the Zhao family, but also their neighbor, Du Tian, sat up in bed, puzzled. Casting a glance at Zhao Yu's home, she felt a twinge of confusion. Before her journey into the world of literature, her family was modest. Yet she had savored fine meals on occasion, vaguely recognizing a few exquisite dishes. Given Zhao Yu's current status, it was remarkable that they could afford such delicacies. Having traversed into this narrative for over half a month in the small mountain village, Du Tian found herself somewhat tempted. Dismissing the enticing aroma, she rose to inquire with her mother, "What is happening at Zhao Yu's home?" Having spent the afternoon foraging for wild vegetables, she was fortunate enough to possess the skills of the protagonist, excelling in domestic arts and culinary prowess. Du Yuexiang replied, "Miss Ji is staying at their house." Compared to Du Tian, this woman appeared even more perturbed. Upon hearing the young lady's surname was Ji, Du Yuexiang was struck by a dreadful suspicion. Lost in her thoughts, she seemed to be in a state of distraction. Du Tian furrowed her brow and glanced next door, resolutely deciding to investigate what had transpired the following day. No matter what, she must secure Zhao Yu's heart to have any hope of escaping her current predicament and leading a better life. No one could disrupt her plans. Daining had not slept well throughout the night. She had brought an assortment of peculiar items, yet she had neglected to bring the most essential mosquito repellent. Being inherently lucky, she found herself surrounded by pesky mosquitoes, which left her fuming and wishing to demolish the dilapidated house. At 5:30 in the morning, she heard rustling noises from next door, indicating someone had already risen. Without hesitation, Daining sprang to her feet. Zhao Yu was accustomed to awakening early. As the eldest son, he had numerous responsibilities to attend to each day. Rising shortly after 5, his first task was to fill the water tank, followed by attending to his parents' needs. If there were clothes to wash, it was best for Zhao Yu to tend to them at this hour, during the sweltering summer. They could dry throughout the day and be collected at dusk. Just as he had brought up a bucket of water, a figure appeared beside him. She carried a delightful fragrance, her steps light. No one in the village could afford such perfume. Zhao Yu surmised that the young lady was up early due to some dissatisfaction. The young lady knelt down, a displeased expression on her face, and extended her arm. Zhao Yu glanced down to see several prominent red welts on her tender arm. For someone else, a few mosquito bites might be inconsequential. But on Daining's fair and delicate skin, they were strikingly noticeable, akin to blemishes on pristine snow. Zhao Yu frowned. Daining demanded, "Quickly, give me some mosquito repellent. My home lacks such items." Accustomed to the resilience of her skin, who fears the bite of a mosquito? Moreover, the mosquitoes have not been particularly relentless towards the locals. Observing her lack of spirit, Zhao Yu noted that the young lady appeared somewhat pitiable as dawn approached, with strands of light streaming down, revealing her round eyes that possessed a hint of endearment. With a sigh, Zhao Yu remarked, "I shall ask Zhao Ping to procure some herbs for fumigation. Rest assured, it is as effective as mosquito repellent." She pouted, feeling an itch on her arm, incessantly scratching at it. Zhao Yu, noticing the marks she left, set down the water bucket, saying, "Wait a moment. This will alleviate your discomfort." The young lady regarded the remaining bit of toothpaste with skepticism and disdain, as if it were something unsavory, refusing to accept it. Zhao Yu stole a glance at her, nearly amused by her reaction. If she chose to decline, so be it. He could not be bothered further and continued to fetch water. As he was nearing the end of his task, he noticed that Daining had already departed. It was not until early morning, when Uncle Qian arrived with breakfast, that Zhao Yu saw the young lady emerge from her room, with several dried white marks on her arm, suggesting she was still in discomfort, secretly applying her own toothpaste. For reasons unknown, Zhao Yu felt a chuckle rising within him. The young lady grumbled incessantly, and Uncle Qian patiently indulged her whims. She made numerous peculiar requests, which Uncle Qian meticulously noted. At a distance, Zhao Nen observed with curiosity, prompting Zhao Yu to turn his sister's little head away, cautioning her not to follow such behaviors. Their household could not afford to cater to such a delicate enchantress. The aroma was distinct yet familiar. Within Daining's food container lay a delightful assortment: a stack of adorable meat buns, a plate of exquisite steamed dumplings, 2 egg pancakes, and even pineapple pudding accompanied by soy milk. The steamed buns and dumplings are exquisitely delicate, their thin skins revealing the sumptuous filling within, with the dumpling wrappers glistening like crystal. The eggplant pancakes are crisp on the outside yet tender within, releasing a savory delight with each bite. Not to mention the rice porridge simmered within a pineapple, a culinary endeavor that took the chef an hour to perfect. She savored her meal alone for quite some time until a thought seemed to strike her, prompting her to turn and find 2 pairs of gleaming black eyes fixed intently on her food box. Zhao Ping and Zhao Anan watched her without blinking, particularly Zhao Anan, whose gaze radiated an intensity that the girl had never witnessed before in her young life. Zhao Yu, meeting her gaze, felt a twinge of embarrassment for his younger siblings and nudged them, saying, "Look at mother. I still have work to do." Daining, aware of Zhao Yu's pride, refrained from provoking him, instead playfully raising the crystal dumpling in her hand and inquiring of his siblings, "Would you like a taste?" fearing he might succumb to temptation. Zhao Ping bit his lip and pulled Zhao Anan indoors, preferring not to see. At this moment, as the clock approached 8, Daining, with half a bun in her mouth, observed Zhao Yu as he stepped outside with a sickle. "Where are you going?" she mumbled through her food. Zhao Yu frowned. "To harvest rice." The young girl rushed over, offering him a bite of the eggplant pancake she had nibbled on. "Not going to eat?" Zhao Yu, somewhat irritated, shot her a glance. His gaze bore the authority usually reserved for reprimanding his siblings, yet it had no effect on Daining, who appeared to find the situation amusing and erupted into laughter. Frustrated, Zhao Yu ignored her, rolled up his pant legs, and left. Uncle Qian, observing the scene, sighed, thinking that the young lady was nothing short of a little devil. Logically speaking, as a guest in their home, her lack of generosity would be forgivable. Yet she still chose to tease them. Uncle Qian observed Daining as she finished her morning routine and inquired, "Where would the young lady like to go for some amusement?" After a moment of contemplation, Daining replied, "Is there anything particularly enjoyable?" It was July, and the mountains were abundant with wild fruits, wild yams, myrtle, and raspberries. I have contacted a few farmers who are readily available to guide us into the hills. This area is relatively free of venomous creatures and is considered quite safe. Daining was about to respond when she noticed the neighbor's door swing open, revealing a young maiden, Du Tian. Unlike her usual attire, Du Tian was dressed in a more pragmatic fashion today, sporting knee-high boots and carrying a basket as she ventured out. Though her clothing was rather unremarkable, the meticulous arrangement of her hair indicated she had a specific destination in mind. Instantly, Daining's interest in wild fruits waned, and she declared, "I wish to see the rice being harvested." Uncle Qian raised an eyebrow in confusion, wondering what could possibly be more entertaining than engaging with the main characters. Daining glanced at her lovely dress but decided against changing it, though she felt compelled to swap her slippers, so she eagerly dashed inside to don a pair of beige sandals. "Zhaonan," she called out, and the timid girl emerged. "Take me to see your brother harvesting rice." Zhao Ping, who followed closely behind, quickly shook his head. "No, no. And I must stay home to take care of things." Daining, however, produced 2 imported milk candies, unwrapped them, and playfully stuffed them into their mouths. With her cat-like eyes gleaming, she urged, "Hurry, take me." Zhao Ping nearly choked on the candy, his eyes brimming with tears. Yet he couldn't bring himself to spit out the delightful sweetness lingering in his mouth. Zhaonan was taken by surprise when a piece of candy was thrust into her hands. Her expression was one of bewilderment as she eventually closed her mouth, savoring the delightful taste. In the mountain village, there existed candy, the kind that cost merely a dime, sweet yet not particularly palatable. However, imported candy was an entirely different affair. Zhaonan had never realized that candy could be so exquisite. Zhao Ping, feeling the pangs of his own predicament, held the candy in his mouth, relishing the sweetness, and lamented, "I will take you to find my brother." Chapter 6. The weight of time. Mountain Daining intended to engage in mischief and forbade Uncle Qian from accompanying her. She and Zhao Ping meandered along the winding paths of the fields for quite some time until they finally spotted Zhao Yu and Du Tian in the distance. Daining smiled cheerfully and nodded, "Goodbye." Zhao Ping dared not meet her gaze and fled swiftly. At 12 years old, he was on the cusp of adolescence, and the young lady, possessing an ethereal beauty, had a mischievous side. He had heard from classmates in middle school that it was best not to provoke such girls. He certainly did not dare to incite the young lady, especially after a set of dishes had cost over 30,000, leading him to a night filled with nightmares. Zhao Ping vanished from sight, while Daining lifted her skirt, carefully navigating the muddy puddles as she approached the protagonists. Despite her seemingly slow pace, Du Tian had already arrived some time ago. At 25, Du Tian was a white-collar worker who had spent her childhood in the countryside, adept at various agricultural tasks. After her family achieved a modest prosperity, Du Tian began to appreciate the finer aspects of life, seeking out recipes online to learn the art of cooking and tea-making. In the underdeveloped Xinhua village, one could not rely on brewing tea, but her culinary skills and knowledge of wild vegetables were exceptional. Thanks to these talents, she had managed to live quite well with her mother since the onset of her journey. She was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Zhao Yu's family. Among the household, only 2 young boys exhibited a sense of responsibility, often mending their own tattered clothes. According to Du Tian's observations, such men are particularly in need of care and companionship. Zhao Yu, being sentimental, would undoubtedly remember her kindness once he achieved success. Indeed, her insights and analyses were remarkably astute. In her previous life, Daining had successfully become an indelible presence in Zhao Yu's existence, provided the young lady did not cause any disruption. Early in the morning, Du Tian prepared vegetable pancakes. Her culinary approach distinct from that of the locals in Xinhua village, as she generously used oil, resulting in pancakes that were both crispy and aromatic. Softly, she addressed Zhao Yu, "Brother Zhao Yu, I made vegetable pancakes. My mother asked me to share some with the neighbors. Would you like to try?" By this point, it was already 10:30, the sun fully risen. Although the morning sun was not scorching, it still posed a challenge in July. Zhao Yu's expression softened considerably as he declined Du Tian's kind offer, saying, "Thank you, but no need." Previously, Du Tian was acknowledged as the most beautiful girl in the village. Upon seeing her, one might speculate about her. Undeterred, Du Tian continued, "Then at least have some water." The sincerity in her eyes was genuine, neither excessively flattering nor overly indifferent. She added, "Last year, when my mother went into the mountains to gather firewood, it was thanks to you that she was saved. I have always wanted to express my gratitude." Having just turned 18, Zhao Yu was at an age of vigorous growth and insatiable hunger, often feeling as though he could devour an entire cow. Unfortunately, during the busy farming season, The family's meals were meager, and the bowl of thin porridge from the morning had long been digested. Thirsty and hungry, he found himself even more so as Du Tian gently suggested, "Next time you go outside the mountains, could you bring me back a little rabbit?" Intelligent women comprehend that relentless pressure is unwise. Rather, a fair exchange brings reassurance to men. A few cakes traded for a rabbit signifies her profit. Zhao Yu ascended from the fields, accepting the vegetable cakes from Du Tian, and, accompanied by the cool boiled water she had brought, sat beside her to indulge in the meal. Du Tian, possessing both elegance and culinary prowess, elicited a relaxed demeanor from Zhao Yu. The summer breeze caressed them, creating a serene and beautiful ambience, until Zhao Yu's gaze fell upon a girl in the distance adorned in a purple dress. The young lady approached with caution, her gown resembling blooming violets, adorned with matching ribbons in her hair. Daining disregarded their cheerful banter, her eyes fixating on the vegetable cake in Zhao Yu's hand, her expression radiating overt disdain. Upon encountering her gaze, Zhao Yu, who had been savoring his meal, suddenly found the cake tasteless. The memory of the lavish meals enjoyed by Daining over the past days overshadowing his appetite. He set down the vegetable cake and inquired, "What brings you here?" Daining tilted her head in confusion. "I came to see you harvest rice. Why aren't you working? Are you being lazy?" Did she presume everyone shared her disposition? Zhao Yu's lips twitched, but he remained silent, his mood disrupted as he rolled up his trousers to return to the fields. Meanwhile, Du Tian glanced at Daining. Being so close, she could more acutely perceive the striking beauty that Daining exuded. The young lady's skin was flawless, tender, and pale. The idyllic moment that belonged to her and Zhao Yu was abruptly transformed into an awkward tableau due to Daining's presence. Du Tian furrowed her brow and said, "Miss Ji, Zhao Yu is not a machine. He deserves to rest when fatigued." Daining nodded in agreement. "So easily fatigued, he is quite feeble." Zhao Yu paused momentarily, the veins on the back of his hand protruding. Du Tian inhaled deeply, her expressive eyes glaring at her. "Do not speak carelessly." Du Tian was rendered speechless. She glanced at Zhao Yu in the field, wishing to convey that she meant no offense. However, Zhao Yu had already interjected, "Du Tian, disregard her." Upon hearing Zhao Yu align himself with her, Du Tian felt a subtle sweetness in her heart and chose not to argue with Daining, responding softly, The sun blazed high above, and Daining began to regret her decision to come out. Since the female protagonist would not leave, she too felt compelled to remain. Yet her endurance had finally waned. Standing on the ridge of the field, she called out to Zhao Yu, who had already harvested several rows of rice. "Hey, come here for a moment. Hurry up." Zhao Yu, upon seeing her, was overwhelmed with annoyance, his tone far from amiable. "What is it now?" Du Tian, standing nearby like a picturesque scene, also cast a wary glance in her direction. "It's so hot. I'm getting sunburned," she exclaimed, genuinely anxious, gripping the boy's pristine collar. "You must come up with a solution." Daining was far from understanding. She clutched the boy's collar tightly. "If you do not devise a solution, I shall not let you continue." Zhao Yu's expression darkened, yet he found himself in a situation where he could neither strike nor scold her. He said, "Release me, and I shall think of a way." After a brief interval, he ventured into the woods and gathered a few banana leaves. Beneath a small tree, he constructed a makeshift shelter, laying 2 leaves on the ground, and called to Daining, "Come over." Daining joyfully ran over and settled herself comfortably. She found the experience rather intriguing. Although the heat persisted, she was no longer exposed to the sun, and the view from her spot was quite pleasant. Zhao Yu, noticing her cessation of mischief, returned to his agricultural tasks. Du Tian's thoughts shifted. She found Daining to be spoiled and bothersome, merely adding to the chaos. If only she could demonstrate her resilience, showing genuine concern for Zhao Yu, the contrast between them would be stark. "Zhao Yu, it's almost noon, and you still have so much left to do. Let me assist you." As Zhao Yu prepared to decline her offer, she replied firmly, "I will just help you with the stacking. You have already delayed for quite some time. It may rain at any moment, and if you don't hurry, you might run out of time." With that, she donned her boots and ventured into the field. Zhao Yu murmured his thanks. He recognized Du Tian as a kind-hearted girl and felt a surge of gratitude, contemplating how he could provide more support for her and her mother in the future. Daining sat cross-legged, resting her chin on her hand as she observed them. She had never witnessed the act of harvesting rice. Typically, rural couples worked together in the fields, cutting and threshing simultaneously. However, in Zhao Yu's household, he was the sole laborer, left to cut first and then devise a method for threshing later. Although Du Tian was assisting, her help was limited to stacking, which felt rather insignificant in the grand scheme of things for Zhao Yu. Daining mused that Du Tian truly embodied the spirit of a protagonist. Working hard even in the sweltering heat, standing steadfastly by Zhao Yu's side. No wonder this bond of childhood friendship stirred Zhao Yu's emotions. She took out her phone from her bag and began capturing the scenic beauty. Upon hearing the sound of the camera, the lead pair in the field simultaneously looked up. Zhao Yu, observing Daining's leisurely demeanor, felt a vein throb on his forehead. Logically speaking, with Daining around, she was indeed the center of the universe. Whether she drew attention or incited frustration, she possessed an uncanny talent for it. "What are you occupied with, miss?" inquired Zhao Yu. "I wasn't capturing images of you." The maiden responded. "Would you care to observe?" Zhao Yu, with an abundance of leisure, had no inclination to examine her photographs. Suppressing his irritation, he augmented his pace in reaping the paddy, yet couldn't resist diverting a fraction of his attention to observe Daining. She was engaging in no malfeasance, merely propping her chin as she observed him and Du Tian harvesting the rice. Her gaze was imbued with amusement, akin to observing performing simians. Zhao Yu, having grown accustomed, became indifferent and ceased to heed her. Du Tian, positioned beside him, felt unease. She harbored the suspicion that Daining was recording her disheveled state. Du Tian promptly regretted her descent into the field. The midday sun shone brilliantly, while it was tolerable at the edge of the field. Venturing into the field and confronting the sun promptly induced perspiration. Her garments clung to her form, and her boots and trousers were bespattered with mud. As a woman of aesthetic sensibilities, Du Tian was concerned that Zhao Yu might detect the scent of her perspiration. Were Daining not in proximity, she might have consoled herself that she was enduring hardship alongside Zhao Yu. However, beneath the shade of the banana leaf sat a comely maiden, Daining. With eyes like twinkling stars and cheeks of delicate rose, had her skirt arrayed upon the banana leaf, observing her as if she were a spectacle, causing Du Tian to feel profoundly uncomfortable. What engendered the greatest vexation was that Daining was so meticulously cared for by Zhao Yu. While she was enduring the baking heat of the field, compounded by the palpable distraction of the man beside her, Du Tian had no recourse for regret. Despite her vexation, she persevered in accompanying Zhao Yu until the completion of the field's harvest. Zhao Yu ascended the bank first, extending his hand to Du Tian. "Ascend here. Your efforts are appreciated." Du Tian gazed at him, her heart palpitating, and placed her hand in his palm. Zhao Yu pulled Du Tian up. Du Tian, filled with joy, momentarily forgot her previous embarrassment, eager to observe Daining's reaction. Daining was indeed taken aback. Was the attraction between the protagonists so potent? Here she was, a glaring presence. Her displeasure was evident, etched across her face as she glared at Zhao Yu. With a huff, Daining demanded, "You come and pull me." Although she harbored no fondness for Zhao Yu, she relished the opportunity to vex Du Tian. Zhao Yu had no intention of assisting her. What kind of spoiled young lady was this? After over an hour of play, she still required someone to help her up. "Hurry, if you don't leave, we shall." Daining's eyes widened in indignation as she threatened him. "You dare to ignore me." Casting a glance at his hand, she began to express her disdain for its perceived dirtiness. Zhao Yu was well aware of her nature. "Just grab my clothes, mine are clean." This lifted her spirits, and she clutched at Zhao Yu's attire to rise. However, a thought struck her. She felt a sense of inferiority, as the male and female leads were holding hands while she merely grasped at his clothing. Her competitive spirit overcame her aversion to Zhao Yu's uncleanliness. She cast a glance at the ever-watchful Du Tian, and with a sudden surge of boldness, she wrapped her arms around Zhao Yu's neck, half her body draping over him. Zhao Yu nearly found himself gasping for breath. Through gritted teeth, he muttered, "Gee." After a moment, it dawned on him that he did not even know the young lady's full name. Observing Du Tian's sour expression brought Daining immense satisfaction. Zhao Yu, tempted to give the girl clinging to his arm a stern reprimand, ultimately chose to suppress his frustration, accustomed as he was to burying his feelings. He dragged the koala-like girl forward. After several steps, he realized he seemed to have overlooked something. Zhao Yu fell into a moment of silence, at a loss for words. When faced with Daining, it was nearly impossible for anyone else to capture even a fraction of his attention. Yet, Daining playfully tugged at his ear, her voice a charming blend of feigned anger and sweetness. "Zhao Yu, are you planning to leave? You're delaying my meal." Chapter 7. The basin of intelligence. Du Tian appeared delicate and fragile, brushing a strand of hair from her ear, her lips tinged with a hint of paleness. The two women from the Du family, as outsiders, had not been allotted any land, and during the busy farming season, Du Tian would not be working in the fields. Observing the sunburn on her cheeks, Zhao Yu furrowed his brow and said, "Sister Du Tian, I shall treat you to a meal another day. Du Tian smiled faintly. Nodding in agreement, Zhao Yu maintained a stern expression as he led the burden of his responsibilities homeward, with Du Tian following at a respectful distance. Daining clung to him and whispered in his ear, Zhao Yu, do you have feelings for her? Zhao Yu replied coolly, do not speak nonsense. You two are incompatible. Daining declared with wide eyes, analyzing the situation. Look at your home. It's in shambles, and you're burdened with 4 dependents. I heard that Li Zhuang has an affection for Du Tian. He is the village chief's son and possesses far more appeal than you. You struggle to sustain yourself. How could you possibly support a wife? Zhao Yu felt an urge to silence her. Who are you calling a burden? You are the true extraneous one in my life. Daining asserted with conviction, I am not a burden. I am quite wealthy. You, however, are a pauper. Zhao Yu scoffed. Daining rested her chin on his shoulder. Why is your home so far? I feel quite hot. The young lady's delicate chin caused Zhao Yu to tense. No longer engaging in banter with the young lady, he became acutely aware of her slender form pressed against him. Despite his irritation, her softness rendered him somewhat uneasy as he walked. She exuded a delightful fragrance, her words imbued with a sweet tone. With an impassive expression, he remarked, if you feel hot, you may as well get off me. No, Zhao Yu retorted. Aware that reasoning with her would be futile, yet he could not help but grit his teeth, saying, Miss Ji, you are a lady, and I am a man. Your behavior is quite inappropriate. Daining dismissed him with a nonchalant attitude. You overthink things. I merely regard you as an object. What kind of object? Zhao Yu dared not inquire, knowing it could not possibly be something pleasant, and he was enraged enough to wish to cast her aside. Behind them, Du Tian observed Daining's antics, her fingers involuntarily tightening into a fist. After a moment's pause, Du Tian inhaled deeply. Wasn't Miss Ji Zhao Yu's future fiancée? The foolish and troublesome character from the book, who ultimately met a tragic end. Zhao Yu's disdain for the young lady likely had much to do with Daining's current conduct. Realizing this, Du Tian smiled subtly, thinking, so that's how it is, there is plenty of time ahead. At noon, Zhao Yu's family still had a simple meal of plain rice and preserved vegetables. Noticing his younger siblings frequently glancing towards Daining's room, Zhao Yu admonished, everyone, focus on your meal. He felt a deep-seated irritation, fearing that the young lady's prolonged presence in their home might corrupt his siblings. Zhao Yinan, licking her lips, obeyed her brother's command, burying her small, slender face into her bowl. In the afternoon, Zhao Yu set out with a sickle in hand. The rice harvest was complete. Yet the grains remained piled in the fields, awaiting threshing. The weather in the mountainous region during July was unpredictable, with the possibility of rain looming at any moment. As he stepped outside, he noticed a considerable commotion emanating from Daining's side. The young lady, discontent with the rural heat, found herself lacking a fan, let alone air conditioning. Although the young lady managed to acquire the necessary items, the insufficient voltage in the mountains rendered even the variable frequency air conditioner inoperable. Uncle Qian devised a solution, arranging for ice blocks to be delivered daily. A full aluminum box of ice placed in the room instantly transformed the atmosphere to one reminiscent of autumn. As the ice melted by the following day, another batch would replace it. Zhao Yu wiped the sweat from his brow and, without uttering a word, headed to the fields. The young lady, accustomed to comfort, had endured hardship in the morning and stubbornly refused to witness him threshing again in the afternoon. Once Zhao Yu departed, the two younger siblings curiously peered into Daining's room. Zhao Yinan inquired, second brother, what did the young lady eat for lunch? The lingering aroma of meat was still vivid in her memory. Zhao Yinan nodded. Unexpectedly, as the two brothers left, the previously closed door behind them swung open, and Daining beckoned, Zhao Yinan, come here. Startled, Zhao Yinan quickly shook her head. Daining insisted, if you don't come over, I will be upset. Being somewhat timid, Zhao Yinan hesitated before approaching, standing near the door of Daining's room. The rush of cool air caused her eyes to widen in amazement. Upon closer inspection, she noticed mist emanating from the ice blocks within, transforming the room into a realm akin to a fairyland. At 6 years old, Zhao Yinan was unfamiliar with the concept of a fairyland, yet in that moment, Daining's room embodied that idea for her. The ice blue princess bed, adorned with an array of beautiful, soft toys, filled the fragrant room, where the plush carpet cushioned her feet and the refreshing air invigorated her senses. Daining instructed, take off your shoes and come in to stay. Zhao Yinan hesitated, but Daining tugged at her braid, compelling her compliance. The little girl, taught well by her brothers, was particularly mindful of cleanliness. Once her sandals were removed, her feet were spotless. Daining was somewhat satisfied as she pulled out a small cushion for Zhao Yu to sit on. The little girl appeared emaciated, her shyness and unease evident as she gazed at Daining, hesitant to touch anything for fear of damaging the belongings of the young lady. Daining remarked, "I think you're a bit foolish. It would do you well to be a tad more astute." The somewhat naive Zhao Yu stared blankly at her, supporting her chin. Daining began to instruct the child. "Do you know the name of the sister next door?" "Tianjia." "Yes, she has her eyes set on your brother." Daining propped her delicate chin and continued her fanciful tale. "Given how impoverished your family is, relying solely on your brother, if she becomes your sister-in-law, she certainly wouldn't allow him to support you any longer. At that time, your father, your parents, would have to roll up their bedding and leave. Your second brother would end up a little beggar, starving to death at the village entrance, just like this." She made a grimacing expression of tragic demise. Zhao Yu looked utterly shocked, tears welling up in her eyes. What to do? She thought. She didn't want her parents to be cast out, nor did she wish for her second brother to starve. Daining, with a cheerful demeanor, suggested, "Whenever you have the chance, keep an eye on Du Tian. If she approaches your brother, just pull him away. If she doesn't become your sister-in-law, everything will be fine." Zhao Yu nodded vigorously. Daining found the situation with the green dumpling in her mind rather disheartening. How could it have chosen such a partner for the contract? It was no wonder that Du Tian could take center stage while Daining was relegated to a mere supporting role. If the male lead were to discover her deception towards his sister, he might very well put an end to her. Daining felt no guilt about deceiving the child. She was simply being lazy and avoiding the sun. Having Zhao Yu keep watch was the most effective approach, especially since Zhao Yu cherished his younger sister, and would undoubtedly heed her words over someone like Du Tian, with whom he had yet to establish any significant connection. Zhao Yu gazed at Daining and softly inquired, "Miss, will you be my sister-in-law?" The innocence of childhood led her to believe that since Daining resided in her home, and her parents and elder brother were well, if Daining were to become her sister-in-law, life would continue to be stable and secure. Daining, incredulous, retorted, "You wish. Let your brother eat dirt." Zhao Yu felt a tinge of grievance. Daining did not forget to threaten her. "You must not tell your brother what I said, understand? Otherwise, I shall give you a good spanking." Zhao Yu obediently nodded. In the village, there was a common threshing ground for drying grain, where the sunlight was abundant and the terrain open. Zhao Yu continued to transport his grain there. The rainy season had yet to arrive, and this year's harvest was quite good. Zhao Yu recalled his earlier mention of inviting Du Tian to dinner. He made a special trip to the market, purchasing meat and vegetables, and extended an invitation to Du Tian and her daughter to dine at his home that evening. Du Tian was pleasantly surprised and accepted, while Du Yuexiang frowned, casting a glance at her daughter. In the village, marriages occurred early, and several families had expressed interest in a match with her daughter. However, Du Yuexiang, having seen more of the world, recognized her daughter's worth. None of those suitors were worthy of her Tian. Among those who sought her hand was the village head's son, Li Zhuang, whom both Du Yuexiang and Du Tian regarded with disdain, let alone Zhao Yu, who possessed nothing. Du Tian understood her mother's thoughts and reassured her, "Mother, I know my limits, trust me." She thought that if she did not cultivate a good relationship with Zhao Yu now, she might find herself unable to aspire to greater heights in the future. Du Yuexiang pondered this, realizing her daughter had recently become remarkably capable, resourceful, and fortunate, consistently returning from the mountains with bountiful harvests. Their lives began to improve, and Du Tian had evidently become the backbone of the family. Suppressing her worries, she joined Du Tian for dinner that evening. Today, Zhao Yu took it upon himself to prepare a meal. Zhao Ping, being merely a 12-year-old boy, could manage boiling rice, but cooking dishes proved to be somewhat challenging for him. Zhao Yu noticed his younger sister fidgeting restlessly, her anxiety reaching its peak upon the arrival of Du Tian and her daughter. Unable to contain herself, Zhao Yu dashed outside and gently knocked on Daining's door, tearfully imploring, "Miss, please save my parents and my second brother." Daining, taken aback, momentarily struggled to recall the words she had used to deceive Zhao Yu. The young girl had previously inquired, "If Sister Tian is coming to my house for dinner, does that mean she will become my sister-in-law?" Upon hearing this, Daining felt a surge of irritation. "You haven't even invited me to dinner, so why extend an invitation to Du Tian? Zhao Yu is such a miser." The scent of meat wafted through the air. Although their conversation was somewhat disjointed, they shared a common goal. Thus, in the evening, when Zhao Yu presented the dishes on the table, he immediately spotted the young lady seated at the head of the table. Her captivating cat-like eyes shone brightly as she gazed at him. His younger sister also stared at him without blinking. For a brief moment, Zhao Yu fell silent. horrified to realize that Daining's unexpected appearance was not truly surprising to him. He leaned closer to her and whispered a warning, "Don't cause trouble." The impact of his words was likely known only to him. Daining replied, "I want to eat as well." Zhao Yu did not utter much more. He was not so petty. Their parents, Zhao Ping and his wife, had already fed the children. So he set a pair of chopsticks and a bowl for the young lady. He turned to Du Tian and her daughter, expressing his gratitude. Daining, however, merely feigned interest. She looked down upon the fare served at Zhao Yu's home, having come primarily to keep an eye on things. Du Tian, on the other hand, ignored Daining's presence, her smile remaining gentle and serene. "Zhao Yu, thank you for the little rabbit you sent. It was too generous of you. Are you heading to the granary tonight to guard the grain? My family has made some extra hand fans. You can take one to ward off mosquitoes. Though hand fans may hold little monetary value, their practicality cannot be denied." Zhao Yu expressed his gratitude for her kind gesture. Du Tian then remarked, "Zhao Yu, I have heard that you excel in your studies. Could you perhaps?" Daining sensed something amiss and quickly nudged Zhaonan. The little girl clutched her stomach, exclaiming, "Big brother, my tummy hurts." Zhao Yu promptly checked on his sister's condition and took her outside to the restroom. "I apologize. I shall take in and out for a moment." Once they had departed, Daining made a face at Du Tian. She was aware that Du Yuexiang posed a problem, yet she could not be bothered to address it on Du Yuexiang's behalf. Zhao Yu apologized once more. Du Tian replied, "It's quite all right, Zhao Yu. I have heard that the village's elder taught you cultural subjects, including English. Would you be willing to teach?" Was Du Tian struggling with English? Daining recalled that Du Tian was, in fact, an academic achiever. She continued to poke Zhaonan under the table. With a sorrowful expression, Zhaonan whispered, "Big brother, my stomach still hurts." Zhao Yu turned his attention to his younger sister. Being a perceptive individual, he glanced at the seemingly indifferent Daining and calmly lifted his sister. "I apologize. I must excuse myself once more." Outside the latrine, Zhao Yu squatted down and said, "Inen, tell your brother the truth." His expression was stern. But Zhaonan fidgeted with her fingers, unwilling to speak. She had promised the young lady, "Big brother does not favor children who tell lies." Unable to hold back any longer, Zhaonan burst into tears, clinging to Zhao Yu's neck. "I didn't mean to." The little girl sobbed, spilling all her thoughts. Zhao Yu's expression darkened increasingly, a mix of anger and amusement brewing within him. Daining, in front of his younger sister. Zhao Yu masked his emotions and comforted Zhaonan. "Elder brother will never abandon you, so do not be afraid. Do you believe in your elder brother despite what the young lady has said?" Zhaonan nodded in response. Du Tian, seated at the table, maintained a semblance of composure. Daining admired her fortitude. If it were her, she would have overturned the table after being interrupted repeatedly. Zhao Yu reassured her, "It's nothing." Zhaonan felt guilty, unable to meet the gaze of the young lady. Du Tian was not one to easily concede. Her ability to capture the attention of several male protagonists in a male-oriented narrative spoke volumes of her admirable qualities, particularly her perseverance. "Zhao Yu, could you teach me English?" Du Tian cleverly articulated her request in a straightforward manner. Daining, under the table, prodded Zhaonan once more. She blinked at Zhao Yu, while the tumultuous movements beneath the table went unnoticed by Du Tian. Satisfied with the outcome, she smiled gently and sweetly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Zhao Yu." "Not at all." The young lady, fierce as a wildcat, had little strength behind her small fists. In a contest of physical prowess, she would be utterly outmatched. Zhao Yu remained expressionless, eating with one hand. Daining pouted and, without hesitation, picked up her chopsticks to toss chili peppers into his bowl, followed by a handful of Sichuan peppercorns and ginger slices. The meal stirred considerable frustration in both Zhao Yu and Daining. Once Du Tian and Du Yuexiang, the mother and daughter duo, departed, Daining's suppressed emotions erupted like a volcano after a missed meal. Her temper flared, and she sprang to her feet in indignation. Zhao Yu wiped his mouth clean, released her hand, and as Daining prepared to strike him, he effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Zhaonan was taken aback, and Zhao Ping gaped in astonishment. Daining squirmed in protest, exclaiming, "Zhao Yu, are you out of your mind?" Zhao Yu retorted with a cold smirk. "Did you think I have a pleasant temperament?" In retaliation, Daining kicked him, threatening, "Put me down, or I'll have Uncle Qian deal with you." With that, he firmly restrained the unruly young lady and made his way outside. Having observed the surroundings in recent days, Zhao Yu was aware of Daining's bodyguards and, with remarkable insight, knew their locations. He carried the young lady towards the mountains, his voice icy as he remarked, Daining, so you wish to spank my sister, do you?" Daining denied it vehemently. "No, have I ever said that? I absolutely have not. Her companion, Qing Tuan, was utterly flabbergasted. She had witnessed many a troublesome scene, yet had never seen Daining behave in such a way, creating chaos despite her misfortune. The male protagonist, apart from possessing extraordinary luck, could hardly be considered a pushover. Zhao Yu had shouldered the family's burdens from a young age, had he truly been so easy to provoke. His family would have been bullied into submission, and he could not have raised Zhao Ping and Zhao with a mind to discipline the young lady while simultaneously instilling a modicum of fear to deter her from bullying his siblings in his absence. Zhao Yu noted with dismay how quickly Daining had corrupted the innocent girl who had never lied before her arrival. The girl on his shoulder was a source of irritation. He was incensed to the point of wanting to spank her, yet the young lady's figure was astonishing. She was wearing a rose-red dress today, the hem of which reached her knees. Now, her tender calves were kicking about, seemingly without a trace of fear. And she even shouted at him in a delicate voice, "If you dare strike me, your entire family will pay the price." Shouting so loudly, she didn't seem to fear that Zhao Yu might bury her on the spot. Zhao Yu's gaze lingered on her buttocks for a second before shifting away. It wasn't so much the young lady's threat that stayed his hand, but rather that the young lady was so well developed that he could never bring himself to treat her like a younger sister to discipline. Zhao Yu, carrying her, felt a sense of being overwhelmed for the first time. The young lady on his shoulder was simply a mischievous imp, yet she was still beaming with self-satisfaction. Thinking her threat had worked. You know to be afraid now, right? Hurry and let me down, Zhao Yu. I'm feeling dizzy. Zhao Yu pursed his lips. Stay away from it in the future. All right. Hurry up. You're making me nauseous like this. Seeing her agree so quickly, Zhao Yu was even more skeptical. He added warily, and stay away from Zhao Ping and my parents as well. Okay. You're so long-winded. Her stomach hurt so much. Were Zhao Yu's shoulders made of steel bars? Zhao Yu said, "Ji Daining, remember what you've promised, or I wouldn't mind trading my worthless life for your precious one." With a somber expression, he set Daining down. Daining was lightheaded and dizzy, steadying herself by his chest. Not forgetting to mock him, "I wouldn't even look twice at your worthless life." She couldn't get her bearings, and her small hand touched his chest. Zhao Yu quickly pushed her away, letting her lean against the tree. His expression was taut with tension. He had initially resolved to teach Daining a lesson. Unfortunately, the young lady exhibited a boldness that rendered her unafraid, resembling a hedgehog that one could not easily approach. He attempted to address the matter more forcefully, but ultimately had to approach it with a light touch, although he had not truly harmed her. She recovered and began to seek retribution. "Zhao Yu, how dare you treat me this way? You must apologize and ensure it does not happen again, or I will have Zhang Yongfeng demolish your dilapidated house." Qing Tuan forbade her from retaliating against the fortune-teller, yet she showed no fear of dismantling his home. Zhao Yu took a deep breath, his face devoid of emotion. "I am sorry. It won't happen again." Daining clutched her stomach, pouting as she regarded him. Noticing that her complexion had not regained its rosy hue from dinner, he furrowed his brow. "What is wrong with you?" "My stomach hurts, and it's all your fault," she replied. Zhao Yu fell silent for a moment, realizing that there were individuals even more impatient than his younger sister. "But your legs are fine," he pointed out. "But my stomach hurts," she insisted. Zhao Yu felt as though his heart had been abruptly pierced. He could not articulate the sensation, but it rendered him particularly uncomfortable. He crouched down. "Get on." For the first time in his life, Zhao Yu felt a profound sense of helplessness. How could such a person exist in the world? One moment he wished to be rid of her, yet the next, he found himself compelled to yield. Daining clung to his back, playfully poking his cheek. "You liar. You claim not to like Du Tian, yet you were teaching her English." Zhao Yu had no desire to engage in this argument. If he lost, he would be angry. And if he won, Daining would unleash her temper upon him. Either outcome would be unsatisfactory. You can't deny it. Have you started to like her? Daining remained silent on his back, while Zhao Yu seemed as immovable as an ancient tortoise. She found it unbearable to be without conversation. And in a fit of anger, she tugged at his hair, exclaiming, "You rascal." He could not help but chuckle softly. It was unclear why laughter had escaped him. And he murmured, "Ji Daining." "Yes," she replied. "Who raised you to be this way? With such a foul temper and yet so delicate. Never forgiving when in the right, spinning tales that even children would find troublesome. Who would dare to marry you in this lifetime?" The weather was splendid, perfect for drying grain. In Xinghua village, there was a drying ground with an exceptionally favorable location. Often, it would take merely 3 days for the grain to dry. Someone had to keep watch over the drying area, not only to deter birds from pilfering, but also to promptly cover the grain in case of rain. There were certain protocols to follow when drying grain. Even if rain threatened, the grains had to remain out, lest the dampness cause them to sprout and render all efforts futile. Nighttime also required vigilance, for though kinfolk were present, there were always a few idlers in the village who would seize the opportunity to pilfer a sack for themselves, having cultivated nothing of their own. In Zhao Yu's household, he was the sole mature man. Thus the responsibility of guarding the grain fell squarely upon his shoulders. The drying ground could not be left unattended, and Zhao Ping brought meals to Zhao Yu 3 times a day. Zhao Yu constructed a small shelter at the drying ground, where he slept at night. Without internet access, Daining found herself languishing in boredom, playing Snake until her little serpent filled the entire screen. Disgusted with herself, she switched to a game of eliminating stars. With ice cubes at her disposal, she was reluctant to venture outdoors, for the heat outside made her prone to perspiration after only a brief period. The young lady was lethargic, yet Uncle Qian felt reassured. She did not roam about aimlessly. At the very least, her safety was assured, prompting Uncle Qian to refrain from encouraging her to go out and play. On the first day, all was well, but by the second day, Daining sensed something amiss. Curiously, she inquired of Zhao Ping, "What is Du Tian up to? Is her family also drying grain?" Zhao Ping, admonished by her brother to keep her distance from the young lady, felt a pang of distress being caught in this predicament. It seemed inappropriate to disregard the young lady's inquiry, yet she knew that Du Tian's family had no grain to dry. Then what could she possibly be doing? Daining pressed. Zhao Ping shook her head. "I do not know." Fearing that the young lady might cause trouble for Zhao Anan, she hastily added, "My sister is unaware as well." Daining tucked her phone into her pocket and strode out with determination. Unbeknownst to them, she had already surmised the truth. Indeed, Du Tian was quite cunning, clandestinely meeting Zhao Yu at the grain-drying yard under the cover of night. Thankfully, she had swiftly come to this realization, for otherwise, Du Tian could have taken advantage of the situation for a couple of days. In an environment where a solitary man and woman could easily ignite a spark of passion, it mattered not that Du Tian might be likened to a mere sow. Even in such a setting, Zhao Yu would undoubtedly perceive an emotional connection. Moreover, Du Tian was no such thing. As the female lead, while she may not possess Daining's stunning looks, she was, with all fairness, quite pleasing to the eye. One cannot deny that when it comes to sniffing out gossip and playing the role of an observer, even the green dumpling must commend her cleverness. Daining's deductions were astute. Du Tian was adept at seizing opportunities, and even when none presented themselves, she had the ingenuity to create her own. Du Tian's family lacked farmland, and thus had no grain to dry. Instead, she concocted a plan to assist old Lu from the same village by watching over the grain yard at night. Given old Lu's advanced age, her gesture would not only serve as a favor, but also portray her as benevolent and kind-hearted. Du Tian was astute. Before heading out, she brought along the English book she had borrowed from Zhao Yu, providing a natural segue for conversation. Notably, the area where Zhao Yu's family dried grain was in close proximity to old Lu's residence. Zhao Yu, having nothing in particular to occupy his time, found pleasure in mentoring the bright and eager young neighbor girl. Old Lu, a kind-hearted man, had often provided sustenance for Zhao Anan during her childhood. Du Tian, assisting old Lu at the granary, had garnered Zhao Yu's favorable impression. Their initial day together was marked by a harmonious rapport. Zhao Yu was astonished by Du Tian's brilliance. In a village with only a single primary and secondary school, where the teachers were somewhat lacking, he had matured early and independently acquired textbooks to educate himself after leaving the mountains. However, as he taught Du Tian, he discovered her ease in learning and her ability to extrapolate knowledge. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yu, Du Tian had already been exposed to this material and thus found no difficulty in his explanations. The two academic prodigies engaged in scholarly discussions throughout the night. Du Tian pondered her strategy well. Having laid a foundation on their first evening to alleviate any awkwardness, she aimed to advance their connection the following night. She had even prepared topics for their conversation, such as inquiring about Zhao Yu's future aspirations. With his parents' health in decline, he undoubtedly wished to seek treatment for them. And with her gentle guidance, she could penetrate the depths of Zhao Yu's heart. Possessing both beauty and talent, she could offer him insights that might hasten his success. Everything seemed perfectly orchestrated until dusk descended, painting the sky with vibrant hues. Dressed in a flower-embellished fishtail gown, Daining approached them with grace. The young lady, adorned with a white sun hat, appeared like a radiant figure stepping out from a traditional landscape painting, her fair skin and exquisite features captivating all who beheld her. The granary was predominantly occupied by men and middle-aged women, ranging from elderly men in their 60s to youthful boys of 14 or 15, all transfixed by her presence. The gazes of all present converged in a wondrous harmony, following the young lady as she gracefully lifted her skirt and glided forward, drawing attention to her delicate calves, which were even more tender than lotus roots. It was a close call for her to avoid stepping on the millet. As she meandered her way to Zhao Yu and Du Tian, Zhao Yu, seated on the ground, felt a twinge of headache upon noticing her approach, attracting attention like a flower draws bees. What is the matter? He found himself unaware of the reason behind his own words, which emerged in a noticeably lower tone. Beside him, Du Tian set aside her book, having reached a point where just the sight of Daining instilled a sense of impending trouble. Though she was merely a secondary character, the incessant annoyance of this character was quite overwhelming. Chapter 9. The Matter of Sleep. Upon seeing Du Tian, Daining realized her suspicions were indeed accurate. Without any reservations, the young lady plopped herself down between the two, chewing on a fruit candy, and addressed Zhao Yu. I find it rather dull at home. Typically, when she was not in mischief, she appeared quite delightful, and Zhao Yu's temper towards her was manageable. Did Mr. Qian not take you out for entertainment? Daining replied, that old bore is terribly tedious. I wish to play with you both. The air fell into a brief silence, as Zhao Yu and Du Tian vaguely sensed that this statement could be interpreted as an intention to engage with them. Du Tian, maintaining her politeness, said, Miss Ji, I am currently consulting on an English matter. Could you please make some room as you are sitting on my book? Daining withdrew her book and flipped through its pages. Why are you asking Zhao Yu? He is so foolish that it is evident he has barely studied for 2 years. Why not inquire of me instead? Zhao Yu cast a glance at Daining. She, in turn, exuberantly adorned herself with self-praise. I am proficient in everything. Come, let me teach you. Du Tian possessed an unparalleled aptitude for learning, yet Zhao Yu, observing her, sought to maintain the gentle image of a studious young lady. She inquired softly, Miss Ji, how is this question translated? Daining cast a glance. Feigning deep contemplation for a couple of seconds, she proclaimed her own brilliance, and both Zhao Yu and Du Tian believed her. For the young lady had been raised in a bustling metropolis, receiving an education from the finest instructors. With a swift blink, Daining retrieved her mobile phone from her bag. Her fingers danced across the screen as she activated the scanning function, swiftly gliding it over Du Tian's English textbook. In no time, the phone's built-in dictionary rendered the English translation. Daining handed the device to Du Tian, exclaiming, Aren't I impressive? Du Tian remained silent, while Zhao Yu merely stared. With a generous demeanor, Daining cheerfully offered, Since you are so fond of learning, feel free to borrow my phone. It's incredibly convenient. Just scan and you'll have no barriers. You can also look up words and practice listening skills. It's a complete service. Du Tian, gritting her teeth, replied, I cannot accept something of such value without earning it. I fear I might damage it. Her intention was not to learn English at all. Daining, with a lavish spirit, retorted, It's merely a phone. If I desired, I could procure 100 by tomorrow. She added playfully, Step back a bit. Your words are splattering all over my face. Du Tian nearly lost her composure. The young lady, dissatisfied, wiped her face and turned to Zhao Yu. Please clean this up for me. Zhao Yu, observing the young lady's rosy visage, realized that there was nothing amiss. She simply was being her usual mischievous self. Ignoring Daining, Zhao Yu addressed Du Tian, saying, Sister Du Tian, the young lady is somewhat pampered. Do not take her too seriously. Du Tian forced a smile, no? As she walked away, Daining turned to Zhao Yu, who was also watching her. You really dislike Du Tian, she stated, not as a question, but as a fact. Daining did not deny it. Instead, she earnestly proposed, You should join me in disliking her, right? Zhao Yu regarded her for a moment before responding with a few terse words. Unreasonable fuss. When it comes to being irksome, who could rival the young lady? Zhao Yu did not comprehend Du Tian, yet thus far, she had not committed any acts to provoke annoyance. Rather, she had been quite amiable. Those who pondered deeply might speculate that the young lady's disdain for his association with Du Tian might indicate her interest in Zhao Yu. However, Zhao Yu dismissed such thoughts. As soon as Du Tian departed, Daining instinctively distanced herself from him. He could surmise the reason, having spent the day at the granary. The sun was indeed beneficial for drying grain, but the heat was unbearable. Even a man as fastidious as he could not escape the sweat that clung to him. Daining's disdainful demeanor would hardly suggest any affection towards him. Daining propped her chin on her hand and shook her head, with Du Tian lingering. She too could not take her leave. Like an indomitable cockroach, Dutian would certainly come crawling back the moment she left. Zhao Yu understood her whimsical nature and knew she would not heed his counsel. Thus he refrained from wasting his breath. If it weren't for the young lady's interference, he would have already been eating by now. Zhao Yu retrieved the dry cakes he had left from lunch and nibbled on them with some tepid water. The cakes were made by his younger brother, Zhao Ping, dry and tasteless. Zhao Yu lowered his gaze, his expression unreadable. He had endured such hardships since childhood and had grown accustomed to them, finding no fault in the flavor, accepting it with equanimity. The young girl beside him gazed at him with wide, unblinking eyes. Before arriving at the valley, Daining had already dined on the supper prepared by Uncle Qian. Born with a silver spoon, she had never endured hardship in her previous life. Even in moments of inner turmoil, she remained the cherished daughter of the Ji family, never lacking for food or clothing. Daining could not fathom the struggles faced by someone like Zhao Yu. What meaning did life hold for him? Surrounded by burdensome companions, it felt as though the light of hope was utterly absent, even though he might achieve greatness in the future. He was unaware of it now. Was there truly no prospect at all? Were she to experience such a life? This unambitious young lady would simply choose to fade away in tranquility. As the sun descended, the village was sparsely populated, and few were willing to light their lamps at night. The valley lay in darkness. Fortunately, the moonlight illuminated the sky, adorned with countless stars. In the distance, the faint sounds of insects and frogs could be heard. Mosquitoes swarmed around Daining, and reluctantly, she moved closer to Zhao Yu to complain. Zhao Yu, the mosquitoes are biting me. Shaking her head, she insisted. No, no. Zhao Yu was unable to fend off the mosquitoes for her, and the young lady engaged in her own battle, growing weary in the process. Rubbing her eyes, Daining declared, I want to sleep. Strangely, while city dwellers often become night owls, the isolation of the small village, devoid of signal, had allowed Daining to adjust her routine, and she usually retired early. At this hour, she would have been comfortably nestled in her air-conditioned room. Her drowsy voice was soft, prompting Zhao Yu to bite his lip. If you don't mind, you could sleep in the tent. Daining replied. Oh, had it been Dutian, she would have undoubtedly expressed concern, asking, what about you? However, Daining would not inquire further. As soon as Zhao Yu spoke, she cheerfully scampered off to sleep. With a hint of possessiveness, she added, you mustn't come any closer. Zhao Yu cast his gaze downward, accustomed to her petty and selfish demeanor, and emitted a non-committal sound of agreement. Daining nestled into his tent. Until today, the young lady had never slept in such a humble abode, costing only a few coins. As she crawled inside, she felt a degree of bewilderment. Illuminated by the moonlight, she discerned the contents of the tent, a tattered cotton mattress for cushioning, and a thin blanket for warmth. There was no pillow, merely a fan, a book, a water bottle, and a flashlight. Daining thought to herself, what a miser. Suppressing her disdain, she attempted to recline upon the frayed mattress. Through the worn cotton, she felt the uneven contours of the muddy ground beneath, making her sensitive form uncomfortable enough to draw a sharp breath. Outside, Zhao Yu listened to the serenade of cicadas on that summer night, resigned to endure the night in such modest conditions. In his youthful vigor, he thought he could manage a few sleepless nights. The girl, who had claimed his resting space, poked her head out. Zhao Yu, he quietly asked, what is it? Come here for a moment. Zhao Yu approached and crouched down. In the moonlight, her hair cascaded like seaweed, adorably tousled. Regrettably, she began to complain again. The ground is so hard. I am uncomfortable. Zhao Yu replied, this is the only arrangement available. As you can see, everyone sleeps like this. But I am not everyone. Daining asserted, I refuse to sleep like this. You must find a solution for me. Zhao Yu felt overwhelmed. You must come along with me, she said. And upon hearing this, her cheeks puffed up like a little pufferfish. Seeing her in such a state, Zhao Yu couldn't help but chuckle, yet he remained resolute. The young lady had numerous quirks, a true princess burdened by her own whims. She had been spoiled far too much. Moreover, he truly found himself at a loss. Zhao Yu could not fathom why a person like her, the cherished jewel of a wealthy family, would venture into such a remote village. Their village lagged at least 40 years behind the rest of the nation, isolated by towering mountains, with only a desolate moon illuminating the night. Reluctant to devise a solution, Zhao Yu left it to Daining. She utilized the moonlight to layer some tattered cotton, placing a thin quilt atop, and then tossed the entire heap into Zhao Yu's arms. With a contented sigh, she reclined upon her newly fashioned human cushion. Ah, this is much more comfortable. Clutching a bundle of cotton and a blanket, along with an added weight of a person, Zhao Yu silently observed her for a moment before speaking. Daining. She cheerfully replied, "Please don't speak. I'm about to fall asleep." A vein throbbed on Zhao Yu's forehead. Did she have any sense of propriety? The young lady adjusted her position with blissful ease. Suddenly recalling something, she casually handed him a fan. "I'm hot. Fan me, will you?" Zhao Yu had lost all desire to converse. In the sweltering summer, he was burdened with 2 blankets for just himself. Recalling the earlier remark from the young lady, who had dismissed him as merely an object, Zhao Yu felt an overwhelming urge to toss her out. Nestled in his embrace, Daining's delicate, snow-white face was exquisite. Her deep brown hair cascading around him. A couple of strands fell into his palm, and when Zhao Yu inadvertently touched them, he discovered they felt remarkably delightful, soft and curly, akin to a little creature. In her hair, 2 dark-hued ribbons were tied, and when she remained silent, she appeared as enchanting and beautiful as a sea nymph emerging from the depths of the ocean. It was uncertain whether he had gazed at her for too long or if she had succumbed to slumber too swiftly. Delicate and accustomed to pampering, Daining, even in sleep, felt discomfort in her dreams. She stirred restlessly on the blanket in his embrace, instinctively rubbing her face with the back of her hand. Zhao Yu, noticing a mosquito resting upon her cheek, almost reflexively picked up a fan to shoo it away. Upon feeling the relief, her sleeping visage transformed into one of innocence. Zhao Yu found it hard to believe what he had just done. Had he truly been subjugated by Daining? He tossed aside the fan, contemplating whether to simply push her away. The moonlight gently cascaded over her fishtail dress, and, lost in dreams, she smiled sweetly, her lips curving upwards. Zhao Yu hesitated in his gesture of nudging her arm, his gaze drifting to the ribbons nestled in her hair. What was the point of quarreling with a girl? He was drenched in perspiration, ultimately reclaiming the fan to fan her gently, half-heartedly. While Daining remained blissfully unaware in her slumber, Zhao Yu, however, recalled the events of that night. The Big Dipper shone particularly brightly, the Milky Way swirling in the tranquil surroundings. He looked down at Daining, fervently wishing for her to depart at the earliest. Her presence had disrupted the serene cadence of his life, a change he found disconcerting. Chapter 10. The Fear of Death. The following morning, Daining awoke to find Zhao Yu's dark eyes fixed upon her. Rubbing her eyes, she greeted, "Good morning." Zhao Yu, however, felt anything but well. His body was stiff, drenched in a mixture of perspiration that had both soaked and dried. As dawn broke on the horizon, the young lady sat up, voicing her dissatisfaction. "I had such an uncomfortable sleep last night." He felt a mixture of soreness and stiffness in his body, and his movements while pouring water appeared somewhat awkward. Zhao Yu refrained from inquiring whether Daining wished to drink, and after finishing the water, he exited. The villagers greeted him, to which he nodded in acknowledgement and returned their salutations. Du Tian, having tossed and turned throughout the night, finally spotted Zhao Yu and noticed the weariness etched on his features. She promptly expressed her concern in a gentle tone. "Zhao Yu, you seem to be lacking vitality. Are you all right?" Zhao Yu shook his head, replying, "I'm fine." Du Tian continued, "My mother prepared breakfast and sent it over. There's plenty for us to share." Zhao Yu politely declined, stating, "No need. Zhao Ping will bring me some shortly." While he could accept the occasional kindness from neighbors, he was resolute in not overindulging, as it would not bode well for Du Tian's reputation, being a young lady and he, a single man. Upon hearing his words, Du Tian smiled, not pressing the matter further. Her smile was quite soothing and radiated warmth. Coincidentally, Uncle Qian, having learned that the young lady had come to the granary, hurried over early in the morning to see this cherished jewel of the affluent family. Zhao Yu heard her plaintive voice as she playfully complained to Uncle Qian, "Uncle Qian, there are so many mosquitoes here, and it was hot last night. Just look at the welts on my skin. The ground is so hard, my entire body aches." Uncle Qian's heart ached for her. "Oh dear, look at these large welts. Young lady, bear with it. I'll have Zhang Yongfeng fetch you some ointment. Our young lady has suffered. We shall not come here again in the future." Daining nodded eagerly, and Zhao Yu leaned against a nearby tree, his lips twitching slightly. He couldn't help but feel that enduring the company of Daining for an entire night made him a fool. Uncle Qian's 2 bodyguards held bowls in their hands, along with clean towels and a kettle of hot water. One poured the water, preparing it for the young lady's morning ablutions, while the other handed her a toothbrush and a cup, even squeezing the toothpaste for her. Zhao Yu, preferring to remain unseen, went to a nearby stream to wash his face. The delightful aroma enveloped the entire valley, causing the villagers to swallow hard, their eyes fixed on Daining as she dined. In this impoverished village, when had they ever encountered someone of Daining's opulence? The delectable fare she consumed was something many had never witnessed in their entire lives. Oblivious to the impact she was making, Daining savored her meal, while Uncle Qian patiently awaited her finish. Zhao Yu felt that the young lady truly lacked proper upbringing. Yet, he chose to remain silent and slipped away. Daining had intended to share a couple of buns with him, as she couldn't finish them all, but now, resentful, she refused even to let him taste a drop of the soup from her dumplings. Zhao Yu, with an expressionless face, remarked, Daining, you ought not to eat in front of so many people. The hearts of men are inscrutable. Your actions seem to invite others to snatch from you. Daining looked at him with the gaze of one who regards a fool. Not at all. One of my bodyguards could easily dispatch a single intruder. Two would be dealt with just as swiftly. She was accustomed to viewing others through the lens of suspicion, warily observing him. Do you wish to steal from me? Consider your own worth. Zhao Yu, unable to contain himself any longer, reached out and pinched her delicate cheek with force. Daining was taken aback, her cat-like eyes wide with astonishment. Were they truly so fearless? Uncle Qian was right there, and Zhao Yu had dared to lay hands on her. Zhao Yu suppressed his brows, coldly stating, I've long wished to put you in your place. Uncle Qian observed with mounting anxiety, for he was no fool. The villagers, plagued by poverty and hunger, were generally unable to eat well, with a few scarcely able to fill their stomachs. Their eldest daughter bore an expression that suggested anyone who dared to challenge her would be met with dire consequences. The hollow, icy stares from the famished onlookers sent shivers down Uncle Qian's spine, and upon Zhao Yu's remarks, the gravity of the situation became even clearer to him. No matter how formidable the bodyguards appeared, there were merely 4 of them. Disregarding Qin Xiaoli, he and Zhang Yongfeng together amounted to only 6. The electric batons they wielded, though lethal, could hardly deter an entire village of desperate souls. Initially, the villagers refrained from acting rashly, as the presence of the young lady could incite unforeseen repercussions. A sense of foreboding enveloped Uncle Qian, prompting him to lean closer to the young lady and whisper, Zhao Yu is right. My lady, we must exercise restraint. In the depths of Daining's consciousness, despair had settled like a heavy fog. How could she have forgotten? As a character within the confines of a narrative, Daining struggled to transcend her own archetype, spoiled, arrogant, petty, and selfish. She covered her reddened cheeks, rubbing them gently as her eyes darted about. Very well. If they choose not to eat, so be it. As her resolve wavered, she felt a glimmer of hope. At the very least, Daining possessed the audacity to adapt and endure. Despite the potential for future reckoning, she remained undeterred. Zhao Yu regarded her with a cold gaze. Leaning closer with a playful grin, Daining said, I understand you are right, Zhao Yu. You are truly wonderful. Please do not be upset. With a mischievous poke to her other cheek, she shamelessly added, how was the sensation just now? If you wish, you may squeeze again. The soft contours of her cheeks, yielding to a gentle poke. Zhao Yu gazed at her for a moment before pulling her up. He whispered to Uncle Qian, if you intend to stay longer, it would be prudent to bring additional personnel for deterrence. However, my recommendation is to depart swiftly. Xinghua village is hardly an inviting place, after so many days. You must realize that it is barren, devoid of signal, and lacking in entertainment. Remaining here serves no purpose. Uncle Qian turned to Daining, who nodded in agreement, saying, Uncle Qian, please gather more people. Surprised by the young lady's insistence, Uncle Qian reluctantly decided to stay and acquiesced. He hurriedly collected the unfinished breakfast of the young lady. Amidst the commotion, Zhao Ping, who was responsible for delivering food to Zhao Yu, arrived. He surveyed the large group and awkwardly called out, brother. She could not help but ponder a serious question. Why did she meet an early demise while Zhao Yu, with his seemingly expendable life, managed to endure until the end? It was no coincidence that the term fortune child was ascribed to him. She resolved to comply for the time being, convinced that following this shrewd old tortoise might ensure her survival until the end of days. When the moment arrived that she no longer required his protection, and the threat to her life had dissipated, she would gradually deal with him. The young man's robust physique remained unfazed by the chill. He found comfort in it. Upon emerging from his shower, he was met with the sight of the young lady and Zhao Anan seated in the main hall, causing his nerves to tighten once more. Zhao Anan, with a mouthful of egg pancake, looked up at her elder brother with a pitiful gaze. Zhao Yu grasped Daining's wrist, demanding, what are you doing? Did I not instruct you to keep your distance from my sister? You seem to disregard my warning. Quick-witted. Daining deftly shoved a golden fried shrimp ball into his mouth. The fragrance unfurled in Zhao Yu's mouth, and instinctively he felt the urge to spit it out. Yet, Ingrained in him since childhood was the lesson against wasting food. He restrained himself, gazing at Daining, and swallowed the morsel. His taste buds were awakened by an unprecedented delight. And even in his vexation, Zhao Yu had to concede that this food was the most exquisite he had ever savored in his life. Zhao Yu whispered, "Elder brother, the young lady is not bullying me. She is feeding me." She too understood she ought not to indulge. Yet the young lady was one to act without regard for process. As one delectable treat after another was stuffed into her mouth, she found herself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the sheer happiness of the moment. Daining had always been one to hoard her food, and this was the first time she had shared with her little sister. Once Zhao Yu finished speaking, Daining dramatically feigned tears, accusing Zhao Yu. "I fed the ugly girl, and you still scold me." Zhao Yu replied softly, "I apologize." He could hardly be bothered to correct Daining's whimsical nickname for his sister. Daining extended her wrist, sobbing. "You pinched my hand until it hurt." With a sigh of resignation, Zhao Yu responded, "It was my fault. What do you wish for?" Daining declared, "I have fed the ugly girl so much, and you have eaten as well. Since we have all enjoyed this fine fare, we are in the same boat. Before Uncle Qian brings someone here, you must protect me." Zhao Yu's lips moved. Understood. It turned out that this commotion stemmed from a fear of death. Daining, having secured his promise, instantly transformed into a lively spirit, completely shedding the semblance of a pitiful state she had donned moments earlier. She joyfully dashed outside, exclaiming, "Uncle Qian, I wish to take a bath. Please summon someone to fetch me hot water." Zhao Yu, casting his gaze downward, suppressed a chuckle as he affectionately tousled his younger sister's hair. He feared that Daining would accompany him to the granary that evening. Should the young lady decide to attend, it would likely necessitate the relocation of the bed, attracting even more onlookers. Du Tian was in a state of vexation. She had spent 3 nights overseeing the grain, plagued by the numerous mosquitoes at night, leading to a most restless slumber, compounded by the incessant snoring of those around her. The crux of her frustration lay in the fact that aside from discussing a few English problems with Zhao Yu on the first night, she had engaged in no further discussions of value, rendering her efforts a complete loss. Taking a deep breath, Du Tian reminded herself to remain calm. She believed that Daining would eventually face her reckoning, and she would patiently await that day. Zhao Yu had not anticipated that after merely collecting the grain, rain would begin to fall that evening. The individuals at the granary hurriedly covered the grain, unable to suppress a sigh of misfortune. Initially, he had hoped to dry the harvest for an additional day or two, but the rain had arrived unexpectedly. The following day, the downpour continued unabated, signaling the onset of the rainy season in the mountains. Daining, brimming with delight, proclaimed, "Zhao Yu, see how my arrival at your home has brought good fortune." Truly, she possessed an uncanny ability to attribute all favorable outcomes to herself. Amused, Zhao Yu reflected that it was indeed due to the young lady's keen insight that he had harvested the grain early. In that regard, she was not entirely mistaken. With the inclement weather rendering outdoor activities impractical, he adhered to tradition by remaining at home to tutor his younger siblings. Zhao Yu harbored a deep understanding that a lifetime spent in the mountains was hardly a viable path for his family. He required funds to provide medical care for his parents and to ensure a better life for his younger siblings. While another might have entertained notions of exploiting Daining, Zhao Yu held a different perspective. Firstly, he recognized Daining's self-serving and capricious nature, which rendered her unreliable. Secondly, he understood that true progress could only be achieved through his own efforts. The young lady would eventually depart, and he would still bear the responsibility of supporting his family through their daily struggles. Therefore, even when the young lady was in high spirits, occasionally tending to his younger siblings, Zhao Yu remained composed, guiding Zhao Ping and Zhao Yu away from her distractions, urging her to refrain from causing a commotion. It is far easier to descend from frugality to extravagance than to reverse that journey. He would not allow his younger siblings to consume her offerings. He was no man to live off the bounty of others, nor could he repay her with such delicacies. Fortunately, the 2 little ones were obedient. When their elder brother forbade them, they sealed their lips and ceased their cravings. Daining found the family rather dull. Feeling genuinely bored, she meandered about, ultimately settling down to observe Zhao Yu as he taught Zhao Ping and Zhao Yu, perhaps hoping to find some amusement in their lessons. Among the 2 slender little figures, her striking beauty stood out. Her eyes, larger and rounder than those of Zhao Yu and Zhao Ping, captured attention. Zhao Yu, for reasons unbeknownst to him, recalled the night at the granary when she boasted of her vast knowledge. In truth, she likely understood but a few of those words. A girl so disobedient would hardly be diligent in her studies. It was a wonder if she did not bully all her classmates. Once he accepted Daining's status as an underachiever, Zhao Yu began to perceive her differently. The curly-haired girl, seated between the two little ones, appeared rather less bothersome than he had initially thought. Chapter 11. Your beauty. Daining discovered that Zhao Yu was quite adept at teaching. He did not strictly adhere to the textbooks of Zhao Anan and Zhao Ping, occasionally sharing stories imbued with wisdom. The man's voice was clear and resonant, captivating the two children, and even Daining found herself drawn to his words. As long as Daining refrained from causing disturbances, Zhao Yu would not send her away. The rain had yet to cease when a young man clad in a raincoat dashed over, calling out, "Brother Yu." Zhao Yu glanced up to see Lu Xuan from the same village. His calves and boots were splattered with mud, prompting Zhao Ping to quickly invite, "Xuanzi, come in and sit." Lu Xuan had grown up alongside Zhao Yu. He was a young man with bushy eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a cheerful demeanor. As he entered, he greeted Zhao Ping and Daining with a smile. It was only then that he noticed a languid girl observing him. She wore a purple dress and a purple crystal necklace, casting a disdainful glance at the mud on his clothes. Lu Xuan, who had initially been exuberant, felt his ears flush with embarrassment, suddenly feeling uncomfortable. Zhao Ping stifled a laugh, recognizing that the young lady held a penchant for indiscriminate disdain. Understanding the lady's disregard for others, Zhao Yu intervened to alleviate Lu Xuan's discomfort, asking, "Xuanzi, what brings you here?" Lu Xuan then realized, "My father caught a few fish and asked me to bring one to uncle and aunt to help nourish them." Indeed, he was holding a plump fish in his hand. Zhao Yu, eschewing any formalities, personally accepted the fish and placed it in the water tank to keep it alive. The fish was remarkably vibrant, thrashing its tail and bubbling as it entered the water. Zhao Anan softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Xuanzi." Lu Xuan beamed, replying, "No need for thanks. Brother Yu has always been a great support to my family." He scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, his dark red skin flushing even deeper. "By the way, Xiao Yan and I are getting married next month, and you all must come to celebrate," he announced. Upon hearing this, even Zhao Ping couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Zhao Yu smiled and gave Lu Xuan a friendly pat on the shoulder, saying congratulations. Lu Xuan glanced at Daining. The young man, honest and straightforward, added, "Miss Ji, if you have time, you are welcome to join us for the festivities." Daining's face twisted in disdain, just as she was about to speak. A large hand covered her mouth. Zhao Yu remarked, "She is aware of it." Lu Xuan, looking between Zhao Yu and the struggling young lady, was utterly confused. "Well, I shall take my leave. You must come." Lu Xuan departed once more into the rain, clearly very happy, as his eagerness to announce the joyous news was evident. Once Lu Xuan was out of sight, Zhao Yu finally released his hand from covering Daining's mouth. She spat in annoyance, ready to explode. Zhao Yu shot her a glance and said, "Their marriage is a joyous occasion. You must refrain from making sarcastic comments." Daining retorted, "Do you know what I was going to say?" Zhao Yu was all too aware. It was merely that these country folk could not afford to host someone of her stature. Zhao Yu's audacity had been growing recently, which prompted Daining to strike him in frustration. Aware of his own guilt, he remained still, allowing her to vent her anger. Seeing her fuming, Zhao Yu finally said, "If you don't wish to attend, you need not go." Initially, she had no intention of attending, but his words compelled her to change her mind. Zhao Yu found himself utterly at a loss in front of her. He said, "You mustn't cause any trouble that day, do you understand?" The rain fell steadily, continuing until early August. The entire village was aware that Lu Xuan and Xiao Yan were to be wed. Such joyous events were rare in Xinghua village, and the atmosphere was filled with jubilance. For Daining, there was also a recent piece of good news. Uncle Qian had dispatched 10 more bodyguards from the mountains, granting her a fully equipped entourage of 14 protectors. It was no exaggeration to say that she felt no pressure confronting the entirety of Xinghua village. Once enveloped in a sense of security, Daining reverted to her mischievous, headstrong self. Zhao Ping, feeling somewhat perplexed, quietly inquired of his elder brother, "Brother, why do I sense that the young lady has been particularly lively these past few days?" To label her as merely lively would be an understatement. She had begun clamoring for ice cream and frozen lychees, leaving her bodyguards racking their brains to cater to her whims, revolving around this cherished darling. Zhao Yu replied, "Pay her no mind. Have we prepared everything for Xuanzi?" Zhao Ping nodded. "The firecrackers and meat are all inside. Should we send the chickens over as well?" "It's fine, brother. I don't mind. Xuanzi's wedding is a joyous occasion and deserves to be celebrated appropriately." Observing his younger brother's growing maturity, Zhao Yu felt a sense of relief. He entered the house and shared the news with their parents. His father, slumped in silence, emitted no words, his murky, old eyes devoid of sparkle. Zhao's mother sighed. In the blink of an eye, Xuanzi is getting married. Time truly flies. She is a woman of unfortunate fate, imbued with a touch of sentimentality. Initially filled with joy. As she spoke and gazed at her eldest son, tears threatened to spill forth. It is all the fault of your father and me. For so many years, we have burdened you. Zhao Yu gently adjusted the blanket around his mother. Mother, please do not speak so. In a couple of years, once I earn some money, I shall take you both to the city for treatment. By then, you will regain your health and be able to care for little sister. Zhao's mother, recalling something, shook her head and grasped Zhao Yu's hand. I am well aware of my own condition. You need not exert yourself on my behalf. Let us save our family's resources. You are 18 this year. If you have taken a liking to any young lady, you should seek her hand. In the mountainous village, marriages are often celebrated early, with feasts held before the official registration occurs when circumstances allow. Zhao Yu remained silent. Once his mother had entertained the thought, she could not cease her musings, contemplating which eligible young women resided in the village. I heard from Zhao Ping that the girl next door, Tian Yo, harbors fond feelings for you. What do you think? Zhao Yu interrupted her. Mother, she does not regard our family. His mother's lips quivered slightly, revealing a sense of humility and sorrow. She was acutely aware of their family's circumstances. To speak frankly, the burden of their entire family dissuaded many young women from considering marriage. Despite Zhao Yu's evident superiority in appearance and capability compared to other young men, the matter of marriage remained unresolved. Understanding his mother's thoughts, Zhao Yu reassured her, do not dwell on such matters. There are people in the city who remain unmarried even at 28 or 29. I still have time. When I have earned enough, I can pursue any young lady I desire. He paused for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, and chose not to continue the conversation. Zhao Yu stood up, stating, I shall go check on my little sister. Just a few days later, it was the day of Xuanzi and Xiaoyan's wedding. Before dawn, Zhao Yu rose early to attend the festivities. He had thoughtfully planned to lend a hand before the banquet commenced. Xuanzi greatly appreciated the goodwill of his dear friend. He was both excited and anxious, casting several glances toward Xiaoyan's home as the clock struck 5. Zhao Yu stoked the steamer with firewood, though they were quite impoverished. The wedding was still a significant affair, featuring no less than 8 dishes, 6 of which were meat, symbolizing good fortune. As the first light of dawn broke, Xuanzi cherished the moment as he donned the red ceremonial robe of the groom. They would not depart to fetch the bride until 9 o'clock, and it was still early. Unable to sit idly, Xuanzi engaged Zhao Yu in conversation to pass the time. Brother Yu, do you have a lady you fancy? Zhao Yu gazed into the fire, responding calmly, no, you know well the situation at home. Xuanzi did not take kindly to this remark. He countered, among our group, you are the most capable. Even as a child, I believed you would surely achieve great things. Any girl who marries you would be fortunate. Zhao Yu offered a faint smile. Xuanzi whispered, I heard that your family has a decent relationship with the Du family. Zhao Yu's tone sharpened slightly. Do not speak carelessly. Xuanzi chuckled, winking mischievously. Ironically, when it came to discussing Zhao Yu's future bride, no one would ever think of the young lady residing in his home. In the eyes of the villagers, Daining seemed an unattainable presence, one to be revered from afar, making it hard to believe she would ever regard someone from their humble village. Will Miss Ji come to celebrate Mai and Xiaoyan's wedding? Xuanzi inquired. Zhao Yu nodded, affirming she said she would come. He then instructed Zhao Ping, take an in and head over first. Zhao Ping asked no further questions and led his little sister away. Zhao Yu approached his former door, took a deep breath, and knocked. Mississippi. After a considerable wait, the door was finally opened. Upon seeing the young lady within, Zhao Yu, despite his mental preparation, was momentarily taken aback. Dressed in a golden gown, her 10-centimeter matching heels brought her height to nearly his chin. She resembled a peacock in full display, radiating brilliance. What are you doing? You interrupted my makeup, she remarked. Zhao Yu pursed his lips. Daining, change your outfit. Choose something more understated. Daining firmly shut the door, retorting, I have no intention of listening to you. My head may be severed, blood may flow, but my beauty must remain intact. Having experienced the agony of disfigurement, she held her appearance in even greater esteem. Frowning, Zhao Yu thought to himself that if Daining were to venture out in such a manner, there would be no point in attending Xuanzi's wedding to Xiaoyan. It would merely become a personal showcase for her. This was Xuanzi's only marriage in his lifetime, and Zhao Yu was determined to prevent any heavy shadows from lingering in his bride's heart. If you do not change your clothes, then you shall not go today. Inside, Daining was selecting a necklace and, upon hearing his words, scoffed. Who do you think you are? No one can stop me from going where I wish. To dare speak to Zhao Yu in such a manner is evidently a consequence of the protection afforded by the 14-member bodyguard entourage. Zhao Yu furrowed his brows and said, Daining, lower your voice, they are not deaf. Finding himself at an impasse with her, he suppressed his rising anger and attempted to reason with her. Miss, today is the wedding of Xuanzi and Xiaoyan. As you know, our village is quite impoverished and everyone is dressed poorly. Xuanzi and Xiaoyan can only afford to wear red cloth garments. Your appearance like this will cause the bride embarrassment. It was a rarity for Daining to be swayed by reason. She retorted, your poverty and her lack of fine attire are not my fault. What kind of logic is that? Just because she is poor, must I appear even poorer? I refuse to do so. In exasperation, Zhao Yu called out, Daining. Daining opened the door, resplendent in her attire, casting a glance at Zhao Yu before setting off with her bodyguards to attend the celebratory feast. As she had never experienced a traditional rural wedding before, she felt a peculiar anticipation. Zhao Yu grasped her wrist, lowering his voice once more in a futile attempt to placate her. Miss, you are so beautiful that Xiaoyan may feel inadequate in your presence. After all, this is a significant event in her life. Please behave and do not cause a scene. She turned to Qingtuan, who was swimming in the sea of people, and asked, Did I hear that correctly? Qingtuan, unable to bear the sight, replied quietly, Yes, he complimented your beauty. Daining's spirits lifted instantly in her lifetime. It was the first time she had ever heard Zhao Yu acknowledge her beauty. She recalled how, in her past life, upon first encountering Zhao Yu, he already had 2 small companies under his command, maintaining a demeanor of neither servility nor arrogance, never casting a glance in her direction, let alone offering her compliments. Daining cradled her delicate face, beaming as she leaned closer to Zhao Yu. Am I truly that beautiful? Zhao Yu gazed at her, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Yes. Strangely enough, uttering that word filled him with an unusual sense of embarrassment. He averted his eyes and added, Dress more modestly. You must plead with me, she teased. Having grown somewhat desensitized, he replied, I beg you. Daining, charmed by his words, proudly nodded. Very well. A subtle smile curved Zhao Yu's lips. Although the young lady could be quite disagreeable, she was also rather easy to coax. Chapter 12. The male genre's tropes. Despite her promise to Zhao Yu to change into a different outfit, the execution proved to be quite challenging. Daining sat despondently on the carpet, sifting through her clothes. All of my outfits are lovely. Zhao Yu scrutinized her selection and had to agree. The young lady indeed possessed a keen sense of style, favoring bold designs, and each dress was exceptionally well crafted. Wear pants instead of a skirt, he suggested. Daining pouted in discontent, retrieving a pair of extremely short shorts from her wardrobe. Upon seeing the scant fabric, Zhao Yu's lips twitched slightly. Longer pants, please. You are so bothersome. Despite her complaints, recalling his earlier compliment about her beauty, Daining eventually located a pair of jeans. After a few moments, she changed, donning a light pink short-sleeve top. As Zhao Yu waited outside, Daining braided her long, wavy hair into 2 plaits. Though she was not adept in physical labor or cooking, she excelled in the art of dressing up. When she finally opened the door once more, Zhao Yu pressed his lips together, feeling an unexpected sense of exhaustion. Her lithe legs were accentuated by the denim jeans, rendering a slender and upright silhouette, while the twin braids amplified her youthful mien, imbuing her with an ethereal charm. Such adornments did nothing to diminish her inherent pulchritude. Zhao Yu, rendered momentarily speechless, sought solace in the notion that Daining's current attire was preferable to the gilded peacock ensemble. Let us proceed, he uttered. Daining, in his wake, remained preoccupied with her entourage of 14 bodyguards. They shall accompany me, she insisted. Zhao Yu mused that the occasion was a wedding, not an affray. He had come to understand the necessity of appeasing the young lady. Flattery and adulation might secure a day of docility, whereas a single reprimand could provoke her ire against his entire lineage. Alas, Zhao Yu began, the seating at the wedding is limited. Xuanzi extended an invitation solely to you, not to them. Daining, buoyed by the perception of her endearment and popularity within Xinghua village, was once again elated. Very well, she conceded. But if they are not to accompany me, you must ensure my safety. Unbidden, Zhao Yu would have remained steadfastly by her side on this day. He murmured, indeed. After a few paces, a delicate hand tugged at his garment. Zhao Yu, Zhao Yu, I desire those blossoms. Procure them for me. I wish for two. Zhao Yu followed the trajectory of her digit, noting a cluster of azure daisies flourishing along the ridge of the field, ubiquitous wildflowers in the countryside, both resilient and comely. Daining fastened them to her braids, the blossoms jaunty, she herself radiant, exuding an effervescent vitality. Noticing Zhao Yu's gaze upon her, Daining inquired, "Do they become me?" He offered a subdued cough. Daining feigned a fierce demeanor towards Zhao Yu, who sighed and remarked, "Quite the sight." This pleased her greatly, usually finding him unappealing. Today he appeared considerably more agreeable. Daining leaned in to inquire, "Who is the bride?" Zhao Yu replied, "Xiao Yin is inside, preparing to perform the wedding rites with Xuanzi." Daining expressed her astonishment. "You still adhere to such traditional customs here? It seems rather antiquated." Zhao Yu explained, "This is a custom passed down from our ancestors. Divorce is not a concept here. Once they perform the rites, Xuanzi must spend his life with Xiao Yin, through all of life's trials and tribulations, never to part." Daining blinked and asked, "Is that the same for you?" Zhao Yu hesitated for a moment, meeting her gaze. "It is for me as well." Daining suddenly leaned closer, and Zhao Yu restrained himself from stepping back. She grinned mischievously, "I don't believe that. Once you acquire wealth and power, you'll undoubtedly keep a few mistresses, all the while cherishing a cherished love in your heart." Zhao Yu felt a twinge of displeasure. "Why do you think that?" Daining answered, "That's how male authors portray it in their works. After all, they seem to desire to possess all the beauties of the world." Zhao Yu was perplexed by the chaotic material she consumed daily and felt disinclined to elaborate. "Will you watch the ceremony?" "Absolutely," she replied. They made their way over, and Zhao Ping greeted them with a wave of joy amidst the bustling crowd. Zhao Yu shielded Daining, ensuring she was not jostled. Daining curiously peered ahead and immediately spotted the bride, Xiao Yin, in the wedding hall. As Zhao Yu had mentioned, Xiao Yin donned a vibrant red traditional dress adorned with intricate knots. She was not adorned with a veil like the city girls. Instead, she wore a single red flower. Xiao Yin's face was painted in bridal makeup, appearing both bashful and blissful. Zhao Yu, discreetly shielding Daining, noted that few were paying attention to the exquisite young lady. As Xiao Yan remained the center of attention at the banquet, Daining tugged at Zhao Yu's clothing and whispered in his ear, "Where's the ring? Is there no need for a ring?" Seeing her enthusiasm and the excitement radiating from her small face, Zhao Yu explained, "There is no ring. What binds a person is often not gold or jade, but a rare and genuine heart." Once the ceremony concluded, the groom would be permitted to kiss the bride. Laughter erupted from the crowd, and Zhao Yu instinctively glanced at his younger siblings. 12-year-old Zhao Ping quickly covered Zhao Yin's eyes with one hand and his own with the other, his cheeks flushed. Relieved, Zhao Yu turned his gaze to the young lady beside him. Daining leaned against his arm, her eyes wide as she observed the couple kissing, utterly engrossed. Without a hint of shyness, Zhao Yu found himself at a loss for words. Expecting the young lady to feel bashful seemed a matter for another lifetime. Daining softly inquired in his ear, "Are you not going to consummate the marriage?" Zhao Yu nodded, "Yes." Daining eagerly responded, "I want to go too." Zhao Yu felt an unsettling premonition. Fortunately, this moment of concern would not arrive immediately, as Zhao Yu's parents were receiving the villagers and inviting them to take their seats. Daining sat beside Zhao Yu at a table filled with people of all ages. Everyone's eyes were fixed intently on the young lady. Daining felt no awkwardness. After all, she was remarkably beautiful, so what was wrong with being the center of attention? Beside Daining was none other than 6-year-old Zhao Yin. Coincidentally, across from them sat Du Tian and her daughter. "Hey, Xiao Yu, Du Tian is looking at you." Zhao Yu furrowed his brow and replied, "Don't talk nonsense." No sooner had he spoken than Du Tian gently said, "Zhao Yu go, I finished the book I borrowed from you last time. Shall I return it to you tomorrow?" Daining cast a contemptuous glance at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu remained silent. Du Tian smiled softly. "You can keep it for Zhao Ping and an in to read." Zhao Yu acquiesced. Had this exchange occurred prior to Daining's prediction, he would have thought nothing of it. Yet now, he couldn't shake a sense of unease. Zhao Yu possessed self-awareness, coupled with a degree of confusion. Previously, Du Tian had exhibited a certain pride, and Zhao Yu never believed she held any affection for him. Consequently, as he observed the cheerful girl before him, he became pensive. Such a sudden transformation could only stem from one reason. Du Tian must perceive some advantage in him. Yet, as a destitute youth with an uncertain future, what could he possibly offer? Daining could hardly fathom that her casual remark would lead Zhao Yu to such contemplations, and indeed, she was almost accurate in her assumptions. The archetype of a male lead in a male-oriented narrative is certainly not one driven by romantic notions. Outwardly, Zhao Yu appeared unfazed, but inwardly, he remained cautiously vigilant towards Du Tian. Daining had merely spoken without concern for Zhao Yu's thoughts, resting her chin on her hand while observing the serving of dishes. Even though this was a celebratory feast, it paled in comparison to her usual dining experiences. Meanwhile, Zhaonan and Zhaoping were thoroughly enjoying their meal. Noticing that Daining had scarcely touched her food, Zhao Yu softly encouraged, "Once we finish eating, I'll accompany you to Mr. Qian's place to help you with your appetite." Daining beamed with delight, her large eyes sparkling as she replied, "Imimhum." The young girl whispered softly in his ear, "You truly understand." Zhao Yu found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Their interaction, observed by Du Tian, stirred a hint of unease within her. Yet, as an outsider in this world, her greatest asset lay in her mastery of the narrative. She steadied her mind, reminding herself not to rush. Regardless of how unlikable Daining might be, Zhao Yu was merely one of the male leads. Should her attempt at winning him over falter, she could still pursue the other two male protagonists. At 17, she had time on her side, not at 27. Zhao Yu kept his promise. After the banquet, he accompanied Daining to the village chief's home. Waiting for the cook to prepare a meal for her anew, Zhang Yofeng scratched his head and reported, "Miss, I did not allow Chen Xiaoli to touch your belongings. Would you like to inspect them?" Daining beamed and patted Zhang Yongfen's head, praising, "Well done." His face flushed crimson at the compliment. Zhao Yu, witnessing this, subtly averted his gaze, his attention drawn to a solitary paulownia tree outside the window, indifferent to Daining's actions, her conversations, and her manner of handling affairs. They were of no concern to him. Suddenly, a weary Chen Xiaoli burst forth. For her, the past few days had been unbearable. Without internet access, her meager living expenses were entirely dependent on the village chief's household. The wooden bed, upon which she had been trying to rest, felt as though it might collapse beneath her. Daining sipped her sweet soup and remarked curiously, "I never prevented you from leaving." The air was thick with an unpleasant odor. Zhao Yu, initially seated by the door, turned his gaze upon hearing her words. He was aware that Chen Xiaoli was a friend of the young lady. Yet it was evident that this social climbing girl did not possess a lineage comparable to that of the heiress. If even Chen Xiaoli found such an environment unbearable, then it seemed that Daining ought to depart as well. Ultimately, lacking the courage to confront the heiress directly, Chen Xiaoli, having endured hardship for several days, had become more astute. She bit her lip and inquired, "When will you leave?" Daining paused momentarily, turning her head only to unexpectedly meet Zhao Yu's gaze. Daining replied, "I have no plans to leave just yet. This place is quite entertaining." The male protagonists suffered greatly, while the female lead, Du Tian, exhibited a combat prowess reminiscent of a naive character in her previous life, appearing rather feeble in this era. Relishing the opportunity to suppress Du Tian, she found herself reluctant to depart. It seemed Du Tian was also a skilled actress, evolving in her abilities. Daining's mind began to race as she internally questioned Qing Tuan. "May I call someone to give Du Tian a beating?" Qing Tuan responded, "Not permissible. What if I insist? You will not succeed and will likely be exposed." Understood, she thought. This phenomenon must be what is referred to as the protagonist halo. If Du Tian were to summon someone to confront her, she would undoubtedly find herself in dire straits, lacking the capacity to directly contend with the female lead. In this world, only the fortunate could effectively challenge her. Daining rose and playfully kicked Zhao Yu, who sat at the door. Along the path, wildflowers bloomed vibrantly. Zhao Yu suddenly asked her, "What brings you to our village?" Daining shrugged and replied, "My parents have passed away. I came here to seek solace." Zhao Yu had contemplated numerous potential answers, but he had never anticipated this one. It felt as though he had been pricked by a thorn, and he murmured, "I am sorry." Daining wore a cheerful smile, rendering it difficult to discern whether she was genuinely happy or troubled. Yet, this thought barely endured a day before it was nearly shattered during the raucous wedding festivities that evening. Chapter 13. Little Curly Hair in the Village. The wedding banquet consisted of 2 meals. After the evening feast concluded, young men and women gathered around Xuanzi and Xiaoyan, escorting them to their bridal chamber. Zhao Yu, however, disapproved of this arrangement. He always felt that Daining was not the type to remain composed, fearing that some unforeseen incident might arise, leading to an undesirable outcome. Daining detested his serious demeanor and retorted, "I am merely going to observe the wedding festivities, not to monitor their private moments. Your interference is excessive." If one were unaware, They might mistakenly believe Xiaoyan is your wife. Zhao Yu felt an overwhelming urge to silence her, casting wary glances around to ensure that the villagers did not overhear the young lady's indiscreet remarks. "What nonsense!" he exclaimed. "I will not intervene. I intend to witness it. And you shall accompany me." Zhao Yu's lips moved slightly. "Just do not wander off." "I understand," Daining replied, pulling him along as they joined the others entering the new house. Upon seeing this, Du Tian promptly rose, declaring, "Mother, I will go take a look." The new home in the mountain village was modest. In preparation for Xiaoyan's wedding, Xuanzi's family had made some renovations in the spring. However, the improvements were minimal, consisting merely of tiled roofing and a new wooden bed adorned with festive red bedding, with joyous characters plastered across the walls. The bride, Xiaoyan, was only 17, the same age as Daining, and she sat amidst a bed strewn with peanuts and red dates, her cheeks glowing like the dawn. Although it was termed a wedding celebration, it primarily involved the men gathering in one group and the women in another, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Xiaoyan curiously examined Daining, aware that this young lady was a privileged urbanite, more beautiful than any girl in the village, now tilting her head to scrutinize her. Xiaoyan shyly inquired, "Miss Ji, would you care to join me for a moment?" Daining cheerfully responded, "Of course." Zhao Yu was unable to restrain her, and the young lady hastily dashed over to sit beside the bride. Daining extended her hand to touch the red flower adorning Xiaoyan's head, only to discover it was made of cloth. She was momentarily startled by a peanut beneath her, prompting her to swiftly shift her position. Xiaoyan laughed, saying, "Don't mind it. It's a local custom. The abundance of peanuts in our mountain village signifies prosperity and the blessing of many children." Daining remarked, "Is this how you celebrate in your village? How dull. I had been looking forward to this since lunch." With her cheeks flushed, Xiaoyan humbly inquired, "How do people celebrate in the city?" Daining glanced around the room and, seizing an apple, called out to Zhuangzi, "Come here. Your wife is curious about how celebrations are done in the city. Please cooperate." Zhuangzi approached, utterly perplexed. Zhao Yu, with a pained expression, observed Daining, sensing the absurdity of the situation. He intervened, telling Zhuangzi, "Don't listen to her nonsense." Zhuangzi chuckled and replied, "It's fine." The young people looked on with curiosity. Daining instructed Zhuangzi and Xiaoyan to sit opposite each other, placing the apple between them. "You both must bite into the apple simultaneously. That will conclude the game. Ready? Go." Zhuangzi and Xiaoyan, being earnest individuals, followed her directions, straining to bite the apple, only for Daining to suddenly snatch it away. "Initially, I intended for the two individuals to share a kiss, but unexpectedly, their earnestness led to a collision of teeth." Xiaoyan covered her lips, nearly brought to tears by the pain, while Xuanzi, despite his own discomfort, hurriedly checked on her. Daining also appeared quite astonished. The sound of the two village fools colliding was enough to evoke sympathy. Zhao Yu quickly pulled Daining aside, apologizing, "I'm truly sorry, Xuanzi. The young lady did not mean it. Are you and Xiaoyan all right?" Xuanzi mumbled that he was fine, and Xiaoyan, with a furrowed brow, shook her head in agreement. Zhao Yu gestured for Daining to apologize, and she peeked out, suggesting, "If you dislike this game, I have others that are exceptionally entertaining. Shall we give them a try?" Xuanzi and Xiaoyan were quick to wave their hands in refusal. Du Tian raised an eyebrow discreetly, stifling a laugh. With Daining being so exasperating, she need not worry. After all, a supporting character is just that, a supporting character. Look at Zhao Yu's darkened expression. Zhao Yu offered several apologies, not daring to let Daining linger in the newlywed chamber any longer. "Wishing you both well, I shall escort Miss Ji away," he declared. Reluctantly, Daining was pulled along by Zhao Yu. As night fell and the moon shone brightly, Zhao Yu was seething with anger. "You ought to reflect on your actions." Daining retorted quizzically, "What have I done?" Seeing her unrepentant demeanor, Zhao Yu raised his voice slightly. "It's the wedding night, and you almost caused someone to lose their teeth." Daining, upon hearing Zhao Yu's furious outburst directed at her, leapt onto a stone beside the vegetable patch, looking down at him from her elevated position, and shouted even louder than he had, "Are they not foolish on their own? How can they blame me? I command them to do as I say. Would they actually eat excrement if I told them to?" Zhao Yu, infuriated to the point of spiritual upheaval, felt as if a Buddha had manifested and ascended. Despite all precautions, Daining had successfully executed her mischief. Daining, you believe you are justified in your antics, do you? "I have not wronged anyone, you narrow-minded antiquarian," she retorted boldly. "It was Xiao Yin who wished to understand the antics of a wedding night, and I merely allowed her to experience it. Besides, I have yet to unveil my grand scheme." Zhao Yu scoffed. What further scheme do you intend to unveil? You asked me to say it, oh. Just place a cherry here. She gestured to the hollow of her chest, indicating that the groom should retrieve it with his mouth. After a moment's thought, Daining added, but Xiao Yin is rather slender. She may not be able to hold it. Never mind, there are other options. Zhao Yu gritted his teeth. Daining, you truly have a playful spirit. You think you can manage it, do you? Daining, feeling displeased, found Zhao Yu's antics utterly unreasonable. Why are you behaving this way? You prompted me to speak, and now you are angry. Are you intending to strike me with that expression? Her small face was filled with vigilance, and she regretted trusting Zhao Yu. Had her 14 bodyguard entourage been present, she would not have felt so insecure. Zhao Yu genuinely wished to confront her. He was unperturbed by the young lady's mistakes, but could not tolerate her lack of remorse, her audacity surpassing all others. Come down from there. Daining cast a glance at him, realizing she was no match for him, and promptly turned to flee. Zhao Yu was engulfed in despair as this fool jumped into someone else's vegetable patch. The hollow stem vegetables had only recently been planted, appearing frail and pitiful. The young lady dashed in, instantly wreaking havoc upon a considerable area. Zhao Yu had no hope that she could distinguish between vegetables and weeds. She probably didn't even know where she was. He urged, you need to come out quickly. The words were forced from him with a gritting of teeth. I wouldn't harm you, but you were standing in someone else's garden. Just look at how much you've trampled. You should have said so earlier, she retorted. As her high heels made it difficult for her to run, Daining glanced around. I don't recognize this as a vegetable patch. Ultimately, it seemed that in her mind, she was never at fault. Zhao Yu commanded, come over here. Daining countered with conditions. I don't trust you. Call my bodyguards over. What if I approach and you turn on me? Zhao Yu's expression hardened, his tone chilling, then stay inside. For who knows when a vegetable snake might appear in the garden. Take care of yourself. Daining froze. It was as if, upon his utterance, she felt something wriggling on her calf. Zhao Yu turned to leave, only to hear her anxiously calling after him. Zhao Yu, there are bugs in here. Something is on my leg. He halted, frowning. I assure you. Truly I do. Daining felt immensely aggrieved. I can't move. I'm afraid it will bite me. Quickly remove it. Zhao Yu circumvented the patch of water spinach and approached her. The young lady, as if granted a reprieve, leaped into his arms, clutching his neck tightly. Hurry. Take it away. Zhao Yu was equally curious about what had frightened her so. He glanced down and saw a cricket that had already leapt off her leg. Zhao Yu. He instinctively supported her waist. Unsure of what to say, he noted that while the young lady was often haughty and unreasonable with people, she was terrified of a mere insect. A quintessential example of being spoiled and domineering in her own territory. Zhao Yu said, all right. Daining asked in a muffled voice. What is it? After a brief silence, Zhao Yu replied, cabbage worm, soft, green, wriggling, rather plump. Daining. Ugh. She tightened her embrace. On the verge of tears, cursing him. You bastard, I hate you. Had Zhao Yu not frightened her, she would not have jumped into this wretched soil. Nor would she have encountered the cabbage worm. Zhao Yu finally couldn't suppress his laughter. The young lady was utterly heartbroken, feeling increasingly nauseated with each passing thought. She, who could make herself sick even while playing a simple game, was now completely unwell. Zhao Yu lifted her out of the vegetable patch. All right, get down from me. Daining stubbornly refused. No. What if I encounter another bug? This is the main road. There won't be any bugs. Daining buried her face in the crook of his neck. I refuse. There's grass all around. Where there's grass, there are bugs. No, I can't think of that. The more I do, the worse I feel. Zhao Yu was taken aback by the intensity of her disgust. He released his grip around her waist, causing the young lady, acutely aware of her precarious situation, to cling tightly to him with her slender legs entwined around his waist. The thin fabric of her garment pressed against his chest, revealing the softest contours of her form. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Zhao Yu was reminded of the absurd game that Daining had mentioned, one that had yet to be enacted. If it were her, she would undoubtedly manage to grasp the cherry. Zhao Yu pursed his lips and commanded, Daining. Get down. She replied with a nasal tone, just pretend I'm dead, will you? Zhao Yu had never encountered someone so audacious as to curse herself. He was utterly impressed. Chapter 14. I am back. Notice of entry into V. The bodyguard team promptly set about preparing a bathtub for her, ensuring everything was in place, save for the heated water, which needed to be boiled on the spot. Typically, hot water was prepared daily at the village chief's house and brought over by the bodyguards. But today, the young lady clearly did not wish to wait that long. One bodyguard, familiar with the village stove, inquired of Zhao Yu. May we borrow your kitchen to heat some water for the young lady? Zhao Yu replied, I will handle it. The bodyguard expressed his gratitude. Thank you, young man. Zhao Yu nodded and filled a pot with water from the cistern, igniting the fire to boil it. The flickering flames danced across Zhao Yu's face, leaving him unsure whether he was laboring for the young lady or for himself. He moved with agility, boiling the water before the bodyguard carried it away. Just as the water was delivered, he heard a delicate reprimand. You fools, the water is scalding. Are you trying to burn me alive? Zhao Yu picked up a nearby bucket and stepped outside Daining's room, only to find a group of burly men, rendered speechless and intimidated by her scolding. Zhao Yu knocked on the door, announcing, Open up, I have brought you some cool water. As the door swung open, a rush of icy air enveloped him. Zhao Yu, without uttering much, began pouring the well water from the bucket into her bathing tub. The tub, crafted from sandalwood, exuded a subtle fragrance. Its diameter measured a full 1.5 meters. Any larger, and the room would scarcely accommodate it. Daining stood nearby, pouting slightly. Be careful. Don't pour too much. Cold water is uncomfortable. Zhao Yu had grown accustomed to her demeanor. Once she felt secure, she would instantly revert to her playful self. Feel with your hand, and let me know when to stop. Following his instructions, Daining dipped her delicate hand, as pale as jade, into the tub, stirring playfully. Just a little more. All right. Now you may leave. I wish to bathe. Zhao Yu noted a pattern. Whenever Daining required his assistance, her words flowed sweetly. Each Zhao Yu, you are truly wonderful, rolling off her tongue. Yet when she did not need him, she would rather he vanished to some distant corner. He carried the bucket outside, dismissing any thoughts of resentment. The stable boy, a man of integrity, always left ample food for his parents. After warming the meal, Zhao Yu entered his parents' quarters. His aged mother spoke softly. My son, if Tianyo is not to your liking, could it be that you? Zhao Yu looked up. His mother inhaled deeply, regarding him intently. Could it be that you have feelings for our esteemed guest residing in our home? Zhao Yu paused momentarily, yet maintained his composure as he continued to serve his mother. That is not the case. Observing his unperturbed demeanor, devoid of embarrassment or anxiety, Zhao Mu was left uncertain whether her assumptions were misguided. From a young age, my eldest son has always been resolute, precocious, and understanding. If he were to deliberately conceal his thoughts, no one would discern anything amiss. Zhao's mother remarked, throughout this duration, I have yet to meet Miss Qi. Yet I am aware of her noble status. You, my dear, I am contemplating, given that she is a lady of such esteemed lineage. It stands to reason that she would not reside in our humble abode. Having stayed for such an extended period, and observing your cordiality towards her, could it be that she harbors feelings for you? In truth, Zhao's mother spoke these words with considerable hope, even though she recognized the improbability of the situation. Should the young lady truly take a liking to you, even if it meant he would have to marry into her family, he could escape the mountains and lead a life free from worry and hardship. Zhao Yu interrupted his mother's fanciful musings, stating, She does not have feelings for me. Do not dwell on this matter. You dear. Zhao's mother nodded awkwardly. Zhao Yu calmly replied, I will go wash the dishes. As the darkness of night enveloped the surroundings, the moonlight faded into obscurity. His tumultuous emotions were similarly buried deep within. In the mountain village, there exists a custom whereby gifts from villagers are only unwrapped the day after the wedding. Xuanzi and his new bride, Xiaoyan, sat in their dwelling, counting the gifts bestowed upon them by the townsfolk. Uncle Lu had sent a duck, a firecracker, and a jug of wine. Uncle Song contributed flour, vermicelli, and even 20 yuan. In such a village setting, the gifts exchanged were all within the means of the givers. Until Xiaoyan picked up a large, bulging red knot, exclaiming, Oh, what is this? Xuanzi scratched his head in confusion, responding, I do not know. He then raised his voice, calling outside, Mother, who sent this red knot? In the outdoors, she was sewing clothes brought by Miss Qi. Xiaoyan remarked, It seems rather heavy. There's a knot. Pull it open and take a look, she urged. Obediently. Xiaoyan tugged at it, her eyes widening in astonishment. Xuanzi leaned in, stammering, So much money. Having grown up, he had never encountered such a plethora of bright red bills. A thick stack filled the intricately tied knot. The entire family gathered around, their composure shattered. Xiaoyan trembled as she counted. Xuanzi's father, pipe in hand, inquired, How much? 12,000. Xuanzi asked, What do we do, father? Not only was he flustered, but so was his father, who hastily covered the money with a quilt, cautioning, Don't let anyone know. Wealth should not be flaunted. Xuanzi and Xiaoyan felt as if they were dreaming. They vaguely sensed that if not for the limitation of the knot, the young lady could have stuffed and even more for a lucky total. Xuanzi's father added, "And don't let your brother Zhao Yu know." "Why not, father?" Xuanzi protested. "You is not a stranger." The old man shot him a glare. "You insolent boy. Do as you're told." The family secured the money with utmost diligence. Xuanzi's heart raced. It was his first encounter with the essence of wealth. Just the night before, he had been lamenting the young lady's reckless behavior, yet now he thought that even if she were to overturn their roof, both he and Xiaoyan would gladly hold the ladder for her. Uncle Qian, upon discovering that the young lady had trampled on someone's vegetable patch the previous night, was left in a state of bemusement, torn between laughter and tears. He resigned himself to offering several times the compensation, apologizing profusely, while the family beamed with delight. After all, how much could a handful of water spinach be worth? Now, many have profited, hastily asserting that it is not the fault of the young lady. The esteemed Mr. G has penned a letter to his granddaughter. Daining quickly tore it open. Her grandfather's calligraphy exuded a distinct charm, each word imbued with his affection for his precious granddaughter. He inquired whether Daining was eating well, if anyone was bullying her, whether she was happy, and if she was being mischievous. At the end of the letter, he mentioned her brother, noting that Gmo Ju also thought of her. Daining pouted. It was unlikely that the rascal would think of her. He would rather she disappeared. Uncle Qin chuckled. "My dear lady, do not speak so lightly. You are siblings. How could Ji Shao not wish you well?" Regardless of Gmo Ju's demeanor, Daining could profoundly feel her grandfather's concern and love. A tinge of melancholy crept in as she found herself yearning for home. The grand villa was indeed comfortable, and the old man cherished her dearly. Daining promptly denied this feeling. No way. She had come here to thwart Ji Tian from acquiring fortune. As long as Ji Tian remained devoid of luck, she would not suffer disfigurement or death, and her grandfather would not have to endure her misfortunes. Daining was not particularly patient. She could hardly wait to continue her contest with Du Tian in the village, and thus she inquired earnestly about the Qing Tuan in the sea. When did Zhao Yu fall in love with Du Tian? Daining deemed her poisonous fingers utterly useless. Upon searching for the Qing Tuan, she indeed discovered the truth. Saving one's parents is indeed a great kindness. Presumably, in Zhao Yu's heart, Du Tian is both beautiful and kind-hearted, and that is how it came to be. Did the timing come up? Daining's spirit lifted. In other words, I must at least prevent Du Tian from bestowing kindness upon Zhao Yu. She was perplexed, wondering how Du Tian possessed the skill of saving lives. Qing Tuan explained that before the protagonist entered the book, her grandfather had been a doctor. Daining was curious about the extent of Du Tian's hidden talents. Indeed, the protagonist was deserving of her title, endowed with an abundance of skills, which explained her potential to excel later on. Qing Tuan expressed concern, suggesting that it was likely Zhao's father would fall ill in a few days. What should they do? The implication was clear. They could intervene and rescue Zhao's father before it was too late. It seemed straightforward. Daining, with a gentle poke at the envelope, remarked softly that they should not allow Du Tian to save him, letting Zhao's father perish instead. If he were to die, it would be a permanent solution, and Du Tian would never have the opportunity to save him again. Daining spoke with a casualness that left Qing Tuan momentarily stunned. It had traversed countless worlds and encountered a myriad of individuals, but it was the first time it had come across someone so callously indifferent, yet beautiful and innocent in appearance, harboring a cruel heart. Yet, it refrained from asking, "Do you still have the heart to do so?" It was neither a character from the book nor an entity of the world. It felt that getting too involved would be overstepping its bounds. As they waited, the end of August arrived. The sweltering heat began to fade, and a hint of coolness emerged in the mountains. Zhao Yu found no respite. The busy farming season stretched on, leaving him little time to rest. The wheat was ready for harvest, and the corn had matured. Even Zhao Ping, the half-grown child at home, had to wield a sickle and work alongside his brother. The sun blazed fiercely, leaving Zhao Yu even darker in complexion. Daining, having lost her patience, decided to seek some entertainment, having heard of a lantern festival in a nearby ancient town. She resolved to go without bothering to inform anyone. Zhao Yu quietly inquired, "And then, what's wrong?" The young lady departed in the morning. Today, the little girl witnessed several individuals surrounding the young lady as they left together. In the heart of a child, parting is a dreadful affair. Despite the young lady's frequent mischief and her disdain for the child's appearance, the gentle Zhao harbored deep feelings for Daining after spending so much time together. After all, in her 6 years of life, the only young woman she had ever grown close to was the young lady. Zhao Yu stood in a daze for a considerable time before he pushed open the door, only to find the room utterly vacant. Daining's belongings remained. Yet this offered little solace. For someone as fastidious as her, it was only natural to leave everything behind. Zhao Yu pressed his lips tightly together. Zhao tugged at his pant leg, and Zhao Yu replied, "If she is left, then so be it. Later, brother will tidy up the room, and our home will feel more spacious." Zhao felt rather dejected. "All right, take care of our parents while brother goes to tend to the corn." The mountains loomed majestically, and the sun had already set. This village remained unchanged, just as it had been since his birth, enduring for 18 years. It appeared barren, backward, ignorant, and dull. It could not hold on to the morning sun or the evening glow, and naturally, it could not retain any of the world's precious treasures. Zhao Yu turned away, with a patch of corn awaiting his harvest and 4 mouths relying on him for sustenance. Thus, it was unnecessary to dwell on anything else. At dinner time, Zhao Yu was still busy. Zhao Ping, unable to bear the sight, urged, "Brother, please eat first." Observing his brother drenched in sweat, he could say nothing further. He covered Zhao Yu's meal and called Zhao over to dine. The 2 siblings had barely taken a few bites when a frantic voice from Zhao's mother echoed through the room. "Ping, you." Zhao Ping hurried into the house, only to be met with a disheartening sight. His father, who had been bedridden for years, was now convulsing, his eyes rolled back, and his lips tinged with blue. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Ping dashed towards their cornfield. "Brother Yu, your father has suddenly fallen ill. What shall we do?" Zhao Yu felt a heaviness in his heart. "I will call Dr. Sunday." The village had but one mediocre physician, and Dr. Sun, being aged and lacking in skill, was well aware that he might not be able to treat such an ailment. However, they had no alternatives. It would take 3 hours to leave the mountains. And with nightfall approaching, Zhao's father could not wait any longer. The commotion from the Zhao household had roused the neighbors, and next door, Du Tian was momentarily taken aback, a spark of inspiration igniting in her mind. She immediately stood up, taking the herbs she had gathered from the mountains a few days prior, initially intended for sale, and made her way to Zhao Yu's home. Upon exiting, she encountered the somber Dr. Sun, who, after declaring his inability to assist, advised them to prepare for the worst before departing. Du Tian insisted, "Brother Zhao Yu, allow me to give it a try." With newfound determination and her eyes sparkling, she proclaimed, "I have studied medicine before. I once helped a relative in a similar situation." Zhao Yu felt a flicker of hope and resolved to treat this as a last resort. "She cannot." A delicate voice pierced the stillness of the night. Zhao Yu raised his gaze, and amidst the enveloping darkness, Daining approached, holding a phoenix flower lantern, her pace unhurried. The full moon ascended behind her, and countless others followed suit, illuminating the shadows. Chapter 15, Whims of Emotion. Upon seeing Daining, Du Tian could not help but feel a weight in her heart. Since she entered the narrative, she has been blessed with extraordinary fortune, discovering 2 ginseng roots on the mountain, quietly exchanging them for money. Her life with her mother has suddenly improved. Du Tian remains composed, not revealing her fortune to anyone. However, one particular misfortune persists. All her plans to get closer to Zhao Yu have been thwarted by Daining. Despite Du Tian's steadfast demeanor, the sight of Daining ignites a flicker of anger within her. With an expression of urgent frustration, she addresses Ji, saying, "Miss Ji, I act out of goodwill. If Uncle Zhao isn't treated soon, who knows what will happen? Your playful antics are one thing, but now you are obstructing my efforts to save him. What shall we do if Uncle Zhao's condition worsens?" After speaking, she turns to Zhao Yu, hoping for his support. Du Tian's words ring true. Zhao Yu responds, "Miss, please do not create chaos." It is not that Zhao Yu possesses unwavering faith in Du Tian. The village's only doctor has declared his father beyond saving. In this moment, he sees a glimmer of hope in Du Tian. A surge of joy fills her heart, and she suppresses the smile in her eyes, preparing to enter the house to see Zhao's father. Meanwhile, Daining idly plays with her lantern and commands the bodyguards, "Stop her." The bodyguards promptly obstruct Du Tian, causing her expression to shift. Daining, what is the meaning of this?" she demands. Not only is Du Tian's face grim, but Zhao Yu's countenance also darkens. Typically, he indulges the young lady, yet this situation is different. It concerns his father's life, and Daining treats it as a trivial game. Observing the bloodshot gaze in Zhao Yu's eyes, Daining realizes he is looking at her with a newfound disgust and hatred, reminiscent of their past life. In her eyes, Zhao Yu appears as insignificant as an ant, and she finds herself disliking this expression. Typically, Zhao Ping would blush easily when conversing with Daining. However, now he emerged, standing resolutely beside his brother, his small fists clenched like a young wolf cub. Wretched woman. 6-year-old Zhao Yu clung to the doorframe, gazing at her with a look of innocent bewilderment. Daining, indifferent to the prospect of antagonizing them, was solely focused on her objective. Her eyes sparkled momentarily, and she smiled. Please, do not harbor such thoughts about me. I have no intention of causing trouble, Uncle Qian. Please go and check on Zhao Yu's father. Upon receiving the instruction, Uncle Qian promptly proceeded into the house. Zhao Yu remained puzzled by her intentions, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Daining clarified. Uncle Qian is our family doctor. He is exceptionally skilled, holding a postdoctoral degree. He has traveled extensively in his early years and has encountered numerous complex medical cases. Many have sought his expertise, but few have been fortunate enough to receive his care. He is far more professional than Du Tian, who was merely an amateur. At these words, Du Tian felt a profound sense of despair, as if something significant that once belonged to her had vanished entirely. Yet, she was unwilling to relinquish her position easily. Zhao Yu, brother. Zhao Yu pondered, realizing that if Daining spoke the truth, Mr. Qian was indeed more dependable than Du Tian. After all, having lived next to Du Tian for so long, he had never witnessed her treating anyone. The young lady might be unreliable, yet her noble status implied that she could not possibly be without a doctor. Having come to this conclusion, Zhao Yu addressed Du Tian. Let us wait for Mr. Qian to provide his assessment. In the ensuing half-hour, Uncle Qian had various medications brought in one after another. Du Tian watched in anxious anticipation, recognizing that those very medicines were what she had initially intended to use. If Daining's associates were to successfully treat Zhao's father, would Zhao Yu still possess the resolve to confront Daining in the future? Zhao Yu stood vigil at the entrance, his body taut with tension. The entire family was enveloped in a palpable atmosphere of anxiety until Zhao's father ceased his convulsions and his breathing began to normalize. Zhao Yu hurried over, witnessing the pallor of his father's face gradually fade, confirming that he was indeed out of immediate danger. Uncle Qian stepped outside, slightly bowing. Miss, all is well now. Sighing, Daining felt a profound sorrow. Although Zhao's father had been saved, his survival offered her no solace. The looming possibility of further illness and the constant need to be vigilant against Du Tian made her feel cornered and overwhelmed. Yet, she would never voice such thoughts. Zhao Yu, shy yet elated, grasped her fingers, saying, "Thank you." Mississippi Daining playfully flicked her forehead, chiding her gently, "Fool." Zhao Ping, feeling somewhat embarrassed, recalled how he had just berated the miss as a wicked woman, only to find that it was Daining who had healed his father. He hesitated, appearing lost. Since they could not depart at that moment, Daining decided to make herself comfortable. Following Uncle Qian's instructions, Zhao Yu was now occupied with offering water to his father. Responding in the interim, understood. Once Zhao Yu had finished administering water, he emerged to find the miss seated in the main room, savoring a skewer of candied strawberries. The exquisite lantern she held was placed upon the table, while outside, over 20 individuals either clutched colorful lanterns or held snacks and gift boxes, awaiting the miss's words. Daining chewed her candy with a satisfying crunch and said to Zhao Yu, "Now, do you believe?" In a hushed tone, Zhao Yu replied, "Thank you." "A great favor does not require spoken thanks," she declared, resting her chin on her hand. "You ought to repay it." At that moment, Zhao Yu felt a sense of relief wash over him, nodding in agreement. "What would you have me do?" Daining was in high spirits. "I have walked all day and my legs ache. You shall massage them for me." Zhao Yu raised his gaze to her. Daining snorted and tossed the stick from her candied hawthorn at him. "You thought of me that way just now, and I wasn't even angry. Why should I be embarrassed to ask you for a leg massage?" Zhao Yu replied, "Just don't let Zhao Ping and see." Daining was delighted and said, "All right, come to my room." She stepped outside and instructed Uncle Qian and Zhang Yongfeng, "Please take all my belongings to the village chief's house. Zhao Yu's little broken house won't accommodate them. Be careful not to damage anything." Uncle Qian glanced awkwardly at the master, Zhao Yu, who remained composed. Not wanting to undermine the young lady, Uncle Qian left with Zhang Yongfeng and their crew. Daining excitedly plopped onto her bed, swinging her delicate legs as she urged, "Zhao Yu, Zhao Yu." Zhao Yu closed the door and calmly crouched before her. The young lady wore her Crystal Lake water shoes, and upon closer inspection, she discovered that the flowing lake water was composed of tiny, smooth beads, while the shells were made of imitation plastic. Moreover, she was dry and fragrant. making it evident that she had been carried all day without having walked even a step. Zhao Yu, crouched before her and notably shorter, elicited a satisfied smile from Daining. She found this posture quite pleasing. When she had first met him in her previous life, he was already quite capable, let alone the formidable Zhao, who later wielded great power. It was unimaginable for him to adopt such a humble demeanor now. She lifted her chin and commanded, "Massage my legs." Her innocent little face radiated purity. "I'm off to the Lantern Festival. The town outside is rather shabby, but the festival is truly delightful." Zhang Yofeng guessed several lanterns correctly. "You talk too much. Hurry up and massage." The man gazed at her for a couple of seconds with his dark, brooding eyes, then, as she requested, began to knead her legs. The girl's dress was adorned with a profusion of blooming roses, a vibrant pattern that only she could carry with such grace. The hem of her skirt reached her knees, beneath which she wore safety shorts. Her legs were exquisitely shaped, slender, fair, and perfectly straight, with ankles slimmer than his wrists, yet not excessively thin. Rather, they were harmoniously proportioned and beautifully supple. Zhao Yu did not comprehend the notion of leg play, but he felt that, given the young lady's temperament, if she had not been born into privilege, she would certainly be a plaything of the affluent. "Hey, you're hurting me." She exerted herself without hesitation, her heeled shoes striking Zhao Yu's shoulder, causing him to let out a muffled groan. Zhao Yu pressed his lips together. "Gee, Daining." Daining retorted, "I asked you to massage my legs, not space out. It hurts." "What's wrong with giving you a little kick? Zhang Yofeng is far more capable than you. His massages are particularly enjoyable." Daining thought him rather foolish, questioning how he managed to be the male lead. Zhao Yu closed his eyes, stood up, well aware of her honeyed words laced with venom, and decided not to engage further. "Let Zhang Yofeng massage you," he said, turning and exiting the room. Daining watched his retreating figure, feeling perplexed. Why was Zhao Yu so suddenly petty? Had he lost his mind? Just when Zhao's father had overcome a significant hurdle, unexpectedly, the next day. It was Du Tian's mother who encountered misfortune. Du Yuxiang and Du Tian went to the creek to wash clothes when they encountered a wild boar that had come down from the mountains for water. The boar, in a frenzy, was particularly vicious, causing Du Yuxiang to tumble down the hillside. Upon hearing Du Tian recount the events, Zhao Yu immediately declared, "Let us go." For many years, the villagers had refrained from hunting wild animals, and there had been no incidents of wildlife attacking humans. It seemed that Du Yuxiang was simply unfortunate to cross paths with a boar that was nursing young. Daining, who had been enjoying her breakfast, could not suppress her curiosity. "Why did the wild boar chase your mother and not you? Moreover, can Zhao Yu really fight off a wild boar?" The inquiry, stemming from the essence of a young lady, left Du Tian blushing with indignation. Despite her frustration, Du Tian, mindful of her virtuous persona, refrained from arguing with Daining and looked at Zhao Yu with tear-filled eyes, conveying her distress. Zhao Yu reassured Du Tian, "Do not heed her nonsensical chatter. The priority is to save a life. Let us first check on Aunt Du." As they departed, Qing Tuan grew anxious, remarking, "The male and female leads are alone together." Daining, "Shouldn't you go and see?" "I shall not," Daining replied. "Did you not hear that there is danger? My luck has always been particularly wretched. I have never won a prize. Once, when my classmate won a bottle from a drink, I bought out the entire convenience store only to find none of them contained a prize." Daining continued, "Du Tian is indeed the heroine. Her fortune shines as the wild boar does not pursue her. If I were to go, the boar would surely abandon her mother and chase after me instead." Qing Tuan, disheartened by her perspective, followed Daining, whose worldview was now precariously tilted. Meanwhile, beads of sweat emerged on Du Yuxiang's forehead, clearly indicating her pain. Although the boar had not inflicted severe injury, she had broken her leg from the fall. Daining, intrigued by the unfolding drama, followed suit with a sense of schadenfreude. Zhao Yu gently seated Du Yuxiang on a chair, where she winced in pain. The severity of her injury was evidently beyond the healing capabilities of Dr. Sun in the village. "This won't do. Uncle Qian cannot set bones," Daining remarked with a touch of petulance. Did not Du Tian claim to possess medical skills? Let her tend to her mother's leg. Upon hearing this, Du Tian's eyes brimmed with tears, a blend of urgency and indignation welling within her. Zhao Yu admonished Daining, "Do not be troublesome." To which Daining responded innocently, "I merely state that Uncle Qian is incapable." Zhao Yu found himself at a loss with Daining's antics, thus turned to Du Tian. Matters concerning bones must be examined at a major hospital. Du Tian, aware of this truth, pleaded with tear-filled eyes, "Brother Zhao Yu, You know our family lacks kin in the village. My health is frail, and I cannot escort my mother out of the mountains. Could you possibly assist us? I promise to repay your kindness in the future." In frustration, Daining kicked him and stormed off. The young lady finally comprehended the underlying connection. Du Yuexiang's misfortune was, in a sense, orchestrated to forge an opportunity for the protagonists. One day, her family faces illness. The next, another family suffers injury. An endless cycle of mutual aid. Including Zhao Ping and Zhao Anan, the Zhao family could easily find themselves entangled in this loop twice over. Enough is enough. Let those who wish to observe them do so. She sought out Zhang Yongfeng and Qin Shaoli for some leisure. Zhao Yu frowned, calling out, "Ji Daining." The young lady, without sparing him a glance, let the white butterflies of the countryside dance around her as she drifted away, clad in a pearl jacket for sun protection. Gradually disappearing down the road, he and Du Tian ascended the mountain path, their conversation sparse and subdued. Du Tian, unexpectedly blessed by misfortune, found her thoughts invigorated. This time, devoid of the bothersome Ji Daining by her side, she could finally enjoy the company of Zhao Yu. In a soft voice, she expressed her gratitude. "Zhao Yu, I owe you so much. Without you, my mother and I would be at a loss." Zhao Yu, gently pushing Du Yuexiang, responded calmly, "That's not true. Even if it weren't me, other villagers would be more than willing to assist you." "That cannot be the same," Du Tian replied softly. "In my heart, you are akin to family." Zhao Yu regarded her with curiosity, remarking, "In my heart, you are also like a sister, so there is no need for formalities." Du Tian was taken aback by his words, managing only a strained smile. "I consider you a brother as well." She was not one to be short-sighted. A connection between them was certainly preferable to that of strangers. The conversation fell into a silence once more, broken only by the calls of a few birds in the mountains. Du Tian, feigning casualness, inquired, "Miss Ji has stayed with you for quite a while. Accustomed to a life of luxury, she must be quite a handful for you." Recalling Ji Danin's tempestuous demeanor, Zhao Yu replied in a low voice, "It's manageable." A hint of guilt crossed Du Tian's face. "I can't help but feel that Miss Ji is upset because of your assistance to us. To anyone else, such a statement would imply Ji Danin's narrow-mindedness." Zhao Yu's lips curled slightly, barely perceptible, as he said, "It's all right. She can be quite easy to appease." Du Tian was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend his words. Easy to appease. Taking a deep breath, she felt an unsettling weight in her heart. Being an astute individual, she promptly decided not to pursue this line of conversation any further. Du Yuexiang was to be hospitalized, and Du Tian had to care for her mother in the hospital. Naturally, Zhao Yu would not ask her for anything. "No need. Take good care of Aunt Du if you require assistance. Do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost." With that, the man took his leave. Du Tian bit her lip, realizing that after missing so many opportunities, her relationship with Zhao Yu had progressed to a negligible extent. A profound sense of urgency welled up within her. If she did not take action, she would inevitably lose Zhao Yu, the male lead. The Zhao family was financially constrained and typically refrained from purchasing snacks from outside the mountains. Sitting at the entrance, Zhao Anan and Zhao Ping were feeding chickens. Upon seeing the pomegranate in her elder brother's hand, Zhao Anan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhao Yu smiled and tousled the little girl's hair. "One for you and your second brother, and one for our parents, and another." Zhao Anan and Zhao Ping were bubbling with excitement, and without asking, Zhao Yu chose not to elaborate. Daining was not at home at this hour. She would usually be waiting for Uncle Qian to come by with treats. Zhao Anan, sucking her fingers, remarked, "It seems the young lady has gone to the creek for a barbecue." The young child did not understand the concept of barbecuing, but in her eyes, anything Daining consumed or enjoyed was delightful. Zhao Yu decided to check on her, for the young lady possessed a remarkable capacity for destruction. He hoped no one else would suffer from her antics. He walked along the stream, encountering several villagers returning from work. Eventually, he spotted them in the creek. The smile in Zhao Yu's eyes faded, replaced by a hint of coldness. Daining felt rather unfortunate. In a spur of whimsy that afternoon, she had decided to have a barbecue, inviting Qin Shaoli and Zhang Yongfeng to join her by the riverbank. Though Qin Shaoli harbored resentment towards Daining, she promptly replied, "I will go," when asked. In this desolate village, she felt as if she were reverting to a primitive state, stifled to the point of illness. Concerned about the young lady's aversion to insects, Zhang Yongfeng deliberately selected a patch of land devoid of grass, and consequently, bugs. The chef had already prepared the ingredients, and Zhang Yongfeng set up the charcoal fire and grill, readying for a barbecue. Throughout the event, Chun Xiaoli wore a sullen expression, beginning to comprehend Daining's true intentions in inviting her. She was merely enlisted as a laborer to assist in preparing skewers for the young lady. In her dissatisfaction, she intentionally knocked over the oil. Daining reacted swiftly, stepping back, yet some oil still splashed onto her shoes. Daining narrowed her eyes, directing a gaze at Chun Xiaoli. Chun Xiaoli steadied her racing heart, secretly taking pleasure in her small act of defiance. "Oh, Daining, I didn't mean to. Are you all right? Please don't hold it against me." Daining tilted her head. "You've already claimed it was unintentional, and the oil isn't hot. How could I possibly blame you?" In that instant, myriad thoughts of how to retaliate against Chun Xiaoli flitted through her mind. Observing this, Zhang Yongfeng hurried over to assist Daining in changing her shoes. As the oil seeped into her footwear, Daining felt increasingly uncomfortable and waved her hand. "I will wash by the creek." The village's creek was refreshingly cool, a place where villagers routinely laundered their clothes. However, to her dismay, as soon as Daining dipped her feet into the water, she was pinched by a crab. Zhang Yongfeng was left in shock, while even Chun Xiaoli wore a stunned expression. Qing Tuan finally grasped the true meaning of misfortune. Such misfortune, could it be a consequence of poor character? Zhang Yongfeng quickly realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly took the crab away, comforting the tearful young lady. The delicate little foot bore a wound from which blood seeped, causing Zhang Yongfeng to feel an overwhelming sense of panic. Clumsy and straightforward by nature, he found himself utterly flustered. This was a serious matter. The young lady was in pain and began to harbor resentment against everyone. Zhang Yongfeng had failed in his duty, allowing her to be injured right under his nose. Chun Xiaoli was to blame. Without her, there would have been no foot-washing incident. Zhang Yongfeng lifted Daining into his arms. "I shall take the young lady to find a doctor. The pain will soon subside." Daining tugged at his ear and scolded. "You silly fool. The village's inept doctor is even loathed by pigs." "Indeed, I am a fool. Young lady, does it still hurt?" he said while running, hoping to lighten her mood. As they rushed from the lower reaches to the middle of the stream, they encountered Zhao Yu, who was searching for someone. Daining's displeasure grew even more pronounced. Ultimately, her decision to venture out today was instigated by Zhao Yu's encouragement of Dutian. Had Zhao Yu not provoked her anger, she would not have whimsically decided to go out for a barbecue. Daining clung to Zhang Yongfeng's neck, burying her face in his embrace, deliberately ignoring Zhao Yu. Zhang Yongfeng's ears flushed crimson. Though the young lady was willful, she was also a soft and delicate creature, and any man holding her might find his heart swayed. Embarrassed, he explained to Zhao Yu, "The young lady has injured her foot, and I am taking her to see a doctor." Upon seeing the injury, Zhao Yu confirmed, "Indeed, there was a wound on Daining's fair little foot, with the blood still fresh." Zhang Yongfeng, cradling the young lady, sought to bypass Zhao Yu and continue on their way. Zhao Yu fell silent for a moment, then grasped Zhang Yongfeng's arm. "Please hand over the young lady to me. I possess a potion that can mend her wounds." Chapter 16. A new treasure. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yongfeng promptly attempted to pass the unconscious Daining to Zhao Yu. This action incensed Daining, who clutched Zhang Yongfeng's collar, resolutely refusing to go into Zhao Yu's embrace. "I do not want him." Zhang Yongfeng, heeding her words, awkwardly replied to Zhao Yu, "Perhaps it would be best if I took the young lady to find a doctor." Zhao Yu observed Daining, whose long, curly hair was in disarray as she fiddled with the buttons of Zhang Yongfeng's shirt. Zhao Yu calmly stepped aside, and Zhang Yongfeng hurriedly took the young lady away. Watching their retreating figures, Zhao Yu once again comprehended the essence of Daining's character. She was indifferent to who held her, as long as that person catered to her whims and could amuse her. One moment, she could sweetly declare him her favorite, and the next, she could turn her back on him without a second thought. Zhao Yu patted his younger sister's head, remaining silent. Zhang Yongfeng, in a state of agitation, scratched his head in distress, acutely aware of his shortcomings and care. Just then, upon spotting Uncle Qian, he felt as though he had found a life-saving straw. Uncle Qian, after listening to the entire saga, was left in a state of bemusement. This was indeed quite unfortunate. A pouting yet indignant figure emerged, seeking his counsel. Uncle Qian. It is all the fault of Chun Xiaoli, Zhang Yongfeng, and Zhao Yu. At this moment, she conveniently remembered to exclude Uncle Qian from the blame. Suppressing a chuckle, Uncle Qian tended to her wounds, carefully applying a lovely bandage. Uncle Qian, you are truly remarkable. It doesn't hurt at all. Though her temperament was irritable and domineering, her sweet words made her immensely endearing. Uncle Qian gently patted the little bundle. In the depths of her mind, Qing Tuan resembled a concerned matron, While Daining comprehended the reasoning behind it all, she found herself at a loss for action. Zhao Yu, being a mature individual blessed with fortune, should he not exercise a modicum of understanding and keep his distance from Du Tian? Qing Tuan cleared her throat twice and offered a suggestion. Daining, since you lack the patience to undermine their development, why not endeavor to make Zhao Yu fall in love with you? Daining rose from her bed, harboring doubts. Is that truly feasible? Setting aside whether he possesses any feelings for me, what if he changes his heart later on? Qing Tuan sighed in exasperation. He is a fortunate soul, not a cad. If his affections are not sincere, he would not remain devoted to the future Du Tian. As Daining began to walk away, a sudden thought struck her, and she hurriedly exclaimed, Uncle Qian, come closer. The young lady commanded with a mischievous smile. Uncle Qian appeared conflicted. Is this truly appropriate? After all, she was the one instigating mischief. That evening, Chen Xiaoli was on the brink of despair. Having been confined to the pig pen of the village chief for an entire hour, surrounded by a chorus of foul-smelling pigs, Zhang Yongfeng stood outside, meticulously overseeing the situation. This man was obstinate. Even if Chen Xiaoli attempted an escape, he would unceremoniously toss her back inside. While she screamed, she protested. I've already stated it was unintentional. Daining injured herself. Why must I bear the blame? However, her pleas fell on deaf ears, and only the piglets, startled by her cries, emitted sharp squeals. Zhang Yongfeng kindly advised her, do refrain from shouting. If you do, the little pigs will scurry about. This way, we can achieve harmony between humans and animals. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoli's ire only intensified, nearly causing her to faint from frustration. Meanwhile, the sun began its descent. Seizing a moment of leisure, Zhao Yu heated water to cleanse his father. Daining hesitated, torn between lingering anger and curiosity, casting a glance at Zhao Yu before hastily averting her gaze. She remarked to Qing Tuan, I sense he harbors more affection for Du Tian than for me. Observe how he barely acknowledges my presence. Zhao Yu, having poured out the water, chose to remain silent. Lying on the bed, Daining contemplated that perhaps it was best to defer today's matters until tomorrow, allowing time for reflection. Before succumbing to slumber, Zhao Yu noticed a solitary red pomegranate on the table. After a prolonged silence, he picked it up and rapped gently on the young lady's door. Daining, engrossed in a melodramatic novel, hopped on one foot to answer the knock. Under the moonlight, the youth's gaze was cool and distant as he extended his hand, saying, This is for you. Daining blinked in surprise, accepting the pomegranate. Just as Zhao Yu turned to depart, she, with a spark of realization, found the situation intriguing and called out, Zhao Yu, could you assist me in peeling this? Zhao Yu halted in his tracks, retorting, Do it yourself. I lack a knife and cannot peel it, she protested, bouncing forth to thrust the pomegranate into his hands. Generously offering, You open it, and I shall share half with you. Zhao Yu regarded her for a moment. Her boldness showed no sign of embarrassment, an uncommon trait for a young lady to willingly share. In the moonlight, he turned back to her. Daining, misinterpreting his gaze as a response to her earlier kick, opted to remain silent on the matter and refrained from offering an apology. Instead, she said, If you treat me with a bit more kindness, perhaps I could devise a solution for your parents' ailments. Zhao Yu, with an inscrutable expression, studied her for a while before inquiring, When do you intend to leave? It is uncertain. School begins in September. Now, however, we have already entered the latter part of August, with no more than 10 days remaining. Daining gazed at his indifferent silhouette, rendered speechless. Qing Tuan stifled a laugh, relishing the rare sight of the young lady in a predicament. Perhaps her mischievous nature had finally caught up with her, for when she declared her intention to leave, Zhao Yu exhibited not a trace of reluctance. Daining felt a fleeting surge of annoyance but soon dismissed it, returning to her captivating romance novel. Initially, she had no intention of pursuing Zhao Yu. Her sole aim was to disrupt the relationship between him and Du Tian, indifferent to her image in his eyes. It was only natural that he did not harbor affection for her. The following day, the Zhao family commenced the task of shucking corn. In Xinghua village, the traditional methods prevailed, either by hand or with the soles of shoes. The soles of cloth shoes were turned upside down on a small stool, with the corn ground atop them. In an ordinary household, collective effort could yield several hundred pounds in just half a day. However, the Zhao household faced a shortage of labor, necessitating the involvement of even 6-year-old Zhao Anan. Despite her tender age, she displayed a commendable proficiency in agricultural tasks. Daining stepped outside to observe and was struck by the sight of a small mound of corn kernels beside the little girl, with nearly 20 cobs discarded. Noticing Daining's lively presence, Zhao Yu fetched a stool for her to sit upon. Daining propped her chin on her hand, watching Zhao Anan grind the corn. With a hint of shyness, Zhao Anan inquired, "Miss, would you like to give it a try?" Daining responded, "Certainly." She found it fascinating that the shoe's sole could serve such a purpose. Mimicking Zhao Anan's technique, she attempted to grind the corn. However, the kernels stubbornly rolled about on the sole, hardly yielding any results. Zhao Ping, standing nearby, lowered his head to stifle his laughter, marveling at the young lady's antics. Zhao Anan remarked, "It is not like that, young lady. Brother insists that this is not the way to grind it. You must do it this way." Under the guidance of the little one, Daining managed to grind half a corn cob, with a foot injury preventing her from frolicking outdoors. She found amusement in the task at hand. She claimed Zhao Anan's position, yet after grinding only 1.5 cobs, her interest began to wane, and she gradually succumbed to laziness. Her hands ached painfully. Daining blew on her palms, exclaiming, "I shall not continue. Zhao Anan, you must take over." Zhao Yu glanced over and, indeed, the young lady's delicate palms were a vivid shade of crimson. He had anticipated this. Even the 6-year-old Zhao Anan's hands were rough and calloused, while only Ji Daining's hands remained fair and tender. Daining settled beside him and inquired, "Zhao Yu, have you not visited Du Tian's mother recently?" Zhao Yu lowered his gaze. What purpose would that serve? Du Tian is at the hospital caring for her. Her spirits lifted. She proposed, "Then take me to the mountains for some fun. I have yet to explore the hills." Daining had arrived in Xinghua village during the sweltering summer. Reluctant to step outside, but now with the weather turning cooler, it was perfect for adventure. Zhao Yu cast a glance at her foot, adorned with a cartoon bandage, and cautioned, "Your foot is injured. Do not entertain thoughts of running around. Moreover, as you can see, I am busy and lack the time to frolic with you." Rejected. Daining was aware that this man was impervious to her whims. Just as she was preparing to sulk, Zhao Anan piped up, "Second brother, there is a corn worm over there." "Where?" "On the ground." The spot Zhao Anan pointed to was not far from Daining. Zhao Ping instinctively grabbed a jar to catch the worm. The children of the countryside are unafraid of such things, for the chicks at home. They serve as a nourishing sustenance. The jar already contains a dozen worms, and upon witnessing the scene, Daining felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. A faint sigh emerged from behind her as Zhao Yu wiped his hands clean and covered her eyes. Daining was unable to see anything and, therefore, could not witness the foolish siblings catching worms. Zhao Yu lifted Daining effortlessly, carrying her outside. He instructed her, "Do not wander, stay in your own room." And Zhao Ping did not mean to frighten you. They were unaware of your fear of insects. Remembering her words about leaving soon, he paused for a moment before adding, "Tonight, I shall make you a swing, and in a few days, I will accompany you up the mountain." With that, he opened the door and went back to work alongside Zhao Ping and the others. After a while, Qing Tuan remarked, rolling her eyes, "He has truly left. Stop pretending." A smiling face peeked out from under the blanket. Qing Tuan felt immense pity for the male lead, who was so easily manipulated by such a troublesome woman. Daining feared the worms, yet the little enchantress was resilient. As long as she could not see them, and they did not touch her, she would soon be lively again. Daining pulled out her phone to play, lying on her bed, swinging her legs as she lamented, "Zhao Ping is truly disgusting for catching worms with his hands." Qing Tuan felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Zhao Yu tidied up the peeled corn and did not continue in the evening. He retrieved a long and used saw and plane from home, along with a chisel needed for the solid wood mortise and tenon, and began his woodworking. His hands were deft, and wood shavings flew about as the wood quickly transformed into a smooth and even surface. Zhao Yu meticulously polished the uneven little splinters around the wood several times before he began to drill holes and tie ropes. Zhao Ping emerged, urging him, "Brother, it's time for bed. You go ahead. I'll be finished shortly," Zhao Yu replied, continuing to toil alone by the light of a lamp deep into the night. Daining, within the confines of her room, occasionally glanced through the window at the silhouette of the man in the yard. A realization dawned upon her, and her expression turned subtly complex. Those who first experience affection often appear somewhat foolish. Even Zhao Yu, typically composed and serene, exhibited a quiet transformation. Daining's eyes curved with amusement. It was indeed intriguing, especially since she had yet to embark on anything. She decided not to concern herself with Zhao Yu and retired to bed at her designated hour. The following morning, upon rising, Daining discovered a beautifully crafted wooden swing hanging from the old walnut tree in the yard, swaying gently in the morning breeze. Delighted, she rummaged for cushions and silk. And before Zhao Yu's family commenced their busy day, she called out in a bright voice, "Zhao Yu." He approached her. and she placed the cushions and purple silk into his hands. As the cushion was secured to the swing, the silk needed to be wrapped around the rope to prevent discomfort on the hands. He said little, understanding the swing was already crafted, and he was indifferent to the extra effort required, wrapping the silk as she instructed. The swing, accustomed to the pleasures of the young lady, transformed into something both beautiful and soft. As she sat upon it, her skirt cascaded like blooming flowers, a sight that dazzled the eyes. Zhao Yu watched, a hint of envy in her gaze. The little girl, having been raised with understanding, did not demand anything. Zhao Yu softly assured his little sister, "The young lady will leave before long, and then Big Brother will let you play on the swing." Zhao Ping sighed with a sense of maturity beyond her years, reflecting on the once cherished walnut tree that had graced her home, now merely a source of amusement for the young lady. Days passed, and with the whisper of autumn in the air, Daining's foot injury had nearly healed. Zhao Yu promised to take her up the mountain for a day of leisure. Chapter 17. A deliberate enticement. Daining, harboring her own secret intentions, decided against bringing Uncle Qian and Zhang Yongfeng along. Zhao Yu glanced at her hiking backpack, which was filled with an array of snacks, water, a sun hat, hair ties, sunscreen, and a small cushion, an overwhelming assortment. He marveled at its weight and offered, "I shall carry your backpack, but you must walk on your own." With a cheerful nod, she replied, "All right, that sounds wonderful." Zhao Yu hoisted the backpack onto his shoulders. It weighed a considerable amount, yet he remained silent, his steps steady. Daining had never encountered a wild rabbit before, having only seen fluffy pet bunnies. The little creature twitched its small, three-part mouth, seemingly unafraid. Its ears perked up as it observed her. "Zhao Yu, may I?" "No, you may not," he replied resolutely. "Wild rabbits survive only in the wilderness." "Stand up." Daining looked longingly, wishing to touch the rabbit's ears, but Zhao Yu grasped her collar and lifted her. "Hurry along." Pouting in displeasure, she protested. Yet Zhao Yu remained unmoved. He guided her to walk ahead, to prevent her from becoming distracted by anything that might impede their progress. "I don't want to walk in front of you," she insisted. "What if there are bugs or dangers?" Zhao Yu frowned, and she extended her small hand, her smile radiant. "Zhao Yu, please hold my hand as we walk." Zhao Yu had yet to utter a word when a small hand slipped into his palm. The girl's hand was as delicate as if it were made of air, while his palm was coarse. The moment their skin met, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Daining cheerfully exclaimed, "Let us go." Zhao Yu lowered his gaze slightly, observing the intermingled shadows cast by the warm sunlight on the ground, a sense of absurdity blossoming within him. However, he was acutely aware of the young lady's temperament, his mind clear and unclouded, so he refrained from overthinking. Watching her was prudent, lest she wander off and cause mischief to small creatures. Before they reached the mountain peak, the young lady began to waver in her resolve. Although her sneakers were suitable for walking, her lack of physical activity left her fatigued, and she insisted, "You must carry me." Zhao Yu replied, "I am already shouldering your bag. I cannot carry you as well. Do you wish to abandon your belongings?" Her expression faltered, clearly reluctant to part with her cherished possessions. "Then carry my things and hold me as you walk," she insisted. Zhao Yu felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Did she regard him as a mule? He did not indulge her whims. "If you tire, we can rest for a moment. There are wild sweet potatoes ahead, and I will gather some for you." Reluctantly, Daining consented. Zhao Yu set down the bag and proceeded to harvest the wild sweet potatoes for her. There was a mountain spring nearby, and fearing she might suffer from an upset stomach, he washed them thoroughly before offering them to her. With something delectable to eat, she swiftly forgot her earlier displeasure and even playfully stuffed one in Zhao Yu's mouth. As he chewed the wild fruit, his dark eyes regarded her, a rare softness gracing his demeanor. "This mountain is known as Insomniac Mountain. Our ancestors have resided here since the Ming Dynasty, in an era fraught with turmoil. The mountains have sheltered our ancestors and nourished many, which is why today, the villagers enjoy ample provisions and hold the unwavering mountain of insomnia in great reverence, believing in the spirit of the verdant hills." However, Daining cannot comprehend this reverence. She finds it rather absurd. Surely, the mountains must harbor numerous treasures. If one were to excavate a few, they could fetch a considerable sum. This notion inadvertently reminds her of what Du Tian is presently engaged in. Yet, Daining refrains from voicing such thoughts in Zhao Yu's presence, opting instead to feign compliance with a nod. Zhao Yu's gaze deepens with amusement as he remarks, "If we venture further into the mountains, we shall encounter a multitude of rare birds. You may observe them, but do not approach them lest you frighten them. Understood?" Daining, cradling two small sweet potatoes, suddenly reaches out to gently caress the man's cheek. Her voice, soft as the whispers of the woodland birds, carries a tender sweetness. Zhao Yu, I will think of you in the future. In the serene forest, she basks in the sunlight, her brown hair cascading softly, embodying the purity and beauty of a little sprite as she pledges to remember him. Her sincerity is palpable. Zhao Yu's pupils constrict slightly, and he presses his lips together, removing her hand from his face. Rising to his feet, he turns away, his tone steady. If you have rested enough, let us continue. Daining is utterly taken aback. Not only does Zhao Yu display no signs of being touched, but he remains unmoved. Her eyes widen in bewilderment, filled with questions. Within her consciousness, the green orb bursts into laughter. According to the original narrative, Zhao Yu, the male protagonist, has endured considerable hardship since childhood, shaping his extraordinary temperament. He possesses a profound sense of duty towards his parents and siblings. Yet, in his quest to protect his fragile family, Zhao Yu is wise, composed, and possesses far-reaching thoughts, leading to a nature marked by restraint. The green dumpling floated gracefully, filled with pride. It seemed improbable that one could compel him to reveal his feelings through solitude. Firstly, he was still far from falling in love with you. Secondly, aware that you would eventually depart, he could restrain his heart from becoming entangled. He regarded this outing with you as a farewell. Daining, do not play your little tricks. One day, when he is willing to forsake everything for you, offering his fortune and sacrificing all, even willing to turn into dust and bones, then one could truly say he loves you. Daining stuffed wild fruits into her mouth. Feeling quite dejected, she refused to believe that anyone would be willing to make such sacrifices for another. Meanwhile, the green dumpling continued to mock her, saying, You were so tender and affectionate with him just now. He is quite astute and surely saw through it. It truly makes me want to laugh. The male protagonists in male-centric literature are indeed the most detestable beings. Enraged and embarrassed, Daining leaped onto Zhao Yu's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Zhao Yu frowned. What are you up to now? She bit down on his neck, resembling a little tiger with sharp fangs. Zhao Yu gasped in pain, instinctively pushing her head away, his fingers encountering her soft, curly hair. Daining, release me. She let go, glaring fiercely. Were you just laughing at me? Zhao Yu replied. Your acting is simply subpar. Look at the current state of the young lady, claiming she will miss him in the future. He does not believe it. Saying that she will visit his grave next year seems more plausible. Though Zhao Yu was momentarily moved, reason swiftly prevailed, clarifying the situation. He couldn't fathom how this young woman had deduced he harbored affection, only to deliberately attempt to ensnare him. Regardless of her motives, whether to mock him or witness his humiliation, he refused to be led astray. Zhao Yu disentangled her from himself, gingerly touching his neck, where a small tooth mark, tinged with blood, lingered. He cautioned the curly-haired girl, Persist in such capriciousness, and I shall bury you where you stand. Thus, the carefully cultivated ambience of warmth dissipated, and even the air of farewell evaporated. The young lady retrieved a twig, brandishing it as a sword, threatening to strike him. This wretched mountain. I tire of it. And you are a wretched man. Zhao Yu seized her wrist, extracting a hair ribbon from her backpack, and with swift efficiency, bound her hands. Scarcely had they arrived home, before Daining could reprimand the audacious Zhao Yu, when they were met by Uncle Qian standing outside the gate. He bowed slightly. Young mistress, your belongings have been secured. Daining was perplexed. Upon hearing this, Daining glanced at Zhao Yu. His movements were deliberate and gentle, and by the time he had untied her, the marks on her wrists were faint, almost imperceptible. As Daining was about to speak, he raised his hand, ruffling her hair, devoid of sorrow or joy, resentment or anger. Despite the intensity of their recent quarrel, at such a moment, he no longer begrudged her mischievousness. He produced a bank card from his pocket. Within lies 100,000 yuan, a token of gratitude from the Ji family, and also the young mistress's rent. Zhao Yu regarded Daining. The young mistress, crestfallen, idly kicked at pebbles. Zhao Yu extended his hand, accepting the card. Seeing him accept it in earnest, Daining was filled with indignation. A man of avarice, who values monetary gain above all else, deems her worth to be no more than a mere 100,000 in his eyes. Daining cannot bear the thought of being undervalued. She knows her worth is truly immeasurable. Upon encountering Zhao Yu, her disdain surfaces, prompting her to instruct someone to gather her belongings. She selects only her most cherished dresses and urges Uncle Qian, let us depart at once. Uncle Qian, elated that the young lady has finally come to her senses, hastens to escort her to the airplane. Zhao Yu watches them depart. A grand procession, lingering for a moment as he caresses the bank card in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he discards it into the chicken coop. The villagers of Xinghua village have never laid eyes on an airplane. At this moment, the village's grain field is graced by a helicopter, and the villagers gather, lunch in hand, to witness the spectacle. When Daining and Uncle Qian arrive, they are met with a throng of onlookers encircling the aircraft, a sea of curiosity and excitement. Daring children reach out to touch the airplane, and some even venture beneath it for a closer inspection. Uncle Qian instructs the bodyguards, "Please disperse the crowd to prevent any mishaps during takeoff that may endanger the villagers." Daining finds amusement in the innocence of the villagers, exclaiming, "How charmingly naive they are." "Miss, please refrain from speaking out of turn," cautions her companion. Among the crowd of unrefined villagers stands Li Zhuang and Li Ernyo, the village chief's children. Having shared a meal with the young lady, Ernyo feels less intimidated by Daining's presence. "Miss, is this your family's airplane? I have never seen one before." "It is truly magnificent." Daining smiles brightly. "Indeed it is." Yet, her expression quickly shifts to one of worry and indignation as she leans closer to Ernyo, whispering, "Zhao Yu has been behaving inappropriately towards me." Ernyo's mouth formed a perfect O. The village children, though still young, were quite perceptive, being older than Zhao and Ernyo often overheard adults reprimanding certain slothful rascals in the village, and thus she understood the implications. Daining cautioned, "You mustn't speak of this." Ernyo patted her chest confidently. "All right." In a flash, she scampered over to her brother Li Zhuang, whispering conspiratorially, "Zhao Yu has been acting this way with the young lady. Brother, you mustn't tell anyone." Li Zhuang was taken aback. Daining observed with amusement, presuming it would not be long before the entire village learned of Zhao Yu's mischief. Meanwhile, the area surrounding the aircraft was being cleared. The helicopter required no lengthy runway, needing only a modest space as long as the villagers kept their distance. Uncle Qian remarked, "Young lady, let us depart." Just then, Daining glanced around, sensing something was amiss. "Have we forgotten something?" Uncle Qian pondered for a moment, but couldn't recall anything. He shook his head. "I don't believe so." "Well then, let us proceed." Suddenly, Qing Tuan interjected, "What about Qin Xiaoli?" "Ah yes, they were indeed missing someone." Ever since her amicable interaction with the village chief's pig for an hour, Qin Xiaoli had been so upset that she had not stepped outside. With Uncle Qian preoccupied, he nearly overlooked her existence. The helicopter was not a transport vehicle. It could accommodate only 2 passengers. Since Qin Xiaoli had accompanied them, Uncle Qian decisively instructed Zhang Yofeng, "Call Qin Xiaoli over." Daining contemplated for a moment before agreeing. She thought it would alleviate her boredom on the flight to have Qin Xiaoli to play with. Uncle Qian was unaware of Daining's thoughts, yet he felt a profound sense of relief. To his surprise, Zhang Yongfeng's visit did not lead to a sighting of Qin Xiaoli. Daining cast a sidelong glance at Uncle Qian, her meaning unmistakable. "See, I am not the only one who enjoys stirring up trouble." Uncle Qian disregarded the young lady's gaze, frowning. Where could Qin Xiaoli have gone? The group was unable to reach a conclusion when a villager suddenly shouted, "Someone has fallen into the water." This exclamation acted like a magnet, drawing everyone's attention away from the plane and towards the identity of the drowning individual. Uncle Qian remarked, "It wouldn't be Qin Xiaoli, would it? Let us hurry and check. It would be best if nothing happened to her." Conveniently, the river was not far from Zhao Yu's home. Daining followed Uncle Qian and the others, and soon spotted Qin Xiaoli standing on a precarious wooden bridge. Qin Xiaoli appeared to be perfectly fine. Who was the one in the water? She squinted, only to see Du Tian flailing in the water, crying for help. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu had already leapt into the river, swimming towards Du Tian. Daining, in disbelief, thought, "I haven't even been gone for half an hour, and Du Tian is at it again?" Qing Tuan uncertainly remarked, "Yes, it seems to be." Daining waved to Qin Xiaoli, who, feeling trepidation, hurried over. Daining asked her, "Did you push her in?" Qin Xiaoli quickly shook her head, looking equally bewildered. "I don't know. We exchanged a few words, but I didn't touch her, and then she just fell in." Daining blinked. Her curiosity piqued. "You don't even know her. What were you discussing?" Qin Xiaoli fell into an awkward silence, seemingly guilty. Qing Tuan stifled a laugh. "Daining, they must have been gossiping about you." Qin Xiaoli vehemently berated Daining, while Du Tianlian attempted to offer her counsel. Unexpectedly, Du Tian fell into the river, requiring Zhao Yu to embrace her in order to rescue her. Daining, observing the commotion, noticed that Zhao Yu had already brought the girl to safety. Despite the recent chill in the air, the villagers clung to their summer attire. And Du Tian was particularly audacious in her choice of a white shirt, which not only clung to her form, but also had several buttons undone. Her pink undergarments were unmistakably visible. A whistle echoed from an unknown source in the village, causing Du Tian's cheeks to flush crimson as she coughed and sought refuge in Zhao Yu's embrace. Zhao Yu furrowed his brow, while kind-hearted villagers quickly provided Du Tian with a garment to cover herself. Zhao Yu, equally drenched, found his clothes adhering to his physique, accentuating his muscular contours. Having spent summers laboring shirtless in the past, he remained composed, wringing out the water from the hem of his shirt and trousers. Reassured by the presence of those tending to Du Tian, sensing something amiss, he glanced up to see the young lady, who was supposed to depart, gazing at him from the riverbank. Daining overheard the villagers discussing Zhao Yu's steadfast loyalty, remarking that Du Tian should sincerely thank him for his assistance. Whispers suggested that Zhao Yu harbored feelings for Du Tian. Amidst the fervent chatter, Daining finally grasped Du Tian's intentions. She was contemplating marriage to Zhao Yu. It was noteworthy that in her previous existence, even until her demise, Du Tian had merely navigated the affections of 3 male leads, remaining their unattainable ideal, cherished yet unclaimed. Now, in this life, Du Tian's meticulously crafted plan was disrupted by Daining, leaving her flustered and desperate not to lose one of the pivotal figures, compelling her to boldly pursue marriage with Zhao Yu. In the secluded village of Xinghua, the progression of new ideologies is sluggish. Although early marriages are prevalent, there exists a profound scrutiny regarding premarital conduct. Both genders are expected to uphold a sense of decorum. The sight of 2 individuals entwined in a tender embrace, witnessed by the entire village, poses a dilemma for Zhao Yu. Should he choose not to marry her, their reputations would be tarnished. Yet, if he were to wed her, it would be regarded as an act of noble valor. Du Tian is indeed a clever one. Suddenly, I felt faint, and Daining supported my head. Where is my bed? I need a moment to recover. She resolutely made her way to Zhao Yu's residence. Uncle Qian attempted to restrain her, saying, Mississippi. She was on the verge of shouting in frustration. Oh, how she longed to. However, Daining, buoyant and lively, had already dashed away. Qin Xiaoli felt a lump of regret rising in her throat. She wished she had simply stayed put. Daining arrived at Zhao Yu's house even before him. Greeted by Zhaonan, Daining inquired, Where did you find this? In the chicken coop. While I was feeding the chickens, the little girl replied earnestly, her voice soft. Our family does not possess this card. It must belong to you. My second brother said it can be used to save money, so don't lose it again. Daining's eyes widened in disbelief. Qingtuan asked, So how do you feel? Surprised? Moved? Zhao Yu has a sense of integrity. He refused your family's money. In his heart, you are not inconsequential. Daining, feeling the card burn in her hand, tossed it aside and pinched Zhaonan's cheek, exclaiming, Moved? My foot. Zhaonan. You little fool. How could you hand me something so filthy that you found in the chicken coop? Qingtuan looked on, speechless, as Zhaonan stammered, Wait, please. Will there be a next time? You are finished, and so is your brother. As long as I am here, he shall never marry. Behind Daining, a man, drenched and destined to remain unmarried, lifted his gaze to her with a faint expression. Chapter 18. Craving her body, Zhao Anan beamed at Zhao Yu, elder brother. Upon emerging from his wash, dressed anew, he found the young lady still in his abode. Zhao Yu dabbed his dark hair with a cloth and inquired, Not leaving again? Daining, with a cheerful bounce, approached him. I have decided to continue residing in your home. Aren't you thrilled? Zhao Yu raised his eyelids to glance at her, then seated himself at the table beside her, the implication unmistakable. What do you think? Daining cautiously ventured. The villagers say that since you saved Du Tian, you must marry her. Will you wed Du Tian? Pouring himself a glass of water, Zhao Yu replied in a calm and steady tone, In the village. I am of an age where marriage is expected. If she indeed harbors feelings and does not mind my family's modest means, it is not out of the question. Daining pressed her hand against his glass. No. Zhao Yu raised his gaze to her, questioning, Why not? I said no, so it shall be. My dear lady. He spoke slowly, You are not my keeper. As for your porcelain bowl, Mr. Qian has acknowledged that my family has settled its debts. You possess no authority to interfere with my life. At this, she tilted her head, But I am your keeper. Zhao Yu regarded her, gesturing for her to continue. Daining instinctively retorted, I am your father. Qingtuan despairingly covered her head, exclaiming, Daining, you are truly toxic. Daining reclined on her bed, remarking, "There's south no place more comfortable than my bed." Qing Tuan responded, "It's driving me insane, Daining. What he means is, if you become his girlfriend or wife, he will heed your wishes and not marry Du Tian." Daining, in a languid pose, expressed her astonishment. What is he thinking? How could he possibly be worthy of me? Even Qing Tuan began to chuckle darkly. If only you had been willing to embrace Zhao Da's leg in your past life and affectionately called him father. Perhaps you wouldn't have met such a fate. Daining retorted, "Why are you acting so sarcastically like Zhao Yu? You toxic lump of a friend seem to know quite a bit." Qing Tuan, feeling exasperated, chose to ignore her. The event Daining had been anticipating unfolded the very next day. Xinghua village was quite small, and when Daining first arrived, the villagers had speculated for half a month. Today, rumors swirled through the village, announcing that Zhao Yu and Du Tian were soon to celebrate their wedding. Upon hearing such whispers, Xuanzi discreetly approached Zhao Yu, inquiring, "Brother Yu, is it true that the village is saying you will marry Du Tian?" Zhao Yu emphatically replied, "That is false." Xuanzi pressed on, "Old uncle once said that yesterday the girl was found in your arms, completely unclothed. Do you truly not wish to take responsibility?" Zhao Yu, feeling a surge of anger, retorted, "That is mere gossip. Du Tian fell into the river, and I jumped in to rescue her. She was fully clothed. You should stop listening to idle chatter." Xuanzi fell silent, abashed. Zhao Yu exerted himself in chopping wood, the crisp sound resonating in the air. Xuanzi, pondering something, approached Zhao Yu with a hint of crimson gracing his dark complexion. "Brother Yu," he began, "I'm not suggesting anything, but if you find Du Tian to your liking, why not go and propose? I believe Du Tian is a fine girl, certainly not unworthy of you. You may not realize the myriad benefits of marrying a good wife." Lowering his voice slightly, Zhuangzi added, "Let us not dwell on other matters. Just consider the pleasures of the night when the lamps are extinguished, truly heavenly." Zhao Yu, without a change in expression, picked up a piece of firewood and playfully struck Zhuangzi's arm. "Are you itching for a beating?" Zhuangzi, clutching his head, scampered out of Zhao's yard. Daining emerged to play on the swing, and, upon witnessing Zhuangzi's hasty retreat, inquired curiously, what happened to him? Even without an answer, she could surmise it was likely the news of Zhao Yu's heroic deed had spread throughout the village. Indeed, in the afternoon, even the village head paid a visit to Zhao's home. Li Aigua, the village head, first extended his regards to Zhao's parents before stepping out to converse with Zhao Yu. Daining, having grown wiser, lingered by the door to listen. The village head began, "Dogwa, no, Zhao Yu. Look at my memory, even now. I call you by your childhood name. Tell me, what are your thoughts on the girl next door, Tianyo? Your parents are not as mobile anymore, and I've watched you grow up, deserving of the title uncle. If you find her suitable, I can inquire on your behalf to spare you the village gossip, as prolonged discussions could tarnish your reputation." Zhao Yu shook his head. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Uncle Li, but I regard Du Tian as a sister. If anyone in the village were to be in peril, I would rescue them without hesitation." Li Aigua wished to say something further, but Zhao Yu calmly remarked, "If every rescuer in the village were to be gossiped about, it is likely that in the future, should anyone fall into the water, no one would dare to save them." The village chief pondered this and realized the truth in it. Such an atmosphere was indeed detrimental. He quickly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "I shall speak to those gossips. We cannot tarnish your and Tianyo's reputation." "That would be most agreeable," Zhao Yu replied, rising to his feet. "I will see Uncle Li off." "No need, no need." The village chief waved as he ambled away. Daining observed as Zhao Yu resolved the matter independently. A few days prior, he had claimed he intended to marry Du Tian, which now appeared to be a mere ruse. She wondered if Du Tian had orchestrated such a scheme, and whether she would be infuriated by the outcome. In a buoyant mood, Daining treated Zhao Yu with kindness. During dinner, she generously requested Uncle Qian to prepare a portion for the Zhao family. A splendid array of delicacies flowed in, filling the wooden table of the Zhao household to the brim. Zhao Anan and Zhao Ping could hardly tear their gazes away. Zhao Yu, having stacked the firewood, approached the scene and inquired of Daining, "What are you up to now?" "You performed splendidly today, so I am treating you to a meal," she replied. "There is no need. Take your things away," he insisted. Zhao Yu affectionately ruffled Zhao Anan's hair, saying, "Wait a moment. Elder brother will prepare the meal." Although Zhao Anan was disappointed not to partake in the feast brought by the young lady, he nodded obediently. Daining followed Zhao Yu, her curiosity piqued. "Are you truly not going to eat?" "No," he replied, as he ignited the corn husks with a lighter, kindling the fire. It was Daining's first visit to his kitchen. Life in the countryside is marked by hardship. Zhao Yu's cooking area is modest, dimly lit, and lacking in oil and salt. The food made in such a place is unappealing at first glance. Yet, with a young lady observing him, Zhao Yu does not appear flustered. As Qing Tuan remarked, he possesses an air of composure. Daining gazes at such a man and suddenly comprehends why others do not embody the role of the protagonist, while Zhao Yu does. Since he declines to eat, Daining does not press him. Instead, she casually rests her head on his lap while he sits on a small stool, tending to the fire to cook rice. The flickering flames cast a warm glow on her porcelain-white face. With a smile, Daining looks up and inquires, "Zhao Yu, why did you refuse the village chief's proposal?" Zhao Yu lowers his gaze, noticing the beautiful young woman on his lap, her expression brimming with mischief. He understands what she wishes to hear. She longs for him to express his affection for her. However, he is acutely aware that the young lady lacks sincerity. Even if he were to confess, she would likely regard it as a mere amusement. Thus, Zhao Yu gently nudges her away, saying, "Do not lean in so closely. You might singe your hair on the flames." Realizing the imminent threat of becoming a bald girl, she promptly complies, rising from his lap and running off to converse with Zhao and the others. The flickering firelight illuminates Zhao Yu's dark eyes. After a lengthy silence, he lets out a soft sigh. Du Tian awaits Zhao Yu's visit to propose marriage. Before embarking on this endeavor, she contemplated its feasibility. Zhao Yu's family is destitute, and his relatives suffer from chronic ailments. Even though he himself is not lacking in merit, few young women in the village would consider marrying him. And as for Daining, the character mentioned in the book, she is merely a supporting role. Years later, Daining's grandfather would come to appreciate Zhao Yu's talents, allowing him to become the son-in-law entrusted with the care of his precious granddaughter. Zhao Yu consented, but before long, the Ji family faced bankruptcy, falling under the acquisition of the Zhao family. The prospect of any emotional connection between Zhao Yu and Daining was utterly implausible. Du Tian boldly speculated that Zhao Yu's current kindness towards Daining might stem from his strategic ambitions, seeking a stepping stone. Yet, there was no affection between them. In the future, upon achieving success, she might merely exist as a distant memory of a neighboring farm girl in his mind. Du Tian contemplated taking a chance. Zhao Yu was young and capable. Marrying him would surely not be a loss. However, after waiting interminably, she received no proposal from the Zhao family, and instead, the village gossip gradually subsided. Unable to contain her curiosity, Du Tian discreetly sought information. Another girl from the village, smiling, reassured her, "Rest assured, no one will spread rumors about you and Zhao Yu anymore. His assistance to the villagers is commendable. If he were to be criticized for such kindness, who would be willing to help in the future?" Du Tian felt a surge of frustration, yet wore a smile outwardly, lamenting the bitterness she had endured in vain. Zhao Ping, in the second year of junior high, attended a school that only offered elementary and middle school education, with teachers of questionable quality. Zhao Yu advised Zhao Ping, "Take good care of Anan. I will, big brother. I won't let anyone bully her." The school was somewhat distant, situated at the foot of another mountain, and the siblings carried lunchboxes, preparing to steam their meals at school. The young lady held a letter in her hand, and as Zhao Yu entered, she turned her eyes mischievously. "Tell grandfather not to worry. Zhao Yu said he would be my tutor and teach me to read." Upon hearing this, Uncle Qian cast a doubtful glance. Zhao Yu, with an unchanging expression, listened quietly as the young lady spun her tale. Zhao Yu was an exceptional teacher, far surpassing the tutors in our household. Moreover, during my time at school, I often found myself asleep, leaving the teachers exasperated to tears. I enjoyed Zhao Yu's lessons immensely. Perhaps, if he were to teach me, I could gain admission to university. Uncle Qian, skeptical, asked, "Is what the young lady says true?" Daining pulled Zhao Yu over, pointed at her textbook, and took out her phone to begin recording a video. "Zhao Yu, why don't you explain it to Uncle Qian?" Zhao Yu looked at Daining, who winked at him. He chose to say nothing further and opened his physics textbook, speaking with calm composure. Teaching was not a daunting task for Zhao Yu, for he had guided the studies of his younger siblings. Diligent and astute, although not possessing an encyclopedic knowledge, he was more than capable of handling Daining's coursework. Uncle Qian's expression softened, and he genuinely began to believe Daining's fabrication. He chuckled and shook his head, temporarily letting her off the hook before departing. Daining turned to Zhao Yu, her voice sweet, showering him with compliments. "Zhao Yu, you are truly remarkable. You can work, cook, handle rumors, and teach. Is there anything in this world you cannot do?" Zhao Yu found her praise amusing. He couldn't help but remark. Anan and Zhao Ping walked for an hour to school, You have such excellent learning resources, yet squander them without appreciation. Daining countered. Isn't it said in ancient texts, you are not a fish? How can you understand the fish? Zhao Yu replied, that phrase is you are not a fish. How can one know the joy of fish? Such an illiterate individual, it is no wonder that the teacher was driven to such frustration. Daining boldly asserted, indeed. That is precisely the case. I simply do not like it, and why should I be compelled to enjoy what you all prefer? Even if I were to lead a life of idleness, I would still manage to live comfortably. Why must I force myself to engage in pursuits I detest? That would be foolish. Zhao Yu nearly found her reasoning quite compelling. However, steering the conversation away, Daining suddenly inquired, Zhao Yu, can you truly handle any rumor that comes your way? Zhao Yu was puzzled. Daining continued, I believe you can. A couple of days later, upon understanding her implication, Zhao Yu felt an overwhelming urge to silence Daining. Recently, a new wave of rumors had circulated in the village, this one even more scandalous than the last. With one constant, the leading role remained Zhao Yu. He soon noticed the peculiar glances directed at him. Initially, he dismissed them, attributing them to the aftermath of the Dutian incident. Today, while waiting for Zhaonan and Zhaoping after school, the three of them strolled along the path by the fields when a local idle man whistled at him. The man remarked, who would have thought, Zhao Yu, you are quite the character. You dare to be a rogue with the city's young lady. You certainly have more courage than us. So, how does it feel to be with her? Zhao Yu's expression darkened. What did you say? Oh, are you upset now? You have the audacity to act yet shy away from acknowledgement. The whole village is buzzing about it. Miss G is living in your home, and you are taking advantage of the situation. Now everyone is aware of your hypocritical facade. You are nothing but a lecher. Zhao Yu seized his clothing, demanding, have the audacity to repeat that? The slothful man, usually carefree and nonchalant, found himself utterly intimidated by Zhao Yu's fierce demeanor. He stammered, no. It's not me saying it. Everyone claims so. Zhao Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. What else did they say? The man stuttered. They also said that your reluctance to marry Du Tian stems from your infatuation with Miss G's beauty and your desire for her family's wealth. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Zhao Yu threw a punch, sending the slothful man crashing to the ground, groaning in pain. I won't speak of it anymore. I swear. Nearby, Zhaonan was horrified at her brother's violent act, while Zhao Ping covered his younger sister's ears, seething with righteous indignation. Who is spreading such nonsense? In Zhao Yu's mind, a multitude of possibilities flashed through. Suddenly, he recalled what Daining had said a couple of days ago, I believe in you. A vein throbbed on his forehead. That clever Daining, fabricating her own rumors without concern for her reputation. If the gossip's leading lady were someone else, the villagers might have dismissed it, for they had watched Zhao Yu grow up and knew his character to be impeccable. However, if the subject were Daining, the narrative shifted dramatically. Moreover, everyone had witnessed the enviable wealth of the young lady's family. Whoever was fortunate enough to marry her would not merely dream of sudden riches. As the rumors circulated, Zhao Yu was transformed into a lecher, not only lusting after the young lady's body, but also coveting her fortune. The young lady chose a delicate cherry blossom hue for her nails. Her fingers were fair and tender, and with a final coat of glossy polish, they appeared utterly exquisite. She lowered her head to blow on her fingers, waiting for the polish to dry. Zhao Yu pushed open the door, his expression grim. Daining. Daining reacted swiftly. Zhao Yu's anger indicated that her words to Ernyo that day had spread. She flashed a sweet smile, attempting to divert the topic. Do you like the color of my nails? Perhaps I should paint yours too? Zhao Yu's chest heaved with frustration. Come out here. Please don't be upset, Daining replied. It's not my fault you tied me up that day. I only mentioned it to Ernyo, but I didn't expect everyone to know. You should confront her if you're angry. Do you think children can spread rumors without consequence? Daining, come here and admit your mistake. Daining set down her nail polish. Zhao Yu, you hypocritical villain. You weren't angry when Dutian spread rumors a few days ago, so why are you furious now? Aren't you adept at quelling gossip? Just say it again if it bothers you. If you keep scolding me, I might just get angry. Zhao Yu was infuriated to the point of a headache. He stepped closer, gripping the young lady's wrist, and sternly remarked, is the nature of the two situations the same? The incident with Dutian was a matter of saving someone and will soon settle down. But this. His irritation grew with each word. Daining, appearing utterly innocent, questioned, they're all just rumors. What is the difference? Zhao Yu, striving to calm his rage, resolved to teach the incorrigible Daining a lesson today. He led her to the courtyard. Zhaoping, fetch our educational stick. Zhao Ping dashed off and returned shortly with a 1-meter-long yellow jujube stick, about the width of a finger and exceptionally smooth. In her youth, Zhao Ping was a mischievous little monkey, often leaping and climbing trees, frequently receiving blows from her elder brother wielding a stick. There is an old saying in the countryside: a filial son emerges from beneath the yellow thorn tree. Now, the once troublesome child has transformed into a young lady, and Zhao Ping gazes at her with a touch of pity. Zhao Yu commands, Daining, extend your hand. The young lady before him is entirely unrepentant, looking down on him disdainfully. Why should I? What are you to me? If you dare to strike me, I will have Uncle Qian blow up your village. With a stern expression, he retorts, you are just asking for a beating. Zhao Yu takes the young lady's hand, compelling her to open her palm, and delivers a light smack to her hand. Daining is momentarily stunned. The yellow thorn wood is indeed quite painful, and Zhao Yu, aware of her delicate nature, moderates his strength. However, throughout her life, no one has ever chastised her. Not even her grandfather, who cherishes her like his own eye. Nor her rascally younger brother has ever struck her. She gazes at Zhao Yu in disbelief. This man maintains his composure and strikes her palm once more. The sharp sound of impact elicits tears from Daining's eyes, and between sobs, she curses, Zhao Yu, you are finished. Your entire family will be doomed. When you die, I will dig you up to whip your corpse. I will let wild dogs devour you. Despite her venomous words, her tears flow like rain, casting Zhao Yu as the true villain. Zhao Yu, unfazed, strikes her again with a cold demeanor. Unable to endure the pain, Daining bursts into tears. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. I admit my mistake. Chapter 19. This wretched disciple truly recognizes her error? Daining nods through her tear-stained face. Zhao Yu collected the small wooden stick and, noticing her pitiful tears, paused momentarily to wipe the corners of her eyes with his thumb. Despite her numerous misdeeds, he had only admonished her a couple of times before. This was the first occasion he truly reprimanded her. The young lady was unaware that in the eyes of the villagers, she was once a figure of both fear and admiration. Now, however, the rumors circulating were quite unsavory, suggesting all manner of indignities Zhao Yu had inflicted upon her. Yet, she remained at Zhao Yu's residence, perceived as nothing more than a cowardly soft persimmon too frightened to speak out. Most villagers were simple-hearted, yet there were certainly those like the lazy rascals, who might harbor unscrupulous thoughts, believing the young lady was fair game for anyone. If such notions took root, it would be too late for Daining to lament. The bodyguard team could not accompany her at all times, and when human hearts turn vile, they can become conduits for insidious, pervasive darkness. In the evening, Uncle Qian came to deliver a meal to Daining, who had red, swollen eyes, and was sobbing as she complained, that scoundrel Zhao Yu hit me. Uncle Qian, you must avenge me. Upon hearing this, Uncle Qian inquired, why did Zhao Yu strike the young lady? In his opinion, Zhao Yu was not the type to act out of anger, nor did he seem the kind to harm women. Daining threatened, hurry, or I shall resort to fasting. Stepping outside, Uncle Qian found Zhao Yu drawing water from the well. Upon seeing Uncle Qian, he set down the water bucket and nodded, Mr. Qian. Uncle Qian, adopting a serious tone, remarked, the young lady claims you bullied her. Zhao Xiao brother. Our young lady is not someone who can be reprimanded by just anyone. Zhao Yu countered. Did she mention why she was struck? Uncle Qian's lips twitched, finding it quite embarrassing to convey the young lady's rather feeble justification. Observing Zhao Yu's expression, it was evident that Daining was not speaking the truth. The seemingly delicate little witch was, in fact, quite astute. She was fully aware of the consequences, but, at that moment, believed she could escape unscathed, confident in disparaging Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu chose not to expose her deceit and softly remarked, Miss, neglecting your studies and refusing to learn necessitates my supervision as your teacher. You possess exceptional talent and nimble thinking, with proper guidance. You are certain to gain admission to a university. Uncle Qian's demeanor suddenly brightened. Is that truly the case? How marvelous. I had misjudged the situation. Teacher Zhao, you must diligently oversee the young lady. Our esteemed Mr. G has devoted his life's ambitions to her being a bit more obedient and acquiring knowledge. It must be noted that in the G family, the pair of fraternal twins were quite the handful. Mr. G, who revered scholars, had fretted over the years, hoping that the two young ones would exhibit a bit more diligence in their studies. Yet, no one had succeeded in managing the young lady thus far, partly due to an inability to outmatch her, and partly due to a lack of courage. Now, with the arrival of the resolute and daring Zhao Yu, Uncle Qian was overjoyed. He cautioned Zhao Yu. Our young lady is rather spoiled. Teacher Zhao, please refrain from resorting to force. It's best to communicate calmly. Zhao Yu nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. I will heed the words of the young master. Otherwise, Mr. G would be distressed. Daining never anticipated that Zhao Yu would cunningly exploit her deception to impart a lesson. Uncle Qian's unwillingness to retaliate left her infuriated, prompting her to cocoon herself beneath the covers. Leave, old man Qian. I no longer like you. She resolved to devise a means to deal with Zhao Yu, or if all else failed, to give Zhao Ainen a good thrashing. Uncle Qian sighed, said nothing further, and departed. After a while, the door was pushed open once more. Daining, secretly indulging in snacks beneath her covers, had her cheeks puffed up as she mumbled, Old man Qian, it's futile for you to regret. I have already begun my fast. I intend to starve myself. In a few days, please bring my lifeless body to grandfather. The quilt was lifted, revealing her gaze meeting the man's calm, dark eyes. Zhao Yu observed the remnants of lotus seed pastries adorning her face, her eyes wide, with bits of the treat scattered in her tousled hair. The young lady still clutched half a lotus pastry, all the while claiming to be fasting. Upon seeing Zhao Yu, her feelings of grievance and anger surged once again. Zhao Yu felt a slight urge to smile and softly inquired, Does your hand hurt? May I take a look? Daining, entirely ungrateful, retorted, You pretender. Zhao Yu's words only reminded her of the searing pain in her palm, which she had previously forgotten in her singular focus on revenge. Uncle Qian, overwhelmed by her outburst, had neglected to ask about her injury. Now, upon reflection, the pain felt unbearable. Daining opened her palm and glanced down, revealing a swollen area on her fair, delicate skin. It was not just her who noticed. Even Zhao Yu could not help but frown. Little Zhao Ainen would not have such a reaction after 10 hits, yet Daining, having suffered only 5, appeared gravely affected. Heartbroken, she kicked him, exclaiming, You ruthless brute. Get out. I never wish to see you again in this lifetime. Zhao Yu, witnessing her resemble a little hedgehog, chose silence and left, closing the door behind him. The village night was serene, with a sparse moon and stars. Zhao Yu gently opened the young lady's door. After a day of commotion, Daining had fallen into a deep slumber. Her phone slipped from her hand, her fist half clenched, resting against her cheek. Zhao Yu seated himself beside the bed, gently grasping her injured left hand as he retrieved the ointment to tend to her wounds. Though this salve lacked the opulence of Uncle Qian's, it was indeed efficacious, enriched with peppermint, providing her considerable relief. She looked so serene in slumber, her deep chestnut curls cascading about her, as moonlight filtered through, casting shadows of her lashes like 2 ebony butterflies upon her eyelids. In such moments, one could scarcely discern the mischievous little rascal she typically was. Zhao Yu applied the ointment with utmost care, and she remained blissfully asleep, undisturbed. Observing her endearing demeanor, he, curving his lips into a smile, leaned down to bestow a gentle kiss upon her bruised hand. He tucked her blanket snugly and quietly exited, closing the door behind him. In the realm of consciousness, the ethereal Qing Tuan witnessed the entire scene unfold. Humanity is indeed intricate. The Zhao residence was abuzz early that morning, with Uncle Qian and Zhang Yongfeng coaxing the young lady to partake in her meal. Daining, still reeling from the previous day's reprimand, appeared somewhat listless. Qing Tuan intentionally refrained from mentioning last night's events. After much coaxing, Daining finally consumed half a basket of dumplings, prompting a collective sigh of relief. The mountain air was cool, and the young lady had donned a new wardrobe, now adorned in autumn attire. She reveled in her appearance, passionately favoring skirts, declaring that if she were to be reborn as a girl, it would be absurd not to wear one, suggesting that swapping genders with Ji Moju would be a more sensible option. Uncle Qian inquired, My lady, Mr. Ji has sent the textbooks for you. Would you like to attend Zhao Yu's lecture? Daining shook her head defiantly. No, he hit me. Yet, he countered, if you neglect your studies, Mr. Ji will be concerned about your continued stay here. As Daining was about to speak ill of Zhao Yu, she spotted a gentle figure approaching from next door. It was Du Tian. Today, Du Tian wore a knitted jacket purchased from the city, favoring the color white. Her long, straight ebony hair cascaded down, exuding an air of grace and innocence. In her hand, she carried a bag of fruits along with a gift box. She called out from beyond the fence, Zhao Yu go. Zhao Yu wiped his hands clean and stepped outside, inquiring, What is it? Du Tian, blushing, replied, Thank you, Zhao Yu go, for saving me last time. I was so frightened that I didn't have the chance to express my gratitude. These are my humble tokens of appreciation, I hope you won't find them unworthy. There are some fruits to supplement Uncle Zhao and the others with vitamins, and some new stationery that Xiaoping and Inen might find useful. Zhao Yu responded. There's no need for that. It was a mere act of kindness. Du Tian insisted earnestly. How can that be? Not only I, but my mother is also very grateful to you for taking her to the hospital that day. Our family owes you so much. If you refuse even this small gift, we would feel quite indebted. Moreover, I came to seek your assistance today. My mother is ready to be discharged, but her leg has yet to fully recover. If it's convenient for you, could you please help take her into the mountains? Zhao Yu hesitated. I don't think that's a good idea. Just then, a young girl in a chi pao ran out from the courtyard. Daining interjected. Zhao Yu is supposed to give me a lesson today. You should ask someone else. There are many available. It doesn't have to be him. In contrast to Du Tian's pure and innocent appearance, Daining looked like a little enchantress. She donned a newly acquired autumn chi pao, its exquisite waistline accentuating her youthful figure. The garment, a delicate peach-pink hue, was adorned with large, lustrous pearls as buttons and embellished with blossoms reminiscent of peach flowers in the misty rain of March. Upon closer inspection, the flowers appeared to be genuinely in bloom. While others of 17 might struggle to carry such an outfit, Daining did not. Her ample bosom filled the chi pao to its fullest, while her slender waist accentuated the astonishing curves of the dress. In contrast, Du Tian, of a similar age and clad in white, resembled a mere sprout. The gentle smile in Du Tian's eyes faded slightly as she suppressed her discomfort, saying, Miss G, my mother has limited mobility, as you are aware. Why must you insist on now? Before Du Tian could finish, Daining seized Zhao Yu's shirt and dragged him inside, exclaiming, Learning is life. I must attend class, or else my failure will be on your head. Zhao Yu gently removed her small hand from his clothing and turned to Du Tian, saying, Miss, you have a point. Du Tian, if the other villagers have time, they would surely be willing to assist you. Du Tian replied softly, All right, then I shall not disturb you. She appeared strong and sensible. Had she been in the company of another man, he might have felt a pang of guilt and tenderness towards her. Yet, Zhao Yu was once again tugged by the collar, leaving him no time to discern Du Tian's reaction as he focused on managing Daining. Du Tian's nails nearly dug into her flesh, wondering why Daining had yet to leave. Uncle Qian, upon learning that the young lady was attending her class punctually, felt a great sense of relief. He offered a few words of instruction, concerned about interrupting her studies, and promptly took his leave with the others. As soon as Uncle Qian and Du Tian departed, Daining immediately glared at Zhao Yu. Her expression was replete with dissatisfaction, unmistakably evident to anyone observing. The young lady bore grudges with a passion, and if her ire went unappeased, it was likely she would carry this animosity to her grave. Zhao Yu flipped through her textbook and said, Come over and attend the class. As long as she was willing to listen, he was more than willing to teach. It was not beneficial for Daining to squander her days idly and neglect her studies. Zhao Yu could perceive her thoughts with clarity. He continued, Behave and sit still. Is your hand still hurting? Are you starting to fidget again today? If you refuse to listen, I shall fetch Aunt Du. Daining reluctantly settled into her chair. Zhao Yu had brought an English book, to which Daining scoffed. You, a country bumpkin, know English? Do you want me to teach you the alphabet? A hint of amusement flickered in Zhao Yu's eyes as he replied, Believe me, I was prepared for everything, except you. Confusion clouded Daining's gaze, a large question mark seemingly hovering above her head. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Just listen well, Miss G. He refrained from elaborating on his earlier remark and commenced with the lesson. Anticipating that Daining knew little, Zhao Yu began with phonetics, displaying immense patience. Unfortunately, the young lady was indifferent to his efforts. She flitted her gaze about restlessly, akin to a bird unable to settle. Under Zhao Yu's watchful eye, she surreptitiously retrieved a piece of watermelon-flavored bubblegum, chewing and blowing bubbles in playful defiance. Upon hearing this, her spirits lifted instantly. Really? Indeed. Daining then bargained. I want to blow it 20 times. Zhao Yu remarked, 10 times. 15 times. In a cold tone, he added, 12. Finally, she seemed pleased, exclaiming, All right, go ahead. At this moment, Zhao Yu began to speak, and she actually listened attentively. Unfortunately, due to years of poor habits, Daining sat obediently for a while, but felt utterly uncomfortable. Early autumn brought a chill in the air, and a gust of wind swept through as an exuberant child outside shouted, Niuhua, Xiaoji, let's go fly kites. Daining's eyes sparkled, and she immediately lifted her leg to dash outside. Zhao Yu grasped her arm firmly, asking, Daining, Where do you think you're going? Did you not hear? Today is perfect for kite flying. I once had a jade plate kite shaped like a dragon, 3 meters in size, and it soared exceptionally high. Daining, forever focused on immediate gratification, thought little of when she might learn phonetics. Kite flying was an activity available right now. In comparison to studying, the allure of flying kites was undeniable. I am not studying anymore. I'm going to fly kites, so let go of me. Zhao Yu found himself at a loss, his expression darkening as he declared, "You are not going. You may play only when you have learned." Daining, displeased, unwrapped a piece of bubblegum. "What are you looking at? I want to share with you." Zhao Yu bit back his frustration, instructing her, "Spit out the gum and repeat after me." Sitting on his wooden bench, Daining felt discomfort in her backside as Zhao Yu insisted on her studying, and she retaliated, "I'm uncomfortable. I want to sit on a cushion. I won't repeat after you. My throat hurts. I want cherry milk." Zhao Yu's expression darkened like the depths of the ocean. There is nothing available. Seeing him angry, Daining's mood finally brightened. Zhao Yu stood up to leave, declaring that he would no longer teach her. Let whoever wishes to teach Daining do so. Zhao Yu found her infuriatingly amusing. Had it been another person, they would likely have been driven to despair. Yet, he remained calm, almost as if he had mastered the art of patience, but still felt a tinge of resentment. She refused to drink cherry milk, and today she would not fly a kite either. Zhao Yu sat back down and said, Daining wrapped her arms around his neck and settled onto his lap, saying, "All right. Go ahead." Zhao Yu fell silent. "You need to get off me. You aren't providing a cushion," she teased, playing with the buttons of his clothing while blowing pink sugar bubbles. "This is much more comfortable." Zhao Yu gritted his teeth. "I'll go find you one." "I don't want that. I just want to sit here," Daining insisted, burying her cheek into his embrace, her legs swinging playfully. A consequence of his refusal to let her go out. It was too late for regrets now. She declared, "If I can't learn today, I shall remain like this." Zhao Yu took a deep breath and forcibly turned her face towards him, focused on the book, and read. She had a vague recollection and attempted to pronounce the words. Zhao Yu pointed out, "You mispronounced the third one. Listen to me read it again." Daining fixated on the movement of his Adam's apple, finding it rather alluring, and reached out to touch it. As he prepared to pronounce, she pressed on his throat, curiously asking, "Why aren't you reading? Are you trying to teach me sign language?" He grasped her mischievous hand and recited the passage once more. Daining learned once, and Zhao Yu was barely satisfied. He made a concerted effort to disregard the cheapao-clad maiden beside him, refraining from glancing down at her, and maintained a calm demeanor while imparting some fundamental knowledge. Daining's voice was sweet and gentle as she reminded him, "Zhao Yu, something on you is poking me. It hurts a little." At this, Zhao Yu abruptly yanked her off him, his patience exhausted, and pointed outside, exclaiming, "Go play outside." Daining joyfully dashed out, teasing, "You said so, right?" Zhao Yu, his face darkened, retorted, "Hurry up and leave." He spoke each word slowly, as if he were ready to devour her. "Count to 3. Daining, get out this instant." She skipped away, seeking Uncle Qian to find her a kite. Suddenly, Qing Tuan was blocked and then released, looking utterly bewildered. Daining, what did you do? Just now. Everything appeared as a mosaic. Even when Daining bathed, it merely interrupted the connection temporarily, not obscuring the view. However, just moments ago, Qing Tuan found itself confined in a small, square space, confronted by a mosaic, while the surroundings proclaimed harmony, democracy, prosperity, and unity, with subtitles incessantly scrolling. Curiously, Daining inquired, "You have that function?" Qing Tuan, perplexed, responded, "I don't know. It has never been triggered before." "No worries, you'll get used to it," she assured. Qing Tuan. Chapter 20. Avenge You. The weather was indeed delightful today, as Daining eagerly ran to the village chief's house, exclaiming, "Uncle Qian, can you find me a kite to play with?" Uncle Qian calculated that she had only studied for an hour and a half. "Miss, are you not supposed to be studying?" Zhao Yu had claimed that she was quite remarkable, having mastered everything and could leave school early, if one were skeptical. They could inquire with him. Upon hearing that his young lady was achieving success, Uncle Qian felt a surge of joy. "Very well, I shall procure some kites for you." Before long, he indeed returned with several kites, suggesting that Chen Xiaoli and Zhang Yongfeng join, for the more, the merrier, and it would ensure her safety. In Xinghua village, there was a flat hillside adjacent to a small grove, free from the chaos of tangled electric wires typical in the countryside, making it an ideal spot for kite flying. Chen Xiaoli pouted, while Daining, beaming with delight, embraced her. "Dear friend, I have thought of everything for you. Are you not touched?" Chen Xiaoli chuckled dryly. "Oh, I am utterly moved." Who else but Daining could be so naive? At their age, still enjoying kite flying. She would rather nestle in the village head's house. Watching a few DVDs, Zhang Yufeng carried 3 kites. Daining's was a majestic eagle, Qin Xiaoli's a colorful butterfly, and Zhang Yongfeng's a proud rooster. Despite the young lady's preference for flamboyant attire, her choice of kite designs leaned towards the most formidable. Upon receiving the butterfly kite, Qin Xiaoli's expression finally brightened. Do not fault her for overthinking. After being accustomed to Daining's antics, she instinctively assumed that the rooster was hers. As the 3 ascended the hill, they found a fair number of children and young couples already present. Among them were Zhuangzi and his newlywed wife. Upon spotting Daining, the couple greeted her warmly. "Miss, you have come to play as well?" Ashamed, the young man scratched his head and explained, Xiaoyan wished to take a stroll, so she came over. It turned out to be an attempt to please his wife. Their kites, crafted from paper, were not as exquisite as Daining's. However, the villagers possessed nimble hands, making the creation of such small objects a simple task. Xiaoyan remarked, "Miss, your kite is truly impressive and beautiful." Noticing her discerning eye, Daining lifted her chin slightly and replied, "Of course." While her academic pursuits may have faltered, she excelled in the art of enjoyment and leisure. With remarkable skill, she launched her kite into the sky with minimal effort. As Daining skillfully controlled the string, her kite soon soared higher than all others. Despite having experienced an unpleasant first night of marriage, Xiaoyan harbored no ill feelings towards Daining. The young lady had a lively and engaging personality, albeit with a hint of childishness. Moreover, the generous monetary gift she had given made it impossible for anyone to harbor resentment towards her. Unable to achieve great heights with her own kite, Xiaoyan opted to watch Daining instead. Qin Xiaoli, initially dismissing the activity as childish, soon found herself captivated, secretly competing with Daining using her own butterfly kite, which she found rather amusing. Zhang Yufeng glanced at the woods, his brow furrowed, and said, "Miss, it seems there is something amiss over there. I heard a noise." His acute sense of crisis compelled him to grasp Daining's arm, urging, "We must leave quickly." Daining protested, "But my kite is still in the air." "Forget about the kite," he insisted. Reluctantly, Daining dropped the jade plate she was holding and followed Zhang Yongfeng, only to realize that it was already too late. Suddenly, a group of 20 men emerged from the thicket, encircling those who had not yet managed to escape. Xiaoyan, Xuanzi, Daining, and several children found their paths completely obstructed. Daining peered out from behind Zhang Yongfeng, spotting a striking man with alluring peach blossom eyes at the forefront. His gaze swept across the scene, and someone whispered something in his ear. In addition to them, there was a bound and disheveled young man, his mouth gagged, struggling desperately until he received a kick, which subdued him momentarily. One by one, the subordinates of the man with the peach blossom eyes emerged from the woods. And Daining soon realized that Dutian and her mother were also tightly bound. Dutian, visibly panicked, exclaimed, "What do you want from us?" The man with the enchanting eyes replied with a smile, "We are merely weary from our journey and seek to rest in your village." Suppressing her fear, Dutian retorted, "If you wish to stay, you could speak to us respectfully. Binding my mother and me will only cause the villagers to perceive you as villains." The man raised an eyebrow, amused, and his followers erupted in laughter. "Boss, this woman talks too much. Let's show her some color. We've traveled far without the company of women. This one is quite a catch. You should take her first." Du Tian's expression changed dramatically, and her mother, Du Yuexiang, pleaded urgently, "Please, do not harm my daughter." Someone then remarked, "There are still 2 more women over there, boss. Given the recent tension, perhaps they could entertain the brothers." A scarred man licked his lips, pointing towards Xiaoyan and Qin Xiaoli. "What a fortunate find. The women in this village are rather appealing." They acted swiftly, seizing the 2 girls and dragging them away. Zhuangzi attempted to rush forward to protect Xiaoyan, but was struck down to the ground with a punch. "Zhuangzi!" Xiaoyan cried out. Qin Xiaoli was paralyzed with fear, only able to scream until someone slapped her, silencing her. Zhang Yufeng felt a heaviness in his heart and hurriedly concealed the young lady behind him. In her mind, Daining questioned Qingtuan, "I believe such a scene must be recorded in the book." Qingtuan replied, "I too find it familiar." She swiftly flipped through the pages and discovered that this was indeed the initial plot of the male protagonist, Zhao Yu's rise to prominence. The man with peach blossom eyes was named Shintushi, who was previously a scion of the local tyrants in Huanqing, notorious for bullying both men and women. However, after his father committed a crime, he, along with his henchmen, kidnapped the county magistrate's son and fled to this place. Eventually, Zhao Yu rescued the hostage and gained the magistrate's favor, embarking on a path of rapid ascension. Daining concluded, Shintushi is merely a pawn. Yet, she glanced around and saw no sign of Zhao Yu. Could he have lost his mind with anger and chosen not to rescue anyone today? Meanwhile, Du Tian was already in the process of being undressed. Spotting the corner of Zhang Yongfeng's peach blossom-colored skirt, an idea struck her, and she shouted urgently, Daining, where are your more than a dozen bodyguards? Quickly, call them to rescue us. Upon hearing this, Shintushi's eyes sharpened as he turned around. Zhang Yongfeng felt a sinking sensation in his heart, ready to vow to protect the young lady with his life, but unexpectedly, the girl behind him boldly declared, I came out to play. How could I possibly bring bodyguards? Her sudden appearance captivated the attention of the 20-odd men before her. The scarred man audibly gulped, remarking under his breath about the girl's exquisite youthfulness. Even Shindoasha's eyes gleamed with a hint of interest. He approached her with deliberate strides, seizing Daining's chin to scrutinize her. So delicate, he observed, you're clearly not from this village. Daining blinked, replying, your perception is quite astute. Shintuasha erupted in laughter, questioning, you're not afraid? Afraid of what? Daining countered, surely you recognize my extraordinary status. If you dare lay a hand on me, you'll face dire consequences. Shintuasha leaned in, attempting to kiss her, and said, how utterly charming. I am quite taken with you. Daining recoiled, covering her face with a look of distaste. She mused to Qing Tuan, if only Zhao Yu were this straightforward and genuine. Qing Tuan responded in despair, Daining. A modicum of fear would be appropriate. Shintuasha and his cohort are not to be trifled with. They are desperate criminals who care little for your wealth or status. Daining remained unconcerned, believing Ji Tian's attempts to harm her were particularly malicious. Besides, what good would fear do? This situation was impossible to conceal. When it came to pettiness and holding grudges, no one could rival the young lady. Daining tugged at Shintuasha's sleeve, and in a coquettish tone, she pointed towards Du Tian, imploring, since you are so fond of me, why not have your men give that wicked woman a sound thrashing? Du Tian, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, celebrating her narrow escape, nearly choked with rage upon hearing this. Witnessing the two men advancing towards her, Du Tian was overcome with panic. Aware of the plot, she instinctively wondered, where is brother Zhao Yu? Zhao Yu, having resolved his own pressing matter, wore a face as dark as the abyss. Daining always had a knack for finding the most infuriating ways to provoke him. After inquiring along the way, Zhao Yu learned they had headed towards the hillside. On that hillside, when the weather is fair, many individuals venture up to indulge in leisure. Adjacent to a small grove lies a path leading beyond the mountain, relatively flat yet considerably remote. In his youth, Zhao Yu ventured into the woods to play, nearly losing his way. During his journey, he encountered the 14-member bodyguard entourage of the young lady. A dozen burly men were basking in the sun, and upon spotting Zhao Yu, they greeted him warmly. The young lady preferred not to have them encroach upon her space while she played. Zhao Yu nodded and continued onward, catching a glimpse of Daining flying a kite in the distance. Before he could observe further, a disturbance in the woods captured his attention. His ears perked up, and his expression darkened. Numerous figures. The impoverished Xinghua village seldom saw visitors, especially not a group of men whose steps were anything but light. A band of men stealthily approaching from the narrow path inevitably conjured ominous thoughts. Zhao Yu, ever perceptive, refrained from advancing. Sure enough, moments later, the group was surrounded by Shintushi and his companions. Zhao Yu's countenance grew grave as he assessed the situation, turning to instruct several bodyguards. The men nodded solemnly and hastily departed. Concealed in the shadows, Zhao Yu awaited the unfolding events. Witnessing Shintushi's intimate gestures towards Daining, he pressed his fingers deep into the mud, leaving a significant impression. Shortly after, Du Tian, battered and sprawled on the ground, resembled a lifeless fish, unable to suppress her resentful glare at Daining. In response, Daining mischievously stuck out her tongue. Daining found herself ensnared from behind, as Shintushi, with an ambiguous tone, inquired, "Are you happy?" Daining replied, "It's all right." This demeanor of hers was a first for Shintushi, even at her own expense. She was determined to bring misfortune to others. Shintushi, who prided himself on having encountered countless beauties throughout his life, had never laid eyes on a woman more exquisite than Daining, even in the zenith of his family's fortune. As he forcefully caressed her slender waist and attempted to slip his hand beneath her cheongsam, the girl froze momentarily, bursting into laughter that brought tears to her eyes. "Ha ha! That tickles," Daining exclaimed, Shintushi found himself momentarily speechless. The scarred man could not help but remind him, "Boss, we ought to find a more discreet location. This is too conspicuous. If the villagers become wary, our task will become significantly more challenging." Shintushi recognized that with Daining's interruption, they had already squandered the prime opportunity to indulge in their pursuits. Once they seized control of this secluded village, they could act freely. He decisively commanded, "Bind everyone up. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we can use them to threaten the villagers. It's lunchtime now. Let us infiltrate from the outskirts of the village. Bind those we can, and eliminate those we cannot." Shintushi took it upon himself to bind Daining. Realizing she was to be tied up, Daining felt a pang of displeasure. She had recently found herself in unfortunate circumstances, first being bound by Zhao Yu and now by Shintushi. Just as this thought crossed her mind, several figures burst forth from the woods. Shintushi's expression shifted, and he reached for his weapon, but a torrent of fishing nets descended upon them, ensnaring everyone. Daining was tackled by one of the assailants, pulling her away from Shintushi's side. Upon recognizing the intruder, she blinked in surprise. "Zhao Yu?" Zhao Yu, trapped alongside her in the net, inquired, "Are you all right?" "Not really," she replied, her irritation evident as she prepared to complain. "That man with the peach blossom eyes tried to get too familiar and even attempted to touch me." As the conversation unfolded, a massive fishing net indiscriminately ensnared Shintushi and his entourage, including Xiaoyan and Zhang Yofeng. Daining's contingent of 14 bodyguards, along with 20 villagers, clung tightly to the net. Shintushi initially attempted to break free, only to discover that the net scraped his skin, leaving him numb and utterly powerless. Zhao lay prostrate upon Daining, enduring the sharp, tingling pain without uttering a sound. Observing that Shintushi and the others were immobilized, the bodyguards brandished electric batons, administering several strikes. Shintushi, his eyes rolling back in agony, trembled while cursing, "You wretched scoundrels." Before long, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Only then did the villagers untangle the net, helping their comrades to their feet. The net had been laced with a tranquilizer, rendering most individuals' limbs numb and devoid of strength. Zhao Yu struggled to rise from the ground as the bodyguards hastily assisted Daining. She sprang up, delivering a sharp rebuke to them. "You bunch of fools, hurry. Your young lady is on the verge of being abducted by villains." Among the group, Daining, shielded by Zhao Yu, appeared to be in the best condition. At that moment, she was intent on settling scores and appeared most spirited. She dashed over and kicked Shintushi with a resounding thud. "Serves you right." The oblivious Shintushi was knocked over by her kick, his head striking the gravel and leaving a bright red mark. Zhao Yu, witnessing this, averted his gaze nonchalantly. A villager inquired, "What shall we do with these individuals?" Being simple folk, they would never have dared to subdue and bind others had Shintushi not initially invaded their homeland. All eyes turned toward the steadfast Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu moved his numb limbs, stating, "Let us bind them for now and deliver them to the police station tomorrow. We must ascertain if any of our people have been harmed." Xiaoyan, still haunted by the recent events, leaned against Zhuangzi, who promptly offered her comfort. Chen Xiaoli, having narrowly escaped peril, was also pulled to her feet. The most unfortunate among them turned out to be Du Tian, who had been mercilessly beaten by Shintushi's subordinates. The sight of Du Tian, bruised and battered, caused Chen Xiaoli to shudder. Fortunately, she had forgotten to betray Daining at that moment. Otherwise, it would be her in such a wretched state. Du Tian, her tongue heavy and her voice pitiful, called out, "Brother Zhao Yu." Zhao Yu's gaze turned icy, and he harbored no intentions of approaching her this time. Li Zhuang, who harbored affections for Du Tian and could not bear to see her in such distress, stepped forward to assist her. Noting Zhao Yu's indifference, Du Tian's heart sank. She understood that he had witnessed her calling Daining out. A sense of despair washed over her. Realizing that the persona she had crafted as the kind-hearted neighbor girl had surely crumbled in Zhao Yu's eyes. Yet, she had not acted with malice. In that dire situation, only Daining's bodyguards could offer salvation. Daining's silence. Did it mean she wished to witness their suffering? She acted not solely for herself, but also for Chen Xiaoli and Xiaoyan. With nowhere to confine Shintushi and his men, and the villagers reluctant to take the villains to the ancestral hall, Zhao Yu contemplated, "Let us take them to the granary." The granary was spacious, making it difficult for anyone to escape, and it would not encroach on anyone's home. The group dispersed, securing their feet and tying the other ends to bamboo poles or trees. The villagers complied one by one. After Zhao Yu had given his instructions, he turned to see Daining scratching a young boy's cheek with a blade of grass. The young boy's mouth was sealed, his cheeks swollen and bruised, revealing the hardships he had endured. Zhao Yu approached and squatted down, inquiring, "Are you in league with these individuals?" The boy shook his head vigorously, desperately trying to dissociate himself from the situation, signaling for help. Zhao Yu refrained from immediately tearing off the tape from his mouth. Instead, he lifted the boy, opting to supervise him personally. His foresight was commendable. Should Xin Tu and his associates come to create further chaos, it would prevent the villagers from succumbing to panic. Daining followed closely behind Zhao Yu, observing as he carried the county magistrate's son. She tilted her head to scrutinize the boy and asked Qing Tuan, "He won't turn out to be the male protagonist's sidekick, will he?" Qing Tuan gasped, "How did you know?" Daining replied, "Such is the narrative in male-oriented novels, where the protagonist collects companions and builds a harem. Impressive indeed, my young lady." Her recent immersion in novels had not been in vain. Unbothered by Zhao Yu's unfolding circumstances, she focused instead on her own lunch. In the courtyard, Zhao Yu served a bowl of rice to the boy. He devoured it ravenously. Even though it was merely plain rice with a couple of slices of cured meat, he relished every bite. That despicable Xin Tu had deprived him of food for a day and a half. The boy sighed contentedly and flashed a broad smile, revealing his white teeth. "Hello. Thank you for rescuing me. My name is Zhuang Hongxiu, and my father is Zhuang Xiang, the magistrate of Huan County. The man you captured today is a fugitive from our county. He and his family have committed heinous acts in our region, this time with his father apprehended. He came to my school and kidnapped me before fleeing." Zhao Yu displayed an expression devoid of emotion, yet a multitude of thoughts flickered through his mind. The youth was loquacious. "Wow, your network today is remarkable. How did you manage that?" The group, led by Xin Tu Shi, was armed and capable of fighting. Yet they all collapsed at once. The fishing nets, infused with narcotics, played a pivotal role. The village refrained from harming the creatures of the mountains, leading to a time when fish were cultivated in the river and every household engaged in fishing. In recent years, the practice had diminished, yet the nets remained. The fishing nets of Xinghua village were distinct from those elsewhere. They were resilient and fine, capable of slicing through skin. When Xin Tu Shi and his companions became ensnared, their instinctive struggle only aided in the rapid absorption of the narcotic, which harmed no villager, swiftly incapacitating the intruders. Zhuang Hongxiu marveled, "You are truly impressive." Zhao Yu disregarded him. "My home does not offer the hospitality you seek. Leave this place and find the village head to arrange for your accommodation." Zhuang Hongxiu, having wandered for a month, felt an acute lack of security and insisted on residing in Zhao Yu's home. "I can even sleep in the courtyard," Zhao Yu replied coldly. "Suit yourself." He was not inclined to extend kindness to outsiders. Thus, Zhuang Hongxiu had no choice but to seek refuge in the firewood shed. Zhao Yu pondered. Why was it that someone born with a silver spoon could be so particular? After satisfying her hunger, Daining remembered something important. She hurried over and knocked on Zhao Yu's door. Zhao Yu was in the midst of changing his clothes. Half undressed, he recognized her footsteps. He inquired, "What is it?" Once he donned his attire, he opened the door to find a pair of bright, sparkling eyes, resembling black grapes. Zhao Yu stated, "Let's do this another day." "No, I want to do it today." She spread her slightly flushed palm and insisted, "Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight due to the pain." "You promised, no shirking." Zhao Yu said nothing further and went inside to retrieve the piece of yellow juju-wood, handing it to Daining. She waved it a couple of times, feeling a surge of energy coursing through her. "I have 12 strikes," she exclaimed. He chuckled softly, "Go ahead and strike." Daining swung the stick down onto his arm, the young lady exerting all her strength, naturally unwilling to hold back. Noticing Zhao Yu's lack of response, she pivoted halfway around and struck again on his back. Zhao Yu frowned slightly but remained silent. After delivering 12 strikes, she contemplated a 13th, only for Zhao Yu to grasp the yellow jujube stick firmly. "All right, enough of this," he said. She blinked innocently. "Okay, I forgive you." Zhao Yu gently ruffled her soft hair, murmuring, "Be good, don't run around recklessly in the future." He turned and closed the door, then removed his clothing once more. Daining struck the wound torn by the fishing net, blood already seeping through her shirt. Chapter 21. Bold Thoughts in the Dead of Night. Xin Tu Shi awoke to find himself and his brothers bound. His head throbbed painfully. He must have hit it against something. His younger brothers, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Boss, what do we do?" Xin Tu Shi was filled with rage. Accustomed to wielding power in Huanqing, never expecting to fall into the hands of a rustic villager. "Everyone, do your best to huddle together and untie the ropes." He began, but abruptly halted, realizing the other end of the rope around his neck was tied to a tree. Each individual is bound to a different tree, rendering it utterly impossible to untie the knots together. Shintu's countenance darkened profoundly, his peach blossom eyes drooped, and his expression morphed into one of foreboding. The younger men swiftly grasped this grim reality. They had not anticipated that after finally escaping Huanqing, believing they could continue their carefree lives, they would find themselves in such dire straits. Not a single villager remained unscathed, and they were all disarmed. Shintu's proclaimed, "Wait until dawn. Someone will come to negotiate. We shall offer them incentives to secure our release." The inhabitants of this remote mountain area are, after all, not overly sophisticated. If persuasion fails, we can resort to intimidation. There is always a glimmer of hope. With this mindset, as dawn approached and the sun had yet to rise, a figure bearing a flashlight appeared in the distance. The younger men exclaimed excitedly, "Boss! Boss!" Shintu's opened his eyes, his peach blossom gaze sparkling as he turned to the newcomer. The man was youthful, straddling the line between boyhood and maturity, possessing striking features, aristocratic brows and starry eyes, with deep, steady black pupils. He crouched before them and spoke in a calm voice, "Shintu's." Taken aback by his recognition, Shintu's lips curled into a smile. "Release me. That inexperienced lad must have deceived you into believing he holds a significant status. He is merely a traitor among us. I have an uncle in Taizhou. You might inquire about his reputation. Once you reach Taizhou, you shall find luxury, high salaries, and beautiful women awaiting you. I assure you, I will not go back on my word." Zhao Yu chuckled softly. "Your terms are quite appealing. Most would be tempted." Zhao Yu lifted his foot and struck down on Shintushi's hand, producing a sharp, resonant crack. "Alas, you have met your match in me." Shintushi grimaced in pain, his face contorting. "Stop." Zhao Yu raised his foot again, and Shintushi's hand was already in a dreadful state. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Shintushi vowed, "One day you will regret your actions today." Such words are often uttered by those in their final throes of struggle. Zhao Yu produced tape, methodically sealing the mouths of each individual in the group. When he reached Shintushi, he tightened the tape around his neck, allowing him to gasp for breath before releasing it. This torment continued, with Shintushi gasping, "Do I have a vendetta against you?" Zhao Yu's deliberate movements paused momentarily as he affixed the tape over Shintushi's mouth, his voice laced with an icy calm. "No." Behind Zhao Yu, the sun had fully risen. The village, in the throes of such a significant event, found all its inhabitants at a loss. It was clear to everyone that the immediate priority was to escort Shintushi and his companions to the police station. Zhuang Hongxiu quickly asserted, "For safety's sake, we must personally deliver Shintushi to Huanyan County. He is cunning and cruel. If transferred to another county without proper attention, he might escape, and the entire village could face retribution." Zhuang Hongxiu's face flushed crimson. Yet the villagers, instinctively, paid him little heed, turning their gaze towards Zhao Yu for direction. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Yu acknowledged, "Zhuang Hongxiu raises a valid point. For the sake of safety, we shall escort the individuals to Huanyan County. Who among you is willing to accompany me on this journey?" During the recent discussion, enthusiasm was palpable among the participants, yet now an eerie silence had enveloped the gathering. The villagers exchanged glances, pondering the arduous journey they were about to undertake solely to escort a criminal, a task that seemed thankless and burdensome. Suddenly, a small hand was raised. Me. The young lady tugged at Zhao Yu's robe, declaring, "These timid souls and selfish individuals are not willing to accompany you. I shall go with you." Zhao Yu softened his expression slightly, admonishing her gently, "Do not speak out of turn. Everyone has their own considerations. The harvest season is upon us, and it is indeed challenging for them to leave." His words were not meant as a rebuke to Daining, but were deliberately articulated for the villagers, allowing them an opportunity to retreat gracefully. As anticipated, his statement elicited expressions of shame from several in the crowd. Xuanzi stepped forward, asserting, "Brother Yu, this is a noble endeavor to protect our village. I shall accompany you." Li Zhuang scratched his head and also raised his hand, saying, "Count me in." Zhuang Hongxiu, deeply moved, added, "I will repay everyone's kindness." Zhao Yu continued, "We shall depart tomorrow. There is no need to provide these individuals with meals today. Let hunger compel them to comply with our plans." Having easily captured Shintushi previously, the villagers were now inclined to heed Zhao Yu's words. After the meeting adjourned, a porcelain-white face inched closer to Zhao Yu. "What about me? Can I go?" Zhao Yu suppressed a smile in his eyes and replied, "Do not seek to be part of every commotion. Remain in the village where the wealthy gentleman will ensure your safety and comfort. The distance to Huan County is considerable, and traveling by carriage would be uncomfortable for you. Daining, realizing she was indeed being left behind, felt a surge of frustration, especially since she had been the first to volunteer. Zhao Yu was about to utter something when suddenly, a half-eaten lollipop was thrust into her mouth. She kicked him and turned to leave, huffing. "If you don't take me, then so be it. Who cares?" The blueberry-flavored lollipop burst with sweetness, catching her off guard. The girl had mischievously slipped away, leaving no trace. Zhao Yu smiled faintly, refraining from scolding her for her impulsive behavior when angered. Calmly, he chewed the candy until it was reduced to fragments and discarded the stick. Later, Zhao Yu borrowed 5 passenger vans from Uncle Qian. Uncle Qian, a man of strong principles, readily agreed upon learning that they were transporting a notoriously dangerous criminal who had nearly harmed the young lady. Moreover, he offered material support and reminded Zhao Yu to exercise caution on their journey. The following day, as dawn broke, Zhao Yu and his companions escorted Shen Tuxing along a secluded path out of the mountains. Initially uncooperative, Shen Tuxing found himself confronted by Zhao Yu's icy demeanor. You can either starve or go to jail. Faced with the latter, which offered at least a glimmer of hope, Shen Tuxing had no choice but to comply, aware that beneath Zhao Yu's seemingly amiable exterior lay a fierce individual. Suppressing his hunger, he followed the group. After walking for about 10 minutes, Zhao Yu halted. "You all continue on. I will catch up shortly." He approached and removed a dry leaf from her hair, saying, "Didn't we agree you would stay in the village? What brings you here?" Daining retorted, "Who said we had an agreement? This remote mountain forest is dreadfully dull. I want to visit Huan County. I remember there are so many snacks there, glutinous rice cakes, pea powder. I don't need you to take me. I will go eat them myself." The young lady, in her capriciousness, proved to be quite unmanageable. Zhao Yu warned her. "It takes 4 hours to walk out of the forest. Can you endure it? Have you informed Mr. Jean of your arrival? I left a note in my room. Will you take me with you, or shall I go alone?" Daining readily agreed, joyfully linking her arm with his. "Hurry, let us catch up with the others." The main group had intentionally paused for Zhao Yu, allowing Daining and Zhao Yu to soon join Zhuang Hongxiu and the others, who were taken aback at the sight of the Ji family's young lady. Zhao Yu offered no explanation, merely stating, "Continue walking." Daining, bouncing with energy, traversed through the crowd, her hands clasped behind her back, peering this way and that. Her striking beauty caused several men to flush with embarrassment. She halted before a diminutive man, who lowered his head shyly, unable to meet her gaze. Zhao Yu, keeping a watchful eye on Daining, was about to admonish her against mischief when she suddenly lifted the man's hat. The elegantly coiled hair of Du Tian was revealed to the onlookers. Daining tilted her head and cheerfully remarked, "Hello, you look so familiar." Du Tian, in that moment, felt an overwhelming urge to strike Ji Daining. Just then, Zhao Yu approached, his brow furrowed. "Du Tian, why have you followed us?" With the group moving in full force before dawn, Zhao Yu had only counted heads to ensure no one was missing. It was indeed difficult to notice an extra person, especially since Du Tian was clever enough to blend in with Shen Tuxing and his entourage rather than walk alongside the villagers. Had it not been for the young lady's discovery, they might have only realized that Du Tian had also joined them upon boarding the vehicle. Du Tian expressed, "I too wish to contribute to the village. With one more person, the oversight will be more stringent." Her tone carried a hint of grievance as she glanced at Daining. "Why is it that Ji Daining can go, yet I cannot? I am merely trying to do a good deed. Zhao Yu, we have grown up together. This is exceedingly unfair." Seeing that she would not heed his words, Zhao Yu chose to dismiss her. "Suit yourself." He proceeded to the front of the group to clear a path. Li Zhuang approached, grinning amiably as he consoled Du Tian. "Do not be upset. Zhao Yu means well. This journey is quite arduous." Du Tian, showing no interest in the man who clearly appeared to be a mere supporting character, offered a perfunctory smile. In the depths of Daining's mind, Qing Tuan was astonished. "How did you know that Du Tian had come along?" It remarked, "I thought so." How could the young lady suddenly become unafraid of hardship and insist on following? It turned out she was aware of Du Tian's presence. Daining responded, "When we had the discussion yesterday, Du Tian's furtive demeanor was unmistakable. She clearly intended to stir trouble. Moreover, you mentioned that Du Tian possesses the fortune of a female lead. If the heroine were to easily relinquish the male lead, what sort of heroine would she be? In this narrative dominated by 3 male protagonists, Du Tian is the only one qualified to be the heroine, and naturally, she is resilient and unyielding." For the first time, Qing Tuan found Daining, the supporting character, to be quite reliable. Having walked for less than an hour, Daining, who had been exploring aimlessly, approached Zhao Yu with a weary expression. My feet hurt. Zhao Yu urged, hold on a moment. Daining grasped the hem of his garment, exclaiming, it truly hurts. Exceedingly so. Zhao Yu cast his gaze upon her footwear. The young lady, with her penchant for beauty, had chosen a pair of pale pink lace-up shoes to complement her outfit today. They were indeed aesthetically pleasing, yet it was evident they were ill-suited for walking long distances. Alongside Shintoshi and the villagers, there were at least 30 individuals, rendering it difficult for Zhao Yu to discern the extent of her discomfort. Assuming that she was merely creating a scene, he adopted a more serious tone, stating, if you wish to accompany us, it is imperative that we do not encounter any mishaps at this juncture. The journey to Huan County is considerable. We must make haste. However, Daining was oblivious to such concerns. Her foot genuinely pained her. The pale pink lace-up shoes were new, a recent gift from Uncle Qian, and she had taken an instant liking to them, donning them eagerly that very morning. To her dismay, the interior proved insufficiently soft, causing her feet to chafe. With tears brimming in her eyes and a quiver in her voice, she implored, Zhao Yu, I am not jesting this time. I feel as though I am bleeding. Seeing the sincerity in Daining's expression, Zhao Yu's countenance shifted. He addressed the others, please continue on, the young lady, and I shall catch up shortly. Disregarding the curious glances of the group, he guided her towards the edge of the woods. Kneeling down, he carefully removed her shoes, revealing the delicate skin of her feet, which had indeed been rubbed raw, even drawing blood. Zhao Yu's expression darkened slightly as he gently massaged her soles, removing both shoes entirely before lifting Daining into his arms. Why did you not speak up sooner? He chided softly, recognizing her sensitive nature. She ought to have complained far earlier. She embraced Zhao Yu's neck, her voice soft and gentle. I know this is your first time leading, and my temper has not been pleasant. Zhao Yu paused momentarily. Her propensity for annoyance was irksome, yet her docility ignited warmth within his heart. The matter involving Shen Tua, she had established Zhao Yu's authority in the eyes of the people. It was evident to all that without Zhao Yu, the village would remain isolated, unable to seek help, unaware of the atrocities that Shen Tuashi and his band of thugs might inflict. This was Zhao Yu's opportunity, and he understood it well. As the leader, carrying a woman seemed inappropriate. He lowered his gaze, casting aside his inner calculations, and softly said, it's all right. If you feel any discomfort, please tell me as soon as possible. Daining nuzzled her cheek against his chest, her demeanor so endearing that it melted his heart. Qingtuan remained silent, knowing that earlier in the morning, Daining could have chosen another equally beautiful pair of non-rubbing lotus-colored shoes, yet she ultimately opted for this pair. Daining was not as simple as she appeared. Du Tian, noticing that Zhao Yu and Daining had fallen behind, could not help but glance back. Li Zhuang reassured her, don't worry, Zhao Yu will catch up with us. Du Tian smiled gently. A villager, concerned, inquired, what is the matter with Miss Ji? Zhao Yu replied, she has injured her foot. I will lead her out of the forest first, and then we will seek a doctor. Du Tian cast a disapproving glance at Daining and firmly stated, Miss Ji, it takes 4 hours to exit the woods, and we have only been walking for less than an hour. Brother Zhao Yu cannot carry you for 3 hours, can he? Furthermore, everyone else is on the move. It would not be ideal for you to delay our journey. If you can endure, be strong and walk by yourself. At first glance, Du Tian's words seemed quite reasonable. However, Daining was not one to engage in reasoning. She said to Du Tian, I never asked for your embrace. Zhao Yu did not voice any objections. Zhao Yu interjected. It's fine, let us proceed. This will not delay our journey. I shall take good care of the young lady. With his assurance, the others naturally had no dissent, for they were all passengers in the vehicle provided by Daining. It would be rather ungrateful to consider her a burden when utilizing her resources. Zhao Yu carried Daining for 3 hours without assistance. Although it was merely early autumn, the sun's rays in the forest were somewhat oppressive, causing beads of sweat to form on Zhao Yu's forehead. Daining retrieved a tissue from her small bag and offered it to him to wipe his sweat. Zhao Yu's expression softened slightly, and noticing others observing them, he quietly declined, there is no need. Daining did not press the matter further, and fortunately, they soon spotted the van arranged by Uncle Qian. Once they settled inside, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Qian, ever considerate, had anticipated that the villagers might be unfamiliar with driving and had arranged for chauffeurs. These drivers were temporary hires and were unacquainted with the young lady. There were 22 individuals in Shintushing's party, and on Zhao Yu's side, including Daining, Du Tian, and Zhuang Hongxiu, there were 13 people, making a total of 35, a number exceeding the van's capacity. Thankfully, Uncle Qian had made adequate arrangements, dispatching an additional vehicle for their luggage, thus providing extra seating. The villagers were well aware that Shintushin was the notorious ruffian leader and were reluctant to share a vehicle with him. Zhao Yu assured them, "I will keep a close watch on him." He placed Daining inside the vehicle, ensuring she shared a ride with Xuanzi. "I will be in the back with the cargo van, keeping an eye on Shintushin. You stay here. Xuanzi will look after you. If anything arises, just call for me, all right?" Daining nodded in agreement. Considering Zhao Yu's carrying her all the way, she refrained from making further requests. Zhao Yu went to the back to personally oversee Shintushin. When it was time for a meal, Zhao Yu tore off the tape on Shintushin's mouth. Shintushin's captivating eyes slightly narrowed. "So that's how it is. You fancy that delicate young lady, so you retaliated against me yesterday." He had been holding it in all day, and now deliberately wanted to make Zhao Yu uncomfortable, scoffing, "Because I wanted to kiss her and touch her? You probably haven't even kissed her, have you? Right, she looks like she comes from a wealthy family, and you're just some." Zhao Yu tore open a box lunch, and with an expressionless face, he scooped up rice and shoved it into his mouth. "Utter another word of such filth, and you can starve." Shintushin. In any other circumstance, he would have greatly admired someone like Zhao Yu, but now, apart from feeling incredibly resentful, he had no other thoughts. The car traveled all day, and by evening, everyone stopped at a hotel. Uncle Qian had booked the rooms, but upon arrival, everyone realized there was a problem. The rooms had been arranged, but now there were 2 extra people, and the rooms were insufficient. Zhao Yu, recalling Shintushin's foul mouth during the day, coldly said, "Tonight, tie Shintushin and his companions separately to the corners of the beds in the standard rooms. This way, a room that could originally accommodate 2 people could instantly hold 4. Rooms were freed up, now totaling 12, but upon calculation, one room had to accommodate 2 people. Du Tian felt alarm bells ringing in her heart, and quickly said, "Miss Ji and I will share a room. Her foot is injured, and we're both girls. I also know how to treat injuries and can take care of her." Li Zhuang chimed in, "Du Tian, you have such a kind heart." Daining pouted, expressing her disdain. "I would never sleep with you, Zhao Yu. I want." Zhao Yu swiftly covered her mouth, knowing that if she uttered the latter part, it would likely become sensational news. With an air of indifference, Zhao Yu instructed, just like this, "Bind Shintushin and the others securely, and assign each of the others to a separate room. Du Tian, you will share a room with the young lady for mutual support." Du Tian responded with a smile. Throughout the journey, Daining remained displeased until Zhao Yu finally set her down. "I will buy you shoes tonight. What size do you wear?" Daining replied, "Size 35. I refuse to share a room with that ugly creature Du Tian. I do not need her care." Upon hearing of potential danger, Daining's instincts kicked in. Resting her chin on Zhao Yu's shoulder, she whispered in his ear, "Zhao Yu, why not let me sleep with you?" Chapter 22. No unwarranted affection. Zhao Yu remained unmoved, decisively rejecting her proposition. No. While he could indulge her whims at times, this was no matter for jest. He was a normal man, not a paragon of virtue. Rising to his feet, Zhao Yu cautioned her, "We must travel again tomorrow. I will call Du Tian in shortly. Behave yourself and do not tease her." Daining swung her legs playfully, tilting her face upward to gaze at him. "What if Du Tian bullies me?" Zhao Yu ignored her. It was a blessing if the young lady did not bully others. Pouring a cup of warm water for Daining, he stepped outside to inquire with Zhuang Hongxiu regarding the situation. Shortly after, Du Tian entered, carrying a medical kit, her smile gentle. "Miss Ji, after dinner, I will tend to your injury." Daining sipped from her cup, sweetly responding, "All right." Qingtuan couldn't help but remind her, the female lead's attitude seems rather pleasant. Isn't that a bit unusual? Could she be plotting revenge against you? Daining dismissed the concern, adding sugar to her water. "Let her come," she replied nonchalantly, while dining out. The dinner was less than satisfactory. Daining, being particular, hardly touched her meal and instead pulled out some candy from her pocket. In contrast, Du Tian adhered to the principle of not wasting food and finished every last bite. As she discarded her plastic container, she cast a glance at Daining, who was engrossed in her phone, and tossed away the untouched remnants of Daining's meal as well. As night fell and Daining finished her shower, Du Tian retrieved some gauze and several small bottles from her box. "Miss Ji, come here," she beckoned. Daining approached, seemingly catching a whiff of an unpleasant odor. Her eyes were drawn to the unfamiliar bottles, piquing her curiosity. It appeared she had underestimated Du Tian in her past life. This capable sister not only possessed skills but seemed quite proficient as well. No wonder she had suffered a crushing defeat. Du Tian looked up, her smile warm and friendly. as if there were no discord between them. She gently said, "Miss G, after I apply the medicine, I'll bandage it up, and you'll be able to walk tomorrow." Glancing at the bottles, she added, "It's for inflammation." Daining opened a bottle, a nauseating stench wafting through the air. Disgusted, she exclaimed, "That's revolting. I refuse to use this." Du Tian's smile deepened. "The medicine is quite effective. For the sake of everyone's journey, please endure it. You wouldn't want to be the cause of complaints, would you? Upon the application of this potion, it is guaranteed that Daining will emit an unpleasant odor for several days, an aroma that proves resistant to cleansing." Hearing of the remedy's effectiveness, Daining's expression softened slightly. But if it smells so foul, could it be toxic? Du Tian, suppressing her delight, replied, "How could it be? This is a beneficial medicine, composed entirely of harmless ingredients." "Is that so? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Daining inquired with a naive demeanor. "Then I shall be at ease." Du Tian declared, "Let us commence." Yet, before she could finish her sentence, a vial of potion was unexpectedly thrust into her mouth, as Daining decisively poured its contents down her throat. Du Tian choked, and Daining kindly lifted her chin, aiding her in swallowing. With a resounding gulp, the noxious scent pervaded the air. Du Tian's complexion drastically altered, disregarding any reprimands for Daining. She rushed to the restroom to expel the contents of her stomach. The sounds of retching echoed in the bathroom for quite some time, and eventually, Du Tian expelled her dinner. However, as this concoction was her own secret formula, its effects were remarkable, so potent that she felt as if her very bile would emerge. Yet the potion remained unpurged. No longer concerned with maintaining her composure, she stormed out in a fit of rage, Daining, I shall end you." Yet the room was deserted, devoid of the young lady's presence. Aside from the two girls who continued their antics into the night, the others, having traveled all day, were already in slumber. Zhao Yu, having finished his bath and lying in bed, was on the verge of sleep when he heard a knock at the door. Fearing that something had gone awry with Shun Tu Shi, he quickly awoke, adjusted his bathrobe, and opened the door. To his surprise, Daining stood barefoot on the threshold. She darted past him like a nimble fish, leaping onto his bed. Zhao Yu rubbed his temples and lifted her up, stating, "Didn't we agree on this? You will sleep with Du Tian tonight." The young lady, half dragged in the air, clutched Zhao Yu's pillow tightly. Zhao Yu frowned, clearly disbelieving Daining's nonsense. "Really? You can go check for yourself." The young lady was quite the troublemaker, and Zhao Yu, trusting her, set her down and proceeded to Daining's original room. Just as he was about to knock on the door, a peculiar odor wafted through the crack. As Daining had mentioned, it was indeed unbearable. Zhao Yu realized that the young lady was not lying. He grasped her wrist and pulled her up. She exclaimed in exasperation, "You know she isn't lying. Yet you're still trying to send me away. Zhao Yu, you rascal, you're worse than Shintushi." Zhao Yu calmly produced a tube of anti-inflammatory ointment and 2 band-aids, saying, "I'm not sending you away. You'll stay here tonight while I squeeze in with Xuanzi." He added, "Let me tend to your wound." She blinked, realizing her misunderstanding, and obediently extended her foot. Such a minor injury could easily be overlooked by others. But knowing her delicate nature, Zhao Yu decided it was best to treat it. Her feet were indeed exquisite, fair and refined, with delicate pink tips that were more tender than the faces of all the village girls. He hadn't paid much attention during the day. But under the warm yellow light now, as he held her foot, he felt a rush of warmth in his palm. Zhao Yu paused momentarily, maintaining his composure as he applied the ointment and affixed the band-aids. Daining found his indifferent and composed demeanor particularly irksome. In Zhao Yu's presence, she often questioned her own vivacity. As Zhao Yu stood to leave and sleep with Xuanzi, Daining wrapped her arms around his neck. The young lady, with a soft voice, said, "Zhao Yu, will you stay by my side?" Zhao Yu replied coolly, "Let go of me. If you continue to be disobedient, I shall bind you." Daining interjected, "What if Shintushi comes out? Moreover, that medicine from Du Tian." She chuckled as she spoke a few words. Zhao Yu felt a headache coming on. "You actually made Du Tian drink that concoction?" Daining felt no remorse. Who told her to be so wicked, using such a foul-smelling medicine on me? Zhao Yu thought that with Daining's knack for inciting trouble, it would not be surprising if she were to be assassinated one day. With her propensity for chaos, she might even, out of boredom in the dead of night, release Shintushi just to watch them play cat and mouse. It was Daining, after all, who truly needed watching over. Daining, delighted, snuggled up to him, curious to see if he would be startled enough to roll off the bed. When she noticed that he was genuinely about to lose his temper, she promptly lay down, not forgetting to establish her rules. You must not snore in the middle of the night. must not come too close, and must not steal the blankets. Zhao Yu closed his eyes, too lazy to respond to her. This girl had been quite the handful, yet unexpectedly, she fell asleep faster than he did. After a while, noticing the stillness behind him, he turned to look and found her peacefully asleep, her soft face nestled into the pillow, clutching a good portion of the blanket. Zhao Yu did not linger on her, turning back to close his eyes, and succumbed to sleep as well. At 3 a.m, Daining awoke. She typically enjoyed a restful slumber and would not stir at such an hour, but there was a caveat: she needed to be well fed. When nourished, she would sleep soundly, never causing a fuss. However, having barely eaten that evening, her meal having been discarded by Du Tian, she was now awakened by hunger. The young lady had never experienced being awakened by hunger, her eyes wide open, momentarily lost in thought. Once she regained her composure, she remembered there was someone nearby she could command. Daining switched on the small night light above her head and gently nudged Zhao Yu. The man's breathing was heavy, yet with a slight push, he became instantly alert. Daining leaned over him, her eyes filled with grievance. Zhao Yu, something is amiss. Zhao Yu furrowed his brow, preparing to sit up. Did Shintushi escape? No, I am hungry. Zhao Yu sighed, suppressing his irritation, and closed his eyes again, pretending he had already succumbed to eternal rest. Daining shook him gently. I'm starving. You must think of a solution. Zhao Yu remained still. Daining pinched his cheek. Zhao Yu, will you find me something to eat? Zhao Yu replied, endure it. There will be food in the morning. Please be quiet. I shall ignore you. Daining blinked and inquired, will you, or will you not find me something to eat? I shall only ask once. In the silence that ensued, the man's expression remained stern, his eyes shut, entirely unwilling to open them to her pleas, as if inviting her to make a fuss. Daining ceased her protests, and the atmosphere settled into a tranquil stillness. Zhao Yu assumed she had given up and was about to drift back into slumber when he felt a soft touch on his lips. The girl cradled his face and awkwardly pressed her lips against his. She gently bit him, teasing him at the corners of his mouth, as if discovering an amusing pastime. She contemplated for a moment and delicately licked the seam of Zhao Yu's lips. Suddenly, Zhao Yu's eyes flew open, brimming with an overwhelming tide of emotions. Without uttering a word, he rolled over, grasped her face, and, turning the tables, fervently kissed her. You are reckless. Reckless indeed. This is what you have brought upon yourself. Originally, Daining intended to wait until he finished kissing her, but after a while, she felt as if her lips were about to swell from his fervent attention. Preoccupied with her thoughts, she playfully murmured, Zhao Yu, you've already had your fill of kissing. Why not find something for me to eat? He was breathlessly nuzzling her neck, his fingers entangled in her curly hair, ignoring her pleas as his gaze remained fixated on her increasingly luscious lips. Daining, sensing his intentions, cautiously asked, are you hoping for an unreciprocated kiss? Zhao Yu abruptly withdrew from her, his chest heaving with exertion, perplexed by how the situation had escalated so unexpectedly. He covered Daining's face with the quilt, wishing he could smother her with it. Be quiet, I'll get you something. Daining cheered, switched on all the lights in the room, and began to enumerate. I want pea flour, pineapple stir-fried with meat, thick fish balls, spicy chicken wings, and for dessert, coconut milk dessert, plus. With a loud bang, Zhao Yu slammed the door shut. In the dead of night, this county town was far from bustling. Apart from a few barbecue stalls, hardly any shops were open. Zhao Yu hesitated to let Daining eat barbecue, fearing she might complain if the food upset her stomach. He consulted with the hotel staff and managed to borrow the kitchen, determined to prepare something for her, to fulfill her modest request. He spent all the little money he had left on the hotel. Upon entering the kitchen, he discovered that fresh ingredients would only arrive in the mornings. All that remained were rice, flour, and noodles. If he served the young lady a simple bowl of noodles, the night would likely drag on endlessly. Zhao Yu rolled up his sleeves and prepared a spicy and sour noodle dish, even frying an egg on the side. He moved with efficiency and soon brought the food to her. Daining sprang out of bed, her excitement palpable, only to be met with disappointment upon seeing the bowl of spicy noodles. Is this it? There is a lingering sense of resentment within Zhao Yu, who feels that his affection for Daining, which he expressed through a prolonged kiss, was worth merely a bowl of hot and sour noodles. Presently, he wishes to avoid her presence, declaring indifferently, so be it, eat if you wish. Sitting at the table in her room, Daining adopts a reluctant demeanor, replying, very well, I shall make do. Yet, despite her words, hunger compels her to relish the meal more than anyone else. Zhao Yu's culinary skills are exceptional. Having grown up in a humble household, he can transform simple ingredients into a delightful dish. The broth, tangy and spicy, brings Daining immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu lounges on the sofa, eyes closed, planning to collect the bowls once she finishes. In truth, he finds himself at a loss on how to confront Daining. Having matured early in life, he has weathered trials that many would not encounter in a lifetime: family upheaval, parental illness, locust plagues, and hunger, all of which he has borne with quiet resilience. The recent events feel fleeting yet interminably long. It is not typical of him to act in such a manner. Yet he has indeed succumbed to it. Daining, however, remains blissfully oblivious, indulging in her meal without a care. Unlike her, Zhao Yu cannot simply dismiss the incident as inconsequential. After finishing her meal, Daining appears content, taking great care of her appearance, brushing her teeth, and even using xylitol for fresh breath. She adheres to her meticulous routine, yet she refrains from mentioning the earlier incident. Observing her carefree demeanor, Zhao Yu's heart grows colder. Lying beside her, he feels like a lifeless being devoid of emotion. Suddenly, Daining recalls something and declares, "I have something to say." Zhao Yu, who had vowed to ignore her, cannot help but turn his head to look at her, responding, "Speak." Zhao Yu understood that he should harbor no expectations for her. His fingers tightened. There would be no next time. The phrase "no next time" was ambiguous, leaving one to ponder its true meaning. If there was none, then so be it. Why the somber tone? Daining, having enjoyed a hearty meal, was in high spirits as she played with her phone for a while before drifting into a sweet slumber. Zhao Yu, however, endured a restless night, finally managing to fall asleep in the early hours. He turned away from her, no longer gazing in her direction. Before dawn, Zhao Yu rose and ventured to the adjacent room to conduct a thorough inspection. Upon reaching Shun Tu Sha's quarters, he found everyone resting against the corners of their beds, seemingly undisturbed. Zhao Yu squinted slightly and approached, crouching down. It was roughly 4 a.m, the hour when slumber was at its deepest. Shun Tu Sha sensed the scrutiny upon him, causing a chill to creep over his scalp, yet he resisted the urge to open his eyes. Zhao Yu's gaze sharpened, and in a sudden motion, he lunged at him. Shun Tu Sha reacted swiftly, instinctively attempting to block and retaliate. Although Zhao Yu lacked combat skills, his youth and vigor granted him a significant advantage over Shun Tu Sha, who had gone 2 days without a proper meal and had been bound for 2 nights. In a matter of moments, he subdued him. Shun Tu Sha erupted in a stream of curses. "Zhao Yu, I'll make you pay for this." They were so close to escaping and eliminating Zhao Yu and his companions. Chapter 23. Forget-me-not seeing their leader captured. Shun Tu Sha's underlings could no longer feign sleep and promptly opened their eyes. Zhao Yu noticed the severed ropes at his feet and discovered a piece of metal from Shun Tu Sha. It was unclear where Shun Tu Sha had procured it, but he had managed to cut through the thick ropes with it throughout the night, all while the night watch remained oblivious. As Shun Tu Sha severed the rope, a surge of joy coursed through him. However, before he could assist his companions in loosening their bindings, Zhao Yu entered the room, leaving Shun Tu Sha seething with rage. Zhao Yu promptly resecured him tightly. Shun Tu Sha's complexion darkened, his peach blossom eyes glinting with malice. "How did you know?" he demanded. Zhao Yu replied coolly, "I do not know, but individuals of your ilk could not possibly all be asleep. There was no reaction even when someone entered to investigate. Next time you feign slumber, ensure that 2 of your lot are awakened. Alas, you may not have a next time. Those who thrive on perilous endeavors should possess a modicum of vigilance. Otherwise, they would have met their demise countless times over." Li Zhuang, upon hearing of the incident, broke into a cold sweat. Had Zhao Yu not discovered their ruse? The ramifications of Shun Tu Sha untying each rope would have been unfathomable. Zhao Yu stood guard for a while and, as dawn broke, he recalled that Daining was still peacefully slumbering within the room. He instructed Zhuangzi, "Ensure the safety of our guests." Zhuangzi nodded earnestly. Zhao Yu then roused Daining. "Get up and eat. We are about to set off." Hearing the mention of food, Daining sluggishly rose, a single stubborn hair sticking up from her head. Zhao Yu averted his gaze, choosing not to remind her. After she languidly completed her morning routine, Zhao Yu produced a pair of shoes. "Come here and put these on." Upon seeing the black cloth shoes in his hands, Daining's drowsiness evaporated in an instant, replaced by disbelief as she stared at the footwear. "You want me to wear these?" Zhao Yu perceived nothing amiss and replied, "They are comfortable." Daining shook her head vehemently. "I refuse to wear those. I would rather go barefoot." Transporting Shun Tu, she was inherently a laborious and perilous endeavor. Her absence was perhaps for the best. Daining regarded him with the disdainful gaze reserved for scoundrels, exclaiming, "You dare to cast me aside?" Zhao Yu retorted, "Think as you will. Will you wear them or not?" Daining resolutely shook her head, Who would wear such hideous cloth shoes? Let those who desire them wear them. Zhao Yu glanced at her. If you refuse to wear them, you shall remain in your room, and I shall arrange for someone to bring you meals. Qing Tuan continued to urge her to don the cloth shoes. If you don't wear them, Zhao Yu and the others will leave. And what will happen when Du Tian and Zhao Yu develop feelings for one another? Daining, infuriated, replied, they are so ugly. If you wish to wear them, then you wear them. Qing Tuan, feeling frustrated, shouted back, if I had feet, I would wear them. Daining, throwing down her spoon, shouted even louder. What do you say without feet? I simply refuse to wear them. I shall drive you mad. Very well, stay here and watch them depart. In the hall, Zhao Yu was counting heads. Noticing that only Du Tian and Daining were missing, he pondered for a moment, prompting Li Zhuang to quickly say, I will go call for Du Tian. Go ahead, Zhao Yu replied. Zhuang Hongxiu inquired, what of Miss Ji? Is she not joining us? Zhao Yu paused slightly. She is staying behind. Someone will come to fetch her. Zhuang Hongxiu, now entirely reliant on Zhao Yu, merely responded with an "oh" and fell silent. Li Zhuang arrived with Du Tian, his expression somewhat perplexed as he glanced at the stern-faced Du Tian, whose countenance was exceedingly grim. Just as she appeared, Zhuang Hongxiu immediately remarked, what is that smell? All present instinctively turned their attention to the source of the foul odor, Du Tian. Du Tian pressed her lips tightly together, casting a sorrowful glance at Zhao Yu, hoping he would comprehend her unspoken feelings. She dared not utter a word, for speaking would only intensify the unpleasant taste lingering in her mouth. It was all the fault of that foolish woman, Daining, who had gargled into the night, leaving a persistent aftertaste. Zhao Yu certainly noticed her expression, yet he refrained from commenting, unlike others who exhibited curiosity. Now that everyone is present, let us depart, Zhao Yu declared. Just as they were about to set off, the elevator beside them chimed and opened. A young girl bounded out of the elevator, exclaiming, not everyone is here. You forgot about me. She was barefoot, with a golden bell tied around her ankle that jingled with her every step. Upon seeing Daining, Du Tian's heart surged with a mix of old grievances and new animosities, her gaze sharp enough to slay. However, she maintained her composure, understanding that confronting Daining at this moment would yield no benefit. Even the most earnest and dull-witted man is, at heart, a creature of sight. She could not afford to further tarnish her image with the foul taste in her mouth. Du Tian clenched her fist quietly, vowing that one day, Daining would pay for her actions from the previous night. In the room, aside from Tian, 33 men fixated on Daining's pristine, bare feet, their stares becoming increasingly intense. Even Shintu, she had never envisioned that a woman's feet could possess such exquisite beauty. Zhao Yu's expression darkened completely as he glared at her, almost grinding his words out, Daining. Recognizing his voice, Daining scanned the crowd until she spotted Zhao Yu, responding cheerfully, here. Now that everyone is here, let us go. Zhao Yu questioned, where are your shoes? They were so ugly, I naturally discarded them, she replied. Zhao Yu inhaled deeply and commanded, let's go. He reiterated in a low voice, hurry up, we must leave immediately. The others, as if awakening from a dream, hastily boarded the vehicle. You sit in the back. The rear compartment housed a cluttered vehicle. Zhao Yu unceremoniously tossed the tightly bound Shintu she into the trunk and then pulled Daining into the car. With a composed expression, he settled beside her and admonished, who permitted you to run outside without shoes? Is this how a girl should behave? Daining retorted. Who told you to buy such ugly shoes? If you had chosen something more appealing, I would definitely wear them. My feet are freezing like this. Ultimately, the blame circled back to Zhao Yu. After a prolonged silence, he conceded slightly and lowered his voice. Take off that thing on your foot. Such an object, for reasons unknown, often led men to harbor inappropriate thoughts. Daining found his reasoning perplexing. I like this. I won't take it off, Zhao Yu proposed. Once we arrive in Huan County, I shall buy you beautiful shoes. Really? Indeed. With a playful tilt of her head, Daining smiled. Then I refuse to take it off. Zhao Yu, weary of further discussion, grasped her delicate foot and reached for the bell on her ankle. Daining struggled fiercely. As it seemed the bell was about to be removed, she grew frantic and scolded him. Zhao Yu, you great troublemaker. You behave one way in bed and another upon rising, bullying me and snatching my bell. The driver in the front and Shintu she in the trunk sensed the unfolding drama and couldn't help but perk up their ears. Zhao Yu gritted his teeth and admonished, Daining, refrain from speaking recklessly. When did I? He experienced a sense of despair and began to reflect. Realizing that he should not have lost control the previous night, Daining adjusted her skirt and, noticing Zhao Yu's surrender, lowered her gaze to check her bag for any remaining candies. Only 2 pieces remained, and she resolved not to share them with Zhao Yu, choosing instead to indulge herself. She remained quiet throughout the car ride. After finishing the sweets, a sense of boredom washed over her, prompting her to sneak a glance at Zhao Yu. He was silently gazing out the window, his mood evidently somber. She leaned closer to Zhao Yu, observing him for a considerable while before discreetly slipping the candy wrapper into his pocket. Well, that addressed the issue of littering. Zhao Yu remained utterly still, his breathing steady. It was astonishing how, when one reached the peak of irritation, tranquility could unexpectedly follow. The group maintained their speed, having lunch in the vehicle, once again enjoying the bento boxes prepared by Uncle Qian. The villagers, upon receiving their meals, were all smiles. For them, this trip was indeed worthwhile. Not only did they stay in a beautiful and luxurious hotel, but they also enjoyed meat with every meal, and the bento lunch was both fragrant and plentiful. However, Daining was less than pleased. Accustomed to a life of luxury, she found the mixed flavors of the bento quite displeasing. Zhao Yu observed her pick at her food, selecting only a few pieces of curry beef, refusing to touch anything else. He furrowed his brow slightly, remaining silent as he transferred all the beef from his own meal to hers. Daining, ungrateful, retorted, "Your chopsticks are covered in saliva." Zhao Yu replied coldly, "We've already kissed. Is it really necessary to express disdain now?" Daining considered this and, feeling pleased, devoured the entirety of her beef, followed by 2 strands of carrot, leaving the rest of her lunch untouched. Were it Zhaoping or Zhaonan, they would never permit such wastefulness. Even a child would ensure every morsel was consumed. Zhao Yu refrained from commenting on Daining. He understood that some people took such behavior for granted, as each individual's circumstances and lifestyles varied. Lowering his gaze, he studied the map of Huan County in his hand, becoming somewhat lost in thought. It was precisely for this reason that he must repeatedly remind himself that he and Daining belonged to entirely different worlds. Daining was born amidst the clouds, free to indulge in her whims, while he emerged from the dust, compelled to strive upward. Residing in an upscale community, his family enjoyed a comfortable life, with Mayor Zhuang being an honest official and Mrs. Zhuang hailing from a wealthy family. A few police cars awaited in advance, ready to replace the ropes binding Shen Tu-shi and his accomplices with handcuffs, escorting them into the vehicles. Mrs. Zhuang embraced Zhuang Hongxiu, unable to suppress her tears. Zhuang Hongxiu, feeling embarrassed, reassured her, "Mom, please don't cry. I'm perfectly fine now. I'm just happy." As Zhao Yu prepared to leave after the matter was resolved, Zhuang Hongxiu hastily interjected, "Brother Yu, wait a moment. Dad, let me introduce you. This is Zhao Yu, the one who saved me and apprehended Shen Tu-shi and his gang." Daining, without shoes, observed from the car how the fortunate ones achieved success from nothing. Look at the multitude escorting them, yet only Zhao Yu was mentioned. This exemplified the charismatic allure of a truly fortunate individual. Otherwise, why wouldn't Zhuang Hongxiu commend the clumsy yet endearingly Da Zhuang? Upon hearing this, Mayor Zhuang scrutinized the young man before him. Zhao Yu possesses strikingly handsome features, with his sword-like brows and starry eyes captivating the attention of the girls. To a middle-aged man like County Chief Zhuang, he appears not only handsome but also exudes a clarity of gaze and a resolute demeanor. The grace within Zhao Yu's spirit is such that even the seasoned Mr. G, who has navigated the vicissitudes of the marketplace for decades, finds no fault. County Chief Zhuang repeatedly praises him, expressing gratitude as he shakes Zhao Yu's hand. "Thank you, Comrade Zhao. Everyone has worked diligently. Today, I shall treat you all to a meal in appreciation for saving Hongxiu and apprehending Shen Tu-shi and his associates, a significant achievement indeed." He is not merely a county chief, but also a father sincerely expressing his thanks. Zhuang continues, "However, this matter cannot end merely with gratitude. Regarding Shen Tu-shi, we may need your assistance in taking a statement. Tomorrow, officials from the bureau will come for discussions. Additionally," he pauses, contemplating, "as Shen Tu-shi is a suspect with a bounty on his head, your significant contribution to society deserves recognition and a reward." The villagers exchange incredulous glances, unable to believe such fortunate news. Zhao Yu, equally astonished, chooses not to decline and concedes, "Then I shall not trouble you further." That evening, County Chief Zhuang hosts a banquet at a restaurant. Before their departure, Zhao Yu approaches Zhuang Hongxiu, saying, "Brother Zhuang, I have a request." Zhuang Hongxiu, filled with admiration, eagerly responds, "Of course, Brother Yu, please go ahead." After a moment of silence, Zhao Yu asks, "Could you kindly purchase for me a pair of beautiful, soft shoes for a girl? I will repay you." In his memory, the women of the village either wore cloth shoes or knee-high boots. Someone as refined as Daining was likely to be a singular encounter in his lifetime. Zhuang Hongxiu recalled the delicate feet of the young lady and cleared his throat gently. "You go. Do not stand on ceremony. You have saved my life, and I am already in your debt. Rest assured, I shall speak with my mother and have her prepare some shoes for the young lady." Zhao Yu nodded. "I appreciate it." Fortunately, his fortitude had been honed by Daining, and the prospect of involving Madame Zhuang did not induce embarrassment. Chapter 24. Love at first sight. Upon hearing her son's request, Madame Zhuang thoughtfully prepared a pair of soft and exquisite shoes, her gentle nature prompting her to personally deliver them to the girl in the carriage. Expecting a girl from a mountain village, Madame Zhuang was taken aback upon seeing Daining. She immediately realized her misjudgment. The girl before her, raised in a wealthy household, exuded an air of elegance that surpassed her own. The young lady appeared youthful, with bright, sparkling eyes, and her dress was a limited edition from the current season, as she curiously assessed her. Madame Zhuang smiled. "I am Hongxiu's mother, here to present you with a pair of shoes." Daining accepted the offering and discovered a pair of minimalist, creamy white flats, which she instantly adored. "Your taste is impeccable," she remarked sweetly. Though she rarely expressed gratitude, her charming demeanor brought joy to those around her. Madame Zhuang replied, "I am glad you like them. Do try them on to see if they fit." Once Daining slipped into the shoes, she was finally liberated from the confines of the carriage. With a cheerful spirit, she inquired, "Shall we have dinner now?" Madame Zhuang, upon observing her innocence and vivacity, was reminded of her niece and felt a surge of tenderness. "Indeed, Miss G. Do you have any preferred dishes? I shall place an order in advance." Without hesitation, Daining listed several names of dishes. Madame Zhuang noted them down, then glanced at Zhao Yu in the distance, who was engaged in conversation with County Chief Zhuang, and curiously inquired, "What is your relationship with this young Zhao?" After a moment's contemplation, Daining replied, "There is no relationship." Madame Zhuang was somewhat taken aback, having heard from her son about Zhao Yu's concern for Miss G. She had presumed their connection to be profound, only to discover it was not as she had envisioned. A sense of calculation stirred within her as she linked her arm with Daining's and led her to the restaurant. During dinner, the villagers sat at the table feeling quite ill at ease. Living in a small place, it was a rarity for them to even glimpse the county chief, let alone dine at the same table. Conversely, Zhao Yu appeared remarkably composed. County Chief Zhuang appreciated his abilities and, recognizing the unique perspectives of this young man from the mountain village, could not help but engage him in conversation, which led to a delightful rapport. Zhuang Hongxiu expressed his delight, proclaiming, "I told you, Brother Yu is exceptional, at least in the entire Huan County. No one would dare guarantee that they could capture Shintu Shi and his ilk without any resistance. The Shintu family is notorious. Their heinous deeds warrant execution without question." While conversing with the county chief, Zhao Yu's attention drifted towards Daining, who seemed at ease, seated beside Madame Zhuang, directing the waiter to pour her some fruit tea. In stark contrast, Dutian felt considerably more uncomfortable. After a long day, the taste in her mouth had finally faded. Yet she could still perceive it lingering. To maintain her composure, Dutian restrained herself from eating, preserving a gentle smile. Upon witnessing Zhao Yu embarking on the path to success, she was even more reluctant to relinquish him easily. The county head discreetly informed Zhao Yu, "Shintu Shi is a criminal sought by our Huanqing police, and he holds the record for the highest bounty in history. The amount publicly announced has been steadily increasing. I believe it has reached 1 million. Zhao Yu was taken aback by this figure, yet he displayed no outward reaction, merely nodding in acknowledgement. As they were halfway through their meal, a woman clad in a chic tweed ensemble entered the room. Her appearance was strikingly beautiful, prompting Zhuang Hongxiu to exclaim, "Cousin." Zhuang Hongxiu's cousin was named Lan Rongrong. He acknowledged her with a nod, his demeanor neither warm nor cold, unremarkable yet polite, lacking intimacy. However, Madame Zhuang was quite pleased. "Rongrong, come and sit." Upon hearing the name Rongrong, Daining remained indifferent, but Dutian's expression shifted slightly. Her gaze fixed intently on Lan Rongrong. Qing Tuan quickly elucidated for Daining. In the original work, Lan Rongrong harbors feelings for the male protagonist Zhao Yu and has assisted him considerably. In your human vernacular, there exists a term. What was it? A confidant. Perhaps this trend appeals predominantly to male-oriented literature, where once the protagonist begins to thrive, numerous supporters inevitably emerge. It seemed the formal narrative had commenced with the escort of Shintu Shi. Daining observed that indeed, Lan Rongrong's gaze was glued to Zhao Yu. Among the gathered, the most beautiful was Daining, and the most esteemed was County Head Zhuang. Yet the moment Lan Rongrong's eyes fell upon Zhao Yu, he became her sole focus. Daining finally felt a sense of authenticity, as though she were immersed in a narrative meant for male readers. Lan Rongrong inquired, "Who is this?" Lady Zhuang promptly introduced Zhao Yu to Lan Rongrong. With a polite smile, Lan Rongrong acknowledged, "Ah, so you are the one who saved Hongxiu." Her eyes sparkled, and her smile was gracious, but Du Tian's expression darkened, her fists clenched tightly. Zhao Yu nodded. "Hello, Miss Lan." Daining propped her chin on her hand. Intrigued by the unfolding drama, she found particular delight in witnessing Du Tian's irritation. Strictly speaking, she was indifferent to whom Zhao Yu fell in love with. As long as it was not Du Tian, she would be content even if it were Lan Rongrong. Zhao Yu, sensing Daining's gaze, cast a glance in her direction from across the table. Just as he was about to decline, Daining's eyes brightened as she eagerly nodded. "Yes, yes. I want to see. Please take me." Lan Rongrong, finally diverting her attention from Zhao Yu, turned to the most beautiful girl in the vicinity. However, Lan Rongrong's intentions were not solely to accompany Daining. She was smitten with Zhao Yu at first sight. Yet, since Daining had expressed the desire, it would be impolite to refuse, so she smiled in agreement. "That sounds wonderful," Zhao Yu cautioned Daining. But Daining paid him no heed, replying, "I came to Huan County precisely because I heard it is quite entertaining. There are numerous fascinating customs and delicious snacks." Unaware of the undercurrents among the group, County Chief Zhuang warmly remarked, "Huan County is indeed lively. You young people should explore it." After finishing their meal, Daining tugged at Lan Rongrong's sleeve. "Let's go. We're leaving." Lan Rongrong attempted once more to persuade Zhao Yu, while he furrowed his brow, uncertain about how to handle Daining. Fearful of losing her if he did not keep his gaze upon her, yet vexed by the need to follow. Zhao Yumu couldn't help but wonder if she could not behave herself for a single day. With a stern countenance, he remarked coolly, "I have no intention of losing sight of you. Just refrain from running off." Daining wrinkled her nose, visibly displeased, and retorted, "Pauper." Despite her lack of funds, she resolutely insisted on joining, turning on her heel to follow Lan Rongrong. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yumu found himself unable to ignore her and trailed behind the two girls. Du Tian watched anxiously, her lips sealed in silence, offering herself quiet reassurances that all would be well, with someone as cunning as Daining present. Even a breathtaking beauty like Zhao Yumu would find it impossible to ignite any spark. Previously, when Daining was around, engaging Zhao Yumu in conversation had proven difficult, and by extension, Lan Rongrong would likely find no success either. However, Du Tian was unaware that Daining had no intention of joining them. Instead, she left Zhao Yumu and Lan Rongrong to their own devices while she frolicked alone. Lan Rongrong felt a surge of delight, with Daining out of the picture. She seized the opportunity to converse with Zhao Yumu, inquiring about his origins, age, and family circumstances. Zhao Yumu answered casually, his gaze firmly fixed on the young lady ahead. She playfully made a face at him, disregarding his conversation with Lan Rongrong, as she placed down the candlestick and dashed into the crowd, drawn toward the lion dance. Zhao Yumu hurried after her, momentarily pausing at the candlestick stall before ultimately deciding to purchase it. Lan Rongrong, lost in thought, felt a twinge of displeasure. Unaware of Daining's true background, she assumed her to be merely a girl from the mountains, despite her fine clothing. She believed it must have been a kind gift from an aunt. Relying on her affluent background, Lan Rongrong held herself in high esteem. It was a rare occasion that she had taken an interest in a man, and she could not fathom that Zhao Yu would forsake such a splendid opportunity. However, upon witnessing Zhao Yu's attention solely fixed on Daining, a pang of displeasure surged within her. Lan Rongrong intercepted Zhao Yu, her brows slightly arched. "In Huan County, we have a particularly renowned liquor called honey pomelo brew. Zhao Yu, would you care to sample it?" "Miss Lan, I appreciate your kind offer, but I do not consume alcohol," Zhao Yu replied, his tone courteous yet firm. A look of regret crossed Lan Rongrong's face, and she was about to say more when Zhao Yu's expression shifted abruptly. He focused intently on the throng of people, only to realize that Daining had vanished from sight. Ignoring Lan Rongrong, he hastily maneuvered through the crowd in search of her. Despite Zhao Yu's height, the bustling crowd concealed Daining's presence entirely. He wore a grim countenance, almost regretting the few pleasantries exchanged with Lan Rongrong. How could she have disappeared in the blink of an eye? Zhao Yu's expression darkened. Daining is in Huan County for the first time, and she lacks money. "Miss Lan, if you are unwilling to assist, please do not obstruct my path, to say nothing of the perilous beauty of Daining." Being alone in unfamiliar territory rendered her vulnerable to danger. Lan Rongrong, cast aside, stared at Zhao Yu in disbelief, her anger simmering. She was not without admirers. What was Zhao Yu to her? Shunning him, she turned to leave. With a push, Zhao Yu directed Lan Rongrong towards the lion dance troupe, his voice cold. Be sensible. Understanding his intent, Lan Rongrong quickly slipped into the crowd. Meanwhile, the group of assailants, having lost their target, seemed to contemplate their next move. And one of them lunged a knife towards Zhao Yu. Left with no choice, he raised his arm to defend himself, blood gushing from the wound. He kicked away the knife aimed at his abdomen, only to realize that these individuals were intent on taking his life. A heavy weight settled in Zhao Yu's heart as he instinctively grasped an object nearby to shield himself. He heard someone shout, "The police are coming." The crowd dispersed in all directions, and the group exchanged glances before fleeing. Not far off, a police car was indeed stationed, with armed officers maintaining order. By a fortunate twist of fate, Zhao Yu and Lan Rongrong were spared from a calamity. It's all right. Zhao Yu gestured for Lan Rongrong to explain the situation to the officers. I have a friend who is missing. I fear for her safety. I must go search for her. He pressed his hand against the wound on his arm, blood saturating his jacket. Following the direction where Daining had drawn attention, he walked while inquiring. He traversed from the window flower exhibition in Huan County to the modern fountain at the end of the street, yet still saw no sign of Daining. Lan Rongrong caught up to him, suggesting, "You should go to the hospital first." Zhao Yu's brow furrowed in determination. I must find her first. His mind raced, quickly realizing that the events of the evening were tied to Shintu Shi. The group likely intended to abduct Lan Rongrong as leverage to exchange for Shintu Shi. Having captured Shintu Shi and incited a deep enmity, they would stop at nothing. The thought of Daining encountering that group sent shivers down his spine. He pressed firmly on his wound and continued onward, regretting countless times having let her out for a night of revelry. On the bridge, the neon lights flickered as a girl removed her tusked mask, exhaling softly. What a shame. None of them perished, she mused, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She coughed a few times, rubbed her chest, and complained to the green dumpling, "It hurts so much." The green fell into silence, and after a considerable pause, remarked, "I have long stated that one should not attempt to harm Zhao Yu nor hinder his progress. You are merely a shallow presence in the book. While he is a child of great fortune, even before Zhao Yu faced any calamity, you were nearly obliterated by the will of heaven. Henceforth, refrain from such actions that disrupt his relationship with the female lead. Have you forgotten the fate that befell you in your past life when you opposed Du Tian, who bore the weight of destiny?" "I am not privy to such knowledge," Daining replied, wiping the blood from her lips, her voice sweet and laced with laughter. "I had initially thought that with Lan Rongrong's predicament, he would lack the support to escape this place. The scattered underlings of the Shintu family are truly lacking in strength, although she had already leaked the information. Those beneath the Shintu family were unable to catch up to the convoy in time to rescue Shintu Shi. Now, having failed to kidnap Lan Rongrong, they even find themselves incapable of eliminating Zhao Yu. Indeed, the minor characters are shackled by the rules of the narrative, rendering them incapable of grand endeavors." After a lengthy silence, the green muttered, "I had assumed you harbored feelings for Zhao Yu, considering he treats you well. Yet, when Daining resolved to use another's hand to slay Zhao Yu, even the green was caught off guard. Should the male lead lose the opportunity presented by Shintu Shi, fate would truly be rewritten." Daining blinked and smiled, seemingly oblivious to the words of the green. "I am going to find him now." She discarded her mask and, with nonchalance, descended the bridge. In the brightest light, Zhao Yu was stopping a middle-aged woman, inquiring, "Have you seen a woman dressed in such high fashion, strikingly beautiful?" The middle-aged woman glanced towards the bridge's edge and pointed. "Is it her?" Zhao Yu had grown accustomed to her tendency to accuse others first. Seeing her safe and sound, he finally felt a sense of dizziness and weakness. Zhao Yu murmured, "Let us go." His clothes were soaked in blood, and his lips appeared pale. Daining did not notice, so he chose not to mention it. Lan Rongrong, upon seeing Daining, became irate. "I told you she was fine. Zhao Yu, you're severely injured. We must go to the hospital." Upon hearing this, Daining looked at Zhao Yu in confusion. He averted his gaze and replied calmly, "It's nothing." Eventually, Daining noticed that half of his arm was drenched in blood. She gently touched his drooping arm, displaying a hint of worry. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, "Does it hurt?" "I want to sleep now. Let us go to the hospital." A glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. "It doesn't hurt anymore." Chapter 25. Are you blind? The next day, When Director Kang of Huangshan County and Mayor Zhuang arrived, Zhao Yu and his companions were having breakfast in the dining hall. After a brief introduction among themselves, Director Kang wore a grave expression. "I heard from Miss Lan that you encountered some assailants last night, and they even attacked you?" Zhao Yu pondered for a moment before responding. They were likely not ordinary thugs. Their initial intent was to abduct Miss Lan, and only later did they decide to kill me. These fugitives are lawless and have numerous hideouts, making them exceedingly dangerous, Director Kang remarked. The prosecution is already preparing to charge Shen Tuxing and others. Comrade Zhao, we owe you a great deal this time. If Shen Tuxing had escaped to Taizhou, we would have had no means to apprehend him. Zhao Yu shook his hand. Director Kang did not mention the bounty, nor did Zhao Yu. Zhuang Hongxiu gazed at the wound on Zhao Yu's arm and murmured, "I find it rather puzzling how the Shinta family discovered so swiftly that we had apprehended Shinta Shi, especially since the news has yet to be made public." Qing Tuan, feeling a twinge of guilt, couldn't resist casting a glance at Daining. The latter was indulging in a delightful red bean cheesecake, being quite selective in her choices. Noticing Zhao Yu engaged in conversation, she stealthily pilfered some of his red date-flavored treat and popped it into her mouth. With her cheeks puffed and her round eyes fixed on him, Zhao Yu said nothing but poured her a cup of soy milk to aid her consumption. Director Zhuang remarked, "The members of the Shinta family are not to be trifled with. It is not surprising that they are well informed." Director Kang nodded in agreement, stating, "A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. It seems prudent for us to investigate who else might be lurking around Huan County. The task of eradicating crime for the sake of our nation is of utmost urgency." He then called out, "Comrade Zhao, please come here." Zhao Yu rose and followed him. Daining remained absorbed in her meal, completely oblivious to their discussions. Conversely, Du Tian strained to catch snippets of the conversation, her heart racing with excitement. Having watched Zhao Yu emerge from the mountains, she felt that his interactions with influential figures would only elevate his future prospects. Li Zhuang and others exchanged glances. The villagers, lacking exposure, still in a state of confusion. Du Tian softly spoke, "Brother Zhao Yu, we all have faith in you. However you decide to divide matters is how it shall be." Li Zhuang swiftly concurred, "Indeed, we are not well versed in these matters. Zhao Yu, we will follow your lead." Last night, Zhao Yu pondered this matter and, noticing that everyone was at a loss for ideas, proposed, "Let us distribute the rewards based on merit. Those who apprehended Shinta Shi and his accomplices, those who contributed fishing nets and anesthetics, as well as those who escorted Shinta Shi, will receive bonuses commensurate with their efforts and contributions." Finally remembering to inquire, Xuanzi asked, "Brother Yu, how much is the bonus?" Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Zhao Yu replied, 1 million for Shinta Shi, 50,000 for each of his subordinates, totaling 210,000. The villagers, who initially held no expectations, were astounded. Li Shuang had never encountered such a substantial figure in his lifetime and suspected he was dreaming, confused yet exhilarated. He had followed Zhao Yu to capture a group of individuals, and now this immense sum awaited them. Zhao Yu assured them, "In a few days, I will prepare a ledger detailing the distribution of the bonuses for you to review." Du Tian was quite perplexed. Logically, these villagers seemed rather naive, lacking understanding. If Zhao Yu were to claim all this money for himself, he could swiftly make investments and thrive, so why would he distribute it so openly? However, she was astute enough not to voice her thoughts. Qing Tuan seized the opportunity to enlighten Daining. The male protagonist has his own calculations. He aspires for greater accomplishments and certainly does not possess such a short-sighted perspective. Just wait and see, even if the distributed funds are not substantial. The true benefits lie ahead. Lacking the patience to endure their endless discussions, Daining resolved to venture out, having yet to savor the culinary delights of Huan County. As she attempted to escape, Zhao Yu grasped her firmly under the table, asking, "Where are you going?" "To go shopping." She replied, "You also heard what County Chief Zhuang mentioned. The Shinta family remains outside. To be on the safe side, it would be prudent not to venture out just yet. Wait until they are apprehended before you indulge in leisure activities. However, I find little enjoyment in remaining here." Zhao Yu whispered, "I will accompany you in place shortly." "Really?" She replied, "Indeed." Daining was aware that Zhao Yu seldom spoke untruths, and thus reluctantly acquiesced. The green dumpling automatically interpreted this as Zhao Yu offering himself to her amusement. She departed in high spirits. It has been quite a while since Du Tian and Zhao Yu engaged in a meaningful conversation. Initially, their relationship had been rather amicable, with Zhao Yu showing her considerable care and support. Yet, in such a brief span, Zhao Yu had grown more distant than a stranger, suppressing her sense of grievance. She spoke up. Zhao Yu, may I come in to talk with you? Zhao Yu replied, if you have something to say, you may do so here. Du Tian bit her lip. I am unsure what misunderstanding has led to your current demeanor towards me, but I must inform you to be wary of Miss G. The day before yesterday, while tending to her wounds, she shockingly made me ingest the medication meant for external use. Furthermore, on the day Shintu was captured, she orchestrated those individuals to assault me. Miss G appears innocent and naive, yet her heart is remarkably ruthless. Shintu even seems willing to heed her commands. I have a suspicion that she may have brought Shintu to our village. Do you not believe what I am saying? Zhao Yu replied nonchalantly. I am already aware of all this. Du Tian gazed at him in disbelief. She had contemplated numerous outcomes regarding Zhao Yu's knowledge of these matters. Yet she never anticipated his utter indifference. Zhao Yu closed the door behind him and went to change his bandage. As promised, he came to accompany Daining in her playtime. Lacking prior experience with such youthful companionship, apart from Zhaonan, who was significantly more mature than Daining, he set up a chessboard on the table and beckoned her over. Daining looked at him, puzzled, as he adeptly arranged the pieces: rook, knight, cannon, and elephant. Are we playing this? Chess? She inquired. Zhao Yu furrowed his brow slightly, as if to ask, what else? Daining responded, let's play a game instead. In this day and age, only old folks play chess. You should join me for a game. I'll play ADC, and you can support me. Zhao Yu paused momentarily, then replied honestly, I don't know how. I'll teach you. Daining exclaimed. Zhao Yu glanced at her incredulously. You don't know how to play Chinese chess? How is that possible? Daining promptly retorted, don't mention chess. I'm proficient in Go, 5 in a row, and Ludo. Let's have a game, if you win. I'll play games with you. Her mood soured slightly. Are you accompanying me, or am I accompanying you? With a sigh, Zhao Yu conceded, I will accompany you. Satisfied, Daining rummaged through her bag for her spare phone and handed it to Zhao Yu, beginning to explain the controls. Zhao Yu found her bag intriguing. Though it appeared small, it seemed capable of holding an endless array of items. As a novice at gaming, he was indeed as clumsy as he claimed. And being a child from the mountains, he was not particularly adept with smartphones. Meanwhile, Daining played happily, occasionally chastising him for his ineptitude. Zhao Yu's injured hand throbbed incessantly, yet he remained silent and refrained from complaining, continuing to indulge her in play. In truth, both were rather inexperienced, having been mercilessly berated by their teammates, who affectionately dubbed them the inexperienced duo. Although Daining struggled with her skills, her enthusiasm for the game was undeniable. She was accustomed to laziness, choosing to lie down whenever possible, resembling a boneless creature as she reclined on Zhao Yu's lap, still engrossed in the game. Zhao Yu sat upright, casting a glance at her before pausing in contemplation, gently nudging her head away. Was it really appropriate to rest her head there? Yet, she seemed unfazed by his gesture. After a while, Zhao Yu finally took charge, and for the first time, Daining experienced the true brilliance of being the protagonist. He played as a support character, genuinely beginning to shield her from harm. Unfortunately, she was still unable to carry her weight in the game and met her demise once more. Glancing at the thriving Zhao Yu, she pouted. You should have died with me. Zhao Yu replied simply, all right. Without hesitation, he accompanied her in death, uttering not a single word nor inquiring as to why. In that moment, Daining felt a swell of appreciation for him. She resumed her position on his lap, her large eyes shimmering with innocence as she sweetly asked, Zhao Yu, do you like me? Zhao Yu lowered his gaze and replied, not really. Her irritation flared, incredulously grasping his hand and placing it against her cheek. She exclaimed, how can you not like me when I'm this beautiful? You should really take a moment to appreciate it. Are you blind? Zhao Yu's fingers lightly grazed her delicate cheek. I fail to see what is so beautiful. Though, I must say, you do possess quite a thick skin. Daining, filled with indignation, bit him through his pants. While she could be called foolish, her beauty was beyond dispute. Zhao Yu's body tensed, and he sighed, let go. When Daining remained obstinate, he pinched her delicate face, urging her to release her grip. Unwilling to relent, she fiercely mumbled, you hurry up, am I pretty or not? Zhao Yu gently brushed aside the curls by her cheek and replied, beautiful. In an instant, her face lit up with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with intoxicating joy, as if blooming flowers of unparalleled beauty were reflected in his gaze. Zhao Yu slightly averted his eyes and inquired, are you still playing? Daining perked up and sat upright. Let us play in a different way. Zhao Yu had no objections. He was indifferent to pursuits beyond survival skills. For him, It mattered little what they played, as long as Daining did not wander off. Daining announced, "This game is called I ask, you answer, and only the truth may be spoken." Zhao Yu, skeptical that she had finished, interjected, "One turn each?" Daining, intrigued, replied, "What are you thinking?" "It's all me asking and you answering." Zhao Yu smirked, his smile lacking warmth. Daining declared, "All right, I'll start. First question, between Du Tian and Lan Rongrong, who is more beautiful?" Zhao Yu fixed her with a withering gaze and asked, "What do you think?" Daining retorted, "I don't want your opinion, I want your answer. Hurry up." Zhao Yu feigned annoyance and calmly stated, "Du Tian." Daining was indeed infuriated, her small fists ready to strike him, but Zhao Yu grasped her hand, saying, "If you wish to play, refrain from physical altercations." Reluctantly, she puffed up her cheeks and posed her second question, between Zhao Anan and me, who is more adorable? Zhao Yu, unable to contain his mirth, chuckled. Daining, perplexed, could not comprehend what was amusing about such a serious inquiry. She urged Zhao Yu to reveal his answer. He regarded her for a moment before casually responding, "Anan is more charming." "Impossible. How could Zhao Anan possibly be cuter than me?" Zhao Yu, momentarily speechless, countered, "Li Zhuang." Daining, now elated, exclaimed, "I shall tell Li Zhuang tomorrow that you find him unattractive." Zhao Yu, disinclined to engage in her trivialities, remarked, "What kind of meaningless questions are you asking?" Daining tilted her head, retorting, "Where is the lack of meaning? It is quite entertaining." "What, in your opinion, constitutes a meaningful question?" "Let us switch roles. You can ask me anything, but I reserve the right to deceive." Zhao Yu, momentarily swayed by her logic, instinctively considered asking her who was more handsome between himself and a certain someone. Daining was truly captivating. After a brief silence to gather his thoughts, he posed the question he had long wished to ask. "How many members are there in your family?" "Quite a few," she replied enthusiastically, "excluding hired help and only counting blood relatives." "Oh, there are 3. My grandfather, my younger brother, and myself." Zhao Yu was taken aback. "You have a younger brother?" "Indeed," she affirmed. "Why have I never heard you mention him?" Daining pouted, "I don't like that ugly creature." Zhao Yu did not correct her, after all. In the eyes of the young lady, everyone in this world, apart from herself, appeared as grotesque figures. He chose to overlook this matter and, observing her delicate face tinted with a rosy hue, gently inquired, "Have you ever experienced a youthful romance at school?" Without even glancing her way, Zhao Yu interrupted, "All right. Next question." She, perplexed, replied, "I was counting how many suitors I have turned down. Those foolish, unattractive individuals could never be worthy of me. In this world, there is no one who deserves to engage in a romance with me." Zhao Yu refrained from contesting her words, simply responding, "Go ahead and count." He realized that pride and narcissism, at times, might not be entirely undesirable traits. Daining counted and, with a sense of delight, finally concluded, "I never realized I was so well-liked." Zhao Yu smiled faintly, pondering about other inquiries he might pose, such as where she resided and the personalities of her family members. Suddenly, he hesitated, finding this scene strikingly familiar, reminiscent of a couple of days ago when Lan Rongrong had inquired about his family background. He abruptly ceased his mirth and fell silent. Daining tugged at his clothing, asking, "Why have you stopped your questions?" Zhao Yu stood up, saying, "There's nothing more to ask. Dinner time is approaching. Do remember to come down for the meal." With that, he opened the door and stepped outside. Daining watched him leave, idly rearranging the untouched chess pieces. She picked up a pawn, moving it step by step until it reached the opponent's king. With a decisive snap, she captured the king and exclaimed with amusement, "Who said I couldn't play chess? It's rather simple, isn't it? When one becomes willing to refrain from resistance, the soldiers can easily consume him." Chapter 26. You are jealous. Regarding the bounty, the group was temporarily confined to Huan County. Zhao Yu personally kept an eye on Daining. Although she was displeased, she fortunately did not run away. There was, however, one troubling matter. Every aspect of the young lady's attire and living conditions had to be of the finest quality. Zhao Yu was troubled by this issue. But Zhuang Hongxiu came to his aid. "My mother has prepared several new outfits for Miss Ji, asking her not to be picky and to make do." "Thank you." Zhuang's mother's taste was commendable, and Daining did not find fault with the garments, yet she was unaccustomed to the food served in the hotel restaurant. At mealtimes, while others indulged heartily, she sat in silence, visibly discontented. Zhao Yu felt it was inappropriate to indulge her too much. After all, being away from home. If the young lady contributed nothing, she only caused trouble. Zhao Yu grasped her chopsticks. "No." The others discreetly perked up their ears to listen. Zhao Yu corrected her poor habit. From now on, you are not permitted to use chopsticks to strike others. Daining, if you choose to join us, you shall eat what everyone eats. If you do not wish to eat, you may remain hungry. Daining sensed that since yesterday's questioning, Zhao Yu had come to some understanding, which made him less accommodating towards her. Naturally, being someone who was not inclined to compromise, she discarded her chopsticks and turned to ascend the stairs. If I do not eat, then I simply will not. As she left, Xuanzi, with concern, inquired, will the young lady be all right like this? She won't starve, will she? Zhao Yu, calmly continuing to eat, replied, one cannot starve oneself. Do not concern yourself with her. Du Tian smiled upon hearing this. Indeed, do not worry. The young lady may simply not be hungry. When she is, she will be willing to eat. As she spoke, Li Zhuang felt a renewed appreciation for Du Tian's thoughtful nature. Although the young lady possessed beauty, few could endure her capricious temperament. The hotel meals were quite satisfactory, with each person receiving 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. As a fellow girl, Du Tian also refrained from throwing a tantrum. Daining, however, was indifferent to their conversation at the dining table. She retrieved her bag, intending to find some candy, only to discover that it had long been consumed. Qing Tuan gleefully remarked, I suggest you lower your expectations. Zhao Yu is a person of strong principles and will not indulge you further. Daining ignored the comment, unfazed by the absence of food, and continued to play on her bed. She had no intention of sharing a communal meal. If Zhao Yu did not prepare food for her, surely someone else would be willing. Lan Rongrong had never been fond of anyone until she encountered Zhao Yu. She was not infatuated, despite his good looks. What she perceived in him was something far more profound. It seemed that with a little encouragement, he could venture incredibly far. Last night, she learned from her aunt about Zhao Yu distributing the reward money, which only reinforced her belief that she had not misjudged him. He was neither greedy nor lacking in intelligence. By allocating the funds, he significantly diminished the risk of the Shinta family seeking revenge. Lan Rongrong harbored a secret. She harbored a deep disdain for her own brother, although her family was not excessively biased against girls. Lan Lingyun was like a thorn lodged in her heart. The family business was tacitly designated for this incompetent brother to inherit, yet what skills did Lan Lingyun possess? From a young age, he roamed the streets and stirred up trouble, consistently ranking at the bottom in exams. While Lan Lingyun was still lost in his adolescent delusions, Lan Rongrong had already grasped the intricacies of her father's business discussions. Lan Lingyun, despite his ignorance, seemed to possess everything. She, undeniably beautiful and capable, was compelled to yield to her brother. Although Lan Lingyun, the foolish darling, showered her with affection, it only deepened her irritation. If he couldn't even comprehend subtle cues, how could the Lan family avoid ruin at his hands? Nevertheless, their family continued to harbor hopes for his success. On this occasion, they had come to Huanqing with a significant mission to acquire certain assets from the Shinta family for their own company. The Shinta family had fallen from grace, leaving behind lucrative remnants. Beyond the visible assets, the covert networks and interpersonal connections they possessed were equally enticing. However, a crucial condition prevailed. To seize these clean assets from the Shinta family, one must not fear offending Shinta Feng, who was far away in Taizhou. Lan's father dispatched numerous aides to assist Lan Lingyun, though no one genuinely expected him to secure the assets. Even if he failed, it would be advantageous, as there would be no need to concern themselves with Shinta Feng. Securing the assets would demonstrate that Lan Lingyun was maturing and capable, and the family would be more inclined to confront Shinta Feng. Lan Rongrong devised a brilliant plan. She approached her brother with a proposal. Brother, since you have no desire to go, why not send someone in your stead? Lan Lingyun lounged on the sofa, casually cracking sunflower seeds. Who would be foolish enough to go? Are they not afraid for their lives? Lan Rongrong replied. Have you forgotten the person I mentioned who saved me? He is bold, clever, and most importantly, he has already crossed Shinta Shi and has no fear of further antagonizing the Shinta family. You should enlist his help. Lan Lingyun felt like a salted fish, surprisingly content with her situation. All right, she said. Lan Rongrong suggested, why not lend the person left by Dad to him? He will surely assist us in obtaining what we need, and we can reward him in return. Rongrong, you are truly clever, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh. At last, I can rid myself of these trivial matters. Let us settle on this. I'll be out enjoying myself for the next few days. I look forward to your good news. Rongrong recognized her brother's foolishness. This arrangement was entirely advantageous for her. Not only could she impress Zhao Yu, but it would also test his worthiness to stand alongside her in the future development of the Lan family's enterprise. The man she desired must possess both courage and wisdom. Everyone anticipated that the young lady would relent the following day. However, even if she were truly starving, she remained resolute in refusing to partake in the communal meal. Zhao Yu furrowed his brow at her, questioning, "Do you truly wish to starve yourself?" Daining shook her head. "Then why not cook for him?" Zhao Yu understood that this was a matter of principle. One compromise would lead to another. He hardened his heart, stating, "Suit yourself. If you choose not to eat, that is your decision." He was curious to see how long this delicate girl could endure without sustenance, having nearly gone 3 meals without eating. As he turned to leave, Daining lowered her head, engrossed in her phone. Qingtuan could no longer muster a smile. "Are you serious about starving yourself?" Daining rubbed her stomach. "Don't worry. The one who invites me to dinner will come." Qingtuan looked around in confusion. Who could that be? Meanwhile, downstairs, Lan Rongrong was discussing matters with Zhao Yu. Taking advantage of Zhao Yu's momentary distraction, Daining confidently stepped out through the door. Today, she adorned herself in a honey-colored dress purchased by Madame Zhuang, and her hair was styled into 2 irresistibly cute buns. While such attire might raise suspicions of youthful pretense on others, her naturally youthful visage rendered it entirely fitting, enhancing her charm and elevating her beauty to an even more endearing level. Daining retrieved her phone and navigated towards the entertainment city. As she strolled along, she caught sight of a vendor selling ginger milk pudding and found herself momentarily unable to move. Although she lacked funds, she felt no embarrassment as she approached the vendor, boldly asking, "I have no money. Would you be willing to treat me to a bowl?" There was no harm in asking, after all. The man, taken by her beauty and charm, pondered for a moment before agreeing. "All right, but may I take a photo of you for promotional purposes?" Daining readily nodded, "Of course." With a simple photograph, she exchanged it for a bowl of ginger milk pudding. Qingtuan was at a loss for words, incredulous that this was acceptable. "You are the eldest daughter of the Ji family. Are you really trading a bowl of pudding for an advertisement? Where is your sense of aristocratic pride?" Daining saw no issue with it. "I can't afford to buy it. As long as I have something to eat, what does it matter? Would it be better to starve while bearing the title of the Ji family's eldest daughter?" She savored the pudding delicately, offering her critique as she sampled it. "This is quite good. A little more sugar would enhance it further." Upon arriving at the entertainment city, she walked in with the grace and familiarity befitting her status, the bowl of ginger milk pudding still in hand, yet not yet consumed. In the vibrant entertainment district, a predominance of males gathered, and upon spotting her, one quickly nudged his companion with his elbow, exclaiming, "Look!" The young lady who entered appeared youthful, her cheeks a delicate shade of pale pink. No one dared to describe her as a beauty. That term had become overly trivialized in contemporary usage. Regardless of her haughty demeanor, her allure was undeniably striking. The young lady, disinterested in their attention, made her way to the VR sniper zone, where she finally laid eyes on the individual she sought. Blue Xiao is magnificent. Blue Xiao has scored 2 more hits. What a handsome shot. Blue Lingyun, buoyed by the praise, wore a VR headset until the accolades around him abruptly ceased. Removing the headset, Blue Lingyun expressed his dissatisfaction. "You all." His words faltered as he caught sight of a girl observing his sniping through the glass door. She held a spoon between her delicate lips, her head slightly tilted, radiating an air of curiosity. Staring at her, Blue Lingyun felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. She epitomized his ideal, her beauty defying reason. While everyone was captivated by Daining, she remained intrigued solely by the battleships displayed on the screen. Noticing Blue Lingyun's disinterest in continuing, she donned a bored expression and turned to leave. Without a moment's hesitation, Blue Lingyun cast aside his headset and pursued her. Wait. In the recesses of his mind, the Qingtuan observed the lovesick Blue Lingyun and finally comprehended who would dare to treat the young lady to a meal. Its contractor was becoming increasingly enigmatic. From where did Blue Lingyun acquire such information about Daining? If only Zhao Yu were as easily swayed as Blue Lingyun. However, Zhao Yu remained as steadfast as a mountain. His rational side was excessively resolute. After discussing matters, when dinner time arrived, he remarked, "The hotel's cuisine is rather humble, so I shall not keep Miss Lan." Lan Rongrong smiled brightly. "It's quite all right. I shall await our celebratory banquet together." Zhao Yu did not respond. Du Tian observed Lan Rongrong's departing figure from upstairs. Taking a deep breath, she lamented that fate had not bestowed upon her a more favorable identity, transforming her instead into a peasant girl, devoid of any fortune to assist her, leaving her helplessly watching from the sidelines. Once Lan Rongrong had left, Zhao Yu inquired of Xuanzi. Did the young lady dine this afternoon? Xuanzi appeared perplexed. No, I did not see the young lady. Zhao Yu frowned, concerned that she might truly be hungry. This time, she had not even resorted to pouting or crying. He ascended the stairs to knock on the door. Daining, come out for dinner. No one answered. Zhao Yu murmured. Don't be willful. Aren't you feeling unwell today? He paused, taking a step back, opened the door, and I will go out tonight to buy you something delicious. Still, there was no response from within. Zhao Yu's heart sank. He feared something might have happened to her. He requested the hotel staff to unlock the door, and upon entering, he found the room empty, devoid of any presence. Zhao Yu's expression darkened considerably. Xuanzi, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurried to reassure him. Brother Yu, do not fret. That group led by Shintu should not intentionally target the young lady. Perhaps she simply went out this afternoon, and no one was aware. Zhao Yu understood this logic as well. He asked the hotel to review the surveillance footage, and indeed, he saw Daining exiting through the main entrance in the afternoon. Zhao Yu felt a pang of frustration in his chest. It had only been a short while since he last saw her, and she was already stirring up trouble again. Xuanzi, keep an eye on everyone. I'm going out to find her, he instructed. Following the direction indicated by Xuanzi's finger, Zhao Yu spotted a red sports car, with the young lady perched inside, blissfully indulging in an ice cream. A man had exited the vehicle first, opening the door for her. After completing this gesture, he retrieved cotton candy, strawberry slush, and a hollowed-out pineapple filled with assorted fruits from the car. Daining shook her head, signaling her disinterest. Lan Lingyun appeared quite disappointed. I won't eat. You're so noisy, Daining remarked. Lan Lingyun stuttered. I won't say anything more. Zhao Yu glanced at the ice cream in her hand, then at Lan Lingyun, who was eagerly waiting outside, his lips pressed into a thin line. He ignored her completely and turned to leave, not even delivering a sarcastic quip of "Have you had enough fun?" Observing the puzzled expression on the young lady's face, Xuanzi sighed. Miss G, Brother Yu was genuinely concerned for you just now. Seeing Zhao Yu's indifference, Daining grew angry. He is not worried about me. Go away. I dislike you all. Xuanzi, wary of incurring her wrath, promptly stepped aside. With a stern countenance, he remarked, I must inform you of something important. Today, Director Kong mentioned that individuals associated with the Shinta forces have been spotted nearby. If you value your life, think twice before venturing out tomorrow. Daining was skeptical. Is that true? Believe it or not, Zhao Yu replied, preparing to depart. Wait a moment, Daining rushed over, her expression serious. Since there is danger, I've decided not to go out. Tomorrow, have Lan Xiao bring me some food. You can go down and fetch it for me. With every word she uttered, Zhao Yu's expression grew colder. You are quite clever, Daining, he remarked. I won't go. Daining seized his collar, scrutinizing his countenance. Why are you angry? Are you jealous? Zhao Yu pushed her away. You need to amend your narcissistic tendencies. Turning away, the girl leapt onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her laughter ringing like a delicate bell. Zhao Yu, you are indeed jealous. He maintained a stoic face, letting out a sarcastic chuckle. Humph. Daining, however, remained unfazed by his mockery, pressing her soft cheek against his neck. Zhao Yu, I have been starving these past few days. I won't eat what Lan Xiao provides. Could you cook for me, please? He remained silent. Zhao Yu, she pleaded, I've lost weight from not eating for days. Let us keep it between us. Just quietly prepare a meal for me. Zhao Yu replied, Get off. Do not touch me. So, do you agree? She gently nipped at his neck, her voice sweetly coaxing him. I'm hungry. You agree, right? Right? Zhao Yu covered her lips, saying, Silence. He pulled her down from him and spoke in a low voice, If you run off again. To others, such absurd vows might seem trivial. But to someone as beauty-conscious as Daining, they were quite severe. Zhao Yu's expression softened slightly. Remember what you said. She nodded, understanding that Zhao Yu had acquiesced. With newfound confidence, she proceeded to order, Tomorrow, I want lemon-scented red bean paste, for happiness meatballs, and spicy diced chicken. He furrowed his brow slightly, and finally uttered, The red bean paste should be sweet, and the spicy chicken must be exceptionally hot. If Lan Lingyun brings me food tomorrow. She hesitated, still reluctant about the crab Lan Lingyun had promised her in the afternoon, casting a tentative glance at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu raised his dark, deep-set eyes. Daining resolutely declared, I shall not eat. Chapter 27. To soothe and coax Xuanzi had anticipated that the young lady would create quite a scene with Brother Yu the following day. He approached the dining hall with trepidation, only to find the young lady leaning against Zhao Yu, engaged in a game of Rubik's Cube. greeting him as she noticed his presence. "Good morning." "Good morning, Miss G," he replied. One by one, the table gradually filled with people. Zhao Yu gently nudged Daining's head away from his shoulder and called out to everyone, "Time to eat." They began their meal, while Daining refrained from touching her chopsticks. Du Tian couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion. After nearly 2 days without food, how could Daining appear so unaffected? This morning, the chef had taken great care, providing each person with a delightful matcha mochi in their dish. Since Daining typically skipped meals, there was none for her. She fixated on the mochi in Zhao Yu's bowl, momentarily distracted from the Rubik's Cube. With so many eyes upon them, Zhao Yu found it inappropriate to feed her. Once everyone had finished and departed, he brought the untouched mochi to her lips. Daining nibbled at the morsel, her eyes crinkling into a smile. Zhao Yu whispered, "Kongju and County Chief Shuang will arrive shortly, so do not wander off, understand? Once our meeting concludes, I shall prepare lunch for you." She nodded, appearing finally to adopt a charmingly obedient demeanor. Indeed, it wasn't long before Director Kong and his entourage arrived, a formidable group in attendance. Aside from Zhuang Hongxiu, both Lan Rongrong and Lan Lingyun were present. Each individual harbored distinct intentions. Zhuang and his family were merely there to visit Zhao Yu. Director Kong, however, had more on his mind. "The bounty approved from above has been deposited into my account, and I have something else to discuss. Comrade Zhao, I wonder if you could assist us. The influence of the Shinta family in Huan County has not yet been entirely eradicated, and I would like to request your help in drawing them out. It appears that they are aware of your role in bringing Shinta to justice, and their animosity towards you is particularly pronounced." Director Kong expressed his frustration, commenting on the difficulty of dismantling the power of those who were once the local tyrants of Huan County. They were intent on retaliating against Zhao Yu, and as long as they remained at large, safety would be a concern for everyone involved. If you agree, we will make every effort to ensure your safety. If you decline, that is entirely understandable. Daining perceived the old man's cunning. While his words were charming and agreeable, the underlying message was clear: refusal could lead to dire consequences. Zhuangzi quickly interjected, "Brother Yu." "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Lan Rongrong immediately remarked, "Zhao Yu, I have some associates who might be of use to you. It's best to ensure your own safety in critical moments." They had discussed this the previous day, and Zhao Yu felt no need to decline. All right. With the decision made to apprehend those involved, the group began deliberating on strategies to lure the enemy out of hiding. Finding the proceedings rather dull, Daining excused herself from the table and settled into the sofa to continue playing with her Rubik's Cube. A group of individuals engaged in serious discussions, yet only Lan Lingyun was not there for such matters. His gaze was fixated on the young lady, and upon noticing this, he hurriedly approached her, whispering, "Ning Ning, is there anything you desire?" Daining lifted her eyes. Lan Xiao looked at her with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Curiously, Daining inquired, "Your sister has reassigned your family's personnel to Zhao Yu, and you are not upset?" Lan Lingyun crouched beside her, answering naturally. "Rongrong believes Zhao Yu can assist us in acquiring the Shinta family's assets, so I thought I would give it a try." "Oh," Daining replied, dismissing the urge to chastise him for his naivety. After all, the Shinta family's strength lay in their interpersonal connections, which required direct engagement. She rummaged through her pocket and produced a milkshake candy, a treat Lan Lingyun had purchased for her the previous day. She chose not to share it with him and slowly savored it while playing with a Rubik's Cube. The days of confinement had grown exceedingly dull. Previously, she had scoffed at such trifles, yet now they served as a means to pass the time. As autumn gradually turned cooler, she wore a pair of orange and yellow stacked socks that enveloped her ankles, leaving her fair and delicate calves exposed. Noticing her indifference, Lan Lingyun cautiously asked, "Ning Ning, aren't you cold wearing your socks like that?" His question prompted Daining to genuinely feel a bit chilly. She blinked her damp eyes and nodded. Lan Lingyun promptly removed his suit jacket and draped it over her legs, saying, "There, now you can play comfortably." In all honesty, the atmosphere in the room was heavy with discussions on how to deal with the remnants of the Shinta clan, while the two of them seemed engrossed in their own world, pondering how to amuse themselves. Lan Lingyun even produced a plate of paper shell walnuts, expertly cracking them open to feed Daining. She instinctively opened her mouth, and a piercing scream erupted from Qing Tuan's mind. "Ah, Daining, stop it right now." Daining was taken aback. "Have you lost your mind?" Qing Tuan exclaimed. "Zhao Yu is watching you. Have you forgotten what you promised him last night?" She immediately averted her gaze and resolutely rejected Lan Lingyun. "I won't eat." Lan Lingyun assumed her refusal stemmed from dislike. I saw some glutinous rice balls outside. Shall I fetch you some? Daining hesitated, contemplating whether she could sneak outside to indulge without Zhao Yu discovering her secret. Qingtuan squeezed her throat and screamed. The noise gave Daining a headache, prompting her to kick Lan Lingyun. I won't eat anything. Just leave me alone. Disheartened, Lan Lingyun retreated to the sofa, watching her play. Daining began to scrutinize the small object in her hands. Shall I help you try? Lan Lingyun offered eagerly. Daining handed him the Rubik's Cube, observing as he attempted to solve it. Following the method he remembered, he successfully completed the first and second layers. However, he faltered on the subsequent steps, making several mistakes, which made the young lady grow impatient. Give it back to me. Don't worry, Ning Ning, I'll try again. Meanwhile, the discussions among the others were nearing completion. Although Lan Rongrong harbored no affection for her brother, she found his obsequious attempts to please Daining even more distasteful. Lan Lingyun lingered with reluctance, his gaze still fixed on Daining. Ning Ning, are you faring well here? Perhaps I. Lan Rongrong could no longer endure his infatuated demeanor and forcibly pulled him away. Frustrated, she admonished, how long have you known her? She is merely a rustic girl from a mountain village, clad in garments gifted by our aunt. Just now. You nearly knelt to offer her shoes. Lan Lingyun's expression darkened. Mind your words. Who is a rustic girl? If she wished for me to put shoes on her, I would gladly oblige. Despite his limited acquaintance with Daining, having first met her when she appeared quite famished, he was immediately smitten. In his eyes, everything she said and did was exquisite. Lan Lingyun remained indifferent to her impoverished circumstances. Her anger only made her more endearing to him. Though he knew little beyond her name, it did not hinder his desire to treat her well. Lan Rongrong found it unfathomable that he could utter such sentiments. Pointing at him in disbelief, you are utterly bewitched. Recalling Zhao Yu's demeanor, her disdain for Daining intensified. Daining, preoccupied with thoughts of her lunch, happily trailed after Zhao Yu once their discussion concluded. As she rose, the coat Lan Lingyun had draped over her legs naturally slipped away. Zhao Yu's gaze fixated on the garment. Daining, appearing innocent, remarked, I haven't eaten anything belonging to Lan Lingyun. Zhao Yu said nothing and proceeded to the small kitchen. He had previously arranged with the inn for permission to use it. Rolling up his sleeves, he began to prepare a meal for her. With the reward money now received, she could afford to indulge in a few exquisite dishes. He is remarkably intelligent, mastering the kitchen's facilities after merely observing them once. Standing at the doorway, Daining watches him as he prepares red bean paste. Since he is cooking a special meal just for her, Zhao Yu moves with efficiency. While waiting for the beans to boil, he begins to handle lemons. Once the red beans are cooked, he blends them in a food processor. Meanwhile, the pan has heated up, and Zhao Yu adds oil before pouring in the blended bean paste to saute. He pays great attention to detail during the cooking process, favoring a wooden spatula. Brown sugar, please, he requests. Daining responds with an affirmative sound, locating the box labeled with brown sugar and handing it to him. Zhao Yu pours in the sugar and reduces the heat to continue saute ing. Daining tugs at his sleeve, add a bit more sugar. Zhao Yu replies, that's enough. No, it needs 3 more spoonfuls, she insists. Zhao Yu, however, is resolute, thinking one cannot truly substitute sugar for a meal. Daining, unwilling to press him further, discreetly adds more sugar while he turns away to attend to other tasks. For the preparation of these dishes, he had deliberately studied at the hotel computer the night before. Zhao Yu brings the meal to her room, saying, eat up. He does not partake in these dishes himself. After setting the food down, he heads downstairs to dine with everyone else. Daining takes his hand, offering him a piece of red bean paste near his lips. Zhao Yu shakes his head, his gaze softening. You eat. He then descends the stairs. Qingtuan remarks, he seems to be improving. Seeing Lan Lingyun and Daining enjoying their time together, Zhao Yu shows no signs of irritation. Daining, while enjoying her spicy chicken, gasps for breath, exclaiming in agreement, yes, his cooking has gotten better. Who would have thought Zhao Yu is such a culinary genius? Qingtuan, however, prefers to remain silent. After she finished her meal, Zhao Yu also completed his and came to collect the bowls and chopsticks. He said, there is something I must discuss with you. Daining noticed his serious demeanor and inquired, what is it? Zhao Yu replied, I will prepare more food for you to take along. I have instructed Xuanzi to take good care of you. There will be dangers ahead, and I will be unable to protect you, as I will be preoccupied with my own safety. Concerned, Daining asked, will you be in danger? How perilous is it? Rarely showing concern for others, Zhao Yu was inevitably touched by her words. Yes, it is a matter of life and death. So, All right. I shall take my leave." Zhao Yu's emotion subdued. The half-finished sentence hung unspoken in the air. He stood up. "At 8:30 tonight. Director Kong will escort you out of the city." As Zhao Yu rose, Daining suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Wait, what else is there?" Zhao Yu inquired. Daining said, "Please remember to prepare extra desserts for me." Zhao Yu was too indifferent to respond. Yet, she held little influence. And with Zhao Yu's esteemed reputation among the others, her insistence could not sway him to stay. Du Tian, realizing her own limitations, decided to persuade the willful Daining. Furrowing her brows, she secretly scorned her. No wonder she was merely a supporting character destined for ruin. She approached Zhao Yu and said, "Brother Zhao Yu, may I stay to assist you? I am not afraid of danger. Having an extra person could provide additional support." Du Tian understood that nothing in this world could compare to the steadfastness of a bond forged in the face of life and death. Lacking the wealth and status of Lan Rongrong, she deemed it necessary to risk herself in pursuit of genuine affection. He was inherently a cautious individual. And even though Du Tian had some feelings for him, such affection was utterly insufficient to compel her to risk her life for him. What, after all, did he possess that was worth coveting? Du Tian, unwilling to relent, expressed her concern. "But Zhao Yu, I cannot bear the thought of you being alone." The more she wished to stay, the more resolute Zhao Yu became in his decision to let her go. With a finality that brooked no argument, he declared, "It is settled." The officers under Director Kong urged everyone to hasten into the vehicle. For the sake of discretion, they had chosen a nondescript delivery van. Zhao Yu watched them board and turned to Xuanzi, instructing him, "Take good care of the young lady. She has a fiery temperament. Do your best to appease her and avoid being harsh, or the situation will worsen." Xuanzi nodded. "Rest assured, Brother Yu, I understand. You take care as well. If anything should happen to me, please give the reward to my parents so they can seek medical attention." Tears brimmed in Xuanzi's eyes. Knowing he could not alter Zhao Yu's decision, he gritted his teeth and nodded in resignation. Zhao Yu intended to relay additional instructions to Daining, but to his surprise, the young lady had already climbed into the vehicle. Her figure vanished from sight. He approached and tapped on the window. "Ji Daining." The window rolled down to reveal a delicate, radiant face. "What is it?" Zhao Yu gazed at her, uncertain whether his choice to remain was indeed the right one. He was wagering his life for a future where fate would decide their paths, and he might never see her again. Despite her capriciousness, her selfishness, and her mischievous behavior, she listened quietly as he spoke and softly replied, "All right." Zhao Yu's lips moved slightly, "Farewell." She tilted her head and gently touched his eyes, seemingly attempting to discern the emotions lurking within. Zhao Yu grasped her hand and averted his gaze, saying, "Stop this nonsense." As the vehicle roared to life, the moon was absent from the sky over Huan County that night. Zhao Yu gazed at the distant lights, reminded of the candlestick in his room that he had not yet gifted, a faint melancholy stirring within him. "Zhao Yu." He lifted his head, and suddenly the rear door of the car swung open. As the vehicle accelerated, a young girl leapt from it. Zhao Yu's mind went blank in an instant. His muscles tensed, and instinct propelled him forward to catch her without a second thought. It was only when he felt her presence in his arms that his heart raced wildly. He had nearly failed to catch her, despite his typically composed demeanor. His legs nearly buckled at that moment. The girl in his embrace seemed utterly unconcerned with danger, wrapping her arms around his neck and, with a nasal tone, playfully declared, "I can't bear to part with you." Chapter 28. Laughter like a rooster's call. The events unfolded too abruptly. On the vehicle, Zhuangzi, Du Tian, and the others were left bewildered. Zhuangzi, regaining his composure, exclaimed in shock, "Stop, stop. The young lady has jumped out." Not only were they startled, but even the police officer at the front nearly suffered a heart attack. Du Tian felt a surge of frustration. Daining was either silently foolish or prone to creating sensational headlines. The group exchanged glances, inevitably harboring some discontent towards Daining. Zhuangzi quickly intercepted the officer, insisting, No. Brother, you said we mustn't scold the young lady. I'll go. I'll speak to her." Daining nestled into Zhao Yu's embrace, and Zhao Yu, gripped by a moment of trepidation, contemplated imparting wisdom to her. However, her heartfelt declaration of reluctance to part from him momentarily rendered him speechless. Zhuangzi hurried over, a man of earnest disposition, and awkwardly inquired, "Miss, why did you suddenly leap from the vehicle? If you have forgotten anything, please let us know. It was perilous just now, and even the police were displeased." Daining paid no heed to Zhuangzi, burying her petite face deeper into Zhao Yu's neck. Zhuangzi quickly waved his hands in reassurance. "No, I mean, Everyone adores you, Mississippi. They would never mistreat you. Given your beauty, if you were a tad more amiable, the villagers would certainly cherish you. Daining remained silent, her soft arms tightening around Zhao Yu. A tumult of emotions swirled within him, and after a deep sigh, he instructed Zhuangzi, "You should return to the others. I will take care of the miss and will speak kindly of her. Please convey my apologies to everyone," indicating that she recognizes her earlier misstep. Given Daining's temperament, her mingling with the villagers indeed raised concerns. One was left to ponder whom to worry about more, the villagers or her. Zhuangzi scratched his head. "Well, brother Yu, miss, please take care of yourselves." He turned to the crowd, stating, "Brother Yu speaks on behalf of the miss to apologize. She has acknowledged her mistake and hopes you will not hold it against her." This outing left everyone regarding Zhao Yu with newfound respect. His fairness and generosity, coupled with the distribution of funds, ensured no one bore any grievances against him. The crowd quickly waved their hands, exclaiming, "Miss Ji is fine. We, simple folk, wouldn't be so petty." It was they who had acted with narrow-mindedness. Miss Ji was merely a spoiled young girl, and her actions had harmed no one. Du Qian exclaimed, "Let go of me." Li Zhuang tightened his grip, for he harbored a secret affection for Du Qian, and both emotionally and rationally, he could not allow her to come to harm. Du Qian felt a throbbing pain in her head, nearly bursting with the urge to curse, yet her usual demeanor of gentle grace left her feeling utterly restrained. Unable to break free from Li Zhuang's hold, the young police officer reassured her, "Do not worry. Our Director Kong will ensure the safety of Comrade Zhao Yu." He gestured for the driver to close the car door before departing. Du Qian was at a loss for words for the first time in her life. This usually composed woman felt so enraged she could cry. Had she known, she would have leapt from the vehicle herself. With her golden opportunity slipping away, who still cared about appearances? Not to mention, Qing Tuan had not anticipated Daining's sudden actions. Daining remarked, "I was merely teasing Zhao Yu and Du Qian. Did you genuinely believe me?" Reflecting on the chagrin that Du Qian must be feeling at that moment brought Daining a sense of satisfaction, prompting her to elaborate patiently. "Humans are complex beings. If I were to stay forcefully, it would appear unreasonable, but if I leave cheerfully, Zhao Yu will only feel reluctant. At the moment he feels the most regret, I will return, and he will not voice any objections. Zhao Yu is a man of great responsibility. Since he agreed to let me stay, he will do everything possible to ensure my safety." As for Du Qian, she has repeatedly squandered her chances to win Zhao Yu's heart. Her opportunities have now evaporated. It was her first earnest attempt to elucidate her behavioral patterns to Qing Tuan, who, despite feeling a peculiar sense of emotion amidst his discomfort, remained reluctant to acknowledge his own foolishness. After all, who could predict the potential dangers? What if Zhao Yu were to abandon you in a perilous situation? He was favored by the heavens, while you were merely an unfortunate pawn. Daining chose to ignore him. Although her own disposition was somewhat narrow-minded, she had to concede, after spending considerable time together, that Zhao Yu, this old rascal, possessed a surprisingly kind heart as the protagonist. She refused to distance herself from him, and when Zhao Yu noticed her languid demeanor, he tugged at her a couple of times to no avail and subsequently relinquished the effort, placing the young lady comfortably on a chair. Zhao Yu recalled his promise to lecture Daining. With a serious expression, he began, "Jumping from a moving vehicle is exceedingly perilous, Yu." Yet, Daining interjected, "But you don't want me to leave, do you?" Zhao Yu denied it. "I do not." Daining, with her large, expressive eyes, countered, "The way you looked at me then, it was clear you did." Understanding that arguing with her was futile, Zhao Yu abandoned his intention to lecture her further. "The Lan family members will disguise themselves as villagers and accompany me to a few locations that are unsuitable for you. I shall escort you to Mayor Zhuang's residence shortly. You will be much safer there." Daining inquired, "Will Mayor Zhuang be willing to take care of me?" Zhao Yu affirmed, "He will. After all, I have saved Zhuang Hongxiu. Even if only to repay that debt of gratitude, Mayor Zhuang will certainly look after this mischievous girl." Such a valuable favor was not something Zhao Yu would easily squander. Henceforth, should adversity befall me, I might seek succor from Magistrate Zhuang. Yet, my immediate aspiration is solely to secure a haven for Daining. Daining acquiesced with a nod, her gaze imploring as she inquired, "When shall you retrieve me?" Then, her eyes, both glistening and luminous, possessed an allure that could easily soften the heart. Despite his awareness of her mischievous nature, Zhao Yu found himself unable to truly resist her. He sighed, "As soon as I am able." Daining leaped from the chair and sprawled upon Zhao Yu's bed. "I shall visit Magistrate Zhuang's residence again tomorrow." This time, Zhao Yu offered no opposition. Daining's arms were soft and plump, akin to tender lotus roots, and Zhao Yu dared not exert force. It was not her genuine intention to share a bed with Zhao Yu. When aroused, this man possessed a certain ardor, and a loss of control would be problematic. Daining was drawn from the bed by Zhao Yu, and she recalled the matter. My garments remain in the vehicle. The luggage had been meticulously packed, yet upon alighting, she had forgotten her belongings. Zhao Yu deemed it of little consequence. You may make do with that ensemble tomorrow. Daining vehemently shook her head. Nay. Is it that you have never attended a lesson on physiology? One might make do with outer garments, but a maiden must change her undergarments. It took Zhao Yu a moment to comprehend the allusion to undergarments. Yet, the maiden before him remained composed, even earnest. Launder them yourself and allow them to dry in the night breeze, he suggested. Daining's countenance was peculiar. Do you truly believe that I would engage in the act of laundering garments? Zhao Yu recognized that fates differed among individuals. Perhaps, in her lifetime, Daining had never personally laundered anything. He suppressed his embarrassment and inquired, How did you fare in recent days? Daining remarked, Madame Zhuang has prepared a plethora for me. I can wear them and simply discard them afterward. Zhao Yu found himself at a loss for words. Having indulged in a life of luxury, Madame Zhuang shared a similar lifestyle with Daining. Both of them seemed to embrace a cycle of wearing and tossing. He truly wished to avoid this topic. Since you cannot wash them, you might as well endure for a day. A day will pass without incident. Daining shook her head, her insistence on cleanliness unwavering. He cast a stern glance at the troublesome girl before him. After her bath, Daining stifled a laugh as she emerged in her bathrobe, clutching a laundry basket while knocking on Zhao Yu's door. Zhao Yu accepted it from her. Make sure to wash it thoroughly, she instructed with a smile before darting away. Zhao Yu lowered his gaze to the basket of clothing she had brought. The delicate lace dress was manageable, but as he hesitated and removed the dress, he discovered 2 pieces of fabric belonging to a girl. He promptly covered them again with the dress. They appeared soft and clean, and he thought it would suffice to wash them together. Zhao Yu was no stranger to washing women's garments. As the eldest son in a family of modest means, he had taken on the responsibility of laundry at the river when his mother fell gravely ill. He was merely 13 then, with a 7-year-old brother and a younger sister. Zhaonan, just beginning to speak. During those times, he had washed the entire family's clothing. It wasn't just him. Later, Zhao Ping, becoming more sensible, also helped wash their mother-s and little sister-s clothes. Yet, Zhao Yu understood that they were different. Daining was not the same. He was acutely aware of the distinction. With a downward gaze, Zhao Yu confronted this realization for the first time. After a considerable pause, he ultimately resolved to extract the delicate, charming pieces of fabric, wash them separately, and hang them in a breezy spot to dry. From the bay window, Daining espied the neighbor's small undergarments fluttering in the breeze, eliciting a soft chuckle. He's finally come to his senses. She inquired with amusement, naive one. Do you know what leaves the most indelible mark on this world? Qing Tuan sullenly replied, I do not. It is none other than to cherish, to nurture, to deeply love, and then to lose in the most devastating manner. What Daining alluded to was beyond Qing Tuan's grasp, and it dared not inquire. In any case, it sounded utterly dreadful. How did this relate to dealing with Du Tian? The following morning, Daining's garments had indeed been dried by the wind. Zhao Yu's embarrassment from the previous night had vanished without a trace, and he appeared quite composed as he returned the clothes to Daining. Get dressed. We're off to Magistrate Zhuang's residence. Daining closed the door, eschewing the undergarments Zhao Yu had laundered, and retrieved a fresh pair from her bag. Qing Tuan. Daining's hosiery had also been washed by Zhao Yu, still the same color-blocked crew socks from yesterday. It was now mid-September, and the weather was turning cooler, especially in Huan County, where the morning sent a shiver down one's spine. Daining trailed after Zhao Yu as they awaited the vehicle. She had always been intolerant of both heat and cold. Zhao Yu, my legs are quite cold. Zhao Yu glanced at her bare calves and socks. It was to envelop these very legs of Daining's that Lan Lingyun had divested herself of her clothing yesterday. Zhao Yu, lightly clad himself, had no outer garment to offer his leg covering. He frowned, paused in silence for quite some time, then knelt down and drew her crew socks up, transforming them into knee-highs. There, that should do it. Daining stared blankly, casting her gaze downward at her radically altered socks, while Qing Tuan could no longer suppress its amusement, erupting into a chicken-like cackle. Once a strikingly beautiful girl of the highest caliber, she has suddenly transformed into a fashion disaster. Fortunately, Daining's beauty remains undeniable. Otherwise, such garish socks would appear comical on anyone. Struck by disbelief, Daining questioned Zhao Yu's sense of aesthetics. Do you genuinely find this appealing? Is it normal? Zhao Yu nodded. believing there was little difference. Qing Tuan was laughing uncontrollably, while Daining began to seriously doubt Zhao Yu's sincerity in calling her beautiful. Could it be that he perceived her and Du Tian as indistinguishable? She could endure many things, but equating her stunning looks with blandness was intolerable. Enraged, she turned away from him, adjusting her socks with irritation. Zhao Yu, perceptive of her emotional shift, frowned slightly. What's wrong? Daining refused to engage in conversation. Men devoid of aesthetic appreciation are among the most vexing individuals in existence. It was no wonder he had not shown interest in her for so long. Shouldn't a normal person react like Lan Lingyun? The complexities of a girl's feelings are particularly challenging to decipher. As Zhao Yu pondered her anger, the car approached, and the young lady climbed in first, adopting an air of severing ties with him. Zhao Yu said nothing, sitting beside her, still perplexed by her mood. However, he decided to take action. He placed Daining's legs on his, warming her calves with his palm. His youthful body exuded warmth, and his hands were reassuringly warm as well. The driver, observing through the rearview mirror, couldn't resist a jest. Young lady, your boyfriend treats you exceptionally well. Daining blinked as she gazed at Zhao Yu. He was not a frivolous individual and never displayed such intimate gestures in front of others that could easily lead to misunderstandings. Upon noticing her attention, he maintained a composed demeanor, diverting his gaze towards the September landscape of Huan County outside the window. This city, ancient yet prosperous, justified Shintu's indulgence in its pleasures prior to the incident. Daining shifted her legs, perplexed as to why her anger had unexpectedly dissipated. When she was not irate, she exuded an irresistible sweetness, akin to cotton candy, leaning against Zhao Yu's shoulder as she took out her phone to capture a photograph. Come on, boyfriend. Let us take a picture. Look at the camera. Zhao Yu lowered his eyes to meet hers, though he did not genuinely engage. Daining, however, was unbothered, smiling radiantly at the lens. Like a little sprite, she thoroughly enjoyed her solitary play. Zhao Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly, lowering his head to lightly brush his lips against her charmingly rosy cheek. Daining covered her cheek in astonishment, staring at him in disbelief. Chapter 29. Relying on it for salvation even after alighting from the vehicle, Daining struggled to comprehend what had transpired. The warmth within the car, coupled with Zhao Yu's gentle hand, had long since banished any chill from her legs. When you meet Director Zhuang, remember to be polite, all right? Zhao Yu's tone was deep, resonating like the rich timbre of a cello. I am aware of your family's stature, which allows you to stand tall before anyone, but my dear lady, being amiable in someone else's home will yield a more pleasant experience. I shall return to fetch you as soon as possible. Daining did not express her opinion, but she leaped in front of Zhao Yu. Noticing that he made no mention of the recent incident, she, being a person who always speaks her mind, inquired, Did you just kiss me? She pointed to her cheek, indicating, Here. The kiss was fleeting and gentle. Daining, engrossed in taking photos on her phone, questioned whether she had misinterpreted the moment. Furthermore, Zhao Yu's calm demeanor led her to ponder if she was experiencing an illusion. Zhao Yu glanced at her and nodded serenely. Didn't you say you wanted to take a picture? You even called me your boyfriend. Daining touched her cheek, her voice laced with skepticism. Are you just playing along with me? Indeed, Zhao Yu replied, offering no further elaboration as he approached the door to knock. Daining regarded him with a hint of admiration. While Zhao Yu remained unperturbed, whether due to indifference or an admirable fortitude, it was difficult to discern. The door was opened by Zhuang Hongxiu, a fervent admirer of Zhao Yu, who greeted them with delight. Brother Yu, Miss Daining, you're here. Zhuang Foreign, who was watching television in the living room, also expressed her joy. Little Zhao, you've come. Please, take a seat. Zhao Yu declined their hospitality and conveyed the purpose of their visit. Zhuang Foreign, beaming, remarked, Of course, there's no issue at all. Daining is such a beautiful child. I have always wished for a daughter akin to a little princess. Unfortunately, I ended up with such an unambitious son in Hongxiu. Having Daining stay with us fills me with joy, and I will ensure she is well taken care of. Zhao Yu nodded appreciatively. Thank you so much. I shall certainly express my gratitude properly another day. Madame Zhuang remains blissfully unaware of her niece Lan Rongrong's discontent towards Daining, nor does she realize the extent to which her nephew Lan Lingyun is infatuated with Daining. Her enthusiasm is genuine. After all, the young lady possesses a beauty that is undeniably captivating. With warmth, Madame Zhuang introduces Daining, saying, Look, we have numerous guest rooms in our home. You may choose any that pleases you. Zhao Yu feels a sense of relief as he engages in conversation with County Chief Zhuang, while Zhuang Hongxiu eagerly ushers him out. Zhao Yu whispers, Zhuang, my young friend, You are aware of the young lady's temperament. Should she exhibit any capriciousness, I trust you will be accommodating. Zhuang Hongxiu instantly feels a sense of duty. After all, how could he fail to fulfill his elder brother's request? He pats his slender chest confidently, exclaiming, "Fear not. I shall ensure no one dares to mistreat the young lady." "Thank you," Zhao Yu replies, feeling no disappointment. With the young lady present, this unfamiliar city seems to have someone who awaits his safe return. In truth, both are cognizant that Daining could easily contact Uncle Qian to escort her away. A solution both safe and enjoyable. Yet, she does not mention it, and Zhao Yu refrains from inquiring. She is willing to accompany him for a day, finding amusement in the experience, and he is determined to safeguard her. Daining selects the innermost guest room at the Zhuang residence, residing there quietly for 2 days until Uncle Qian's call finally arrives. "Young lady, when shall I come to fetch you?" he inquires. "No rush," she replies. Unable to contain his curiosity, Uncle Qian asks, "What did you require information on Lan Lingyun for? He is not a suitable suitor. I am aware, do not fret. Please remain nearby and be ready to assist at a moment's notice. Indeed, please prioritize your safety." Daining severed the call, her fingers delicately tapping on the screen until Zhao Yu's contact information appeared. A couple of days prior, in pursuit of convenience for executing a task, he had purchased a new phone. Daining playfully hovered her fingers over that name several times, causing Qing Tuan to nearly succumb to anxiety, his obsessive-compulsive tendencies surfacing. After toying with Qing Tuan long enough, she finally opted to close the screen. Observing from the shadows, Qing Tuan was left speechless. Daining chuckled heartily. "You are truly foolish." Qing Tuan, suppressing his breath, buried himself in a book, aware of his poor memory, and thus resorted to diligently searching anew. After a considerable pause, he remarked, "I haven't found anything. The male protagonist is quite clever, and he seems fortunate. The members of the Lan family are formidable, and so far, he has not encountered any peril." A tinge of jealousy flickered in Daining's heart at the thought of his good fortune. She shook her head. "That's impossible. The remnants of Shintu will surely retaliate. Since Du Tian wishes to remain, it indicates that Zhao Yu must have faced danger at some point. Continue searching further back." Heeding her advice, Qing Tuan resumed his search, exclaiming, "Ah, I found something. Does this count? Tomorrow night, Zhao Yu and his companions will visit a nightclub belonging to the Shintu family, where they will be drugged by a dancer. The remnants of Shintu are lying in wait there, but fortunately, Lan Rongrong and the police will arrive just in time to avert disaster." Daining listened with disdain, recognizing the truth that men, despite their strategies and cunning, often fall prey to complications amidst women. A spark of inspiration ignited within her, and she thought of a brilliant plan. "Indeed, that certainly counts. I shall prepare some items. We must set off tomorrow night." Qing Tuan felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. Are we going to rescue Zhao Yu? Before departing, Daining contemplated. After all, her unfortunate disposition rendered a solo venture to the nightclub rather perilous. However, Uncle Qian and the others might join them, and it's quite possible that Uncle Qian, with good intentions, could inadvertently assist Zhao Yu, leading to unintended consequences. After some contemplation, Daining thought of a more suitable person and called Lan Lingyun. "Are you free? Come accompany me for some fun." Upon receiving her call, Lan Lingyun was ecstatic, springing out of bed like a fish leaping from water, hurriedly putting on his pants as he exclaimed, "I'm free. Where are you, Ningning? I'll come pick you up immediately." Daining provided him with an address, and sure enough, within 15 minutes, the young Master Lan arrived in his car at breakneck speed. Today, she was dressed rather conservatively, in a fitted khaki sweater paired with a flowing sheer long skirt. As Daining settled into the car, Lan Lingyun gazed at her, feeling as though a flower had blossomed in his heart, and he asked eagerly, "Ningning, where would you like to go?" "The Night City." Lan Lingyun was momentarily taken aback. As someone well-versed in indulgence and entertainment, he was well aware of what the Night City entailed. His Ningning appeared today like an innocent fairy. How could she possibly wish to go to such a place? He tactfully suggested, "The Night City isn't all that exciting. How about I take you ice skating or to the underwater world instead?" Daining, with a hint of impatience, pouted, "I don't want to hear that. Are you going to accompany me or not?" Lan Lingyun, with no other option, quickly reassured her. All right, I'll go with you." Upon their arrival at the Night City, as Lan Lingyun parked the car in the underground garage, he turned to find Daining disrobing. His eyes widened in disbelief, captivated by her presence, as his heart raced. She removed her fitted sweater, revealing a striking sapphire blue crop top dress beneath. The underground parking garage, shrouded in darkness, could not conceal the fair skin of the young maiden, Daining. Her supple and slender waist was accentuated by a charmingly exposed navel, while her constrained bosom appeared full and alluring. Lan Lingyun caught but a fleeting glance and nearly succumbed to a nosebleed as Daining approached. Her dress, a splendid blue of varying lengths, danced gracefully around her. Her long, slender legs resembled those of a comic book character. With her hair cascading down, she cheerfully exclaimed, "Let us go?" He recalled her adorable, youthful appearance upon their first encounter, marveling at her striking allure. As they wandered into the nocturnal city, Lan Lingyun remained entranced, oblivious to their purpose for visiting. At this hour, the nocturnal city had only just begun its operations, not yet reaching its peak vibrancy, leaving the dancers momentarily idle. These young and beautiful women, often caught in competitive rivalry, would typically vie for the attention of esteemed guests like Lan Lingyun, eager to promote their drinks. However, at this moment, they stood transfixed, their gazes fixated not on him, but rather on the enchanting girl by his side. Daining, with her chin slightly raised and arms lazily crossed, exuded both charm and delicacy as she strolled through the dance hall. The manager furrowed his brow. While women had frequented the nocturnal city before, he had never encountered one of such remarkable beauty. Upon Daining's entrance, not only the patrons, but even the dancers could not help but steal glances at her. Was she perhaps sent by a rival faction to disrupt their affairs? Daining communicated with the Qing Tuan in her mind, inquiring about the individuals from the Shinta family who were plotting against Zhao Yu. The Qing Tuan responded, "Manager. 12 dancers." Daining then asked, "What is the manager's name? Who is the mastermind behind this operation?" Qing Tuan hastily said, "The manager is called Lu Tiangang, and their leader only has a code name, Leopard." Manager Lu approached and inquired, "Madam, may I be of assistance?" Daining brushed aside the bothersome Lan Xiao and beckoned Manager Lu with a finger. Despite his reservations, Lu Tiangang maintained his smile and leaned in. Daining whispered, "I was sent by Leopard to assist you. There must be no mistakes in tonight's operation. Lu Tiangang, the simpleton beside me, is called Lan Lingyun, the eldest young master of the Lan family, and the nephew of County Magistrate Zhuang. I have deceived him into coming here. Keep him under control, and in case anything goes wrong, use him as a hostage." Lu Tiangong's pupils contracted. Upon seeing the lavishly dressed Lan Lingyun beside Daining, he was already partially convinced. Daining continued, "There has been a change of plans. Summon the dancers. I have instructions regarding the drugging." Seeing how well informed she was about their plans, Lu Tiangang finally placed his complete trust in her. Daining was so beautiful, it was entirely possible that she was Leopard's most cherished darling, whom he usually kept hidden. "Please wait a moment," he said. Lan Lingyun truly couldn't bear to see her smile. Her smile robbed him of his senses, and he foolishly responded, "All right." Daining followed Lu Tiangang and easily met the 12 dancers. They were indeed all quite attractive, some with an innocent charm and others with a bewitching allure. Upon seeing Daining, the women exchanged glances. Lu Tiangang announced, "This is someone sent by Boss Leopard. You will follow her instructions." Qing Tuan was stunned. Heavens, what was Daining planning? How did she end up siding with the antagonists? Daining inquired, "Where is the liquor for tonight's drugging?" A dancer hastily brought over a drink. Daining glanced at it and shook her head, stating, "It is of no use. They will not drink. The leader is exceedingly cautious, even when conducting business with us. He will at most deceive you, merely wetting his lips." Lu Tiangang quickly inquired, "What shall we do then?" Daining opened her palm, revealing 2 small bottles of deep brown liquid. "This is sufficient for one person. Apply it to the cup of that individual named Zhao Yu. Even if he does not drink, merely touching his lips will suffice to administer the medicine." Lu Tiangang was overjoyed and promptly instructed the dancers to comply. Qing Tuan was nearly beside herself, exclaiming, "Daining, we cannot harm the fates of others, nor can we bring misfortune upon them. Have you forgotten?" Daining replied, "I am not intending to harm him, nor have I brought him any injury. In fact, I have even saved him by replacing the poison." Qing Tuan remained skeptical, asking, "Then what is the nature of the medicine you provided?" "It is an exhilarating and intoxicating substance combined with something that induces weakness. Such a drug is all the rage in your circles. Men who use it rave about its effects. How could it be described as harmful? Countless men suffering from impotence have relied on it for salvation." Qing Tuan finally grasped the situation and stammered, "You know that Zhao Yu is destined to turn peril into safety, and you wish for Lan Rongrong to save him, leading to their entanglement. Once the male protagonist becomes involved with the supporting female character, Lan Rongrong, Zhao Yu's chances of being with Du Tian would be virtually obliterated. Lan Rongrong is no naive child. The young mistress can confidently seek out the second male lead. Daining remarked. Zhao Yu mentioned that in his village, there is a custom of only sleeping with one person throughout one's life. This deeply inspired her. Qing Tuan corrected her, saying, it is to love one person. Daining, there is no distinction. Daining meticulously arranged everything and boldly stepped out under Lu Tiangong's watchful gaze. The trailing hem of her gown cascaded elegantly along the ground, adorned with shimmering silver embroidery radiating beauty and abundance. Alas, despite possessing such a stunning exterior, the young lady was inherently a villainess. Qing Tuan felt a profound sense of despair. Could not Daining adopt a more conventional script? Daining seated herself on the second floor, as orchestrated by Lu Tiangang. Keenly observing the proceedings, though she abstained from alcohol, she unceremoniously ordered the most extravagant beverages alongside an array of delicacies. Daining declared, charge it all to the leopard's account. Lu Tiangang, eager to please, responded with a nervous smile, I wouldn't dare. Please indulge. If you require anything else, do not hesitate to command. There's no need. You may leave me in peace, Daining replied dismissively. Lu Tiangang inquired, should we keep the young master Lan downstairs under control? Only then did Daining recall her companion. She winked, just leave him in the private room, and ensure he does not emerge. Lu Tiangang, having received his orders, withdrew. Daining toyed with a small kumquat, awaiting Zhao Yu's arrival. As night deepened, Zhao Yu and a group of individuals entered the bustling city. Having not seen Zhao Yu for several days, Daining sensed a transformation the moment he walked in. The man exuded a composed demeanor, sharpened by a hint of intensity. It is said that perilous circumstances cultivate strength, and Zhao Yu epitomized this evolution in his impeccably tailored suit. Daining, despite her illiteracy, was struck by a poetic thought. The dragon is no mere creature of the pond. It cannot be wild amidst storm and rain. Her interest piqued. She propped her chin in anticipation of the unfolding drama. Downstairs, Zhao Yu keenly sensed that someone was watching him. He raised his gaze to the second floor, where only a pane of transparent glass stood, revealing nothing. The nightless city was a veritable treasure trove, and one of his assignments was to engage in discussions regarding the merger between the Lan family and this enigmatic locale. The Shinto clan, now leaderless, was rife with minor factions, and the likes of Lu Tiangang had expressed their allegiance, paving the way for tonight's banquet. Lu Tiangang, a man with a charming facade, approached with warmth. Zhao Yu took a seat alongside his subordinates. Lu Tiangang smiled and remarked, Mr. Zhao, this is your first visit to our nightless city, I presume? There are many fascinating ventures here. You must indulge in them tonight. His smile held an ambiguous allure. No need for formalities, Manager Lu, replied Zhao Yu, donning a smile of his own, for business discussions warranted focus. Of course. We must partake in some libations while we converse. Xiaolong, please summon a few individuals to pour the drinks. Zhao Yu maintained a cheerful demeanor, nodding in agreement. Before long, 12 young and enchanting women gracefully knelt beside the guests, beginning to pour wine. Zhao Yu discreetly signaled to his companions, who understood the unspoken cue, each harboring their own thoughts. In truth, Zhao Yu was aware that tonight was not merely about business negotiations. Lu Tiangang had orchestrated a grand banquet, and his intent was to ensnare them like fish in a net. The remnants of the Shinto clan had yet to reveal themselves, but Zhao Yu had a premonition that this evening would bring them into view. Lan Rongrong and the armed police had long been stationed nearby, ready to provide support at the slightest sign of trouble. Lu Tiangang beckoned, Mr. Zhao, do sample our most renowned wine, aptly named Drunken Spring Breeze. Zhao Yu reclined on the sofa, exuding an air of relaxation as he took a sip, declaring it quite agreeable. Lu Tiangang scrutinized him, aware of Zhao Yu's humble origins and his audacity in aiding the Lan family with their acquisitions. Such boldness was not to be underestimated. When Zhao Yu took that sip of wine, even Lu Tiangang could not discern whether he had truly imbibed. Fortunately, with the guidance of the lady upstairs, they were poised for success that evening. Zhao Yu's lips had already graced the rim of the glass. The dancers engaged in playful banter with Zhao Yu's companions, while Lu Tiangang initiated a discussion regarding the merger. As time ticked away, faint footsteps echoed from outside. Zhao Yu's fingers absently tapped the table, causing the tension in the room to heighten. Everyone was acutely aware that they were in a den of danger, yet they had abstained from alcohol, ready to adapt should the need arise. Zhao Yu shared this sentiment, however, the moment the door swung open. He felt an odd sensation rise within him just as he was about to stand. A frown crossed his face, revealing his discomfort at the thought of such unsavory matters. Daining, on the second floor, watched him with a cheerful smile, wishing them an enjoyable evening. Chapter 30. The best of schemes. Daining calculated the time. She could not linger on the second floor much longer. Soon, Zhao Yu and the remnants of the Shinta clan would confront each other, and with the arrival of the leopard, her cover would be at risk. Light-footed, she descended the stairs, intending to rendezvous with Uncle Qian. Qing Tuan interjected, "Wait. Lan Lingyun is still imprisoned. You must release him." Daining fabricated a quick response. "The leopard has arrived. Bind Lan Lingyun and hand him over to me." Two men had just encountered her and were aware that she belonged to Leopard Brother. They were instructed to open the door, bind Lan Lingyun, and silence him before handing him over to Daining. Daining took hold of the rope, leading Lan Lingyun through a labyrinth of twists and turns, ultimately finding the exit. Lan Lingyun remained dazed throughout the night. His dream lover had invited him out to play, and he was so thrilled that his head spun. Just as he managed to regain some composure, he found himself locked in a private room, helplessly calling out to the heavens. Countless speculations plagued his mind, and he was frantic. Could it be that these individuals, drawn by Ningning's beauty, had confined him with the intent of harming her? He was on the verge of desperately banging on the door when, unexpectedly, Ningning appeared, leading him away from the sleepless city with the rope. Once outside, Daining helped him to untie the bindings. Lan Lingyun quickly grasped Daining's shoulders, anxiously inspecting her. "Ningning, are you all right?" Qing Tuan could only weakly express her exasperation at his foolishness. Did the young lady truly appear to be in distress? They had essentially delivered him as a gift to the villains. Daining played along with his anxiety, feigning tears. "They frightened me. That manager Lu tried to bully me, but fortunately, chaos erupted in the sleepless city, and they began to fight." Lan Lingyun's heart ached for her. He yearned to confront that grotesque Lu Tiangang with all his might. He opened his arms, ready to comfort her with an embrace. But Daining delivered a swift kick to his knee. "Humph, you didn't come to save me earlier, so keep your distance now." Lan Lingyun could hardly contain his desire to ensure her safety in the future. Following her gaze, he noticed a well-dressed, middle-aged gentleman approaching, flanked by a dozen bodyguards. Lan Xiao, having been brainwashed by his sister, genuinely believed that his beloved was impoverished. It is only now that he comprehends that she is, in fact, a true heiress. Daining, skipping joyfully, approached Uncle Qian, exclaiming sweetly, "Uncle Qian, I miss you dearly." Uncle Qian, with a resigned smile, responded, "My dear young lady, it would be best if you behaved." Daining had previously messaged him, expressing that when she was near the nightless city, he nearly suffered a heart attack from worry. The consequences of anything happening to the young lady would be dire. Now that this little darling was safe and sound, Uncle Qian felt a measure of relief. "What on earth are you wearing?" he inquired. Daining, feigning innocence, deflected. "Lan Lingyun said he would take me out for fun. He insisted I dress this way." Uncle Qian's chest tightened with indignation. "My lady, we shall no longer associate with such a scoundrel." Daining nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, yes. Let us be on our way." She pointed her delicate, fair finger towards the nightless city. "Zhao Yu is inside. Shall we go take a look?" She needed to confirm whether Zhao Yu was with Lan Rongrong to set her mind at ease. Uncle Qian hesitated for a moment. He held Zhao Yu in high regard, acknowledging that he had indeed taken good care of Daining, and thus he nodded in agreement. Daining whispered conspiratorially in Uncle Qian's ear, "He is up to something significant. Let us find a discreet spot to observe." Uncle Qian had no objections. Together, they entered the car. The September night was already tinged with a hint of chill. Uncle Qian gestured for someone to fetch a coat to drape over the young lady. Daining leaned against the car window, watching the unfolding events. It was uncertain whether Zhao Yu had sustained any injuries amidst the chaos, for the effects of his medication should have already taken hold. A thunderous roar echoed through the sky as dark clouds gathered, heralding the imminent arrival of rain. Shortly thereafter, the police escorted the remnants of the Shun Tu clan out into the open. It appeared that the events unfolded much as described in the texts. Zhao Yu, the Lan family, and the authorities of Huan County successfully apprehended this group. The only notable deviation, Daining's gaze shifted toward the entrance of the nightless city, where she beheld them. Fortuitously, Zhao Yu, one of the fated children, emerged unscathed from this predicament. Lan Rongrong supported him as they exited the nightless city. His complexion flushed and his lips unnaturally red. His entire being trembled. Only Daining was privy to the potency of the drug he had endured. Under normal circumstances, any man would succumb to the intoxicating allure of such a substance, compounded by a drug that dulled the nerves. Lan Rongrong, a perceptive woman, had likely sensed something amiss. Zhao Yu's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse, and he steadied himself against the wall, gasping for breath. Lan Rongrong, with genuine concern, inquired, "Are you all right?" As she reached out to support him, her eyes swept over Zhao Yu, noticing his peculiar state, her expression contemplative. The nightless city was inherently a place of dubious repute, and falling prey to such a drug was hardly surprising. Her hand, cool to the touch, revealed a hint of warmth in her gaze as she crouched down, intent on assisting Zhao Yu into the vehicle. His voice, barely a whisper, rasped, "Stay away from me." Inside the car, Daining tilted her head to observe them. More specifically, she scrutinized Zhao Yu. His pupils were unfocused, jaws clenched tightly, muscles taut with struggle as he fought against an unseen force. Daining felt a flicker of confusion. What was he resisting? Lan Rongrong was hardly lacking. She possessed both noble lineage and beauty, and she harbored a clear affection for Zhao Yu. His vehement rejection of her only served to inflict discomfort upon himself. What purpose did it truly serve? Daining was perplexed. Yet Uncle Qian sensed something amiss. He coughed softly, wishing he could shield his pure and innocent young lady's eyes from the unfolding scene. This time, however, Daining exhibited remarkable patience, believing that Zhao Yu would eventually yield. Lan Rongrong whispered into Zhao Yu's ear, "Are you in pain? I can assist you." Daining observed as Zhao Yu's arm, supported by Lan Rongrong, trembled uncontrollably. The agony, the embarrassment, the desire, the woman beside him, and the impending thunderstorm all conspired to urge him onward. At last, Zhao Yu reached out to touch Lan Rongrong, seemingly yearning to embrace her. A smile curled upon Daining's lips. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Zhao Yu pushed Lan Rongrong away and coldly declared, "Stay away." He stumbled into a nearby alley. Daining was left in utter bewilderment. Was that it? How disappointing. Was Zhao Yu truly a man? Qing Tuan's voice echoed in her mind, whispering anxiously, "I told you not to provoke the fated one. He would never do what he is unwilling to, not even at the cost of his life." It was genuinely terrified. What if the heavenly Dao took notice? Engaging in such antics with a villainess against the favored son of the heavenly Dao could result in dire consequences. Daining waited for what felt like an eternity, yet Zhao Yu did not re-emerge. Qing Tuan was in a state of panic. What if Zhao Yu is dead? If he dies, we cannot survive either. It's dreadful. I implore you, Daining, let us go check on him. Daining placed a hand over her heart. It does not ache, and I have not been punished, which indicates he is not dead. Qing Tuan continued to wail. What if he dies in the next second? Its words instilled a slight panic in Daining. Could the resilient male lead truly succumb to such base potions? Lightning cleaved the sky, and the storm finally descended. At last, she spoke. "Uncle Qian, please lend me an umbrella." Daining, with the umbrella in hand, ventured into the alley behind the bustling city, a stark contrast to the vibrant life that thrived outside. The alley was desolate and quiet, and her shoes became slightly damp. She did not spot Zhao Yu amidst the emptiness. The young lady, perplexed, glanced around, wondering if Zhao Yu was playing hide and seek. "Why not check that corner?" suggested Qing Tuan. As Daining approached, she indeed found Zhao Yu slumped weakly against the wall. His complexion had turned a ghastly pallor, his lips still retaining their vibrant hue yet dry. Upon hearing her footsteps, Zhao Yu lifted his gaze, and their eyes met. In that instant, he realized he was experiencing an illusion. How could he see Daining in such a place? Beneath the curtain of rain, the distant white lights of the buildings illuminated her figure. Clad in a resplendent blue, the curves of her waist reflected a gentle glow. Her skirt lay carelessly in the puddles, the delicate expanse of her fair waist partially exposed. She twirled the umbrella handle, displaying a hint of displeasure at her dress being splattered with mud. Zhao Yu clenched his fingers tightly, turning his head away, his breath a mist of warmth. Daining crouched before him, prodding him with the umbrella. "You're not dead, are you? Are you all right?" Noticing the vacant and cold gaze in Zhao Yu's eyes, she cautiously reached out to assist him. "Let me take you to see a doctor." In the next moment, darkness enveloped Qing Tuan, surrounded by a barrage of core values. It was utterly bewildered, lost, and confused. What had just happened? Daining found herself in the embrace of the man, who held her chin firmly and leaned down to kiss her. His entire being was ablaze, even his lips and tongue felt like molten lava. Daining tasted a faint metallic tang of blood, emanating from Zhao Yu's mouth. He had surprisingly endured to such an extent. Zhao Yu ceased to tremble. Instead, he found an even more exhilarating thrill, kissing her with a fervor akin to madness. Daining, exasperated, yanked his hair back, exclaiming, "You lunatic! You refuse Lan Rongrong, yet you bite me?" He embraced her tightly, his mind clouded, murmuring incoherently. As she struck him, her attention diverted to listen. She discerned his breathy whispers calling, "Die, die." Daining. The effects of the euphoric potion had not yet waned. Daining felt as though she had been struck by lightning, terrified that Zhao Yu might truly violate her. With a swift motion, she slapped him across the face and scrambled out of his embrace. Her exquisite gown, once resplendent, was now drenched and soiled. It was a rare sight to see the little phoenix in such disarray. Zhao Yu's fingers still yearned to grasp her, but were met with the force of her umbrella, rendered powerless and falling limp. Seizing the moment, Zhao Yu expended all his strength to hold on to Daining just moments before. Daining stepped upon his shoulder, declaring, "Zhao Yu, have you lost your mind? Do not touch me." Zhao Yu offered no resistance, letting out a muted grunt, his lackluster gaze still fixated upon her. His pupils were dark and dull, yet her figure remained vividly clear in his sight. The rain continued to pour, cascading down his face, bringing an unusual flush to his cheeks. For the first time, Daining realized that even in such intimate encounters, individuals had preferences. She cast a few glances at him before turning away and leaving. Ultimately, it was Uncle Qian who returned Zhao Yu, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness. The young lady wore a composed expression, visibly displeased with everyone around her, while Uncle Qian shook his head, taking it upon himself to tend to Zhao Yu. Being a doctor, he was well aware of the nature of the substance that had ensnared Zhao Yu. Fortunately, Daining only requested money from him and did not ask Uncle Qian to fetch any medicine. Uncle Qian would not associate such a vile remedy with the young lady. Uncle Qian said, "Miss, let me examine him. It is not convenient for you to stay here, so please step outside for a moment. You have been caught in the rain and need to change your clothes to avoid catching a cold." Daining, with her skirt drenched, promptly headed for a shower. Unconcerned about Zhao Yu, what could Uncle Qian do? He had no choice but to administer some soothing medication to Zhao Yu. After all, there are no stimulating drugs that would lead to death if not understood. One simply has to endure until it passes. With a good heart. He even had a bodyguard assist Zhao Yu in soaking in water and changing into fresh clothes. Regardless of the circumstances, it would surely provide some comfort. Even a visit to the hospital would yield no better treatment. Uncle Qian glanced at Zhao Yu, still propped up by a high tent, and coughed discreetly into his hand. Though they were all men, such a situation was inevitably awkward. Uncle Qian closed the door behind him as he left, while Daining was showering. The hot water cascading over her shoulders and chest was quite uncomfortable. In a fit of anger, she finished her bath and went to look in the mirror, only to discover faint teeth marks. After dressing, she picked up her plush toy and entered Zhao Yu's room. Daining leapt onto the bed and began to pound the toy against him. "How dare you bite me, you scoundrel!" She struck until satisfied, but this only led to more trouble as she inadvertently roused Zhao Yu from his slumber. The moment his gaze fell upon her, Daining glanced at his trousers and then back at him, promptly fleeing the scene. Leaning against the door, Daining couldn't shake the feeling that she had been terribly wrong today. After orchestrating such a grand scheme, Zhao Yu still had not ended up with Lan Rongrong. The young lady was unwilling to be the one at a loss. She pondered for a moment before a superior idea struck her. Since Zhao Yu's heart yearned for her, why not fulfill his desire? A person as earnest and solemn as Zhao Yu, once he encountered her, would undoubtedly never inflict harm upon her. He was currently weakened, the effects of the drug still lingering, presenting a prime opportunity to manipulate him. Daining pushed open the door, and indeed, Zhao Yu remained in a state of unconsciousness. She thrust the plush toy into his arms. "Here, consider this as me. Bite it as you wish, kiss it as your heart desires. Do not hold back, indulge yourself." After completing this act, she confidently exited the room. Daining lay on her bed, setting an alarm for 5 o'clock in the morning. When the alarm rang, she rubbed her eyes and rose, making her way to Zhao Yu's room. The toy had fallen to the floor, clearly of no interest to him. She rolled into his embrace and, recalling something, hastily began to unfasten his clothing. Without lingering too long, she carelessly adjusted her own attire. Qing Tuan, witnessing this series of clumsy antics, was left utterly astonished. It always felt to it that Daining had forgotten something, yet it could not recall what that was. Daining, still in a daze, opened her eyes and realized, "Yes, I need a bit of blood." She glanced around, hesitated for a while, and then, suppressing the pain, pricked her finger to draw a few drops of blood, smearing it across the bed before preparing to drift back to sleep. Qing Tuan quietly inquired, "Will Zhao Yu believe this?" Daining contemplated for a moment. He lacks experience. He was nearly rendered foolish by the drug yesterday, so perhaps he will. Having concluded her clumsy ruse, she wrapped her arms around his, finally allowing herself to fall into a peaceful slumber. An air of trepidation and anticipation enveloped Qing Tuan. Tomorrow morning, upon awakening, how would Zhao Yu react upon discovering that he had spent the night with the young lady? Chapter 31. most fond of you. The following day dawned under a blanket of gray skies. After a night of rain, the morning air was refreshingly crisp, infused with the earthy fragrance of soil and grass. Zhao Yu opened his eyes, a throbbing headache assailing him. Almost immediately, he sensed something amiss. There was a person nestled in his embrace. The skin beneath his hand was soft and delicate, the curves exquisite. Zhao Yu's expression shifted as he recalled the events of the previous night in the sleepless city. When Lan Rongrong had assisted him out, he had already been under the influence of a drug. Could it be that he truly had an intimate encounter with Lan Rongrong? The thought was difficult for him to fathom, and instinctively, he sought to push the woman away. Yet, as his fingers tangled in her soft, curling hair, he froze in place. Lowering his gaze, he was met with the gentle light of dawn illuminating the scene. The young lady lay beside him, her fist partially clenched, softly resting on his shoulder. Her cheeks held a rosy hue, and she appeared to be in a deep, sweet slumber, her breath warm against his chest. Her delicate lips were slightly parted, her eyelashes long and fluttering. Zhao Yu remained silent for a considerable time, pulling back the covers for a glance. He found himself nearly nude, while the young lady was attired in a loose-fitting nightgown, which had slipped down her shoulders. The expanse of her fair skin revealed several faint red marks and bite impressions. A few drops of blood on the sheets silently testified to the nature of his actions the previous night. His hand rested on her waist, and her body felt as soft as cotton candy. He gently brushed aside the hair beside her cheek, revealing her exquisite and charming visage in its entirety, so enchanting that it tugged at one's heartstrings. Zhao Yu's Adam's apple quivered as he realized the person in his arms was the young lady. His first thought was a concern that she might awaken, crying and throwing a fit. Daining was unaccustomed to such slumber. Sensing the unusual movement, she gradually stirred awake. When her gaze met the man's composed yet intricate dark eyes, she found herself momentarily at a loss. How audacious of Zhao Yu to be in her bed. Fortunately, she quickly recalled her scheme, and with a flutter of her large eyes, tears brimmed in her orbs. Zhao Yu could no longer maintain his serene facade, and, in a hushed tone, inquired, "What is it? Are you unwell?" With a voice tinged by nasality, Daining whimpered, "My entire body aches." Without hesitation, she let her tears flow freely, sobbing uncontrollably. Zhao Yu sighed, wiping away her tears. His inexperience left him uncertain on how to navigate this situation. "Please don't cry. It is my fault," he murmured, his memory of the previous night hazy, fearing he might have inadvertently harmed her in a moment of loss of control. "Let me see where it hurts, shall we?" Daining shook her head, as she was wont to be unreasonable, sniffling yet refusing to allow any examination. Left with no other option, Zhao Yu suppressed the pain in his shoulder and encouraged her to lean upon him, cradling her face in his hands. He gently pressed a kiss to her forehead, speaking softly, "Do not cry. I will take responsibility." Between her sobs, Daining retorted disdainfully, "Who said you needed to take responsibility? You are not worthy of me." Understanding that he needed to placate her, Zhao Yu replied, "Indeed, I am unworthy. But may I strive to become someone deserving of you?" Wiping her tears, Daining accused him, "You claim not to like me, yet you bully me. You scoundrel." Zhao Yu remarked, "There is no dislike for you. In fact, I hold you in great affection." She finally managed to suppress her tears, yet her expression resembled that of a woeful kitten on the verge of bursting into anger. Zhao Yu gently caressed her hair, cleared his throat softly, and whispered in her ear, "You are my favorite." At this moment, it was perhaps the most extravagant confession of love he had ever uttered. Daining was not one to easily relent. With a soft, tearful tone, she murmured, "Let us make an agreement. I shall not develop feelings for you." Zhao Yu tenderly wiped away the tears from her chin with his finger and replied, "Very well." At last, the girl in his embrace ceased her crying. Noticing her calmness, Zhao Yu suppressed his embarrassment and quietly inquired, "Does anything hurt?" Daining shook her head, sniffling slightly, "My waist hurts a little. Could you please massage it?" Zhao Yu felt a sense of relief. Under normal circumstances, he would never entertain such an embarrassing request. However, given their newfound intimacy, he decided to grant her comfort. He gently pressed her small head against his chest, shielding his expression from her view, and began to massage her lower back. Daining had merely mentioned it casually, but to her surprise, it felt quite delightful. She surrendered to the sensation, relishing the moment, realizing that Zhao Yu had become significantly kinder after their encounter. After a while of massaging her, Zhao Yu noticed her growing laziness and cleared his throat, stating, "It's time to get up." His reluctance was not due to fatigue. After all, men are prone to certain responses in the morning. Qing Tuan quickly reminded Daining, "Stop pretending. If you continue, you might expose yourself." Reluctantly, Daining climbed out of bed. Zhao Yu paused for a moment, gazing into her eyes, and said, "Indeed, there is no need for Daining to articulate this matter. He feels a weight in his heart. After all, he is nameless and powerless, lacking even the qualifications to be responsible for her." By the time she has finished her preparations, Zhao Yu and Uncle Qian are already partaking in breakfast. Upon seeing Daining descend the stairs, Uncle Qian remarks, "Miss, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Daining replies nonchalantly, "All right then. Everyone is merely cannon fodder. Why should cannon fodder complicate matters for one another? The male and female leads are far more intriguing. Why cling to Chinxiaoli? Success is within reach, and at this juncture, Daining is resolute in her decision not to leave. Yet, she is also mischievous, disinclined to deal with Uncle Qian herself. She cradles her face in her hands and asks Zhao Yu, "What do you think, Teacher Zhao?" Zhao Yu glances at her and speaks softly to Uncle Qian, "Mr. Qian, if you trust me, grant me 6 months, and I can elevate the young lady's grades by 20 points in every subject." Had anyone else uttered such words, Uncle Qian would have dismissed them outright. However, Zhao Yu's demeanor inspires an undeniable sense of reliability. His promises seem plausible. Just what does a 20-point increase signify? It implies enlightening the young lady. Uncle Qian lifts his teacup and nods in agreement, yet the ease with which he concedes strikes Daining as somewhat peculiar. Uncle Qian nearly chokes on his water. The young lady usually appears indifferent to everything, yet in this moment, she displays unexpected acuity. Daining, astonished by her own prescience, inquires, "Quickly tell me. What good deed has he done?" As these words escape her lips, the smile at the corners of Daining's mouth fades. She frowns. How could Ji Moju be so reckless? Even if there were a conflict with Yan Mingko, he would not lose his composure to such a degree. The old gentleman shared this sentiment. Casting doubt upon the matter at hand, the young master maintained that he had indeed not acted with malice. Yet he was the only one present during the confrontation with Yan Mingko, and the absence of surveillance footage rendered the situation ambiguous. As the Yin family made their presence known, the old gentleman placed his trust in the young master, diligently gathering evidence over the past few days. Zhao Yu, listening to their discourse, observed Daining's expression and surmised that Yan Mingko's background must be quite significant, given Daining's affluent lineage. It was evident that her family harbored apprehension towards this clan, indicating a high social standing. In truth, his conjecture was astute. The capital city brimming with wealth was primarily dominated by two rival enterprises, the Ji family and the Yin family. Yan Mingko's family background was unlikely to be inferior to that of Ji Mok, thus complicating matters for the old gentleman, who even felt that his granddaughter was safer outside than within the confines of their home. She inquired of Qing Tuan, "Please investigate who rendered Yan Mingko comatose." Qing Tuan swiftly delved into the records and revealed, "It was not your brother, but rather Yan Mingko's uncle who did so. He was caught in a compromising situation with his young wife, witnessed by Yan Mingko, and your brother fortuitously bore the brunt of the blame that day." The Yin family, a prominent dynasty, was steeped in intricate relationships. Old Yin had married a woman in her 20s, which rendered such incidents plausible. Wait a moment, the Yin family. The very same that later became one of the commercial giants? Daining asked, "Isn't my brother one of the male protagonists?" To which Qing Tuan replied with an air of certainty, "Certainly not. Ji Mok is at best a secondary character. What are you thinking? Your family lacks the essence of a protagonist. The only character tangentially related to the female lead, Ji Tian, has been usurped by a character from a novel." Daining was filled with resentment. She had suspected that the Yin family would suddenly rise to prominence, their influence far surpassing her own, to the extent that old Master Ji was nearly overwhelmed by them. This urgency to find someone to entrust Daining to ultimately led to a perilous situation. With wolves in front and tigers behind, the second child of fortune must surely emerge from the Yin family. Her troublesome younger brother, lacking even the qualifications to be the male lead, yet still garnering admiration from Ji Tian, deserved to suffer. To her astonishment, Ji Tian had also entangled herself with the child of fortune from the Yin family at that time. How many things were there that she remained oblivious to? After a period of contemplation, Daining reached a decision. She needed to engage in more significant matters, to contend against the will of heaven, ultimately preserving her grandfather's life. Matters between those of great fortune were best left for them to resolve among themselves. Wasn't there a trump card beside her, Zhao Yu? Uncle Qian nodded. "I will relay your message to the old gentleman." Why did it feel as though she was tossing a ticking time bomb into someone else's lap? Zhao Yu remained remarkably composed. "It's nothing." Daining understood that being alongside a child of great fortune was exceedingly safe, as their very essence was to escape calamities and turn misfortunes into blessings. Unable to bear Zhao Yu's serious demeanor, she playfully scratched the palm of his hand beneath the table. Zhao Yu glanced at her and, right under Uncle Qian's nose, calmly grasped her hand. Indeed, he was quite the reserved and enigmatic character. As the two siblings entered, their eyes fixated on different individuals. Lan Rongrong scrutinized Zhao Yu with a heavy heart, recalling how he had been drugged the previous night yet had rebuffed her advances. Today, was he truly unscathed, or had he sought solace with someone else? Daining had yet to utter a word when Uncle Qian interjected, "Young Master Lan, we appreciate your goodwill, but we shall ensure the safety of our eldest young lady." Upon seeing Uncle Qian and the others, Lan Rongrong felt a tumult of emotions. She had initially perceived Daining as merely an ostentatious village girl, only to discover that her family background surpassed her own. A sense of urgency surged within her, for Zhao Yu was a potential asset she coveted, and she resolved not to relinquish him to Daining. With a bright smile, she exclaimed, "Zhao Yu, I've come today to discuss the land over in Wudong. Do you have a moment to spare?" The Shinto family had fallen from grace, and everyone coveted that piece of land, yet claiming a share was no simple feat. After all, the Shinto family still had a presence, and the formidable Shinto Feng, residing far away in Taizhou, posed a significant threat. Lan Rongrong craved that land intensely. Securing it would grant her the means to establish her own standing, even if the Lan family remained under the dominion of Lan Lingyun in the future. However, she was acutely aware that her brother would never succeed in acquiring it. If Zhao Yu were to operate under the mantle of the Lan family's heir, he might stand a chance. Zhao Yu furrowed his brow. While he understood that coming to Huanqing could yield great opportunities, the situation was becoming increasingly convoluted. With only Shinto Feng left to contend with, the Shinto family could become a formidable adversary if pressed too hard. Lan Rongrong's ambition was reckless and myopic. Disappointment flickered across her features. Daining rested her chin in her hand, glancing from one to the other. Qing Tuan remarked, "Zhao Yu's decision is not misguided. Lingering to seize resources could spell danger." In the original narrative, he chose to withdraw, and Lan Rongrong's insatiable desire for this lucrative opportunity nearly led to the Lan family's downfall. It is no wonder that this supporting character ultimately did not remain by the male lead's side. Their paths were simply incompatible. Daining swiftly calculated in her mind and arrived at a decision. How could Zhao Yu not compete? It would be far more thrilling if he threw himself into the fray without regard for his own safety. She could not deceive Zhao Yu for a lifetime, nor could she allow him to endure the profound anguish of loss. Only then could she confidently engage with the second fated child. In the afternoon, he took the documents with the intention of finalizing arrangements with Lan Rongrong. Upon waking from her nap, Daining emerged to find Zhao Yu just about to leave. Her eyes were still heavy with sleep, her demeanor adorably dazed. Zhao Yu approached her, placing a tube of ointment in her small hand. Curious, Daining inquired, "What is this?" Zhao Yu, unusually shy, felt a hint of embarrassment, yet he gently stroked her hair, deliberately softening his voice. "It will soothe the injured area." Daining nodded, pondering where Zhao Yu had procured such an item. Had he been regarded as a beast when he went to purchase it? Her appearance was irresistibly charming. Even the ointment she held seemed endearingly delightful. With no one else around in the corridor, he found himself captivated, unable to resist leaning down to kiss her. It was the first time in his life that Zhao Yu experienced such tender feelings. He lingered on her lips, reluctant to part. The girl's lips were fragrant and soft, and he even detected a hint of sweetness. Moreover, she was both obedient and enticing, wrapping her arms around his neck in response. In that moment, Zhao Yu understood that the downfall of ancient emperors was not as absurd as it seemed. At least for now, he had no desire to step outside. He pressed another kiss upon her rosy cheek, a novel sensation that was not unpleasant. Daining, preoccupied with thoughts of enjoyment and merriment, evaded his lips and said, "Make sure to buy enough. Not a single item should be missing." He could hardly refuse her. Whatever she requested, he would acquiesce. Daining found it remarkable. So this is what men are like. The difference between having slept together and not was indeed substantial. In the past, Zhao Yu would have dismissed it with 4 words: unreasonable disturbance. Little did Zhao Yu realize that, at some point, it was no longer Daining who sought his proximity, but rather he who yearned for every aspect of her being. Chapter 32, the female protagonist resolved the warmth that had gone unnoticed in the morning lingered in this moment. Zhao Yu was not the type to abandon his responsibilities carelessly. He gently tucked the strands of hair beside Daining's cheek behind her ear. Her lips, having been kissed by him, were now a vivid red. and even his typically composed demeanor betrayed a hint of blush at his ears. I shall take my leave. Once he had distanced himself, Daining casually discarded the ointment into the trash bin. It was not the opportune moment for discussion, and it seemed she would have to wait a while longer. When Zhao Yu handed the documents to Lan Rongrong, she, undeterred, continued her attempts to persuade him. You are likely aware of the value of that land. It is the most precious asset left by the Shinda family. If we acquire it, no one will dare to underestimate you in the future. One must understand the arduous journey a person undertakes, rising from nothing to attain social stature. Few can resist such temptations. Zhao Yu calmly shook his head. No need. He was even too indifferent to advise Lan Rongrong against pursuing that land. Although she looked down upon Lan Lingyun, she herself was hardly a commercial prodigy and could easily find herself at a loss. This Miss Lan, obstinately self-assured, was someone Zhao Yu would never attempt to dissuade. Inevitably, Lan Rongrong harbored resentment towards his steadfast demeanor. As Zhao Yu took the benefits promised to him and prepared to leave, she felt a twinge of reluctance. Zhao Yu. He paused in his tracks. Is there something else? Lan Rongrong decided to speak candidly. With your abilities, you should not remain in such a small village. If you are willing, you could stand beside me and manage the Lan family together in the future. She approached him, her admiration for the man evident. Yet her gaze bore the haughty air characteristic of the affluent. I need a strong partner. The rewards you have received thus far would not impress my father. Her intentions were unmistakably clear. She sought a husband willing to marry into her family, one who could first amass the capital deemed worthy by her father. Zhao Yu listened quietly, finding the situation amusing, and he indeed chuckled. You are correct. I am not the strong man you speak of, Miss Lan. Perhaps you should seek someone else. He turned to leave, and Lan Rongrong, anxious, reached out to stop him, but Zhao Yu evaded her grasp. I apologize, but I still have many things to purchase. Our conversation must end here. Watching his figure disappear around the street corner, Lan Rongrong stamped her foot in frustration. The items Daining desired were not easily found, especially the elusive bubble dumplings, which were not a specialty of Huan County. After walking 3 streets, it was ultimately an elderly woman who, unable to bear his plight, prepared some for him. Having sold this delicacy in her youth, she was touched by Zhao Yu's persistent inquiries. Her craftsmanship was undoubtedly authentic, and Zhao Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The elderly woman, her face a tapestry of wrinkles, smiled broadly. Seeing your determination, it must be for a loved one. Is she pregnant and craving this delicacy? Zhao Yu awkwardly replied, No. The elderly lady chuckled. Ah, so you are pursuing a young lady. Young man, I wish you success. He carried a collection of delicacies that the young lady had specifically requested and arrived at her room, only to hear her playing games while talking on the phone through a loudspeaker. Daining had her phone propped on her lap, responding vaguely with an "oh." After a moment of silence, Zhao Yu turned and left. Qing Tuan quietly reminded Daining, Zhao Yu is gone. Finally, Daining lifted her head and tossed her phone aside. On the other end of the line was certainly not her grandfather. Although old Master Ji had a sense of crisis, fearing that his younger brother could not protect her, it was utterly impossible for him to find her a partner at such an early hour. What a pity it was that a voice actor had to act as her grandfather. Zhao Yu was an astute individual. Upon hearing those few words, he should have realized that if he could not grow stronger in the shortest time possible, there would forever be an unbridgeable gap between him and Daining. His character was composed, and he would not easily succumb to inferiority. Yet, it was precisely because he was sufficiently clear-headed that he understood the vast disparities that existed. Old Master Ji's interest in him was a matter for 5 years hence, by which time Zhao Yu would have established himself as a remarkable young talent through his own efforts. Old Master Ji sought a son-in-law who was as brave as a tiger, cunning as a fox, and loyal as a wolf. Zhao Yu met all these criteria, but the only misjudgment made by the old man was that the former Zhao Yu did not harbor feelings for Daining. Thus, his courage, intelligence, and loyalty were never directed towards her. Now, Daining would not afford Zhao Yu the luxury of time for growth. She intended to push him to fight relentlessly. Zhao Yu ventured into the kitchen to warm up the easily chilled food, yet the coldness in his heart lingered obstinately. Such sentiments echoed in his mind twice throughout the day. The first instance was a jest from Lan Rongrong, which he dismissed with a chuckle. However, upon hearing the words of Mr. Ji once again, he grasped the ubiquitous nature of human affairs, similar, yet distinct. He realized he could not, merely through love, claim the cherished pearl that had been tenderly nurtured for over a decade. Zhao Yu lowered his gaze, ladling the small wontons into a porcelain bowl before presenting them anew to Daining. She had ceased her phone calls. The young lady's eyes sparkled with delight. Wow. There are really bubble wontons. Her surprise was palpable as she scooped up a half, exclaiming, "They are truly delicious." She made no mention of the earlier conversation, but instead inquired, "Have you finished your work with Lan Rongrong? When can we leave?" Zhao Yu paused briefly. "We will not be departing just yet. I intend to explore the land in Wudong." Daining displayed no shock. Oh, she relished her meal. Her left hand wielding the spoon for wontons while her right clutched a donut, unbothered by the peculiar combination of salty and sweet. Observing her joy and carefree demeanor, Zhao Yu gazed at her with a complex expression for a considerable time. He lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Are you truly willing to be with me?" Had Zhao Yu, after all, learned to harbor doubts? With half a donut clutched between her teeth, Daining mumbled, "What benefits are there to being with you? Is there wealth? Are there delicacies?" He murmured softly, "Why would I harbor expectations for you? Whether one sees through or remains oblivious, does it not all lead to the same conclusion?" Upon observing the furrowed brow of Zhao Yu, Daining playfully leaned into his embrace, offering him the remnants of a sweet donut. He gently caressed her cheek, yielding to her gesture and taking a bite, yet his eyes remained shrouded in a deep darkness that contrasted with her radiant smile. Unbeknownst to Daining, Zhao Yu had discerned the intricacies of her intentions. He possessed a keen intellect, far exceeding the calm demeanor he portrayed. While Daining often found herself underestimated by others, she never belittled those around her. Zhao Yu grasped her hand and placed it upon his chest, where the steady rhythm of his heart pulsed with vigor. In a hushed tone, he asked, "Do you feel it? Do not let me down." For her to navigate this haze of clarity and confusion, if in the end, she continued to lead him in circles, neither would find solace in that outcome. Daining found his demeanor rather intriguing, pondering the consequences of disappointing him. Would he become angry or succumb to darkness? Surely not. After a moment of reflection, Daining earnestly remarked, "I can feel it. Your heartbeat is quicker than mine." He fell silent for a brief spell. With enthusiasm, she inquired, "Would you like to feel mine?" Zhao Yu followed her gaze, noticing her proud stature, maintaining his impassive expression. He adjusted her collar, ultimately deciding to forego a serious discussion about romantic matters with Daining. He must have been momentarily unhinged. "No need," he replied. Zhao Yu was a man of daring ambition, resolved to claim the land at Wudong. The following morning, before Daining had risen, he shared his plans with Lan Rongrong. To her delight, Lan Rongrong had initially feared she would have to face the challenge alone. But she was pleasantly surprised by Zhao Yu's change of heart and willingness to assist her. The value of Wudong is attributed to three primary reasons. Firstly, it boasts naturally formed lakes, where one can even cultivate exquisite pearls. Secondly, the islands encircled by these lakes are rich in various medicinal herbs. Most importantly, Lan Rongrong lowered her voice, revealing that there are abundant mineral resources, including raw crystal and agate. Zhao Yu pondered for a moment. The Shinta family has long concealed this land, reluctant to surrender the mineral resources to the state, opting instead for illicit extraction, a method fraught with peril. If we acquire this land later, we must pursue exploration and mining rights through legitimate channels. Lan Rongrong hesitated, contemplating the unreported profits. Zhao Yu, aware of her overwhelming ambition, spoke earnestly. "The Shinta family once basked in glory, yet their current predicament is evident to you. Our goal is to conduct business, not to defy the law." At last, Lan Rongrong overcame her avarice. "Very well, but how shall we obtain that land? Wudong is not something available for public bidding. The Shinta family is highly suspicious, and, to conceal the treasures of Wudong, they have deliberately not associated it with any family member, splitting ownership among 3 loyal commoners." Zhao Yu stated, "I have contemplated this matter and prepared some resources. We shall visit Wudong tomorrow." Though he was young, his composed demeanor instilled a sense of reassurance. Some individuals are inherently suited to navigate the tumult of fame and fortune, transcending age and ethnicity. Lan Rongrong, feeling a newfound sense of security, smiled and nodded in agreement. A flicker of joy ignited within her heart. It seemed that Zhao Yu harbored some feelings for her. Otherwise, how could he have altered his stance today and suddenly agreed to collaborate? Zhao Yu, oblivious to her yearning gaze, rose to depart. He knelt down to tidy the scattered crystals for her. "What surprise?" he inquired. Daining gestured for him to glance towards the door, where the excited Du Tian stood alongside a man wearing a hat. Zhao Yu felt a peculiar discomfort upon seeing Du Tian, an ineffable complexity coursing through him. Du Tian was not yet the second young lady of the Ji family, yet she still possessed the courage to contend with Lan Rongrong. Such resilience surpassed even that of the old bamboo. Refrain from speaking carelessly, Zhao Yu admonished. Daining observed the man beside Du Tian, named Cui Yao. He was quite handsome, with fair skin and the demeanor of a delicate young gentleman. As the crowd's gaze fell upon him, Cui Yao removed his hat, revealing to their astonishment that he was missing an ear, seemingly severed by a sharp instrument. Cui Yao nodded. Hello. I have heard that the members of the Shinta family in Huan County have been apprehended, but you must exercise caution. This matter is not as straightforward as it appears. Zhao Yu maintained a composed demeanor. What do you mean? These incidents lacked evidence and had become cold cases. Cui Yao had endured in silence for many years. Biding his time for revenge against Shintafeng. Upon hearing of the ongoing crackdown on the Shinta family, he had rushed over, believing that even a feeble effort was better than inaction. Daining, perplexed, turned to Qing Tuan. Is this Cui Yao genuine? Zhao Yu must be wary of Shintafeng. Could his arrival be a ruse? Qing Tuan, equally bewildered, perused through a book but found no clarity. Well, it seems to be true, perhaps. The plot has deviated under Daining's meddling, rendering the original book merely a reference. Daining harbors no illusions about it. After all, she and Qing Tuan are merely an unfortunate, ignorant duo. She cast a glance at Zhao Yu, whose expression remained tranquil, betraying no signs of belief or disbelief. Zhao Yu addressed Cui Yao, saying fortunately, I have some matters I wish to inquire about. They moved aside to discuss their business, while Du Tian's icy gaze fixated on Daining. Having endured the ordeal with the foul water, she harbored a relentless desire for Daining's demise day and night. Daining set down her beads and, with a beaming smile, remarked to Du Tian, you must be having a rather tough time lately. Du Tian recognized that engaging in conversation with Daining could easily provoke her ire. Yet, Daining's nonsensical remarks compelled her to question, why? You have darkened considerably since before, and there are fine lines at the corners of your eyes. What girl could withstand such comments? Du Tian's fury ignited, signaling a complete rupture in their relationship. How do you know I am a burden? I can be of help to him as well, Daining retorted, tilting her head. He still quite enjoys my assistance. Du Tian dismissed the notion that the spoiled young lady could be of any use. Daining smiled sweetly, innocently declaring, I am unlike you. Your relationship with Zhao Yu resembles that of the celestial dog and Erlangshan, whereas mine with Zhao Yu is akin to the plowman and the midday sun. Du Tian took a moment to process this, her face flushing with anger. Daining, do you still have any shame left? Daining replied, if no one cares, then I shan't either. You all keep it to yourselves. I merely speak the truth. Please keep your distance, for Uncle Qian is upstairs, and if provoked, he may become violent. Du Tian had suffered several setbacks at the hands of Daining, aware of her formidable verbal prowess. Thus, she chose to refrain from engaging in conversation with her. Du Tian was not convinced that Zhao Yu had any involvement with Daining. The novel portrayed the male protagonist as upright, aloof, and composed. Moreover, the customs of Xinghua village suggested that Zhao Yu was undoubtedly a person of integrity. Even if Daining were to make an advance, Zhao Yu would surely decline. Hadn't Daining always been the one to gravitate towards Zhao Yu? Reflecting on the narrative, Du Tian chuckled coldly to herself, anticipating the day when Daining would be in tears. In Chapter 33, You Scoundrel. It was uncertain what Zhao Yu and Cui Yao had conspired about, but ultimately, Zhao Yu consented to allow Cui Yao to stay. Cui Yao claimed to have previously assisted Shin Tuofting, his capabilities undeniably commendable. Regarding the land in Wudong, Cui Yao had even participated in discussions about the project prior. Upon learning that Zhao Yu intended to visit, he proposed to accompany him, believing he might be of assistance. He preferred to see Lan Rongrong and Zhao Yu acquire the land rather than Shin Tuofting. Wudong was surrounded by water, and traveling by boat was the swiftest means. It would take a full day and night to cross the river. The lake in Wudong was exquisite, and it would be delightful to show her. With Daining's addition, Zhao Yu's baggage had multiplied significantly. In the morning, as the group gathered at the ferry terminal, Du Tian immediately spotted Daining. In October, the weather had turned quite crisp, with only faint sunlight gracing the ground. Daining still held a beautifully crafted oiled paper umbrella to shield herself from the sun. She wore a milk-white corset top, and her skirt faded into a gentle lake blue. The ribbons of her dress intertwined at the back, winding up to her neck, transforming into a vibrant blue flower, reminiscent of a living blue enchantress. Her beauty has always been unapologetically radiant. Among the 10 men present, 9 were captivated by her allure, the sole exception being Cui Yao, who stood beside Du Tian. Du Tian felt a pang of dissatisfaction. They were ostensibly there for serious matters. Yet Daining appeared as if she were off to a leisurely outing. Before her transmigration, Du Tian was a formidable professional, well-versed in the commercial realm. The vessel could not accommodate too many, so Daining had not invited Uncle Qian, opting instead for 2 bodyguards. Once everyone had gathered, Zhao Yu declared, "Let us depart." After a brief journey, Zhao Yu halted, took the umbrella from the young lady's grasp, and held it over her. Daining, aware of Du Tian's watchful gaze, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Zhao Yu was becoming increasingly attuned to her needs. Although Daining had previously sailed on luxury liners, this was her first experience aboard a smaller boat, not small in the truest sense, for it boasted resting quarters and a deck for enjoying the scenery. Upon arrival, she was surprised to find the Lan siblings already present. Lan Rongrong greeted them with delight, but her smile nearly faltered upon seeing Daining and Du Tian. Fortunately, she was no fool and welcomed everyone aboard, including Daining's bodyguards and the companions of the Lan family. Their party comprised a total of 20 individuals. Noticing some unfamiliar faces, Daining inquired of Zhao Yu, "Who are they?" Zhao Yu casually glanced and replied, "My associates." Daining blinked in surprise. "Your associates?" "Indeed." In an instant, Daining grasped the implication, a mischievous smile spreading across her face. "You are assisting Lan Rongrong, while discreetly reaping considerable benefits for yourself, aren't you?" Zhao Yu did not deny it, stating, "There is no such thing as a free lunch." Thus, the male lead could hardly be an earnest and upright individual, after all. He was not merely a subordinate to Lan Rongrong. Perhaps the advantages that Lan Rongrong possesses are not as substantial as those that Zhao Yu discreetly enjoys. Zhao Yu's capabilities are nothing short of extraordinary. After borrowing a few individuals from Lan Rongrong, he remarkably established his own team in a short span of time. Had it not been for this venture to Wudong, no one would have been the wiser. Daining contemplated the notion that the great fortune within the book was divided into 3 parts, all bestowed upon the male protagonists, rendering any remarkable achievements unsurprising. Daining even speculated that should they secure the land in Wudong, Zhao Yu would not share it with Lan Rongrong. Although Zhao Yu is a decent person, he is certainly no saint. It would be foolish to weave garments for others, aside from his subordinates. The peculiar arrangement of 3 men and 3 women formed. Daining and Zhao Yu sat together. The Lan siblings occupied one spot, while Cui Yao conversed with Du Tian. Daining quietly inquired of Zhao Yu, "Is there truly no issue with Cui Yao?" Daining nodded. Zhao Yu peeled an orange for her, remarking, "It is highly probable that Cui Yao holds a grudge against Shen Tu Feng, but his origins are dubious. I remain skeptical. Yet you still brought him along." Zhao Yu replied, "He proves to be quite useful. When someone offers their services without charge, it would be foolish not to accept. The intelligence provided by Cui Yao is immensely beneficial. It is merely a matter of remaining vigilant regarding the rest." Unacquainted with Cui Yao, Lan Rongrong approached to inquire about him. Upon witnessing this interaction, Du Tian, sensing a threat to her male lead, hastily joined the gathering. Several individuals, each with ulterior motives, sat in a circle, yet their discourse remained focused on the matters concerning Wudong. Displeased by the conversation, Daining took the peeled orange from Zhao Yu's hand and made her way outside. Zhao Yu gazed at her silhouette as a sweet, youthful voice drifted in from outside. "Captain, could you find me a fishing rod? I wish to fish." Cui Yao produced a map detailing the distribution of minerals in Dock East, astonishing everyone present. Du Tian wore a hint of pride, realizing that her companion was indeed resourceful. Zhao Yu cast a fleeting glance at Cui Yao, his mind racing with calculations. Lan Lingyun was also disinterested in the ongoing discussions for the young Master Lan. Possessing this land was undoubtedly lucrative, yet its absence would not render him destitute. Why engage in such fierce contention? He instinctively moved to seek out Daining. Zhao Yu, maintaining his composure, spoke, "Young Master Lan, what are your thoughts?" Lan Lingyun appeared utterly bewildered. "Huh? What am I supposed to be observing?" Lan Rongrong felt a touch of embarrassment and pinched her brother. "Brother, be serious." Yet, Lan Lingyun found it difficult to focus from his vantage point. He could see the deck clearly, and his gaze became irretrievably fixated on the enchanting figure outside. The lake shimmered, and the young girl sat gracefully on the lower deck, her azure dress accentuating her delicate, fair neck adorned with a blue rose. She was already breathtakingly beautiful, and having removed her shoes, she immersed her feet in the water, transforming into a living masterpiece. Zhao Yu remarked, "The wind outside is rather strong. Miss Lan, please continue." Lan Lingyun, his eyes yearned to pierce through the window to glimpse the outside world. Regardless of the peculiar atmosphere within, it did nothing to diminish the allure of Daining. Beyond flying kites, she was also remarkably skilled at fishing, effortlessly sensing whether a fish had bitten without even needing to watch the lake's surface. Qing Tuan was filled with excitement. Daining, quickly, reel it in. Daining leisurely reeled in her line, and indeed, a fish was hooked, unable to escape. Reluctant to get her hands dirty due to the strong fishy odor, she directed a nearby young man, "Hey, could you come here for a moment?" A busy young fellow on the boat, his face flushed with uncertainty, inquired, "Me?" "Yes," she replied with a sweet smile. "Could you help me take this off and put on a new bait?" The young man nodded in agreement. Thus, while Zhao Yu and the others held a meeting, Daining continued to fish, and by dusk, she had managed to catch a whole half-bucket. The warm, golden clouds mirrored on the river, and Zhao Yu stepped out to find her. The young fisherman diligently attended to her, replacing her bait. Fortunately, the young lady had already donned her shoes, making it quite a feat for her to sit still for such a long time. Zhao Yu addressed the fisherman. "Thank you. I'll take over from here." The fisherman glanced at Daining, then at him, and understanding the situation, left with a sense of disappointment. The river was tranquil, and a gentle evening breeze stirred. Zhao Yu settled beside her, and Daining instinctively leaned against him. This time, Zhao Yu did not push her away. Instead, he wrapped his arm around her, allowing her to rest comfortably. "Having caught so many, would you like me to grill some for dinner?" Upon hearing this, Daining perked up. "That sounds great. Is there a grill on the boat?" "There should be. I'll go borrow one." As Lan Lingyun emerged a moment later, he was met with this heart-wrenching scene. He was no fool. He could see that there was more to their relationship than met the eye. Blue Xiao's heart sank. Could it be that he had failed to protect Ning Ning that day in the sleepless city, and now she had taken a liking to someone else? Not only did he wear an unpleasing expression, but both Lan Rongrong and Du Tian also bore dismal faces. Only Cui Ya surveyed the group, his mind discerning the underlying sentiments among them. Among the 6 individuals present, the emotional complexities could easily fill an entire canvas. Zhao Yu had requested a grill, and indeed, one was procured for him. He was remarkably versatile, deftly scaling and cleaning fish, while beside him, the bright-eyed Daining watched as he applied the sauce, requesting just a hint more spice. Lan Lingyun, unwilling to concede, leaned closer and said, "Ning Ning, I brought you chocolate and fried milk. Would you care to try some?" Daining, fixated solely on her fish, shook her head without hesitation. Reluctant to withdraw, Lan Lingyun glanced at Zhao Yu before mustering the courage to inquire, "Ning Ning, what is your relationship with him? You don't harbor feelings for him, do you?" The moment the question was posed, an unusual tension enveloped the air. Lan Rongrong and Du Tian perked up their ears, and even Zhao Yu, who was grilling fish, lifted his gaze toward Daining. Without a moment's hesitation, Daining nodded and replied, "I do like him." Only Du Tian managed to maintain a semblance of composure, concealing her sarcasm beneath the surface. The most unexpected reaction came from Zhao Yu, who paused, his attention fixed on Daining. She urged him, "Hurry up and flip the fish. It's going to burn." Zhao Yu turned the fish over, refraining from grilling more than necessary and neglecting to extend the customary invitation to Lan Rongrong and the others. Once the fish was ready, he offered it to Daining. Daining, who valued the quality of her meals, did not eat much. 2 small fish were sufficient to satisfy her. The outline of the moon began to emerge on the horizon. The green dumpling lacks sustenance. Its nourishment is ethereal, yet its predatory instincts are woefully inadequate. It has nearly forgotten the last time it feasted. Famished, it crouches in a corner, lamenting its plight. Daining, having dined well and washed her hands, finds herself in a spacious room aboard the vessel, where each individual is afforded their own chamber, avoiding the awkwardness of their previous journey to Huan County. Zhao Yu gently wipes the smudged ash from her cheek with his thumb, gazing down at her, and asks, "Will you share my bed tonight?" Observing her reaction, he adds nonchalantly, "Just joking." Daining senses the gravity of his words. Zhao Yu likely wishes to inquire whether her earlier declaration of affection was genuine. However, he is astute enough to refrain from probing further into her emotions, opting instead to gauge her reactions. His clandestine dealings with Lan Rongrong reveal a depth of cunning. Should he deduce that the incident regarding their shared slumber was merely a ruse, it could hinder their potential progress. Understanding this, Daining feels no trepidation. She shakes her head, but then nods, whispering something in Zhao Yu's ear. His composed demeanor falters slightly. Clearing his throat, he lowers his voice. "Where am I to procure this for you?" Daining glances into the cabin and offers a mischievous suggestion. "Why not ask Lan Rongrong and Du Tian?" Zhao Yu furrows his brow. When he knocks on Lan Rongrong's door, her eyes sparkle with delight upon seeing him. She smiles. "So late, Zhao Yu. What brings you here?" After a moment of silence, having cast aside any embarrassment, he inquires, "Do you happen to have any sanitary napkins?" Lan Rongrong felt a flicker of doubt, questioning whether she had misheard. However, upon observing Zhao Yu's stern and serious expression, she realized that her initial impression had not been a mere illusion. It was the first time in her life that a man had posed such a question to her, and she awkwardly replied, "No." Zhao Yu nodded, offering no further commentary, and proceeded to knock on Du Tian's door. He posed the same inquiry, to which Du Tian instinctively responded, "Yes," as her menstrual cycle was approaching. She naturally had supplies at hand. Yet, before she shyly handed them over to Zhao Yu, she sensed something amiss. Her complexion shifted from pale to flushed. Was Zhao Yu truly seeking such items for Daining? The realization darkened Du Tian's mood instantaneously. Zhao Yu accepted the items, expressing his gratitude with a simple, "Thank you." Unable to contain herself, Du Tian pressed, "You and Daining." Zhao Yu cast her a glance, signaling her to voice her thoughts. However, Du Tian lacked the courage to continue. Confusion loomed in her heart. Had the narrative she was so familiar with taken a turn for the unexpected? Otherwise, why would Zhao Yu and Daining be so intimate? Her greatest reliance lay in her comprehensive understanding of the plot, and the prospect of it unraveling sent a chill through her. Since she hesitated to inquire further, Zhao Yu naturally did not offer any explanation. He took the items to Daining's room, where she, indeed, had not yet fallen asleep, sprawled across her bed, engrossed in a seemingly endless puzzle she had unearthed. Lan Rongrong felt a twinge of guilt. Sending Zhao Yu to ask would undoubtedly lead the other two girls to speculate about something scandalous. Setting aside other thoughts, it was likely that they would find it difficult to sleep tonight. Zhao Yu, with a stoic expression, gently urged her, "Get up and change." Daining rested her chin on his shoulder and said sweetly, "You should change it for me. We share a special bond now. And if you refuse to change a sanitary napkin, does that mean you don't love me?" Zhao Yu felt a throbbing headache and replied, "I can't do that." Daining insisted, "I'll teach you." Zhao Yu mumbled, "Could you just do it yourself?" No, she pouted. "I've decided I no longer like you. I will seek out Lan Lingyun instead." Zhao Yu lifted her into his arms and scolded, "Don't say such nonsense." "So do you agree?" At the moment, Qing Tuan was confined in the small dark room. Despair enveloped its heart as it trembled beneath the weight of a seemingly strong and loving facade. What had transpired once again? Yet Daining smiled brightly, showing no signs of embarrassment. She had no reason to feel shy. Zhao Yu had not dared to look at her. Following this incident, Zhao Yu would never doubt that nothing had occurred that night. Having changed her sanitary napkin, he was willing to protect her for a lifetime, regardless of her feelings. After all, the bond between them had deepened significantly. She nestled comfortably under the covers, reaching out to touch his Adam's apple. Zhao Yu gazed at her, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, with only one thought lingering in his mind. He could not compel this little rascal to love him, so he resolved to live longer. At the very least, not to die before Daining. Otherwise, upon his demise, that scoundrel would surely seek a new romance the very next day. Chapter 34. A new bargain. Once Zhao Yu departed, Daining discarded the sanitary napkin she had just removed, as her menstrual cycle had not yet begun. However, thinking of Du Tian and Lan Rongrong's restless nights, she found solace in the prospect of a good night's sleep for herself. Perhaps this time it was too excessive. Qing Tuan was submerged in a sea of mosaic for several hours, his eyes resembling those of a mosquito coil, utterly devoid of hope. He no longer dared to utter a word, fearful that his speech would betray core values. As the moon ascended to its zenith in the sky, Qing Tuan finally released, sensed something amiss and called out for Daining within the depths of his consciousness. "I heard a sound from outside. Would you like to investigate?" Daining, still in a daze, replied with a soft no. Qing Tuan, despite not being a system and lacking the ability to pinpoint locations, could, however, center his awareness around Daining, perceiving sounds and sights. He urged, "Do not slumber. What if it's that mischievous Cui Yao?" When matters of significance arose, the young lady finally roused herself. She donned her coat and stealthily made her way outside. To her astonishment, she indeed spotted Cui Yao, and not only him, but also a woman at the stern of the boat. It was none other than Du Tian. Cui Yao said, Tian, this matter is perilous. You must cease your involvement. You have seen it yourself. Zhao Yu harbors an unusual affection for Miss Ji. Your assistance is unwarranted." Du Tian stubbornly pressed her lips together, declaring, "I simply like Brother Zhao Yu. Did you not promise to help me?" Brother Zhao Yu has merely been deceived by Daining. If he knew her true nature, he would surely disdain her. Cui Yao grasped her shoulders, stating, I did indeed make that promise, yet I have witnessed his disposition. This path will not lead to your happiness. Why not consider those around you? If you were with me, I would treat you exceptionally well. Du Tian bit her lip. Chui Yo, I understand your feelings, but Chui Yo sighed. I see. The breeze tousled Daining's hair, and she was taken aback to witness such a dramatic scene during her outing. It became evident that Chui Yao harbored affections for Du Tian. His words revealed a sincere consideration for her well-being. Du Tian, undoubtedly the protagonist, despite not having captured the heart of the fated one, found Chui Yao's attentions rather effortless. Qing Tuan expressed her confusion. I have always wondered why Du Tian is so insistent on pursuing Zhao Yu. With her modern white-collar status, she could easily find a job and provide a comfortable life for Du Xiang. Daining, however, found this easy to comprehend. Firstly, Du Tian was unaware that she was, in fact, the second miss of the Ji family, and she felt profound disappointment in her identity as a farmer's daughter. Secondly, she was aware of the storyline and had a few years of neighborly connection with Zhao Yu. To her, this felt like a stroke of fortune that she was reluctant to abandon. Moreover, she had not interacted with the other two male leads, leaving her uncertain about them. Naturally, she would exhaust all means to explore the possibility with Zhao Yu. Should she lead a tranquil and stable life or seize the chance to become extraordinary? Clearly, Du Tian opted for the latter. The more she analyzed those few sentences, the more she perceived Chui Yao's potential. He seemed genuinely fond of Du Tian. One wondered if he would be willing to undertake actions contrary to his own desires for her sake. Suddenly, she conceived a particularly brilliant idea. Whether she could gracefully extricate herself from Zhao Yu to seek the second fated one depended on Chui Yao and Du Tian. Qing Tuan, let us strike a deal. As winter approaches, she has exhausted her patience with Zhao Yu for far too long. Daining finds herself devoid of endurance. Upon arriving at Wudong in the morning, a veil of mist enveloped the air. It is indeed a remarkably beautiful place, adorned with fragrant flowers that are in full bloom. Thriving in the suitable soil and climate, likely to flourish until February of the following year. Daining has a penchant for picturesque locales. She joyfully descended from the boat, donning a resplendent crimson dress. Standing amidst the delicate pink and white blossoms, she appeared even more vibrant than the flowers themselves. Du Tian, having spent a sleepless night, remained perplexed. Logically, the narrative should not falter, yet Zhao Yu's unpredictable demeanor towards Daining has left her unsettled. Fearing the collapse of everything and the loss of her narrative advantage, could it be that Daining has donned a different facade? Du Tian approached, crossing her arms, and coldly remarked, I have always harbored a question. Why would someone of your stature choose to accompany us in this turmoil? Surely, this land holds no allure for you. And as for brother Zhao Yu, you clearly harbor no affection for him. Why then pursue him and deceive him? Daining replied, perplexed, I do find this land appealing. I have heard that Wudong possesses crystals, and I require a crystal necklace. Du Tian countered, but once we obtain Wudong, these treasures will not belong to you. Zhao Yu will give it to me. Daining laughed, looking at her incredulously. What do I desire from him? His poverty? His rigid demeanor? His penchant for lecturing me? Du Tian glanced behind Daining, her heart leaping with joy. Do you truly look down upon him? Qing Tuan, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, Daining, Zhao Yu is right behind you. Daining paid no heed to it and asserted with confidence, I only respect the most outstanding individuals. And Zhao Yu is not one of them. Why should I hold him in high regard? Du Tian's smile widened as she addressed the expressionless man behind Daining. Brother Zhao Yu, did you hear that? Zhao Yu did not glance at Du Tian, instead grasping Daining's arm. It's chilly. Why did you come out without a coat? Daining, unfazed, replied, wearing a coat would ruin the look of this dress. Zhao Yu insisted, put it on. You can take it off once the sun comes out. Or you might fall ill. He gently ruffled her hair, and Daining reluctantly nodded, fine. Zhao Yu then coldly pronounced, Miss Du, you are meddling far too much. I indeed have nothing worth coveting, but you, since a certain day, have abruptly altered your demeanor. What exactly do you seek? Du Tian's complexion paled, and she could not help but take a step back. A wave of terror surged within her as she realized that Zhao Yu had been observing her transformation all along. No wonder he had rebuffed her overtures. Du Tian no longer doubted Daining's integrity. Her heart sank. Once Zhao Yu began to harbor suspicions about her, even if she assisted him in securing Wudong, such a profound thinker would still remain distrustful of her. If he were to discover that she was merely a character in a story, Du Tian shivered. She suddenly recognized that she must abandon her pursuit of Zhao Yu. She had erred from the start, attempting to strategize with someone who did not understand her. making it all the more difficult to conceal her true intentions. Du Tian suppressed the chill within her and forced herself to regain her composure, reflecting on the narrative concerning the second male lead in the book, and resolved to make a decision. To mend the sheepfold after the sheep have strayed is never too late. How could she not have realized this? The second auspicious child is actually more advantageous for conquest, making it easier for one to become utterly devoted. The group lingered in the eastern dock for 5 days. Zhao Yu and others ventured out early and returned late, with Du Tian also busily disappearing from sight. The most leisurely were, ironically, Daining and the young Master Lan. The eastern dock offered lodgings, and Daining sat on a swing chair, cracking sunflower seeds while engrossed in a novel. Her courtyard was locked, yet she remained blissfully oblivious, embodying the essence of a sloth. After all, matters concerning business warfare were of no concern to her. She neither understood nor desired to inquire. Daining was engrossed in a tale of tragic love from ancient times, reveling in the narrative. Let me tell you, Qing Tuanzi, the emperor, under the instigation of a white lotus, ordered the execution of the heroine. It was only after her demise that he realized she was the one who saved him. After 5 days of reading, Qing Tuan and she had completely turned their days and nights upside down, their worldviews blurred, and they were left in fits of laughter, tears streaming down their faces. Ha ha ha, how amusing, Daining. Isn't it hilarious? Ha ha. Poor young Master Lan, having finally come to terms with Ning Ning's change of heart, grew restless with longing, unable to enter her courtyard. Lan Lingyun called out hoarsely from outside. Ning Ning. Ning Ning. Unable to contain himself, he rushed towards Zhao Yu, grasping his collar. What are you doing? Have you locked Ning Ning away? Zhao Yu shrugged off his hand, replying indifferently. No, it is for her safety. Lan Lingyun remained furious. Is she aware of your locking her in? His brow furrowed tightly. Zhao Yu had already entered with his companions, leaving Lan Lingyun outside. He circled around to the back courtyard of the guest house and spotted a young girl leaning over the vast koi pond. Instead of approaching her immediately, he washed his hands and rinsed a plate of grapes before finally seeking her out. She was engrossed in her reading. Zhao Yu glanced down and noted the title of the book, Millennium Dream, My Tyrannical Emperor. A subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his amusement. Yet he chose to remain silent, offering her a grape near her lips. Daining opened her small mouth to accept the offering while turning a page. The girl's lips were soft and warm, occasionally brushing against his fingers. Since the awkward incident involving the change of sanitary pads, Zhao Yu had not grown particularly close to her. She was young and her thoughts were unpredictable. While she could ignite fervor in one's heart, she was equally capable of extinguishing it. Zhao Yu dismissed Daining's earlier remark about looking down on him. He was a pragmatic individual. However, these days, he had indeed tasted the benefits that power and wealth could bring. Any man would find such things irresistible. Reflecting on Lan Lingyun's claim of keeping Daining confined, Zhao Yu asked her, do you wish to go outside? He had no intention of restricting her. Daining was no caged canary, and he understood this better than anyone. Yet, securing the courtyard did offer advantages, as it made it difficult for strangers to harm her, and Lan Lingyun could not intrude, despite his nonchalance. Zhao Yu could not deny his disdain for Lan Lingyun. Daining shook her head, replying, I do not wish to go out. Zhao Yu refrained from commenting on her response, and continued to feed her grapes. Daining looked up, her small face tilted towards him, and said, Zhao Yu, when will you obtain the gem mine? My birthday is approaching. Could you craft a small tiger for me out of agate? She inquired. When is your birthday? December 8th. It is still not November, Zhao Yu calculated, nodding. Suddenly, she recalled a long-ignored question. Even if Zhao Yu's development was somewhat slow in the previous life, he should not have promised to marry into her family. The current Zhao Yu was a man of integrity, yet in the future, he would become cold and taciturn. With a heart harder than stone, a person's character is shaped by their experiences. What had he truly endured? What was amiss? A spark of insight illuminated Dai Ning's mind. In her past life, she had only encountered Zhao Ping and Zhao Anan, but she had never met Zhao Yu's parents. Could it be that they had not recovered from their ailments and instead became the unwitting sacrifices on Zhao Yu's path to greatness? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Abandoning her book, Daining rose from the swing. Zhao Yu, when do you plan to fetch your younger siblings? This was the first time she expressed concern for his family affairs. Zhao Yu glanced at her, revealing nothing. In a few days, I will arrange for someone to bring them here. My parents require medical attention, and Zhao Ping must also attend high school. Why the sudden inquiry? Daining frivolously responded. I want to hear Zhao Anan call me sister-in-law. It was unclear which chord this statement struck within Zhao Yu, but he curled his lips into a smile. "Little liar," he remarked. "Do not tease Anan. Keep your distance from them." Daining disliked his perceptive demeanor. She remembered the soul-searching question she had posed to him. "Tell me, between Zhaonan and me, who holds greater importance in your heart? If we both fell into the water, whom would you save?" Zhao Yu, observing her childlike demeanor, smiled as he gently caressed her cheek and remarked, "I am saving Anan." Upon hearing this, Daining nearly burst into tears out of frustration. After all this time, she still couldn't compare to Zhaonan. Why was she still angry? She averted her gaze from him. Zhao Yu earnestly explained, "I am saving Anan because she is my sister, and she is yet to truly experience this world." In response, Daining resolutely covered her ears. "You scoundrel, heartless wretch. Go to hell," she retorted. "If anything were to happen to you, I would accompany you to the grave." After a brief pause, he added, "Because you are my." Daining lowered her hands, her curiosity piqued. What? What? Chapter 35. Lighten up. Daining's curiosity remained unquenched, only fueling her anger further. She kicked him and stormed into the house. Zhao Yu tidied up her books and snacks, finding amusement in the situation. In this world, only Daining could be so domineering. Despite her apparent disdain for him, she insisted that he prioritize her above all else. If Zhao Yu were to ponder this dilemma, he himself would be uncertain. This time, Zhao Yu genuinely lacked the time to placate her. The lucrative opportunity in Wudong was irresistible to many, yet he possessed neither a prestigious lineage nor sufficient wealth, relying solely on the connections left by the Shinta family. Daining did not require Zhao Yu's company. As long as he provided her with delicious food and drink, she could happily enjoy her day. Although Zhao Yu currently lacked funds, he ensured that she was well taken care of when it came to meals. For breakfast, Daining enjoyed freshly squeezed soy milk along with a variety of dishes, none of which had been prepared by a chef, clearly indicating that these were all arranged by Zhao Yu. One morning, she rose earlier than usual and discovered that Zhao Yu's breakfast consisted of merely 2 bowls of simple porridge, devoid of even a single egg. After finishing his meal, he remembered to prepare fruit for her. Daining observed him from the side. Zhao Yu remained oblivious to her gaze as he stepped outside to commence another day of toil. Rain began to fall in Wudong, and their group had monopolized the homestay. Enveloped in the sound of rain that filled the air, Daining cherished the tranquility of sleeping on rainy days. And she was deep in slumber when Zhao Yu roused her. Rubbing her eyes, she murmured, "What's the matter?" Zhao Yu, with slightly damp hair and a grave expression, adjusted his demeanor upon seeing her awake, striving to alleviate her fears. "Chui Yao seems off. Someone has detected his phone number, making several calls to Taizhou." Noticing her bewildered gaze, likely having forgotten even who Chui Yao was, Zhao Yu sighed. Chui Yao was the individual who used to work for Shintufeng. His recent behavior has been quite peculiar. Realization dawned on Daining, leaving her significantly perplexed. She hugged her knees and inquired, "Is it serious?" Zhao Yu hesitated briefly before nodding. Regardless of his prowess, the lack of funding and experience over the past year rendered it exceedingly difficult to contend with a group of seasoned schemers. Chui Yao's actions instilled in him an acute sense of crisis. He even felt that this time, he might not emerge unscathed, which compelled him to decide in the dead of night to send Daining away. Even Lan Rongrong experienced a twinge of regret, torn between the fear of leaving and the attachment to the Wudong treasure mine. With dark circles under her eyes, Qing Tuan addressed Daining. "Do you see now? This is precisely why Zhao Yu was reluctant to contend for the land in Wudong. You insisted on prodding him into action, and now, facing Shintufeng, he may indeed face a disastrous outcome. Shintufeng is far more formidable than his nephew, Shintushi. That old fox in Taizhou is likely enjoying the spectacle." Keenly observing the Lan siblings and the male lead, Daining felt no fear. Instead, she was invigorated. After languishing in Wudong for so long, the moment she had been awaiting had finally arrived. Once Zhao Yu confronted Shintufeng, he was bound to lose something of significance. Zhao Yu instructed her, "Put on your clothes properly. I will arrange for the boat. We must leave immediately." As he spoke, he stepped outside to make a phone call. Daining dressed in her winter dress and thick long stockings, then ventured out to see the torrential rain pouring down, the raindrops striking the eaves. She pondered when the first snow would finally fall, extending her hand to catch the droplets cascading from the eaves. Zhao Yu grasped her hand firmly. "You'll catch a chill. Don't do that." He retrieved her cloak and wrapped her snugly. "Let us head to the ferry." Everything unfolded rapidly that night, leaving Qing Tuan in a state of considerable anxiety. The current narrative had strayed far from the original plot. Its orchestrator was a drama queen, having thrown everything into disarray. Now, the storyline was crafted by Daining herself. Du Tian had abandoned her pursuit of the male lead. Unaware of her identity as the second daughter of the Ji family, she aspired to make a name for herself in this tale, inspired by Lan Rongrong, and harbored ambitions for Wudong. The original female protagonist began her transformation, her heart far more ruthless than that of Lan Rongrong. Du Tian seduced her admirer, Cui Yao, with the intent of pitting Zhao Yu against Lan Rong and Shen Tu Feng. Qing Tuan was indeed frightened, realizing how effortlessly human sentiments could shift. Initially, Du Tian was an ardent supporter of the male protagonist, yet now, driven by self-interest, she was willing to become his adversary. Upon reaching the dock, a boat was indeed waiting. Zhao Yu helped her aboard, while he himself was already half-soaked from the rain, tending to Daining. In contrast, Daining appeared fresh and unblemished, while the smiling flowers of Wudong were battered by the tempest, leaving only Daining untouched, her beauty still radiant. Amidst the howling winds and torrential rain, she appeared immaculate, as if adorned with a lustrous sheen. Zhao Yu gazed at her for a moment, preparing to disembark. Daining clutched his garment, puzzled, and inquired, "Aren't you leaving?" Zhao Yu turned, pausing in silence before responding, "I cannot leave, you know that." From the moment he ensnared Shen Tu in a single sweep, seizing all his connections and attempting to claim the treasures of Wudong, he could never fully extricate himself. Raindrops splashed upon the river's surface, creating rippling circles. Zhao Yu knelt before her, gazing intently. "Ji Daining, I do not know if you harbor any feelings for me. Nor can I ascertain how many years you would remember me if I were to perish. You are naive and willful, with a tempestuous nature and a penchant for deceit. Since encountering you, I have felt disdain, loathing, and anger, yet I have never regretted it." Daining's eyes widened in disbelief as she retorted, "You speak nonsense. Am I truly that terrible?" Zhao Yu caressed her cheek. Perhaps the mingling of the rain masked the sorrow that flickered across his features. Daining was perplexed by the nature of their emotions. In an effort to console him, she encouraged him not to be so pessimistic, and her lips brushed against his. Daining's bodyguard inadvertently witnessed this scene, remaining in a state of shock for quite some time before hastily retreating to the bow of the boat. Goodness! What had he just witnessed? Their young lady was being kissed by that impoverished boy. Should he inform Uncle Qian? Should he? Zhao Yu released Daining, and she gazed at him with eyes as clear and pure as a bystander watching him descend into despair, causing Zhao Yu's own bewilderment to dissipate somewhat. He wiped her lips clean, rose to his feet, and said, "Farewell." He transformed once more into that solemn man, yet a faint trace of tenderness lingered in his eyes. Daining watched his silhouette fade at the ferry terminal and raised her hand to touch her lips, her expression filled with confusion. In early winter, the first snow fell upon Xinghua village. The most enthusiastic of all was the youngest member of the Zhao family, Zhaonan, a small child who dashed from their home to the village entrance. Zhao Ping sighed, saying, "Inan, slow down." Zhaonan scampered over the thin layer of snow. Her cheeks flushed, waving at a group in the distance. "Young lady." Grandpa Qian. As the snowflakes fluttered down, Daining, sheltered beneath an umbrella, smiled and beckoned her with a playful gesture. "Come here." She called to the little girl as one might summon a puppy, and the child rushed over. Attempting to embrace her, Daining disdainfully pushed her away, saying, "He said he doesn't want you anymore." Grandpa Qian is not deceiving you. Daining surveyed the surroundings, noting that the two little ones had been well taught by Zhao Yu. Though the house was dilapidated, it was impeccably clean. However, the children themselves appeared rather shabby. Zhao Ping's ankles were exposed to the biting cold, turning a vivid shade of red. Both he and Zhaonan appeared rather cumbersome, clad in ill-fitting garments from yesteryears that offered no warmth. Daining pushed open the inner door, and Zhao Ping, unable to intervene in time, exclaimed, "Miss." A middle-aged woman in the room looked over helplessly, "Miss Ji." This was Daining's first encounter with Zhao Yu's parents. The room was permeated with a strong medicinal odor, yet thankfully devoid of any foul stench, and everything was arranged with meticulous care. Their impoverished existence rendered them gaunt and pallid. Two old quilts lay on the bed, appearing as forlorn as the surroundings. The entire space felt frigid, lacking even a hint of warmth. What kind of life was this? It was Zhao's mother's first time meeting her. Outside, snowflakes danced through the air, while the mist donned a striking red cloak, its soft fur trims swirling gracefully. A beauty so compelling that even Zhao's mother was momentarily entranced. She fumbled, saying, No, the funds were all given to us by Xuanzi. We have clothes and quilts. I heard that Yu Gu is striving hard outside. If he finds himself in need of money, what will we do? Daining shook her head, at a loss for words. Have you procured the medicine? She inquired. Zhao's mother nodded. Xiao Ping has been purchasing it consistently. Zhao Ping, in a state of agitation, tugged at his hair. Miss, my mother is unwell. You may inquire of me if necessary. You are so unattractive. Why would I ask you? Zhao Ping was left in a state of existential doubt. Daining settled comfortably into her seat and suddenly spoke. Uncle Qian, could you arrange for a few charcoal basins in the rooms of those two little scrawny monkeys and Zhao Yu's parents? Their clothes and blankets are quite unsightly to me. A look of satisfaction blossomed in Uncle Qian's eyes as he responded affirmatively and instructed someone to replace the items. For the young boy and girl of the Zhao family, this winter proved to be their warmest yet. Zhaonan donned a brand new red cotton coat, her spirits unusually high, typically shy and self-conscious. She found herself running outside to play with the village children after the snowfall this year. Little Arya, sniffling, expressed her envy. Zhaonan, your coat looks truly beautiful. Blushing, Zhaonan nodded. Of course, it's the same color as the young ladies. Upon hearing this, her companions gasped in awe. Zhaonan's heart swelled with joy. Having rarely experienced a good life, her memories of 6 years were filled with barren mountains, sweltering summers, frigid winters, and endless nights. Now, however, things had changed. She felt warm and had even replaced her old quilt with a new space blanket. The space blanket was soft and carried the scent of sunshine. She adored the young lady, despite the latter often teasing her, and this fondness had become etched into Zhaonan's childhood memories and existence. Clutching a plastic bag, Zhaonan knocked on Daining's door. When Daining opened it, Zhaonan exclaimed, Young lady, this is for you. What is it? Daining inquired, eyeing the dark mass. In a flash, Zhaonan hugged Daining quickly and shyly ran away. Daining then unveiled the contents of the black plastic bag, revealing an adorably goofy snowman. She gazed at the snowman, let out a huff, and dragged it inside to find something to preserve it. Chapter 36, The End. The heavy snowfall persisted for half a month, and Daining remained indoors, languidly spending her days in the cozy little room. This year, she was disinclined to move about. And Uncle Qian thought little of it, attributing it to the poor conditions in the countryside. As Daining's birthday approached, Uncle Qian exerted considerable effort and finally managed to establish contact with old Master Ji. He conveyed this message to Daining, who, upon glancing at the calendar, realized it was already December 4th, leaving only 4 days until her birthday. Indicating the village to Uncle Qian, Daining remarked on the relentless snow. It hadn't ceased, and the accumulation was so thick that venturing out was unsafe. Even if she were eager to leave, she would have to wait for the snow to stop. Uncle Qian looked on with concern. Indeed, but what about your birthday? Daining replied, when the time comes, you and the chefs can simply make a cake. Given the unusual circumstances this year, it was rare for the young lady to express many demands, and Uncle Qian felt she had matured. Nodding in agreement, I will ensure a grand cake is prepared for you. Ironically, the heavy snowfall showed no signs of abating. Daining stepped onto the snow-laden ground, where the accumulation nearly engulfed her boots. The day before her birthday, there was still no news from Zhao Yu, leaving uncertainty about the ongoing conflict. I can use my spatial tracing to check the situation there, but you know my energy is limited. I can only look once, Qing Tuan inquired. Do you wish to see? With a sigh, Daining pondered, rather than looking at Zhao Yu and Cui Yao, let's see Shen Tufeng. Very well, close your eyes. This person is Shen Tufeng. On the other end of the line, it was unclear what was said, but Shen Tufeng remarked, your suggestion is to use his parents to barter with that Zhao lad for the precious mine? Indeed, that is the simplest approach. There is also a woman, Zhao Yu's beloved. I shall contemplate this further. Daining opened her eyes, and Qing Tuan gasped. Do you see anything? Daining replied, tomorrow morning. Shen Tufeng's people will cross the snow-capped mountains to capture us. Are you all right with that? Of course, came the response. From Shen Tufeng's words, it could be inferred that Zhao Yu had indeed acquired the mine. Shen Tu, intentionally refraining from intervention, was akin to a mantis stalking its prey while a hidden bird awaited its chance. A suggestion had been made to leverage Zhao Yu's vulnerability for coercion. If my conjecture is accurate, that individual must be Du Tian. Du Tian is eager to ascertain whether the fate of the auspicious heir will succumb to Shen Tufeng's grasp. Even if it does not, amidst their mutual destruction, there exists the possibility of eliminating Daining. The profound enmity that can arise between women is not easily resolved. Daining had nearly derailed all of Du Tian's plans, and it was impossible for Du Tian not to harbor resentment. To confirm her suspicions, Daining intentionally glanced next door and found that Du Tian had even taken her own mother, Du Yuexiang, away, indicating a prior scheme. Daining rested her chin upon her hand, saying, "See? The female lead can manipulate the male lead without consequence. The laws of this world are decidedly biased." Qing Tuan silently nodded in agreement. Just as dawn broke, Uncle Qian arose to prepare Dai Ning's birthday cake. Dai Ning also rose early. With only the two young scions of the Zhao family still asleep, she adorned herself beautifully, donning a striking red cloak. The first to sense the unease were not the bodyguards, but rather a mysterious dark-faced man and a young man clad in a blue down jacket. The dark-faced man knocked on the door, rousing Zhao Ping and Zhao Anan, and gravely announced, "There is a group of unknown individuals outside the mountain, and I suspect they are subordinates of Shin Tufeng. We must leave at once." Yuga suggested taking the mountain path. Dai Ning surmised that this man was the one Zhao Yu had sent to deliver the warning. His associates were indeed quite capable. It infuriated her that her own family, the Ji family, who earned higher wages than others, were far less competent than Zhao Yu's followers. Zhao Ping's expression shifted, his small frame tensing as he nodded solemnly. The dark-faced man stated, "I and assure will carry Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao." Dai Ning's bodyguards exchanged glances, their faces reflecting confusion. Sighing, Dai Ning wondered what use these brawny yet simple-minded individuals were. "What are you all dawdling for? One of you go inform Uncle Qian to stay hidden and not come over. The rest follow me." The situation unfolded in an orderly manner. The snow crunching beneath their feet on the mountain path. Zhao Ping approached, displaying a commendable sense of responsibility. "Miss, be careful not to fall. You can hold on to my shoulder." Dai Ning flicked his forehead, ungratefully retorting, "You ugly oaf, go cool off elsewhere." One Zhao Anan was already bothersome enough. She didn't need Zhao Ping crowding her space as well. Unperturbed by her disdain, Zhao Ping inquired of the dark-faced man, "Brother Chun, will the villagers be in danger?" The dark-faced man shook his head. "Brother, you said it wouldn't be the case. Shin Tufeng is different from Shin Tushi. He is cautious in his dealings, wary of drawing the attention of law enforcement, and is unlikely to act brazenly. His only target is you. Just ensure you keep yourself safe." Zhao Ping appeared remarkably anxious, resembling a small adult, while the man in blue attempted to lighten the atmosphere. "Do not worry, there is nothing of great concern. Brother, you will also arrive shortly." Upon reaching a sheltered area along the mountain path, the group collectively exhaled in relief. Dai Ning gazed back at the route they had traversed, recalling Zhao Yu's meticulous plans, which included an individual dedicated to managing their footprints in the snow. If they adhered to Zhao Yu's strategy, perhaps Shin Feng and his associates would indeed be unable to locate them. She idly played with the pristine snow, hoping that Shin Tufeng's men possessed enough intelligence to decipher the signals she had left behind. The world around them was enveloped in a blanket of white, and fresh snow began to fall once more. The dark-faced man's expression froze as he stood up, exclaiming, "How could this be?" The others followed his gaze and saw over a dozen fully armed men advancing towards them. Gritting his teeth, the dark-faced man urged, "Run. Hurry." They hurriedly carried the incapacitated Zhao father and Zhao mother forward. Yet, their speed was no match for the well-trained group, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves surrounded. Fear washed over their faces as the assailants swiftly recognized the Zhao family, pulling them closer. The dark-faced man and the man in blue attempted to intervene, but were met with guns pressed to their temples. Zhao Anan was seized by a man, trembling in terror. The attackers focused their attention on Dai Ning, who defiantly raised her chin and declared, "Do not lay a hand on me. I am not one of the Zhao family. If your leader dares to harm me, he shall meet his demise." This declaration caused a flicker of hesitation among the group, suggesting they were not entirely oblivious to Dai Ning's identity. Before they could reach a decision, another contingent arrived up the mountain. The dark-faced man felt a surge of joy. "Brother, you had come." In stark contrast, the earlier arrivals wore tense expressions. One individual dragged Zhao into the forefront, the muzzle of a gun aimed directly at her head. "Stay put. Don't come any closer." Daining focused her gaze, and indeed it was Zhao Yu. Behind and trailed over 20 young men, all bearing anxious expressions with sharp, penetrating gazes. "Release her. What you are doing is unlawful." Is Shin Tufeng not afraid of the fate that befell Shin Tushi? Zhao Anan cried out in fear, "Brother, brother." This group, being desperate rogues, showed no fear. The transfer of the Wudong treasure mine. Without hesitation, Zhao Yu replied, "Agreed." Daining cast a glance at him. His demeanor was resolute, and for Zhao Anan, he had unflinchingly renounced the treasure mine. She lowered her gaze and inquired of Qing Tuan, "Is Zhao Yu the one who harmed my grandfather?" Qing Tuan hesitated. "I apologize. I did not mean to keep you in suspense. I truly did not know. Daining understood that for her, her grandfather was of utmost importance. While in the context of this narrative, he was but a minor character, scarcely worthy of mention. Who would take the time to elaborate on a mere supporting figure? Even Daining's demise was encapsulated in a simple line within the text. Their lives, merely sketched in a few fleeting words, rendered insignificant. Zhao Yu declared, "Even if the transfer is made, you must grant me time. Do not harm my younger sister and family." The group exchanged glances, evidently taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Zhao Yu and his companions. One of them relented. "We will take the person away without causing them harm. You must provide the transfer documentation for Wudong in exchange." Zhao Yu remained composed. "That is acceptable." He arrived a moment too late, forced to make such a concession. Though the treasure was lost, it could be regained. However, the safety of Zhao Ping and Nen was paramount. Amidst the crowd, an unknown voice shouted, "There are police near Zhao Yu." This proclamation ignited a spark, tightening the nerves of all present. And it was unclear who fired the first shot that shattered the oppressive silence. The opportunity for negotiation vanished, and Shun Tu's men resolved to fight to the bitter end. The sun rose over the snowy mountains as Zhao Yu lunged forward, shielding the nearest Zhao Ping, yet he was evidently unable to attend to anyone else. Daining glanced at the assailant standing before Zhao Nen, acutely aware for the first time that the young girl was in mortal peril. Such a small body, lying in the snow, would surely be colder than the snow itself. This time, it was not Zhao's parents who would pay the price, but Zhao Nen instead. "Miss," the bodyguard exclaimed. Zhao Yu's heart tightened as he lifted his gaze to see Daining clutching Zhao Nen, rolling on the ground. The men in black and blue responded swiftly, almost immediately rescuing Zhao's parents. With the assailants deprived of hostages, the police seized the advantage, finally taking decisive action to apprehend the group. "Get down." The chaos erupted unexpectedly and concluded just as swiftly. A few of the leading kidnappers lay dead, while the remaining perpetrators crouched, disarmed. Zhao Yu exhaled in relief. It was finally over. The sun emerged, casting brilliant light upon the mountain path. The silence shattered with a small sob, drawing everyone's attention to Zhao Nen, who was weeping. "Oh, miss, what is wrong?" Beneath the girl, blood stained the pristine white snow. For a fleeting moment, Zhao Yu felt an emptiness within, his mind momentarily dulled. Time elongated, stretching infinitely as the sun cast an icy glare upon him. Releasing Zhao Ping, he stood, momentarily dizzy, and approached Daining. Her crimson cloak billowed around her like the solitary hue of winter's bloom. With trembling fingers, Zhao Yu enveloped her in his arms. The girl's gaze was vacant, her large eyes devoid of vitality as they fixated on the man before her. "Zhao Yu, I feel unwell," she murmured. A bullet had embedded itself in her chest, blood surging forth and mingling with the fabric of her red dress, blossoming against the white snow. Zhao Yu pressed his hand against her wound, her blood seeping between his fingers, and for a moment, he felt as though he might lose his sanity. "I will take you to the hospital, right now, this very moment." Daining's fingers weakly clutched his collar. "It hurts so much. Will I die?" Zhao Yu lifted her, declaring, "You will not die. I will not allow it." He cradled Daining in his arms, running down the snow-laden mountain path amidst Zhao Nen's cries. The officers exchanged glances, some shaking their heads in despair. Zhao Ping sat dazed on the ground, tears streaming down his face after a long while. Zhao Yu had never comprehended the existence of such a prolonged and arduous journey, slippery, devoid of an end, enshrouded in darkness. Only her warm blood sent chills coursing through him. He had never feared anything as profoundly as this. He raced desperately down the mountain, thinking, "It cannot be. It cannot be. How could someone like Daining perish?" Suddenly, he stumbled, tumbling down with Daining, dropping to one knee, fiercely guarding her within his embrace. "Zhao Yu, I am in so much pain." She choked on her sobs. "Please do not move, otherwise it will hurt even more." A wave of despair washed over him, and the ache in his heart felt as if it might extinguish him. He was rendered speechless by the pain, utterly powerless to save her. She, who was usually so delicate, now cried out with a weakness that barely escaped her lips. Daining wept. "Zhao Yu, today is my birthday." Zhao Yu gripped the snowy ground tightly, his emotions crumbling in an instant. Tears cascading down his face and landing on her cheek. Daining's gaze began to dim. Zhao Yu. Yes. Who is more lovable, me or Nen?" Blood seeped from Zhao Yu's throat. You are lovable. Between me and her, who is more important?" His teeth trembled. "You are the most important." Each word felt like a torturous torment to him. How cruel were these questions? Her body was icy cold, and despite Zhao Yu's desperate embrace, she gradually lost warmth. The girl whispered, Liar. An inn is alive? You must be relieved. I did not deceive you. I love you. I have loved you for a long time. I have always loved you. Daining could muster no more strength. I miss home. Her hand slipped from his grasp, and the falling snow blanketed her porcelain-white cheeks. In a daze, he murmured, Die, Daining. As the storm raged in the mountains, Zhao Yu held her tightly, experiencing for the first time the profound agony of existence, feeling worse than death. He whispered, It matters not if you do not love me. It truly does not matter. His affection for her sufficed, for she was so exquisitely beautiful and proud, inherently deserving of not pausing for anything in this world. He produced the small agate tiger from his pocket and placed it in the girl's palm. With her eyes shut, her long lashes fell like snowflakes, as enchanting as the first encounter. Yet, if it were to last a lifetime, how splendid that would be. All that he remembered was the profound love he once harbored for a lovely maiden, only to lose her with a heart-wrenching sorrow. She seemed to have loved him. Yet perhaps she did not. That year, the snow fell particularly heavy, intermittently for a month, sealing the mountains in white. The love and joy of his life perished in that year. He refrained from inquiring about her hometown, choosing instead to believe she was thriving in a realm beyond his sight. Zhao Yu would occasionally think of her. When the pain became unbearable, he would deliberately attempt to forget her. Later, Lan Rongrong gifted him a candlestick, and suddenly, a multitude of memories regarding her flooded back, the starry nights in the valley, her innocent awakening from hunger, her playful tantrums, and charming demeanor. Daining, do you still feel pain? You must have grown up. Volume 1. The End in Recent Years. The intrigues of the affluent families in the capital are innumerable, as plentiful as fish crossing the river. However, the most talked about are undoubtedly the Yin and Ji families. 3 years ago, the eldest son of the Yin family, Yin Minko, fell into a coma due to an accident, and recent investigations revealed it was caused by the infidelity of his stepmother. Yin, now in middle age, wore a facade of tranquility, yet behind closed doors. No one dared to openly comment, though whispers of ridicule were inevitable. As for the Ji family, their tale is even more enigmatic. It is well known that the socialites of the entire capital share a common adversary in the Ji family's eldest daughter, Ji Daining. If one were to discuss the unpopularity of Ji Daining, society ladies could eloquently fill an entire volume with their criticisms. Ji Daining is spoiled, with an inflated sense of self-importance, living life by her own rules, and exhibiting an audacious flamboyance, while other heiresses harbor grudges and engage in whispered gossip or subtle sabotage. Ji Daining has always stood apart. Should anyone provoke her or spread rumors about her, she responds with direct confrontation, leaving chaos in her wake. The frustrating reality is that, concerned with their own reputations, no one can best her in verbal sparring. Thus, despite their personal rivalries, all the socialites unite against her, regarding her as their primary adversary. They neither possess her wealth nor her beauty, and they certainly cannot emulate her explosive temperament. Such a tempestuous figure, they would wish for her misfortune to befall her. Some speculate that Ji Daining is already deceased. Others conjecture that she may have become a vegetable like Yin Minko. Still, others believe she is perfectly fine, simply residing abroad. With a myriad of speculations and no one having seen her, inquiries about her younger brother, Ji Moju, yield only silence as he silently swirls his wine glass, refusing to speak. Further questioning would likely result in a confrontation. Gradually, the world began to forget this unparalleled beauty, and few mentioned her again. As the socialites' psychological scars faded, they found themselves free from a common enemy, prompting them to secretly compete once more. Who wore the season's finest attire? Who had the most impressive boyfriend? And who embarrassed themselves at the soiree? Suddenly, everyone's nerves were on edge, and Ji Daining's imperious and striking visage surfaced in their minds. In this renewed atmosphere, the disputes were forgotten, and inquiries about this second Miss Ji began to circulate, fearing that the Ji family might produce a second Ji Daining. The second Miss Ji is named Ji Tian, a legacy of the romantic entanglements left by the late Ji patriarch. When the old gentleman found this young lady, she was in a state of destitution, bearing marks of injury upon her visage. The veracity of these events remained shrouded in ambiguity, circulating solely within the confines of their social circle, leaving no one to clarify the truth. It is said that the second young lady possesses a timid disposition, prompting old Master Ji to withhold her information for her protection. It was only during the welcoming banquet held by the Ji family last night that the public caught a glimpse of this second young lady. She is strikingly delicate, her countenance graceful, with eyes that exude a poignant vulnerability, shyly smiling at all she encounters. During the banquet, when a servant accidentally bumped into her. The second young lady not only refrained from admonishing, but also offered gentle reassurances. Had it been the former tempestuous Daining, chaos would have undoubtedly ensued. The sole point of contention lies in the background of this young lady. However, within the realm of the affluent, certain matters are laid bare while others remain concealed. Which family does not harbor a few unsavory secrets? To publicly chastise the second young lady is an impossibility. Thus, regardless of the whispers in the shadows, her reputation shines brightly in the open. The amiable, principled, and gentle G family's second young lady has become a sensation among the elite of the capital. As the city lights began to twinkle on that drizzly April night, the girl struggled to lift a wooden basin, prompting a servant to interject, "Miss, allow us to assist." She smiled and shook her head, saying, "It's quite all right. I can manage. Besides, you are unfamiliar with massage. I am better suited for the task." Raising her gaze, one could see that she was none other than the former Du Tian, now Ji Tian. At 21, she has matured significantly since her 18-year-old self, retaining her enchanting beauty. Yet her eyes now possess an even more captivating allure. Ji Tian cradled the wooden basin and knocked upon old Master Ji's door. "Come in, grandfather. It is time for your treatment." Upon hearing this, the elderly Ji laid down his book and remarked, "You have worked hard, my dear Qian. It is no trouble at all." Ji Qian knelt down, gently placing her grandfather's legs into a wooden basin filled with medicinal herbs. She meticulously massaged his knees, inch by inch. Nearby, Butler Lee chuckled, "You are fortunate now, old sir. The second young lady is both capable and considerate, and so filial, it makes even me, Old Lee, envious." Ji Qian smiled shyly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. The elderly Ji responded, "Qian is indeed thoughtful. I ask for nothing more. If that rascal Mo Ju possessed even half of her good nature, it would ease my worries. The eldest young master has shown some improvement recently, so do not fret too much." Ji Qian quietly listened, continuing her massage for the elderly man. He suffered from leg ailments, with pain becoming unbearable whenever it rained. Regardless of its efficacy, the sincerity behind Ji Qian's actions was felt by the entire family. "Grandfather, it is done. You should rest early. I shall take my leave now. Go on." Upon seeing the opulent room, Ji Qian exhaled softly. The past 3 months had felt like a dream, leaving her with an enduring sense of unreality. For 3 years, she had evaded Zhao Yu, that madman, and during those years, Du Qian had not known a single day of peace. Even Du Yuexiang had recently passed away. Yet who would have known that this peasant girl's body belonged to Ji Daining's younger sister? The second young lady of the Ji family? She now lived a life of luxury, with every aspect of her existence meticulously arranged, transforming her once coarse features into something exquisite and refined. Ji Qian looked down at her hands. Certain scars on her hands had long since scabbed over and fallen away. However, a pair of hands weathered by time and hardship could never conceal the wretchedness of her past. Ji Tian clenched her fist, feeling a sense of satisfaction born from enduring trials and tribulations. Ji Daining had been dead for 3 years, and now she was the illustrious heiress of the Ji family. What did Zhao Yu's pain matter? He possessed no evidence to pursue her, nor could he come to the Ji household to exact vengeance. Naturally, she had heard the rumors circulating outside. How could Ji Daining possibly be alive? She had perished long ago. Now, Ji Daining's grandfather had become her own, and her brother had transformed into her elder sibling. All the adoration and luxurious lifestyle that belonged to Ji Daining were now entirely hers. Ji Tian had endured her share of suffering and learned her lessons well. She would never again make the mistakes of her past. Soon, a fragrant bowl of clay pot soup was served from the kitchen. Ji Moja stirred it with a spoon. Did Ji Tian make this? Initially, Ji Moja harbored disdain for the daughter of the mistress, yet Ji Tian never intruded upon him, addressing him as brother with utmost caution. Despite his condition and lifestyle, Ji Tian showed genuine concern for him. Previously, Ji Moju had a twin sister, Ji Daining, who was proud and domineering, a veritable little princess. With neither willing to concede to the other, Ji Moju rubbed his temples. Human hearts were tender, after all. Ji Tian would prepare foot baths for the old master daily, and he could not continuously rebuff her kindness. After taking a few bites, he made his way to his room, pausing briefly as he passed Ji Daining's former chamber. He reflected on the true heiress, who had been lost to time for 3 years. Her capriciousness, her disdain, and even her beauty and charm had gradually faded from the memories of those who once knew her. Another girl arrived at home. Would she react with anger or embrace this blood-related sister? After a moment of silence, he lazily pushed his hair back and strolled to his room. The following morning, Ji Majuo completed his morning routine and descended for breakfast. Grandfather Ji and Ji Tian were already seated at the dining table, engaged in conversation. Ji Majuo plopped down onto a chair, carelessly eating a few bites with his legs crossed. The old man admonished him, "Sit properly," with a sense of disinterest. Ji Majuo adjusted his posture. After finishing his meal, he drove himself to school, where Ji Tian caught up with him and mustered the courage to ask, "Brother, may I accompany you to school?" Her heart leapt with joy. She knew the softening efforts of the past few months had borne fruit. The Ji family was a collective of underachievers, and the old man had grown accustomed to spending money to forge connections. Not minding the addition of Ji Tian into the mix, the siblings attended the same polytechnic university, where Ji Xiao, a handsome and affluent junior, was well known throughout the campus. Today, as he arrived in his luxury car with a girl, the entire department was abuzz. Has Ji Xiao changed girlfriends again? No, haven't you heard? That girl is his real sister, Miss Ji. Wow, a daughter of a wealthy family. She doesn't look particularly remarkable, not much like Ji Xiao. Don't be envious. It doesn't matter what she looks like. Her monthly allowance could sustain you for a lifetime. In class, Ji Tian sat through an afternoon filled with 3 confessions from different young men, to which she politely declined. As the warm glow of twilight enveloped her, Ji Tian acknowledged that she had never felt such joy, both before and after her transmigration into the story. The admiration and envious gazes from boys, the discussions among girls, all contribute to her immense satisfaction. Her free-spirited older brother gradually comes to accept her, while her grandfather, the steward, and the servants all hold her in high regard. A single dress costing tens of thousands is a dream that Ji Tian once deemed unattainable. As Miss Ji, the accolades bestowed upon her are beyond measure. Although she feels elated, she is not a naive fool. She has read the book and knows the plot. The Ji family is destined for bankruptcy. Before becoming a member of the Ji family, she could hope that Ji Daining deserves her fate, but now she finds herself in the role of Ji Tian. Aware that wealth is fleeting and she must secure a path for herself, the elderly patriarch will inevitably pass away. And Ji Moju is adept at indulgence but lacks the acumen for managing a company. They cannot simply hand over the company to an illegitimate daughter like her. After much contemplation, she recalls the second lead, a figure of great fortune from the book. 3 years ago, she sought to find him, only to encounter the cold and unyielding Zhao Yu, who would not let her escape. She was forced to live like a rat in the gutter, with no opportunity to pursue this fortunate individual. However, the situation has changed. The second lead will not make his appearance for at least another year, granting her a significant advantage. With ample resources and energy, Ji Tian sent someone to locate him 2 weeks ago. She can elevate her standing in the eyes of all. After school, Ji Tian chooses not to walk with Ji Moju. He either revels with his friends or goes on dates with his girlfriend. And she is wise enough not to dissuade him, lest she dampen his spirits, nor does she intrude upon his life. The chauffeur of the Ji family arrived to escort Ji Tian, just as her phone chimed with a message. "Miss Ji, we have located the person." A smile curled upon Ji Tian's lips. The tides have turned, and fortune has finally smiled upon her. With her affluent status, the peak of her fortune, and at the most opportune moment, she has found the right person. This time, nothing shall hinder her. April by the seaside is considerably warmer than in the inland regions. The waves crash against the shore, and tropical flowers bloom vibrantly. The spring breeze flutters the curtains as the maid lifts them, allowing sunlight to flood the room. On the azure silk bed lies a girl, the most exquisite Ji Tian has ever encountered. Her eyelashes are long like butterfly wings, gently resting. Her cheeks adorned with a faint blush, and her lips as red as roses. The maid, Xiao Gunan, is 27 years old, hailing from a rural background where her parents favored sons over daughters, leading to a life of hardship until she was employed to care for this girl, which gradually improved her circumstances. Xiao Gunan is simple and kind-hearted, with a sturdy physique. Although not conventionally beautiful, her delicate sensibility and industrious nature shine through. Xiao Gunan opened the window and continued her daily routine, fetching water from the bathroom to bathe the girl. As she unfastened the girl's garments, revealing her fair, youthful body, Xiao Gunan, having cared for her in this secluded place for 3 years, developed a deep affection for her. She regarded the girl as a sister, a family member, attending to her with utmost dedication. The girl's figure is truly remarkable, with astonishing curves, and the softness of her waist evokes a blush even in Xiao Gunan. Such beauty is cherished, and Xiao Gunan can hardly bear to treat her harshly. Even though the girl remained oblivious to her surroundings, Chiogunin meticulously wiped her small hands clean, applying a fragrant body lotion before gently dressing her. In the desolate expanse of the sea of consciousness, a green orb nestled in the corner, sighing with a sense of weariness. For over 1,000 days, it had initially recorded the correct words, yearning for the contractee to open her eyes. As time passed, the words became countless, and the green orb spun a web for itself, quietly lying upon it, awaiting its demise. Possessing the power to alter time and space, 3 years prior, Daining had made a pact with the green orb, sacrificing 1/3 of her soul's energy to rejuvenate it, hoping to secure her life in the midst of unforeseen circumstances. However, the plan encountered unforeseen flaws. In a moment of desperation, Daining inadvertently rescued Zhao Yu. No one could have anticipated that the bullet would strike true, resulting in Daining's complete demise. 1/3 of a soul proved insufficient for the green orb to alter her fate. In its moment of despair, however, an overwhelming surge of fortune began to flow into its being, emanating from Zhao Yu, marking the green orb's first encounter with the taste of love, a profoundly bittersweet flavor. With all its might, the green orb endeavored to gradually reverse Daining's plight. Yet this unfortunate girl, burdened by her fragmented soul, remained in a state of unawakening. 3 years had passed, and while other little green orbs had flourished into their second year, it remained trapped in the sea of consciousness, rotting alongside its contractee. Daining's physical condition became a medical marvel, prompting Grandfather Ji to conceal the news and transport her to a seaside villa for protection, leaving even Ji Moju unaware of her continued existence. Uncertain of which April marks the 1,000th day, the green dumpling, as customary, was preparing to drift into a deep slumber when, suddenly, a gentle light emerged from the dark abyss of consciousness. Splendid hues unfurled in layers, dispelling the lifelessness, transforming the entire realm of awareness into a vibrant spectacle. The breeze of this ethereal domain tenderly lifted the green dumpling, only to cruelly jostle it moments later. After a prolonged daze, it burst into tears, exclaiming, "Wah! Daining, you have finally awakened." As May unfurled in foaming city, the warmth gradually enveloped the air, hinting at the arrival of summer. In the verdant expanse of the university campus, a young girl urged, "You promised to give me money for clothes." Before her stood a man clad in a white shirt, its fabric of inferior quality, revealing its age through the yellowed cuffs. The man silently retrieved several red bills from his pocket and handed them to her. Counting the money, the girl pouted, "Only 1,000 yuan." The man hesitated for a moment before responding, "If it's insufficient, I can." His voice was jagged and difficult to discern. A flicker of impatience crossed the girl's eyes as she interrupted him. "That's enough. Just make do with it. Hurry and leave. Don't let my classmates see you." The man lifted his gaze to her. The girl, known as Qin Lianxing, realized her words had been overly harsh. She composed herself. "Thank you. By the way, I'm going to star in the school's stage play. With rehearsals pressing, I cannot visit my mother in the hospital. Please continue to take care of her." Heeding her request, the man turned and departed. In the picturesque campus of May, where flowers bloom in abundance, Qin Lianxing gazed at the retreating figure of her brother, a flicker of disdain surfacing within her. The man, named Qinjing, was not truly her brother in the conventional sense. He was an orphan adopted by her father, Chen Jirue. Qinjing's past was pitiable. It was said that before being found by Chen Jirue, he had been abandoned in the forest, raised by a mother wolf who had lost her own cubs. Eventually, as food became scarce, the mother wolf perished, and at the tender age of 10, Qinjing emerged from the wilderness, wandering into an orphanage. He was incapable of speech, unfamiliar with the use of chopsticks, and could even swallow raw meat with ease. The other children at the orphanage shunned this peculiar boy, nearly drowning him in their cruelty. Yet, Chinjirue took him in. Unfortunately, the boy bore a deep scar on his throat from a wild animal's attack, impairing his vocal cords. Even after he learned to speak, his voice emerged as a harsh stutter. The Qin family faced relentless hostility. Their home was vandalized with paint. Adversaries came to shatter their belongings, and there were even attempts to insult Qin Jirue's wife. Chen Lianxing trembled in fear, while her mother sank into despair. The 16-year-old stuttering boy, silent yet resolute, brandished a kitchen knife at their doorstep, his gaze cold and fierce. From that day forth, no one dared to provoke them again. Qinjing uttered but 2 words to assure them, "I am here." He left school and took on various odd jobs, whether it be carrying goods, working in restaurants, or managing an internet CAF. He was willing to do anything for a wage. With his still youthful shoulders, he bore the weight of a crumbling household, earning money to continue funding his sister Chun Lianxing's education while caring for their despondent mother. 8 years passed swiftly, and as Chun Lianqing entered university, their mother received a diagnosis of leukemia. Qin Jing was determined to treat his mother, yet Qin Lianqing felt no gratitude towards him. She often reflected on the fact that this man was not her brother. He was merely an unwanted harbinger of misfortune. Since his arrival, their household had been plagued by a series of unfortunate events. Over the years, she had nearly forgotten what a happy life resembled. During her high school years, when she overheard classmates whispering about her stuttering brother in derisive tones, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame. From that moment on, she refrained from mentioning him to her peers and even avoided conversing with Chan Jing in front of acquaintances. With a sum of money in hand, Chen Lianqing made her way back to the dormitory. The girl she encountered moved with grace and spoke with poise. Most significantly, it was rumored that she hailed from a prestigious family. Initially, Chen Lianqing had been lamenting her unfortunate role, but upon learning of the girl's background, her eyes sparkled with excitement. If she could befriend her, it would undoubtedly open doors to numerous connections within the capital and perhaps, with a stroke of luck, lead to marrying into wealth. With such aspirations, Chen Lianqing approached the girl, and to her delight, Miss Ji welcomed her warmly and engaged her in conversation. Elated, Chen Lianqing placed even greater importance on this budding friendship. However, unbeknownst to her, her stuttered brother, whom she had dismissed, crossed paths with the very heiress she sought to impress before leaving campus. Ji Tian, adorned in an elegant gown, greeted him with a gentle smile. "Hello. I am truly pleased to see you here. Thank you for rescuing me at the Internet CAF last week. Is there anything I can do for you in return?" Qin Jing recognized her. Just the previous week, while working the night shift at the Internet CAF, he had encountered this beautiful young woman who had arrived unexpectedly, looking for someone, and had nearly fallen victim to some ruffians. To avoid causing a scene, he had intervened and chased the troublemakers away. Qin Jing shook his head and turned away from her, walking ahead. His actions were not motivated by altruism. Firstly, he was skilled in combat and disliked seeing girls of Qin Lianqing's age being bullied. Secondly, his chaotic workplace at the Internet CAF meant his employer effectively hired him as a free bodyguard, which also served the purpose of maintaining order. Since this was part of his responsibilities, there was no question of gratitude or repayment. Ji Tian observed his figure and pondered. She understood where this secondary male lead's uniqueness lay. His voice was damaged. He had numerous enemies of his adoptive father. He was burdened with a treacherous younger sister. And he had a sickly adoptive mother. Indeed, life was not easy for him. Ji Tian caught up to him. "Wait, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Ji Tian. What is your name?" She continued. "I noticed your impressive skills last time. I just arrived in Foaming City, and perhaps I may require your assistance in the future. Of course, I mean hiring you for your help." Upon hearing the word hire, Qin Jing halted and handed her his business card. Ji Tian smiled, her lips curving softly. "I will remember that, Qin Jing." The girl before him was gentle and charming, and Qin Jing bore no ill feelings toward her. Additionally, the prospect of work was paramount for him. He was currently juggling 3 jobs, striving to save enough money until the day his adoptive mother found a suitable bone marrow donor. Having obtained his contact information, Ji Tian continued, "This weekend, in the afternoon, I need to purchase costumes for a stage play. My bodyguard is ill and cannot come. Would you be able to take his place? It will likely take about 3 hours. If you agree, would 1,000 yuan suffice? The price is quite reasonable." Chen Jing works an entire day and sometimes hardly earns 1,000. He simply nodded in agreement. Ji Tian's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Then, see you this weekend." She waved at him. Ji Tian's appearance is striking at Foaming University, complemented by her exquisite attire and makeup, radiating the vibrant glow of youth. The passing students cannot help but gaze at her. Such beauty is infectious, and Qin Jing found himself stealing an extra glance. The young woman before him led a life that he could scarcely imagine. Qin Jing once harbored dreams of pursuing an education, yearning for university life. Among his high school classmates, some have become doctors, others horticultural experts, and still more have taken up teaching. Yet, here he was, tirelessly toiling for survival. Preoccupied with the thought of visiting his foster mother the next day, he paused in front of a bakery's display window. Qin Jing's slender fingers pointed at the cheesecake. And the server cheerfully inquired, "Brother Jing, the usual 3 pieces?" Qin Jing nodded. He was a regular at this establishment, often silent during his visits, leading the server to mistakenly believe he was mute, thus communicating with him in the simplest of terms. After the cake was packaged, Qin Jing stepped out of the shop, only to notice that his motorcycle helmet was missing. Qin Jing. He truly did not know what to say. In his impoverished state, he was bemused that a thief would even consider stealing his helmet. With a keen intuition, he turned around and spotted a filthy girl crouched in the corner. Her face was smeared with grime, yet her large, expressive eyes, starkly contrasting in color, were fixed upon him. The girl sported 2 untidy buns, with rebellious curls cascading innocently about her. Her trousers were tattered, and her legs bore traces of grime. Clutched in her arms was Chen Jing's helmet. As he approached her, he extended his hand, requesting the helmet. She shook her head, clutching it tighter. Chen Jing had never encountered such audacity. This wayward girl, if he so wished, could be easily subdued with a mere flick of his wrist. She was silent yet pitiable, wandering without a home, subjected to bullying and violence. Pressing his lips together, he retrieved a small cake from his bag and offered it to her. The girl reached out, accepting it, taking a tiny bite before glancing at him. Though she was dirty, her eyes gleamed with clarity and brightness. As Chen Jing stood up, intending to leave, a small hand grasped his shirt. The girl sweetly called him brother. Turning to look at her, he was reminded of his childhood when Chen Lianxing would call him brother under Chen Jirui's guidance. However, once she entered high school, she ceased to do so, regardless of how well Chen Jing treated her, even going so far as to sacrifice his own comforts for her well-being. Over time, he had grown indifferent to it, no longer seeking her affection. In this frigid world, he had only glimpsed familial love through the fierce maternal instincts of a wolf in the bond with Chen Jirui. Yet, here was this girl, who, having tasted a piece of his cake, called him brother. He brushed her hand aside, and, ignoring her, attempted to depart. She clutched the small cake, rising from the ground, rubbing her eyes, displaying a pitiful expression on the verge of tears. With each step he took, she mirrored him, as Chen Jing swung his long legs into the vehicle. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. Like a stray kitten yearning for adoption on the street, she gazed at the passers-by with a heart full of sorrow. Feeling utterly desolate as none seemed to notice her plight, Chen Jing suppressed the emotion swirling in his eyes and furrowed his brow. Just next door lay alley number 18. And if he were to ignore her, this delicate-voiced girl, seemingly so innocent, might not survive until tomorrow. It was perplexing how she had ended up in such a chaotic area. Turning his body, Chen Jing coldly removed his helmet and placed it on the girl's head. Her 2 bun hairstyles made it difficult for her to wear the helmet properly, so he tucked the loose strands of hair into it, through the transparent visor. He noticed tears clinging to her long eyelashes. Chen Jing nodded at her, and she, displaying remarkable intelligence, quickly grasped his intention, promptly climbing onto his motorcycle. As he started the engine, he found it difficult to articulate his feelings. He was uncertain about what he had picked up. For now, he would assess the situation. She could not remain in such a disorderly place after nightfall. The unfortunate girl in the back seat fixated on the back of his head, revealing a playful smile. While Ji Tian's intention was to assist him, this little imp seemed determined to complicate his life. The motorcycle roared down the street, entering alley number 18. This area was the most dilapidated in Fengming City, teeming with individuals from all walks of life. The lawlessness of alley number 18 was notorious, with a plethora of individuals sporting outrageous hairstyles. Upon hearing the sound of Chen Jing's motorcycle, the drifters on the road hastily cleared a path. Ironically, despite the entire alley being filled with mischief makers who spent their days stirring up trouble and engaging in brawls, Chen Jing, the only one diligently working and maintaining a semblance of normalcy, was the one whom no one dared to provoke. Chen Jing possessed both remarkable skills and an enigmatic demeanor. Typically reticent, provoking him could result in a lifetime of convalescence in a hospital. Had he not expressed his disinterest in mingling, it was likely that many would have eagerly acknowledged him as their leader. While Chen Jing remained indifferent to such matters, he had received a solemn admonition from Chen Jirui prior to his imprisonment, urging him to avoid the path that his adoptive father had traversed. Chen Jirui's insistence led Chen Jing to comply. Was it true? Generally taciturn, who had he brought along? I had heard whispers of a sister. Could it be that she was in fact his sibling? Regardless of the speculation surrounding them, they navigated through puddles and finally arrived home. Chen Jing deftly pressed the hidden clasp beneath her chin and removed her helmet. Accustomed to solitude, his speech impediment and unappealing voice rendered him seldom inclined to converse. At the age of 14, he was strikingly handsome, with defined features exuding a hint of coldness. The most conspicuous aspect was the scar adorning his throat. Daining observed him intently. Among the trio of fortunate individuals, she was least acquainted with the one before her. She scrutinized the house, internally expressing disdain to Jiang Tuan, yet another impoverished soul. Qing Tuan remarked, Yan Jing was originally the heir of the Yin family. If they were aware of his survival, Yin Mingko would be relegated to the position of the second young master. It is worth noting that Yin Jing's origins were akin to Daining's. Merely a case of a dragon trapped in shallow waters. Qing Tuan had presumed that Ji Tian would relay the news of the Yin family's eldest son still being alive. But to her surprise, she had chosen to conceal it, even securing an exchange student opportunity to travel all the way to Fengming City. Daining comprehended the subtle thoughts of Ji Tian. Given Yin Jing's current status, it was more advantageous for her to pursue her ambitions, especially since Ji Tian could be considered a wealthy heiress. The news of Daining's awakening had yet to circulate, and throughout the capital, no one was aware that this little rascal had directly ventured to Fengming. Repeating the same scenario was tiresome. Daining preferred to counter Ji Tian's actions. Since Ji Tian relished the role of a wealthy lady, this time, she would assume the guise of a girl from the slums. Daining extended her hand towards the wash basin. The chocolate powder was washed away, revealing her fair and exquisite hands, with impeccably clean nails adorned with a hint of cherry blossom pink. Qinjing cast a glance at her. Normally, it would be time to prepare a meal, but today, a stranger, a girl who appeared quite unkempt, had entered their home and needed to be cleaned up first. Qinjing retrieved a basin and a cloth, signaling her to wash her face. Only Qing Tuan was aware that Daining was being mischievous. The layer of chocolate powder was so thick that she was reluctant to wash it off, hoping to trick Qinjing into assisting her. Indeed, Qinjing genuinely believed she was simple-minded, instructing her to sit on a stool while he soaked a clean cloth and approached her to wipe her face. Daining cooperated, tilting her small face to facilitate his efforts. As the layers of chocolate powder gradually faded away, her youthful, tender skin was revealed. Her eyes sparkled with innocence, genuinely observing him. Qinjing hesitated momentarily, wiping away the last remnants of darkness from her face. An extraordinarily beautiful visage emerged. Qinjing had initially thought that the heiress he had seen at Chunlianqing University that day was stunning, yet the girl before him redefined his lifelong perceptions of beauty. She was stunning, beyond the capacity of any words to convey such a feeling, as if a delicate maiden had stepped forth from an oil painting. Her naturally youthful features were imbued with a vivacious charm that was truly breathtaking. In comparison to the girl before him, Miss Ji appeared quite ordinary. If he were a rogue, selling her would likely suffice to finance a lifetime of indulgence. Qinjing's gaze grew colder. Were she indeed a simpleton or an unattractive girl? He would not ponder further, yet her expressive eyes and compelling beauty suggested that no one would be unwilling to shelter her. It seemed her identity was anything but straightforward. Qinjing pinned a question for her. Who are you? Daining shook her head. I've forgotten. I only remember someone urging me to leave quickly. And as I walked, I encountered my brother. I am not your brother. Daining, undeterred by his writing, insisted with a determined expression. Her voice sweet. But I remember you. You are my brother. She affirmed her claim with a nod. Despite her beauty, Qinjing harbored no other thoughts toward her. He had far too many pressing matters: to heal his mother, to support Chunlianqing through university, to seek vengeance against those who framed his adoptive father, and to rescue him. Qinjing had no intention of keeping her for long. You will leave tomorrow. The words were resolute, almost piercing through the paper. Daining understood that persuading him to change his mind was futile. She did not argue, but simply looked at him with her large, glistening eyes. After 3 years of slumber, her appearance had scarcely altered. Coupled with her naturally youthful demeanor, she had the audacity to feign innocence and vulnerability. Daining did not extend her hand to accept it. Qinjing Wang, perceptive as he was, immediately grasped her unspoken disdain for the attire, evidently disapproving of its appearance. It was apparent that her previous circumstances had been remarkably affluent, yet here she was, displaying such fragility while relying on others. Qinjing finally comprehended the principle that goodwill should not be taken for granted. Typically aloof, he regretted having set this precedent today. He wrote, "You have no choice. Change." Daining's attention shifted. "Brother, why have you been silent?" Qinjing glanced at her, devoid of emotion, and replied, "I stutter." She nodded, neither scornful nor sympathetic, as if it were entirely natural to hear him state his masculinity. "What is your name?" "I recall someone calling me Dai Dai. What shall I call you, brother?" "Qinjing." She cheerfully responded. "Oh, then I shall be called Qin Dai Dai." Qinjing remained silent for a moment before writing, "Go take a shower. The white bottle in the bathroom contains body wash. I will bring you a new towel shortly, but do not touch anything else. This place is exceedingly unsafe. If you wish to endanger yourself, feel free to venture outside. After you finish, come out for a meal." It seemed she finally understood that her temporary benefactor was not particularly wealthy and possessed a rather irritable temperament. She nodded obediently, picking up a garment from beside her. Qinjing set down his notebook, tossed her a fresh towel, and proceeded to cook. Daining nearly failed to catch it, as the man had already turned away. Cold and indifferent. She closed the bathroom door and disdainfully shook the garment in her hands. It was inferior to the torn and soiled fabric she wore. Qingtuan comforted her. At least it is clean. Go ahead and wash it. I'll keep watch. Qinjing's bathroom was quite diminutive. 3 years prior, Daining would have likely struggled to endure such a space, yet having spent several months in Xinghua village, she found that even the less than ideal environment of Fengming City could not compare to that of a genuine mountain village. At the very least, it boasted a water heater and a flushing toilet. After feeling uncomfortable with the chocolate powder clinging to her legs, Daining shed her clothes and enjoyed a refreshing shower. As she dressed, she discovered that Qinjing's garments were excessively oversized. She rolled up the sleeves and pant legs, tying the excess fabric at her waist into a knot. With a light-hearted bounce, she dashed outside where she found Qinjing already preparing a meal. It seemed that had she delayed her exit any longer, he would have dined alone. His living room was quite austere, with furnishings that bore the marks of age. The only redeeming quality was Qinjing's penchant for cleanliness. Despite his busy work schedule, he never neglected the tidiness of his home. Qinjing handed her a pair of chopsticks, and upon catching sight of the stir-fried carrots and meat on the table, Daining's expression froze momentarily. Qingtuan stifled a laugh, fearing she might inadvertently revel in Daining's misfortune. Tilting her head slightly, Daining asked, "Brother, is this all we are having?" Qinjing nodded, his hunger evident as he focused intently on his meal, ignoring her. Though she refrained from voicing her distaste, Daining served herself a modest portion of rice and a few strands of meat, struggling to eat. At times, she exhibited a keen awareness of circumstances. Such fare would never tempt her a second time. However, on her first day in Qinjing's home, she understood that provoking him could result in her being unceremoniously ejected from his abode. In contrast to her hesitance, Qinjing ate with gusto. Having taken on multiple jobs that necessitated replenishing his strength, Daining scarcely partook of her meals, a fact not unnoticed by Qinjing, though he had no intention of intervening. For Qinjing, it was imperative that Daining depart. He was not a fool, nor blindly benevolent, and thus he could not extend the same level of care to her as he did to Qin Lianqing. Fortunately, despite his indifference, he did not treat her harshly. Observing her lack of interest in continuing her meal, he tidied away the dishes and proceeded to the kitchen to wash them. Qinjing averted his gaze, devoid of emotion, as he placed the utensils down and washed his hands. This was the first time someone had placed their trust in him, relying on him. Ironically, over the course of 8 years, he had cared for the Qin mother and daughter, yet they had never treated him as family. Their relationship was fraught with demands and suspicion, lacking the familiarity that he longed for. Even if Qin Lianqing exhibited a fraction of genuine affection, he would undoubtedly consider himself the best brother in the world. Alas, no matter how enchanting Daining's smile, it would not sway him to take her in. Qinjing picked up a notebook and wrote, "This place is unsuitable for you. You may stay 1 night, but by tomorrow afternoon at the latest, after lunch, you must leave and find someone reliable to take you in." A glimmer of sorrow appeared in Daining's eyes. Qinjing remained unmoved. Accommodating her for a single night was feasible, yet they shared no familial ties. Even if he bore a striking resemblance to her brother, he could never regard her as a sister. He was not a benevolent soul. He was already stretched thin caring for Qin Lianqing and her mother, with no capacity to attend to others. Outside, the May dusk was tinged with rosy hues. Daining rubbed her eyes, her expression one of sorrow, as she seemed to comprehend that she was not welcomed here. The young lady mused to herself, "It is exhausting to play this part. I have always been the one to choose to leave. Never has anyone else forced me away." She etched this grudge into her memory, vowing that one day Qinjing would kneel before her, pleading for her not to leave. Qinjing gestured towards Qin Lianqing's room, indicating that Daining would be staying there tonight. After merely a few hours of interaction, Qinjing had already gleaned the essence of the young girl's character. She had evidently been accustomed to a life of luxury, viewing everything with a critical eye. Qinjing's own bedding had been in use for many years, and Daining had initially assumed that, due to Qinjing's callous nature, she would have to sleep with the old quilt left by Qin Lianqing. To her surprise, Qinjing retrieved a new quilt from the wardrobe. The quilt was a lovely macaron pink, exuding a youthful charm, and the fabric was of exceptional quality, far removed from the cheap wares found at night markets. In recent days, Qing Tuan had been poring over books to learn everything about Yin Jing, and, noticing the scene, explained to Daining, Qin Jing is quite adept at making money. At the age of 17, he worked 3 jobs and could earn over 10,000 a month purely through hard labor. However, the Qin family is like a bottomless pit. His mother frequently falls ill, and Chun Lianqing finds various excuses to ask him for money. No matter how much he earns, it cannot compare to the expenditures of those 2 women. Daining realized that it was not her own spending that mattered, but rather that all of it had gone to that mother-daughter duo. The quilt, having been left in the wooden cabinet, was now conveniently designated for Daining's use. Had Qin Lianqing accepted Qin Jing, he would indeed have made a wonderful elder brother, akin to Zhao Yu's relationship with Zhao. Qin Jing handed the quilt to Daining, tilting his chin slightly, signaling her to make her own bed. His gaze clearly inquired, "Can you manage?" Without hesitation, Daining nodded. "I can, brother." Qing Tuan was taken aback. "You can even put on a duvet cover?" Daining replied, "I am not certain." She lifted the duvet cover, examined it briefly, and then carelessly tossed the quilt inside, lounging on top of it languidly. Regardless of her capabilities, she would not take the initiative to try. The nights in May were not particularly cold, and Daining wrapped herself in another soft new blanket. In the past, she would have found it impossible to sleep, but having once spent nights in a grain field, she now at least had a blanket and a bed. Although the room was modest in size, the furnishings were quite decent. It was evident that Qin Jing, while frugal with himself, was genuinely generous towards his sister. Daining never expected that one day she would benefit from Chun Lianqing's kindness simply by sleeping under a new blanket. As midnight approached, the branches in the courtyard rustled gently in the wind. Daining rubbed her eyes and instinctively murmured, "Zhao Yu, I am hungry." The air was still and quiet. For a fleeting moment, Qing Tuan and she were both taken aback. Daining closed her eyes, casually turned over, and resumed her slumber. Qing Tuan found it difficult to sleep. Ever since Daining had awakened, she had never mentioned Zhao Yu, yet 3 years had passed in Zhao Yu's life. It curled up, missing Zhao Yu a little as well. If Zhao Yu were present, he would undoubtedly take excellent care of Daining. After years had gone by, it unexpectedly felt a tinge of the emotions that only humans possess. Shaking its little head, Qing Tuan resolved not to dwell on such thoughts and drifted into a deep sleep within Daining's consciousness. Everything would gradually improve. Qin Jing rose early each day, his schedule filled with busyness. He worked at an internet CAF during the day, delivered goods in the evening, and occasionally mixed cocktails at a club at night. Over the years, he acquired various skills, opting for these jobs which offered considerable pay. While the salaries of a regular internet CAF manager and a bartender were modest, those with exceptional skills commanded a different worth entirely. At times, these places exist in a gray area. To maintain order, a man with a firm hand is required to impose control. In relation to these locales and the 18th alley, Qin Jing embodies such a figure. While Daining still slumbers, Qin Jing knocks on her door. Daining, bleary-eyed, opens the door, and Qin Jing hands her a bag containing breakfast. Daining receives it, asking, "Brother, are you heading out?" Her cheeks are flushed from sleep, and Qin Jing instantly notices her disheveled bedding. The young girl becomes aware of her appearance, lowering her gaze, a touch of guilt surfacing. This pitiable demeanor reflects a genuine fear of being abandoned. Though she struggles with making her bed, she had responded cheerfully the day before, likely out of concern for being a burden to him. Qin Jing is well acquainted with complications. Since his youth, he has resolved issues for every member of the Qin family. Even though Chun Lianqing may not hold him in high regard, she cannot deny that Qin Jing is nearly omnipotent. Daining gazes at him with her round eyes, attentively watching him write, and stifles her tears as she replies, "MHM." Qin Jing turns to leave. Daining jogs to catch up with him, accompanying him to the door. She waves her hand and softly says, "Goodbye, brother. Please take care." Once he departs, Daining closes the door and casually tosses the breakfast bag into the trash can before returning to sleep. When she lazily awakens, the sun is already high in the sky. The 18th alley, tumultuous at night, is serene during the day. Daining presses the button on her bracelet, and shortly after, a tall woman accompanied by several bodyguards silently arrives at the Chun family residence, which Daining opens for them. Daining leaps into the woman's embrace, exclaiming, "Guzi, I'm starving." Although Chiu Gunan was perplexed about the young lady's purpose for being there, he felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. "I have brought some delicacies for you," he asserted. And he was not exaggerating in the slightest. They had brought 3 food containers, one filled with a hearty meal, another with fruits, and the last with delightful pastries. Compared to Uncle Chien, Chiu Gunan's care for Daining was remarkably meticulous and considerate. Though still in his 20s, He showered Daining with affection that could almost be described as indulgent. At last, Daining enjoyed a satisfying meal. Have you arrived here without being noticed? Shogun shook his head. Not at all. They had strictly adhered to the young lady's instructions to avoid encounters. That is reassuring. Young lady, you have awakened. When shall we inform Mr. G? Though a multitude of questions swirled in Shogun's mind, he trusted that the young lady had her own rationale and chose not to inquire further. Quietly, he led the group away, while Daining asked him to dispose of the breakfast remnants in the trash bin. Li Ming and Chen Jing had known each other for 6 years, and Li Ming was someone Chen Jing deeply trusted. Today, he was taken aback when Jinggu asked him to deliver a meal. As far as he knew, Chen Jing had lived a solitary life for several years. Who could he possibly be sending a meal to? I am Li Ming, here to deliver your meal. As the door opened, a young girl with a porcelain-like visage appeared, causing Li Ming to almost lose his grip on the food container. Doubting whether he had entered the correct place, Daining's large eyes crinkled in a charming manner. Thank you, brother Li Ming, you may leave it with me. Li Ming's face flushed crimson. No need for thanks. His gaze momentarily became transfixed. It is not surprising that he is somewhat vulgar. To speak candidly, Li Ming possesses a fair degree of composure. However, encountering such a stunning young lady for the first time at Feng Ming left him flabbergasted. Upon noticing the exquisite attire adorning Daining, he scratched his head and inquired, Are you Brother Jing's girlfriend? Daining shook her head and replied, No. I am his sister, Chen Dai Dai. Li Ming was taken aback. Isn't Brother Jing only supposed to have Chen Lianqing as a sister? Daining feigned confusion and asked, Who is Chen Lianqing? Not one to be easily fooled, Li Ming quickly realized this was a matter concerning the Chen family and promptly sealed his lips. Well then, enjoy your meal, young lady. I must take my leave, he said. Goodbye, Brother Li Ming, Daining chimed, her voice soft and melodious, causing Li Ming to feel weak in the knees, nearly making him flee the scene. Being a bit of a rogue himself, he genuinely feared that remaining in her presence might lead him to act inappropriately. Once he had distanced himself, he spotted his friends smoking beneath a yellow-leaved tree and rushed to share the tale of the breathtaking beauty he had encountered at Brother Jing's house. One of them laughed and said, Li Ming, have you lost your mind? We've met Brother Jing's sister, that is Chen Lianqing, hardly a great beauty. No, it's not Chen Lianqing. She introduced herself as Dai Dai, and she is extraordinarily beautiful, more so than any woman I have ever seen in my life. Li Ming, you are exaggerating. Every woman appears beautiful in your eyes. Seeing that his friends were skeptical and mocking him, Li Ming, in a fit of frustration, retorted, If you don't believe me, just wait until you see her. Try not to let your eyes pop out. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Daining continued to dispose of the meal Li Ming had brought her, as she had no intention of consuming it. Daining had spent the entire afternoon immersed in gaming before finally stretching her limbs and declaring, Foolish group, it is time for us to get to work. Qingtuan, perplexed, inquired, What shall we do? Daining replied, Did I not inform Chen Jing before he departed? I urged him to be cautious, since he wishes to drive me away. I must reciprocate. In Chen Jing's eyes, only the Qinjirue family mattered. Despite her striking beauty, Chen Jing remained unmoved. And those with foul tempers and stubborn dispositions are the most detestable. As dusk fell, the once quiet alley began to buzz with life. As unsavory characters emerged into the night, Daining activated her communication device, opting to leave Shogun behind, and ventured out accompanied by a few bodyguards. She donned a hat and concealed her face with a mask, while her guards disguised themselves, rendering their group indistinguishable from the alley's ruffians. Daining instructed, Keep a close watch on Chen Jing's movements and report back. Miss, one of the bodyguards lowered his voice. Earlier this morning, Chen Jing first visited his adoptive mother in the hospital, then proceeded to work at the Heavens Abyss Internet CAF. At 7 in the evening, he went to an entertainment establishment called Four Seas Peace, ostensibly as a bartender. However, it is well known that Chen Jing does not mix drinks. His true role is that of a top-notch enforcer, handling any troublemakers that might arise within the club. It turns out he earns his living with his fists. The text also mentioned that this renowned fighter possesses considerable skill. Daining pondered for a moment. Just how skilled is he? The bodyguard hesitated. We have yet to witness it ourselves. Daining blinked. Since Chen Jing was indeed formidable, she would ensure that no one would confront him directly, allowing him only to endure the blows. Even though he is the male protagonist, his reticent and stuttering nature renders him susceptible to hurt and pain. The timid Qingtuan gently reminds, we must refrain from taking action ourselves, for it may lead to repercussions. Having accompanied Daining for so long, It is clear that rescuing the contract holder's moral compass is a lost cause. Daining possesses her own principles, however harsh they may be. Sacrificing her soul is, in her eyes, merely a means to attain fleeting pleasure over these past years. Daining has already diminished by 1/3 of her soul power. Does Qing Tuan not wonder if she feels discomfort or pain? Daining appears remarkably unfazed, as if the loss of soul power bears no significance. Yet, Qing Tuan understands that a reduction in soul power leads to increasing frailty. Gazing at the smiling Daining, it is evident that she must be in pain. Daining gently pats its small head within the sea of consciousness. I am aware, dear foolish Tuan, do not fear. We shall not resort to violence. She summons a bodyguard and whispers a few instructions, the bodyguard's expression betraying a hint of peculiarity. As you wish, Mississippi. Daining settles at a small eatery opposite the Four Seas Peace Club. The nightlife in Foaming City, though not as opulent as the capital, is nonetheless vibrant. Sipping juice through a straw, Daining is fully prepared, awaiting the moment when Qinjing falls into her trap. She intends for Qinjing to cherish the ugly Qin Lianxing while she herself is treated as mere disposable fodder. With a gleeful smile, Daining gazes across the table, ready for the performance to begin. Qinjing, clad in a black work uniform, sits inconspicuously behind the bar, blending into the thronging crowd of the club. No one dares to disturb him, nor does anyone seek his company, as he lights a cigarette. He seldom indulges in smoking, only resorting to it on rare occasions when the weight of stress becomes particularly overwhelming, seeking solace in the act. Today, he visited the hospital, where his mother's condition had deteriorated yet again. The cost of a bone marrow transplant was exorbitant, perhaps due to her advancing age and diminishing pride, or perhaps having set aside her preconceived notions. His mother's demeanor towards Qinjing had softened considerably as she implored him to save her. In the afternoon, Qin Lianxing called, expressing a need for new paintbrushes. Qin Lianxing, an art student, incurs a considerable expense each year for various art supplies. When Qinjirue was still at home, she was a delightful and warm-hearted girl, learning to speak with her adoptive father, a scene that Qinjing had cherished in his memory for many years, before his adoptive father was incarcerated. He had even hinted at the hope that Qinjing and Qin Lianxing might one day marry. As Qin Lianxing grew older, her aspirations soared as well. Thus, Qinjing refrained from mentioning this matter, fully aware of his own shortcomings, allowing her to lead her own life. For Qinjing, transitioning from the wilderness to human society, the only familial love he had ever known resided within the Qin family. Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted by a commotion at the entrance of a private room. A girl was struggling and weeping, being forcibly taken into the room. Such occurrences were not uncommon in this venue, given that some unruly patrons might harass the staff, prompting the establishment to call upon Qinjing for intervention. However, if the boys and girls were brought in by their own acquaintances, the venue would turn a blind eye. Sometimes, intervening in their playful antics could lead to trouble. Having witnessed such incidents before, Qinjing had become indifferent, yet when he caught sight of the girl's silhouette, his expression shifted dramatically. He extinguished his cigarette and strode purposefully towards her. Someone hurriedly stopped him. Jingu, you mustn't. That is Lu Sanyi. And the girl was brought in by him. They might be acquainted. Qinjing's expression darkened ominously as he pushed the person aside and walked in. The girl was Qin Lianxing. With a forceful kick, he flung open the door, only to find Lu Dingsheng in the midst of a vile act. Cursing, which blind fool dares to? Qinjing yanked him off Qin Lianxing, ready to throw a punch. The girl sobbed, raising her tear-streaked face, and in that fleeting moment, Qinjing recognized her features. His gaze dimmed. He halted his movements, realizing it was not Qin Lianxing, merely a stranger with a reminiscent silhouette. The unfamiliar girl wiped her tears and quickly clung to Lu Dingxing's arm. Sanyi, are you all right? Lu Dingxing spat disdainfully. I'm here to enjoy myself. Who the hell are you? Upon noticing the staff insignia on Qinjing, Lu Dingxing's rage flared. Get the manager here. The manager, sensing the impending trouble, knew all too well that in Fengming City, Lu Boss was notoriously petty and vengeful. Qinjing's abrupt entrance not only interrupted his revelry, but nearly led to violence. Lu Dingxing would undoubtedly want to make him pay dearly for it. The manager, forcing a smile, said, he is just a young man who had too much to drink tonight and inadvertently offended you. Surely, as a person of great stature, you could overlook this? Tonight's drinks are on the house. Could you let it slide? Lu Dingxing's gaze was cold and menacing as he replied, let it slide? A lesson must be taught. That is not too much to ask, is it? Of course, as you wish, the manager hastily assured. Qinjing clenched his fists tightly, then gradually relaxed. Daining sat on the second floor of the balcony opposite, resting her chin on her hand, observing the man in the alley being beaten, surrounded by 4 or 5 individuals. He endured their punches and kicks, shielding his vital areas in silence. The duration of his suffering matched the length of her gaze. With an innocent tone, she marveled. Such a feast for the eyes, but alas, his dear sister would not shed a tear for her brother. Qing Tuan covered her eyes, only to sneak a peek through a narrow slit. The moon had risen. A waning crescent hung in the sky, and the group, exhausted from their exertions, finally dispersed. In the distance, neon lights flickered, while Chen Jing remained motionless on the ground. Daining watched for a considerable time before he managed to rise. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth and nose. Leaning against the wall, Chen Jing rested his hands on his knees, breathing heavily. The moonlight was a pallid hue, mirroring the drab colors of his existence. In his childhood among wolves, apart from the she-wolf that nurtured him, all the others rejected him, lacking a thick coat of fur. He could only curl up in the warmth of the she-wolf during winter. Any powerful beast could have easily ended his life, and the scars on his neck bore testament to his frailty as a human. He had narrowly escaped death on several occasions, yet fate favored him, allowing him to survive. Later, when he entered human society, he believed he had finally found his kin. Yet, in their eyes, he remained the outlier, emerging from the jungle, naked and consuming raw flesh. A formidable anomaly. While human children lacked the sharp claws of wolves, they treated him with far crueler methods. The Chun family represented both his salvation and the arduous beginning of a new chapter. He relinquished the pride learned from the wolf pack and embraced a different kind of responsibility. He was a stutterer, his voice hoarse, akin to the rough texture of sandpaper rasping against a blade. Whenever Chen Jing spoke, the gaze of those around him would shift, tinged with an oddity that, over time, led him to speak infrequently. Chen Jing closed his eyes, rubbed the corner of his mouth with his thumb, and fished a cigarette from his pocket to ignite it. At times, he pondered the reason behind his arduous existence, living in such a peculiar, solitary, and cold manner. What, he wondered, was the essence of happiness? Amidst the curling smoke, a diminutive figure rushed towards him. The young boy, draped in oversized clothing and trousers, donned a tattered brown cap, the origin of which remained unknown. Daining approached, and upon recognizing Chen Jing's countenance, her eyes brimmed with tears. She sobbed heart-wrenchingly, "Brother, what has happened to you?" Noticing his stillness, she cradled his face, seeking to feel his breath. Chen Jing remained silent, his eyes meeting hers, which sparkled like translucent glass. The young girl sniffled, "Brother, you are not dead." Chen Jing had no words to counter her. He took a drag from his cigarette, holding it between his fingers, gazing coldly at her. Remarkably, the girl seemed to grasp his unspoken thoughts, explaining her lingering presence. "I wanted to bid you farewell. You mentioned you would work until midnight. And now it is 1 o'clock. I feared something might happen to you. I inquired with Li Ming. He said you might be here." Daining produced a tissue from her pocket, gently wiping the blood from his face, continuing to sob as she said, "Brother, do not be afraid. I will take you to the hospital." With that, she opened her soft, tender arms, struggling to embrace him. Chen Jing looked down at her. The young girl's eyelashes were dark and curled, and despite her flushed face, she could not move him even an inch. Pouting her small lips, she was on the verge of tears. Chen Jing, unable to bear seeing a girl weep, propped himself up to stand. She quickly supported him, saying, "Brother, let us go to the hospital." Chen Jing shook his head, extinguishing his cigarette, and swayed towards home. Daining hurriedly steadied him, aware that she was a delicate and feeble girl, almost akin to a little invalid. Chen Jing, fearing he might inadvertently crush her spirit, leaned against her without truly allowing her to support him. Even so, her cheeks remained adorably flushed. "Brother, if you are in pain, you must tell me." Chen Jing remained silent, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Tomorrow we will report to the police and have them deal with those villains." Chen Jing dismissed her naive notion. After a moment's contemplation, she softly pleaded, "Brother, you are injured, and I cannot rest easy. May I stay a little longer until tomorrow?" Observing her timid demeanor, Chen Jing realized that he had perhaps been too indifferent towards this little girl he had taken in. If it were Chen Lianqing, he would have been accommodating and patient, for despite the years that had passed, he had always taken good care of her. Yet with Daining, he feared she might become a new burden. Nodding in agreement, he decided that allowing her to stay one more night would be harmless. In an instant, Daining's eyes sparkled with delight, a smile blossoming on her face. Chen Jing noticed that she truly had a penchant for tears. Perhaps a single sharp word from him could bring forth a cascade of them. Yet she also cherished laughter. as her tears had not yet dried before she joyfully forgot the earlier distress. Brother, what is that sound by the roadside? Crickets, he thought. Will they jump out? No. That is a foolish question. Why is the alley called number 18 instead of number 19? Who knows? Is Li Ming your good friend? In Qinjing's world, it has never been this lively. She chattered incessantly, always posing peculiar inquiries. His ability to express himself was already lacking, and he listened with rapt attention as she spoke animatedly. He remained silent, yet her enthusiasm only intensified. Qinjing was unaware that the club was so close to the alley. Despite the lingering pain, he no longer required her support and could walk unaided. At 1:30 in the morning, amidst the profound silence, the revelry of alley number 18 was just beginning. Qinjing rolled up his blood-stained sleeves, his expression returning to its icy demeanor. He casually lowered the brim of the girl's hat, shielding her delicate visage. The two made their way home safely. Daining mused to herself that Qinjing's physical resilience was astonishing. If she had endured such a beating, she would either be paralyzed or bedridden in a hospital for months. After just an hour of recovery, he appeared as if nothing had happened. How could such a favored son of fate possibly perish? He simply could not. Thankfully, he did not involve his own people. Otherwise, that group of fools would have likely found themselves lined up in a hospital. Once the door was closed, Qinjing could no longer suppress a few coughs. Daining quickly asked, "Do you have any medicine at home? I can fetch it." Qinjing gestured towards the coffee table. Daining retrieved a medical kit, which was well equipped with tools for treating injuries. After all, Qinjing made a living with his fists, and it was likely that he had sustained his fair share of injuries. She hesitated, holding a bandage and scissors, gazing at him. Qinjing anticipated that she would not be able to manage it herself, so he took it upon himself to apply the medicine. Considering her presence, he only tended to the wound on his arm. The young girl beside him, with her bright, dark eyes, occasionally rubbed her neck with the back of her hand. When Qinjing glanced over, he noticed a large, alarming red mark on her neck. He had suspected her noble status, yet he had not expected her to be so delicate. Clad in ordinary fabric, she had also supported him, resulting in a significant abrasion on her shoulder and neck. Qinjing observed her for a while and then lowered his head to text Li Ming. "Ask Hongjie to bring a set of girls' clothing." Daining gazed at him expectantly, prompting Qinjing to avert his eyes and add to his message, "It should be soft." It was merely a gesture to gift her another outfit, as she would have to leave in a few days. Li Ming had an older sister whom everyone referred to as Hongjie. At this late hour, Li Ming was still out and about, but upon guessing that brother Jing intended to buy new clothes for the younger sister at home, he readily agreed. "I'll tell my sister." The blanket that Daining was currently sleeping under was also purchased by Li Hong. When it came to Qin Lianxing, Qinjing was quite generous with his financial support. Although he had no fondness for Qin Lianxing, Li Hong was meticulous in preparing her items. Qinjing had only requested softness, yet she mischievously selected a striking purple dress, a hue not every young girl could carry with grace. The price was not modest either, exceeding 800 yuan. Qin Lianxing's family had fallen on hard times, yet she refused to wear inexpensive clothing, even disregarding her mother who lay in the hospital. As she indulged in comparisons, it was merely fortunate for her that she had an elder brother like Qinjing willing to support her. Otherwise, her fate could have been quite dismal. Li Ming is currently occupied with his elder brother outside, leaving the task of delivering clothes to Li Hong. Riding her electric bike, Li Hong arrives at Qinjing's doorstep. Upon knocking, Daining exclaims, "Brother, you sit tight. I'll go." She rushes to the door, and Li Hong's initially feigned smile freezes upon encountering the unfamiliar yet exquisite young lady before her. Instantly, Li Hong, like Li Ming, questions whether she has arrived at the wrong place. "Hello, I am Chun Dai. Would you like to come in for a while?" Li Hong suddenly realizes something and beams. "Ah, you must be Xiao Jing's sister. You are truly stunning." Her smile carries a hint of ambiguity, as she mistakenly assumes Daining is Qinjing's romantic interest. After all, at 24, Qinjing ought to consider the prospect of finding a girlfriend. Given his background as an orphan, aside from Qin Lianxing, how could he possibly have a sister? Daining perceives the insinuation in her smile but feigns ignorance. Qinjing approaches, counting out 1,000 yuan to Li Hong, receiving the bag of clothes, which he then hands to Daining. Li Hong does not linger. She greets him and departs with the money. Finally free from the man's attire, Daining joyfully rushes inside to change. While she changes, Qinjing suppresses his pain to tend to his wounds. The purple dress, if given to Qin Lianxing, would undoubtedly fall short, but on Daining, it transforms entirely. Her face allows her to wear any style of clothing. The fabric is surprisingly decent. Qing Tuan remarks, of course, even ordinary folks can find garments of exceptional value. Qing Tuan remains oblivious to the trials Chen Jing has endured, having been set up to take a beating while also parting with a set of clothes that is far from inexpensive. This matter is far from settled. Chen Jing has offended boss Liu at the Four Seas Club, and it is likely that he will be dismissed. Indeed, the speculation of the Qing Tuan was not mistaken. Chen Jing had just finished applying his medication when a new message appeared on his phone. The club has done its utmost to ensure your safety, Chen Jing. Please come by another day to settle your wages. You need not return to the Four Seas Club. With his upper body bare, Chen Jing applied the ointment, revealing a robust and muscular physique. He exhibited little emotion, showing no signs of sorrow, and merely glanced at the message before shutting off his phone. Daining, having changed her attire, prepared to deliver another performance for Chen Jing, only to find him in a deep slumber. She circled around him for a while, confirming that he was indeed unconscious. Her worried expression vanished as she delivered a sharp kick to him. This was merely a matter of commercial dispute, and Daining held no grievances. However, the possibility that Chen Jing could endanger her grandfather was sufficient to warrant a severe reckoning. Chen Jing's body burned with fever. He was gravely injured and had only managed to endure until now, with the after effects finally taking their toll. As dawn approached, Daining awoke early. She went to the kitchen for water, soaked a towel, and placed it on Chen Jing's forehead before lying down beside him to sleep. Qing Tuan, with a weathered visage, viewed everything with detachment. Chen Jing's wounds had become inflamed, causing him discomfort throughout the night. As the first light of dawn seeped into the room, he finally felt the refreshing coolness on his forehead. His breathing remained labored, and upon the arrival of the morning light, he opened his eyes. She was seated on a stool, sleeping by his bedside. Chen Jing felt the towel on his forehead and frowned. His injuries were severe, and his internal organs throbbed with pain. Yet, having lived among wolves in his youth, he had endured wounds far worse than this. Chen Jing attempted to sit up, inadvertently waking Daining in the process. Still with her eyes closed, she instinctively murmured, "Brother." Their gazes met, and she was the first to break into a smile. "Brother, you're awake. Do you feel better?" It was rather audacious of her to inquire, Chen Jing thought. Considering he had left the luck child here all night without turning into a fool, it was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Chen Jing nodded, intending to broach the subject of her departure, but Daining stood up, declaring, "I'll prepare breakfast for you." The pots and pans clattered to the floor. She immediately vacated the kitchen. If Daining lingered any longer, his kitchen would be in utter disarray. Daining nodded, placing her hands behind her back. As she dashed past him, Chen Jing noticed her delicate hands were marred with red, faint traces of blood evident. Daining sensed that Chen Jing was likely about to suggest she leave, so she feigned ignorance, betting on his reluctance to speak outright. "Brother, don't worry. I will take good care of you." Chen Jing held little hope that she would be capable of caring for anyone and attempted to deter her with a cold, indifferent stare. Daining, understanding his sentiment, responded, "I understand, brother, you want to rest." With that, she closed the door swiftly, eager not to disturb him. Chen Jing gazed at the firmly shut door, pressing his hand against his chest as he coughed for a while. He decided to wait before urging her to leave again. Though the alley on the 18th was unsafe, it had its advantages. The land was cheap, and few respectable individuals dared to reside there. Chen Jing's home, albeit aged, boasted a spacious courtyard, an undeniable luxury in the city, where having such room to breathe was truly unparalleled. As Daining meandered around the courtyard, she spotted a cluster of exquisite pansies. The flowers bloomed resplendently, swaying gently in the breeze. Without the need for a gentle reminder from Qing Tuan, Daining could surmise that these blossoms were undoubtedly left by Chen Lianxing. It was evident that Chen Jing was not particularly fond of flora. His patient care for these flowers could only stem from Chen Lianxing's affection for them. Daining found them exceedingly displeasing. Chen Lianxing, both ugly and malicious, happened to be Chen Jing's treasure. This differential treatment infuriated the young lady. It was not that she cared whom Chen Jing favored, but rather that her own beauty was being overshadowed. Daining had a discerning eye for aesthetics. Upon seeing the splendid blooms of the pansy, she refrained from tarnishing their beauty. Her gaze drifted, landing on a sour vine tree in the courtyard. The tree appeared to have aged, with a star affixed to it using tape. Once again, the handiwork of Chen Lianxing. The sour vine bore fruit, each as lovely as cherries. Daining remembered witnessing Zhao and enjoying them, and so she approached, decisively plucking the fruits bare. She left only the largest ones, washed them with water, and playfully sampled one between her lips. It was somewhat tangy, yet pleasantly appetizing. With Zhao Yu and unable to bring her a meal, Daining resolved to make do with this. After a brief respite, Qinjing opened the door, only to find the most beautiful tree in the courtyard stripped bare. The young girl sat on a stool, her feline eyes fixed upon him. Daining appeared utterly oblivious to his discontent. She extended her hand, revealing the two reddest, sour vine fruits in her palm. With an endearing and obedient tone, she said, "Brother, these can alleviate bruising and pain. I searched high and low for a tree, and these are the only edible ones. If you eat them, you won't feel as uncomfortable." Had it not been for the tightness in his chest, Qinjing would have surely lifted her off the ground. "Truly, thank you." Qinjing wore a cold expression. Unable to cook in his current state, so he opted for takeout instead. He deliberately refrained from ordering for dining, believing that her hunger would eventually compel her to leave. Accustomed to solitude, he found the young girl beside him to be quite the chatterbox. Her incessant prattle akin to a lively orchestra performing in the air, filling every breath with vibrant noise. In the dim alley, while many things were lacking, the delivery service was impeccable, as local ruffians rarely ventured out during the day, relying entirely on takeout for sustenance. The restaurant owners, bold and skilled, thrived in this environment. Qinjing ordered a dish of boiled pork slices, opened the food container, and broke apart his disposable chopsticks in preparation for his meal. Sensing the enticing aroma, Daining hesitantly leaned closer. She remained silent, her large, glistening eyes fixed on him. Setting aside her somewhat spoiled and loquacious tendencies, Daining was undeniably a beautiful girl. Though Qinjing's heart was as cold as ice, he was not a man devoid of taste. It was difficult for him to eat in front of a young lady without feeling discomfort. He pulled out a notebook. "If I treat you to another meal, then?" Yet before he could finish, Daining caught the first half of his sentence and joyfully dashed into the kitchen, returning with a small bowl, saying, "Thank you, brother. I want meat, no bean sprouts, and 5 pieces of potato." The words "just hurry and leave" nearly made Qinjing break his pencil tip in frustration. With a stern face, he placed 5 pieces of potato and a small mound of meat on her plate. He had never realized how troublesome his silence could be until now, feeling a tightness in his chest. As she savored her food, Qinjing found himself somewhat encouraged to eat as well, enduring the pain in his wounds as he forced down a few bites. After finishing, a sour berry was offered to him from her hand. "Brother, I will treat you as well," she said innocently, biting into one fruit herself and offering another to Qinjing. He accepted it, relishing the fruit of the sour vine that he had tended for many years but had never tasted. The tartness spread across his palate, reminiscent of the bittersweet flavors of his past. As he swallowed, a sudden fatigue washed over him, and he found himself unable to insist that she leave. Perhaps it was best to let her stay a few more days. He could send her away once he regained his strength. The afternoon sun shone brilliantly, heralding the onset of summer. As the air grew increasingly warm, Qinjing lay languidly on his bed, the house sealed off from the outside world. Enveloped in a stifling darkness, he felt a disorienting discomfort. Unable to distinguish between the present moment and the memories of the cave he had shared with the wolf mother in his childhood. Rarely falling ill, he always endured sickness in a half-conscious state. Daining bounded into the room, where he lay flat, his brow slightly furrowed, exuding a charming yet despondent allure. Positioned beside the window, Qinjing's bed welcomed her as she slipped off her shoes and leapt onto the mattress. Drawing back the curtains to allow sunlight to flood the room, Qinjing opened his eyes to the brilliance of the day. The summer breeze wafted in, and the girl perched on the windowsill, her delicate feet swinging playfully, gleefully asked him, "Brother, doesn't he basking in the sunlight feel more comfortable?" His hazel eyes turned toward the outside world. Summer thrived, dispelling the chill within the room. Occasionally, a few birds flitted across the urban sky. Daining produced a string of shell wind chimes, hanging them on the window frame. As the warm breeze entered, the shells clinked melodiously, creating a delightful cacophony. How noisy! This wind chime was a birthday gift he had given to Qin Lianqing when he was 12, only to see it discarded later. It was a mystery how Daining had managed to find it again. The sense of heaviness began to dissipate, Qinjing mused. For she was not solely a purveyor of mischief. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the girl leapt from the window, landing precisely between his legs. In that fleeting moment, instinct overtook the man, and Qinjing's expression shifted dramatically. All feelings of lethargy vanished, replaced by the shock that nearly compelled him to sit up and grasp her ankle. The wind chimes tinkled melodiously, echoing Qinjing's frenzied heartbeat. If, as Daining had claimed, she once had an elder brother, could it be that she had inadvertently caused his demise? The chimes rang out as he glanced down at the space between his legs, inhaled deeply, and resumed his languid position. Tomorrow, he would certainly send her away. Chen Jing had basked in the sun all afternoon, the perspiration dampening his shirt. As evening descended, the air turned cool and dark clouds gathered overhead. He changed his clothes and placed them in the washing machine. As darkness enveloped the sky, the usually bustling alley appeared subdued, likely due to the impending rain. And few ventured outside. Daining had just awakened, her voice soft and drowsy. "What is going on?" Chen Jing showed her the note he held. "Go bring the pansies from the courtyard inside." Daining fixed her gaze on the words, bursting into laughter. "Ha, the male lead is giving you orders. He thinks you can't afford to be idle." The pansies thrived abundantly, a multitude of pots indistinguishable from one another. Pouting, Daining replied, "Brother, I'm particularly hungry and lack strength." As she spoke, she languidly leaned against the doorframe, adopting an air of pitiful exhaustion. Chen Jing glanced at her, and an onlooker might mistakenly believe she had been mistreated. He realized he should not expect this delicate girl to undertake any labor. Relinquishing the idea of having Daining assist, he suppressed the pain from his injury and relocated the flowers from the courtyard beneath the eaves. For all these years, Chen Jing, regardless of inclement weather or personal discomfort, has diligently taken care of everything within his purview. Daining suddenly inquired, "Does he harbor feelings for Chen Lianqing? After all, he tends to the flowers with such care and is always at Chen Lianqing's beck and call." Qing Tuan quickly refuted, "Impossible." Daining, too, recognized the improbability of such a notion. She merely voiced her thoughts. There was an air of world-weariness that permeated the depths of this man's gaze. He seemed indifferent to pain, perhaps even unflinching in the face of a butcher's knife. To Chen Jing, life or death held little distinction. There was nothing in this world that compelled him to strive for existence, save for the Chen Lianqing mother and daughter, who barely qualified as such. Just as the pansies were being relocated, Chen Jing received a call from the hospital. Their mother was running a fever. For a leukemia patient, a fever poses a grave danger. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Jing rushed to the hospital. His current physical state rendered him unable to ride a bike, and witnessing his hurried departure in a cab, Daining lamented, "No matter what, the Chen Lianqing mother and daughter must survive." Qing Tuan replied, "Why? They are nothing short of adept at creating trouble and annoyance. If Chen Jing were to be worn down by them, it would serve him right." Both sides seemed like vampires, demanding an endless outpouring of care from Chen Jing. Alas, Daining's hopes were destined to remain unfulfilled. If fate's vessels could perish so easily, what purpose would they serve? Floating in midair, Qing Tuan gazed at her languid demeanor and sighed softly. Zhao Yu's fortune could not compensate for her fragmented soul power, despite Daining's continued vivacity and charm. She felt the weight of exhaustion and found herself increasingly drawn to sleep. With a sense of vexation, she pondered the idea of pilfering some of Chen Jing's fortune at some point. Such a thing can indeed be pilfered, however, it has never been attempted, as she is but a novice, uncertain of her success. Outside, a gentle rain begins to fall, its patter creating a soothing ambience. Under the guidance of Qing Tuan, she retrieves the freshly laundered clothes from the washing machine. Daining, the clothes rack is to your right. As Chen Jing opens the door, he is met with the sight of the young girl, barefoot and struggling to hang his garments. The wind dances around her purple skirt, fluttering all the way to her thighs. Her legs are truly exquisite, slender, fair, and perfectly straight. Chen Jing stands there, taken aback. It is his first encounter with someone who does not utilize a clothes pole for drying. At a loss for words, he approaches her, intending to assist her down. He carries the chill of the evening rain upon him, and his icy gaze reveals a hint of pain. The girl inadvertently presses her hand against his shoulder wound, prompting him to step back with her until they lean against the wall. Daining wraps her arms around his neck and innocently tilts her head, asking, "Brother, are you all right?" He lets out a muffled sound, lowering her gently, unable to discern whether he feels anger or frustration. Due to his throat injury and stuttering, he has always preferred silence, yet now, for the first time, he feels an urge to impart a lesson. Daining bows her head. Disappointment etched on her face as she murmurs, "I'm sorry. I know I'm rather clumsy and inexperienced. This is my first time hanging clothes for someone. If you don't need it, I want to be a bother." As she speaks, Chen Jing recalls that this is indeed her first attempt at hanging clothes, just as it is his first experience of being cared for. Despite her whimsical ideas leading to mishaps, such gestures have never been bestowed upon him by anyone else. He presses his lips together, feeling a twinge of irritation. Gently removing her small hand, he turns and steps back inside. Daining's eyes curve with a hint of delight. The following day, Chen Jing called Li Ming over. Li Ming, yawning, brought a delightful breakfast for the two of them. Noticing Qin Jing's pallid complexion, he quickly exclaimed, "Brother Jing, your injury looks severe. You ought to visit a hospital." Qin Jing shook his head and rubbed his temples. He requested Li Ming to pour a glass of water and took his anti-inflammatory medication. Li Ming, with indignation, remarked, "Brother Jing, you shouldn't always be preoccupied with leaving money for Qin Lianqing and her daughter. You've spent so much on them over the years. Yet they have not shown you much kindness in return. If you ask me, it would be better to enjoy that money yourself." Qin Jing shot him a cold glance, prompting Li Ming to fall silent. Daining observed both men, her expression one of confusion. After a night of contemplation, Qin Jing finally made a decision and wrote on a piece of paper, "Li Ming, I have a favor to ask." "What is it?" "We share a bond." "Feel free to speak without hesitation," Li Ming responded, patting his chest, ready to oblige. "Please help Dai find someone who can take her in." Li Ming stared at the words in astonishment. He had assumed that Qin Jing and Daining shared a deeper connection. But he was taken aback by Qin Jing's sudden proposal to send Daining away. Before Li Ming could voice his thoughts, Daining caught sight of the written words, her eyes brimming with tears. Silently, she turned and fled the courtyard. Qin Jing tightened his grip on the pen, falling into silence. Li Ming whispered, "The poor girl is heartbroken. Brother Jing, do you think Dai has feelings for you?" Qin Jing lowered his head and wrote, "What nonsense. Go check on her." Li Ming naturally understood Qin Jing's intentions. The alley on the 18th was quite chaotic, given Daining's beauty. It would be exceedingly perilous if she were to encounter someone with ulterior motives. Li Ming hurriedly pursued her. Indeed, Daining was meandering through the dimly lit alley, kicking a pebble as tears welled in her eyes. A pang of compassion surged within Li Ming. He sighed inwardly, lamenting Qin Jing's lack of romantic insight. With such a lovely girl, he could have charmed her into becoming his wife if he had any inclination. Li Ming approached to offer solace, saying, Dai, do not be disheartened. Jinggu does not harbor any disdain for you. You may not fully grasp the situation at home. Every day, he toils tirelessly, striving to secure treatment for his adoptive mother. Daining, her voice tinged with a nasally quality, inquired, what is wrong with his adoptive mother? Her eyes dimmed as she shook her head. I am of no use. Remaining here would only burden him. In light of this, Li Ming go. Please take good care of my brother. I shall take my leave. Li Ming felt a surge of urgency, yet the young girl, though seemingly delicate, possessed a stubborn disposition. Turning into the alley and heading toward another street. As Daining gradually faded from view, her petite figure disappeared into the shadows of the street. His voice, low and hoarse, carried an unsettling quality that sent shivers down one's spine. Even Li Ming could not bring himself to speak kindly about it. Fortunately, having known Qin Jing for many years, he was well aware of the nature of his voice. She said she was leaving and urged me to care for you. I escorted her out of the alley. For a moment, Li Ming entertained the thought of taking care of Dai. The girl appeared both pitiable and endearing, yet regrettably, he lacked the means to do so. A beauty like hers would be impossible for a mere drifter like him to protect. Initially, Li Ming assumed Qin Jing would encourage him to pursue her, but to his surprise, Jinggu simply remarked, that's fine. Jingtai was acutely aware of his responsibilities. While Dai, with her delicate nature, seemed to revel in chaos, her origin shrouded in mystery. Seizing the moment before his resolve wavered, she departed without hesitation. After a brief silence, Li Ming lamented the fleeting presence of such a lovely and charming girl in their lives, akin to a fleeting bloom. Daining emerged from the shadows, her laughter ringing out as she remarked on her timely escape, narrowly avoiding an unappetizing breakfast. Meanwhile, the abandoned Qing Tuan was engulfed in sorrow, having foolishly trusted in Daining's whims. Xiao Gunan welcomed Daining to a luxurious presidential suite, the finest accommodation in all of Fengming City. After enjoying a meal, she indulged in a relaxing bath, changing out of her dress into a shimmering silver gown. Guzi, do not discard the dress. I still have use for it, she instructed. Xiao Gunan responded affirmatively. Understood, I shall wash it and fold it for you. Daining summoned a bodyguard to inquire about the recent circumstances of Ji Tian and Qin Lianqing. Amusingly, Ji Tian had embraced her newfound identity as a wealthy heiress, relishing in a sense of superiority that her past as a peasant could never afford her. At school, she crafted an image of beauty and grace, becoming the goddess adored by all at Fengming University. Curiously, in an effort to draw closer to Qin Jing, Ji Tian and Qin Lianqing had forged a close friendship. In the school play Rainy Seas and Roses, Ji Tian portrayed the leading lady while Qin Lianqing took on a supporting role. It was said that they shared everything with one another. Ji Tian, aware of the plot, certainly understood Chun Lianqing's true nature: vain, ignorant, and stubbornly proud. Perhaps Ji Tian was inwardly cursing this superficial and foolish girl while reveling in the spectacle of Chun Lianqing's plight, all the while attempting to deepen her connection with Chun Lianqing was not in a better position. She regarded Ji Tian as a stepping stone, a means to forge her path to success. The fade of their friendship was quite amusing, yet unfortunately, Daining preferred to keep her existence a secret for the time being, refraining from indulging in the unfolding drama. She understood that patience was essential. Sometimes, operating from the shadows proved far more advantageous. Yan Minko's precarious state left Chunjing as the heir to the Yin family and a figure of great fortune, beyond her reach for destruction. Instead, she aimed to cultivate his favor while simultaneously undermining Ji Tian's standings with him. From Zhao Yu, she had uncovered a remarkable truth. Love is the most formidable weapon in existence, rendering individuals weak, fearful, and willing to sacrifice everything. Should Chunjing develop feelings for her, he would be disinclined to act against the Qin family. Even if such thoughts crossed his mind, Daining would ensure their mutual destruction at the first opportunity. Regardless of whether her true identity was revealed, manipulating a figure of great fortune like him would inflict a lifetime of anguish upon them. Much like Zhao Yu, who had failed to forget her over the past 3 years, should he learn of her survival, he might long to extinguish her life. While Daining basked in her tranquility, Chunjing could only nurse his wounds for a few days. Having taken his medicine, his recovery would require some time. During the day, the house was eerily silent, so quiet that one could hear the rustle of falling leaves. Chunjing closed his eyes and coughed softly. He had reverted to solitude, yet there was nothing inherently wrong with that. Suddenly, his phone rang, and upon seeing the name Chun Lianqing flashing on the screen, he answered. Chunjing, the last sum of money you provided me was merely sufficient for the costumes of the stage play, she lamented. However, my character also requires a pair of shoes. I implore you to send me some more funds. Chunjing remained silent, his dark eyes swirling with intensity. Chun Lianqing had no choice but to lower her tone, stating, You are aware that I have dedicated considerable time to prepare for this performance. When I was a child, my father took me to dance and choir classes. He would certainly wish to see me complete this play. Suppressing a cough, Chunjing replied, Your mother's condition has deteriorated. He found solace in brevity, as long sentences elicited stuttering, though his voice remained hoarse. Surprised, Chun Lianqing clenched her teeth and replied, I will find time to visit her soon, but everyone is waiting for me now. Please, I cannot let everyone down. Chunjing coldly inquired, How much do you need? A flicker of joy ignited within Chun Lianqing's heart. Not much. The shoes only cost 600 yuan. You need not come to my school as before, simply transfer it to my card. Her singular focus on acquiring money rendered her oblivious to the suppressed tone in Chunjing's voice, which bore an unsettling quality. Chun Lianqing was preoccupied with her own concerns, indifferent to her mother's plight in the hospital, believing that Chunjing could not save her, despite earning a substantial income each month. Chunjing poured nearly all of it into supporting Chun's mother, yet they could not find a suitable bone marrow match. Consequently, the living expenses Chun Lianqing received from Chunjing each month were meager. Chunjing rose, donned his clothes, and prepared to leave. Today was the weekend, and he had committed to the employment of Miss G. His lips held a pallid hue, yet he bore the pain with fortitude. Before he stepped out, he passed by the clothesline, where the garments still hung, untouched, yet already dry, casting silhouettes in the sunlight. The clothes were haphazardly displayed by that delicate creature. Yet Chunjing found himself gazing at them for quite some time. He admitted that prior to this day, he yearned for the familial affection of Chun Lianqing, desiring to feel, as he once did, that he was not an outcast, to experience the warmth of existence. However, in this moment, he suddenly realized that he felt utterly numb. A wave of weariness and irritation washed over him. Whether Chun Lianqing recognized him or not seemed inconsequential. Ji Tian had anticipated the opportunity to meet Chunjing today, and she had been preparing to go shopping with him since morning. Ji Tian was quite discerning when it came to fashion. Her features may not have been striking, but her grace was undeniably elegant. With her long hair partially gathered and adorned with a star-shaped hairpin at the back, she meticulously applied a light makeup, instantly elevating her beauty several notches. Of course, she had considered revealing that Chunjing was the young master of the Yin family, but she found herself at a loss for how to explain her knowledge of this fact. Moreover, her previous experience with Zhao Yu had left her wary. 3 years ago, she and Zhao Yu had been equals, yet he had fallen for Ji Daining, the eldest daughter of the Ji family. Although Daining met a fate similar to that in the story, perishing in the end, Tian still harbored a deep resentment towards the hardships she endured while fleeing for her life. While others entered the narrative and became queens, favored concubines, or cherished daughters of affluent families, she had lived like a rat in a gutter for 3 years. Those years occasionally resurfaced in her nightmares. Now that she finally possessed a favorable identity, she was determined to win Qinjing over. The Ji family was unreliable. Should they face bankruptcy, she would be left with nothing. After careful consideration, Tian disregarded the favorable impressions of both Old Master Ji and GMO Ju, making the long journey to Fengming. The advantage of pursuing Qinjing lay in his relatively modest social circle as a refined and beautiful heiress. A touch of tenderness and thoughtfulness from her could easily capture his heart. The image of a gentle and lovely young lady alongside a wayward young master was undeniably harmonious, both in perception and in reality. Tian's thoughts were not misplaced. Save for one oversight. Although Qinjing had indeed encountered the most exquisite and charismatic woman in herself, he now found no one more captivating than the girl he had discovered at the cake shop during twilight. Upon Qinjing's timely arrival, Tian smiled and remarked, "Shall we set off?" Qinjing offered no objections. As they entered the vehicle, Tian discreetly assessed this secondary protagonist of her narrative. Clad in a black shirt, his robust physique imparted an air of sophistication. 3 years ago, when Tian met Zhao Yu, he still bore traces of youthful exuberance. However, Qinjing was different, with his sharp brows and thin lips, his gaze exuding an aloofness akin to ashes. Tian, whose psychological maturity leaned towards the advanced, found herself more drawn to such a composed and enigmatic man. Qinjing maintained an impeccably upright posture, in contrast to Daining's shameless demeanor. Thus, she too sat with decorum. "Qinjing, may I call you that?" she inquired, to which he nodded. Tian continued, "I only learned yesterday that you are the brother of Chun Lianxing. I also participated in that play. Today, I am here to select costumes." Qinjing remained silent, his gaze fixated on his long, strong fingers. Tian was unable to discern his thoughts and cautiously ventured, "It seems that Lianxing does not quite understand you. She has been on good terms with me lately. Would you like me to persuade her on your behalf?" Qinjing shook his head. His business card had indicated that he was not adept with words, and thus his silence was entirely normal. He understood that Chun Lianxing's mindset could not be altered by mere words. As long as he remained a stammerer, she would find him embarrassing. Previously, Qinjing had harbored expectations for her, but after Daining was dismissed, those hopes gradually waned, leaving only a sense of disorientation when he thought of Chun Lianxing. They arrived at a shopping street, where Tian entered a fitting room while Qinjing waited outside. This area was dedicated to women's clothing, and Qinjing's tall, silent, and aloof demeanor caught the attention of many young women. Rainy Season Rose was a modern stage play, and Tian tried on a warm yellow floor-length gown. With her own thoughts in mind, she lifted the hem and approached Qinjing. "Qinjing, do you think this dress is beautiful?" she asked, beaming at him. Qinjing furrowed his brow, his expression cold and unyielding. He was there to ensure Tian's safety, not to accompany her on a shopping spree. The Ji family was affluent, and Tian was generous. "Then I shall purchase it." She paid with her card, while Qinjing dutifully carried the shopping bags. As Tian continued her shopping, selecting dresses that accentuated her slender waist, she realized that Qinjing was not a man who would flirt with women, and thus refrained from inquiring about his thoughts, merely circling around him. Qinjing's wounds had not healed properly, causing him pain akin to his insides being crushed. No matter how beautiful Tian appeared, he had no heart to appreciate her. Tian noticed that Qinjing occasionally furrowed his brow, and she presumed that men often grew impatient accompanying women on shopping excursions. With a considerate tone, she suggested, "There is a CAF across the street. Let us take a moment to sit there." After they had rested for a while, Tian remarked, "I shall visit the restroom." In the solitude of the lavatory, she touched up her makeup and texted herself, "Proceed as planned." Naturally, Tian was reluctant to spend 2 hours meandering with Qinjing. The entanglement between men and women, when reduced to a mere monetary exchange, was the basest form of interaction. Having read about this dynamic, she understood that Qinjing often assumed the role of protector. Yet few were there to shield him in return. Chun Lianxing was nothing more than a foolish leech, solely focused on extracting from Qinjing. She believed that if she could guard Qinjing even once, it would hold significant meaning for him. As Tian gazed outside, she saw Qinjing seated by the window. She calculated the passing seconds when a staggering drunkard, clutching a beer bottle, stumbled in. Ji Tian's eyes sparkled with determination as she adjusted her dress and approached Qinjing. As the intoxicated man staggered past them, he suddenly brandished a concealed stun baton, aiming it at Qinjing. With Qinjing's back turned to the assailant, Ji Tian gasped, "Be careful." She lunged toward him, intending to shield him from the impending danger. Qinjing, with a piercing gaze, swiftly pulled Ji Tian aside. His movements were rapid and resolute as he executed a defensive maneuver. The chair creaked under the sudden force, and the drunkard winced in pain, momentarily dazed. In an instant, Qinjing was upon him, his wrist twisting into a claw-like grip, cold and fierce, seizing the man's neck. The drunkard, now realizing his weapon had vanished, remained oblivious to the moment it had been wrested from his grasp. Qinjing lightly swung the electric baton he had seized, casting a cold gaze upon the inebriated man, who trembled under the weight of his fierce stare, feeling as though he were being scrutinized by a wild beast. The drunkard's face flushed crimson as he stammered an apology, claiming a case of mistaken identity. Meanwhile, Ji Tian, who had successfully evaded harm while seated on the adjacent bench, observed the unfolding scene. She was well aware of the formidable prowess possessed by Qinjing, which was precisely why she had opted for a sneak attack. Yet she never anticipated that within mere moments, he would subdue the assailant, leaving the man trembling in fear rather than inflicting any injury upon Qinjing. Daining, having not yet witnessed Qinjing's remarkable skills, was now privy to them through Ji Tian's eyes. Ji Tian silently chastised the inept individuals around her and approached Qinjing with genuine concern, inquiring about his well-being. The drunkard continued to stammer his defenses, and Ji Tian initially presumed that Qinjing would pursue the matter further. However, to her surprise, he merely loosened his grip, displaying an air of fatigue and impatience. The inebriated man hastily retreated, eager to distance himself from the confrontation. Qinjing, devoid of any inclination to dwell on the incident, had encountered too many such individuals, especially following Chen Jirui's imprisonment, when threats against the Chen family became increasingly prevalent. Raised amidst a pack of wolves, he had learned the art of hunting alongside the wolf mother from a tender age. Later, recognizing his agility, Chen Jirui had sent him to study martial arts. Certain instincts were deeply etched into his very being. Upon hearing an unusual sound from behind, Qinjing instinctively sensed something amiss. Had it not been for Ji Tian's sudden leap to his aid, he could have effortlessly dealt with the threat lurking behind him. Qinjing bore no resentment towards her. Instead, he regarded her with admiration, for she was the first girl he had encountered who fearlessly rushed to save him, despite her status as a young lady of privilege. Even though Ji Tian's impulsive action had only served to complicate matters, Qinjing was resolute in his abilities, regardless of any injury sustained. He was confident in his capacity to fulfill the tasks that lay ahead. He raised his hand and tossed the electric baton into the trash bin. Ji Tian smiled shyly. "I apologize. It was merely an instinctive reaction, and I failed to comprehend the situation in time. I almost caused you trouble." Qinjing shook his head. After all, Ji Tian meant well. Her original plan had been to feign an injury, ensuring that Qinjing would accompany her in the hospital to nurture their relationship. However, that plan had fallen through, and the 3 hours of their arranged engagement had already elapsed. Despite the disappointment, Ji Tian accepted her payment and bid farewell to Qinjing. There was no need for haste. As she became friends with Chen Lianxing, there would be ample opportunity to interact with Qinjing in the future. As Ji Tian departed in her vehicle, Qinjing leaned against the wall, feeling somewhat drowsy, and decided to take out a cigarette to smoke. The notorious alley was a place that drivers dared not enter, so the driver dropped Qinjing off at the street corner, and he proceeded on foot. As dusk descended, the alley became quite lively. Wherever Qinjing walked, the thugs quickly made way for him. Even though he was a reticent stutterer, not a soul in the alley dared to provoke him. While lights illuminated the surroundings, his home remained shrouded in darkness. Upon reaching his doorstep, a wave of discomfort washed over his chest. Qinjing paused, feeling for his keys to open the door. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and squinted into the deepest shadows. Behind a cluster of lucky bamboo, a small figure huddled, silently observing him. The distant flickering lights intertwined with the cacophony of laughter and chatter, rendering the alley tumultuous. Yet in the quiet darkness, it was just the two of them. To her surprise, she had been discovered. The girl softly called out, "Brother." Upon seeing her there, Qinjing's brow furrowed tightly, as if he were gazing upon an enormous predicament. In Daining's eyes, a bright light sparkled as she retrieved a small wallet from her pocket, presenting it with a sense of pride. Brother, if you're in pain, you shouldn't worry about making money. I know you're trying to provide for your mother's treatment, and I can help you earn some too. The wallet was adorned with exquisite pear blossoms. The girl rose from the ground and hurried to his side, thrusting the wallet into his hands. It felt full and, catching the distant light, Qinjing glimpsed numerous 100 yuan bills inside. An inexplicable discomfort washed over him. He couldn't tell if it was the ache from his bruises or something else entirely. She tilted her small face up, beaming with pride as she declared, I can sing folk songs. A new tea restaurant opened on the street next door, and I sang there for 3 days. The owner paid me quite generously. No wonder her voice had a slight rasp. Qinjing lowered his gaze to her. Daining's curly hair was soft, endearing like a little creature. Sensing his potential misunderstanding, she took a step back and earnestly added, I'm not here to seek your shelter. I can take care of myself. Daining understood that Qinjing was not fond of her presence, yet she remained cheerfully oblivious, saying, Brother, I will leave now, but I'll come back to see you tomorrow. Although she had been hurt before, she bore no resentment towards him. Even in her mischief, she yearned to share anything good with him. Qinjing raised his hand, resting it gently on her shoulder. Daining tilted her head in confusion, questioning his concern. On this moonless night, the sounds of laughter and play suddenly felt very close. It was the first time Daining heard Qinjing speak. You don't have to leave. In her mind, she mused, with such a handsome face. His voice was surprisingly unappealing. Qinjing took out bedding and prepared a place for her to sleep. Daining realized he had acknowledged her presence, and she could hardly contain her joy. So, this will be my room from now on? Qinjing nodded. Daining approached him like a little kitten, asking, So you are my brother, right? Her laughter was infectious, and her spirit was vibrant. After a moment of silence, Qinjing nodded again. Since he could not drive her away, it was merely a matter of sharing a meal with an additional person. If she proved to be too unruly, he could effortlessly lift her and set her aside. Qing Tuan found it hard to complain, even singing folk songs. Why didn't Daining consider performing traditional dances for a living? With her intentions fulfilled, Daining fell into a deep slumber, while Qinjing, in the adjacent room, found himself restless. He took out the embroidered wallet containing 2,300 yuan, the entirety of Daining's earnings over the past few days. Resting his head on one hand, he idly toyed with the wallet for some time before rising to retrieve an old wooden box he had cherished for years. Upon opening it, he discovered several alphabet cards and a small abacus typically used by children. These items were gifts from Qin Lianqing, given to him when he first arrived at the Chun household, a token of their companionship when he was merely 6 years old. He had kept them for many years, even though Chun Lianqing might have long forgotten. Perhaps, in the mind of the young Chun Lianqing, he was merely a curious toy in the life of her wolf brother. After all these years, he had never quite fit in anywhere, and even now, he remained an outcast in the eyes of those who roamed the dark alleys. Qinjing took out Chun Lianqing's belongings, placed Daining's wallet inside, and locked it shut. He thought he had acquired an additional burden that would hinder his sleep. Yet unexpectedly, he slept soundly until dawn. Upon waking, he counted his savings and instructed Hong Jie to procure several sets of girl-ass clothing. Understanding his intent, Hong Jie also prepared a number of personal items for Daining. Qinjing possessed 600,000 yuan, a sum he had refrained from touching, meticulously saved for his mother. Should a suitable bone marrow donor be found, this money would facilitate the necessary surgery. Considering Daining's delicate skin, he was not stingy. The fabrics chosen by Hongjie for her dresses were of excellent quality. When Daining donned the mint-colored new dress, she disdainfully tugged at the hem, remarking that Qinjing was not worthy of sustaining her. The fabric was barely adequate, but the design was utterly unsightly and far from unique. Qingtuan, unable to suppress his critique, noted that Qinjing hadn't purchased a new shirt for himself in 2 years. This time, his expenditure on Daining's attire could be deemed extravagant, leaving his wallet considerably lighter. Daining shook her head, expressing dissatisfaction. It was simply insufficient. She had no intention of enduring a life of hardship alongside Qinjing, especially as he continued to support Qin Lianqing and her daughter. After dressing, she went out for breakfast, taking only 2 egg tarts that Hongjie had conveniently brought along. Daining was particular even about her egg tarts. She disregarded the poorly baked crispy shell and only savored the filling within. Qinjing furrowed his brow. Daining's aversion to meals had previously gone unnoticed. Yet now that he was responsible for her, he feared she would starve within days if this continued. He handed his phone to Daining, urging her to order whatever she wished. Although his voice remained hoarse and unmelodious, the content sounded delightful to Daining's ears. She accepted Qinjing's phone and cheerfully placed her order with Hongjie. Before long, Hongjie personally delivered a variety of breakfast items, along with specialty milk. Upon seeing the bill, Qinjing was taken aback. Breakfast had cost over 300 yuan, and that extravagant bottle of milk alone was priced at more than 60 yuan. Hongjie was left speechless, quietly pulling Qinjing aside. "Ah, Jing, it's not that I'm criticizing her, but your little girlfriend certainly knows how to spend money. I initially thought Qin Lianqing was extravagant, but it turns out this delicate young lady from your home can outshine her in spending. She appears to truly embody the essence of a pampered life, deserving of all the good things. With a face as beautiful as hers. Even if she weren't with Qinjing, any wealthy suitor would be eager to treat her like a cherished treasure, unwilling to let her suffer any loss." Qinjing solemnly clarified, "She is my sister." "It's nothing." Hongjie gave him a peculiar glance. "All right then, if Qinjing claims she is his sister, it's fine for her to live indulgently. What can an outsider like me say?" After 2 days of interaction, Qinjing had discerned that Daining did not have a large appetite, yet she was exceedingly particular about her food, insisting on only the finest quality. Even the slightest imperfection in flavor was unacceptable. Qinjing was a straightforward and unpretentious individual. If he chose not to take care of her, he would simply send her away. However, if he decided to support his sister, he would do his utmost to treat her well. Daining's fastidiousness was indulged by Qinjing, who contentedly consumed her leftovers each day. It must be said that the pampered girl had an exquisite palate, as the items purchased were all of exceptional quality, and the flavors were delightful. The only drawback was that this lifestyle incurred significant expenses, prompting Qinjing to seek employment. His injury was healing swiftly, and with June approaching, he resolved to return to work at the internet CAF. When Qinjing informed her, "I will go to work. You stay at home," Daining clutched the hem of his clothing, exclaiming, No, I will be scared alone at home. What if a thief comes in?" Qinjing had not considered this possibility. Though the alleys could be chaotic, few would dare to provoke him. He had never paid much attention to the issue of thieves, as there were no valuables in the house. However, his sister now appeared particularly precious, and leaving her at home was indeed unsafe. Qinjing decided to purchase a surveillance camera to install in the yard the following day. But what about today? He glanced at Daining, who clung to his arm and sweetly implored, "Brother, take me with you. I can help." Ultimately, Qinjing acquiesced and brought her along. The internet CAF was chaotic. So Qinjing led Daining in through the back door and instructed her to sit in his lounge, stay put, and don't wander. Once Daining was settled, he proceeded to manage the front area. Daining looked around, astonished to discover that the manager had a separate office, something she had never encountered before. The inexperienced Qingtuan followed her gaze, equally intrigued. The lounge was quite simple, equipped with a computer displaying surveillance footage, a swivel chair, and a sofa for resting. The first floor housed the internet CAF, the second floor was a dining area, and the third floor even featured a hotel, clearly not a respectable establishment. Daining observed Qinjing on the monitor as he stepped out, vanishing into the shadows. It appeared that the surveillance only covered certain areas. Qingtuan whispered, "I think Qinjing went out to fight." Coincidentally, Daining shared the same thought. In this environment, Qinjing was the leader. The CAF's opulence suggested that private rooms were for exclusive clientele. The patrons were predominantly mature men, indicating that this internet CAF likely served as a venue for settling scores. After a moment of contemplation, Daining opened the door and stepped outside. Qingtuan urged her in her mind, "Daining, don't go out." Qinjing said, "It's safe to stay here. I am not actually following him to work. Of course, I must venture out to stir things up." Qingtuan appeared perplexed and inquired, "What brings you here?" It was essential for him to realize that a career as an internet administrator held no promise. Just days ago, the restaurant had suffered damage, and those responsible were reluctant to offer compensation. However, Qinjing compelled them to do so amidst their tears. As Qinjing sauntered past the front hall, he noticed a dense crowd forming, enveloping the area completely. Leaning against the side, he observed lazily. Those beside him immediately grasped his meaning and asked the staff emerging from the front hall, "What is happening? Is there a commotion?" The staff member shook his head, his expression rather nuanced. "They are applying for membership cards." "Brother Jing, they are applying for membership cards. Is there anything amiss?" Upon hearing the words membership card, Qinjing felt a sense of foreboding. Why would so many people wish to apply for a membership card? He pushed open the door to his lounge, which was empty. With a composed demeanor, he emerged and parted the crowd, only to spot her at once. The young girl was seated on the former internet administrator's rotating stool. operating a computer. Today, she wore a dress in a shade reminiscent of twilight mist, a soft lavender hue, her curly hair tied back, exuding an aura of youthfulness and vitality. Daining, with a lollipop nestled between her lips, let her slender legs dangle naturally, bathed in the gentle glow of the ambient light. Her delicate calves appeared almost dazzlingly fair. She spun around in her chair, attending to customers while registering them for membership cards. "What is your name?" "All right, Yang Wei." "For how many months would you like to apply?" Yang Wei marveled inwardly, thinking that this girl was truly enchanting, a treasure of the earthly realm. He licked his lips and asked, "Little sister, how long do you think I should apply for?" Daining blinked. "Is everything permissible?" "Yes, indeed." She tapped on the keyboard and effortlessly processed a 50-year membership for him. As a throng of people jostled toward her, close to brushing against her skirt, she felt a surge of irritation and defiantly threw some candy, exclaiming, "Form an orderly line, or I shall unleash my wrath." Among this crowd, how many genuinely sought a membership? Most were merely drawn by the allure of a stunning beauty. Her feigned anger was taken lightly. But had it not been for the notorious reputation of the gaming hall's fierce guardian, they would have swarmed her like bees, eager to take advantage. The thought that spending one night with her would be worth a lifetime was prevalent among many, and the atmosphere was on the brink of chaos. However, in the next moment, an abrupt silence fell over the crowd. Someone shouted, "Qinjing." A tall man strode in, his gaze icy, as he swiftly scooped the girl from the chair and tucked her under his arm, leading her away. Daining squirmed uncomfortably. The onlookers exchanged glances. Qinjing exuded an undeniable aura, and everyone present recognized him as the reckless enforcer who had struck fear since his early teens, leaving no one daring enough to obstruct his path. The previously bustling front desk attendant hurried over. "Is anyone still interested in obtaining a membership card? I'm here to assist." With the beauty vanished, what was the point? The crowd dispersed, and Yang Wei, upon realizing he had secured a 50-year membership, nearly choked on his disbelief. In the lounge, Qinjing set Daining down, asking, "Why did you go there?" His voice slithered like a serpent, instilling a palpable chill, a tone that had once frightened children to tears. Daining, unfazed by him, earnestly explained, "Someone was calling for the network administrator. I noticed my brother was absent, and, fearing you might have your wages deducted, I went over." Soon, a crowd gathered, requesting that she assist them in obtaining membership cards. She blinked innocently. "Brother, I managed to secure numerous memberships for them. Will you receive a commission for your performance?" Qinjing sighed, rubbing his temples, and reclined languidly on the sofa. It was disheartening. His air of lazy despondency was rather charming, and Daining found this melancholic demeanor appealing. Resting her chin on his chest, she appeared both innocent and equally disheartened. "Brother, have I done something wrong again?" A pang of emotion struck Qinjing's heart as he grasped her chin, gently shifting her away from him, cursing under his breath. "Well done, Daining. Your brother may soon be unemployed." This time, there was no need for the boss to inquire about his departure. Qinjing resigned of his own accord. Daining's ostentatious demeanor was too conspicuous. Given the chaotic nature of such places, he feared for her safety, prompting his decision to quit. With Daining by his side, Qinjing realized for the first time how challenging it was to support his sister within their current circumstances. She was delicate, and her expenses were not the primary concern. Rather, her appearance could easily attract trouble. Qinjing's living conditions were far from ideal, situated in a precarious environment with a hazardous job. She seemed younger than Chen Lianqing, who was of school age. It was unreasonable for Daining to squander her days by his side. For the first time, Qinjing contemplated the unsuitability of their living situation. He yearned to provide his sister with a better environment in which to thrive. Qinjing contemplated relocating and changing jobs, and he did not conceal his thoughts from Daining, sharing his plans with her. Upon hearing the prospect of leaving the alley, Daining was elated. She was accustomed to a life of comfort and had long been dissatisfied with Chen Lianqing's room. However, she harbored concerns that the new place might be small and dilapidated. Issuing a preemptive warning, "Although I wish to live with my brother, I refuse to reside in a shabby house." Qinjing simply replied, As a man of remarkable efficiency, he promptly set about searching for a new job and a suitable residence, spending the next few days actively pursuing these endeavors. Daining, linking with skepticism, wondered, "Brother, do we possess adequate funds?" "Surely, that house must cost over 3 million, at least." Qinjing assured her, "Do not worry." Seeing his unwavering confidence, Daining relinquished her doubts. All she desired was a new home, for enduring the poor living conditions had rendered her performances lackluster. Qinjing even returned the money she had earned. Gleefully, Daining exclaimed, "Then I shall buy a dress." As she counted, she discovered her 2,000 had transformed into 5,000. Putting aside everything else, Qinjing's devotion as a brother was evident in his kindness towards her. He did not divulge the details of his new job to Daining, nor did he rush into employment. Instead, he prioritized the relocation process. The belongings they needed to move were minimal, allowing them to transition seamlessly into their new abode. Moving was a significant undertaking, having lived in the alley for several years. He felt it necessary to inform Li Ming and the others. That evening, Qinjing hosted a dinner to celebrate his new beginnings. Over the years, while he had not been active socially, he had maintained amicable relations with those he had helped, and they often lent him a hand. Upon hearing of his joyous relocation, they all gathered to offer their congratulations. This group of down-to-earth individuals prompted Qinjing to forego a formal restaurant and instead opt for a casual barbecue at a street stall. Among them are siblings Li Ming and Li Hong, along with Li Ming's unruly companions. Though they have achieved little, none of them can be deemed malicious. And they are all bound by loyalty. Li Ming is filled with anticipation, not for any other reason than to witness this group as folly. To see them doubt his words from that day. When they catch sight of Daining from Jingji's family, their eyes will likely widen in astonishment. In a bid to create a festive atmosphere, Daining has donned a red spaghetti strap dress today. She settles in, while the others have yet to arrive. Qinjing, concerned that she might feel bored, hands her his phone. Daining unlocks the screen and wagers with Qing Tuan. "Do you think there are any Risku videos on Qinjing's phone?" Qing Tuan hesitates. "Perhaps there might be. As far as I know, most males tend to have a few of such things." "I doubt it. Just wait and see." Daining browses through Qinjing's phone and, to her surprise, finds no such content that would warrant confinement in a dark room. She finds it quite amusing. Who would believe it? Qinjing is rather indifferent to matters of the heart. This man harbors little fantasy regarding love, nor does he pursue it. At least for now. His yearning for familial bonds surpasses any desire for romance. Neither the pack of wolves, humanity, nor even this world offers Qinjing a sense of belonging. Hence, he desires a sister, and she becomes that sister for him. Daining picks up her phone to download a game, engrossed in her amusement. She forgets who is beside her and leans lazily against him. Instinctively, she begins to speak to the person next to her. Zhao Qinjing glances down, furrowing his brow, uncertain if he has indeed heard a mention of the name Zhao. Previously, Qin Lianxing had never been close to him, and Qinjing felt somewhat uneasy relying solely on himself. However, witnessing Daining's joyful demeanor, he refrained from intervening. After all, he had only recently taken on the role of an older brother, and it would be inappropriate to impose too much. As the crowd approached, he adjusted Daining's petite frame. She returned Qinjing's phone, her gaze fixated on the entrance, where a throng of individuals, each with a unique hairstyle, made a grand entrance, a sight so spectacular that even the green dumplings widened their eyes in astonishment. Daining whispered, "Brother, did you invite the Zhang AI family?" Qinjing responded with a silent acknowledgement, as the group bore an uncanny resemblance. As they approached, laughter and chatter filled the air, but upon noticing Daining, they froze in their tracks. Mischievously, she flashed them a smile. Once seated, the 10 or so pairs of eyes in attendance couldn't resist stealing furtive glances at Daining. Such a vibrant beauty was a rarity, not only in reality but even on television. Qinjing handed over the menu, prompting everyone to recall the purpose of their gathering. Without hesitation, they began to order. One bold individual, glancing at Daining, dared to inquire, "Jingge, did you suddenly relocate to prepare for marriage? Is this your little sister-in-law?" Daining turned her head to look at Qinjing, eager to hear his response. Qinjing raised his gaze, casting a cold glance over them, prompting Li Ming to quickly correct, "What nonsense are you spouting? This is Qinjing's sister, Qin Dai." Despite the rough appearance of those present, if Qinjing were to retaliate, they would be utterly outmatched, since she is his younger sister. No one dared to make jokes about it. They all chimed in, "Since she is Jing's sister, she is now our sister as well. Come, Dai. Let us toast to you. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to seek our assistance." They may not possess much, but they could certainly lend her their support. There were some who wished to inquire if Qinjing was in need of a brother-in-law. However, their intentions were thwarted by their hesitation. For to tease Qinjing's sister would be tantamount to courting disaster. Daining picked up her glass, but Qinjing forbade her from drinking alcohol and poured her a glass of soft drink instead. Daining had no objections, finding the beverage more palatable than wine, and joyfully clinked glasses with everyone. Qinjing did not intervene. He had brought Daining to meet people with the hope that they would look out for her. He had once considered introducing Chen Lianxing to this crowd, but alas, Chen Lianxing held them in contempt. Qing Tuan covered her eyes, feeling a bit scandalized. As Ji Daining unexpectedly joined the Zhang AI family, instantly gaining another brother in the process. After the introductions were complete, they finally began to eat. This was Daining's first experience dining at a roadside stall, and she was filled with wonder. With her penchant for sweetness and spiciness, she ordered many exceptionally spicy dishes, relishing the delightful experience. It turned out that such inexpensive places could bring immense joy. Qing Tuan cautioned her, "These establishments can sometimes lack cleanliness. You should eat sparingly. Otherwise, with your pampered disposition, it would be unfortunate if you were to encounter any issues." Her shrimp arrived swiftly, and Daining was eager to eat, but too lazy to peel them herself. She tugged at Chen Jing's sleeve and, in a sweet, coaxing tone, said, "Brother, could you peel this for me?" Chen Jing had cared for Chen Lianxing for 20 years, yet because she found his stutter repulsive and his voice grating, she had never displayed such affection. He paused for a moment before peeling the shrimp for Daining. Chen Jing was adept at fighting but clumsy when it came to peeling shrimp, which caused him to be somewhat slow. He glanced down at Daining, initially expecting her to be impatient, but instead, he was met with a pair of sparkling, eager eyes. For the first time, he truly grasped the essence of the word sister, small, delicate, and undeniably charming. As he peeled the shrimp, Daining's dessert arrived. She nibbled on a custard bun, propping her chin on her hand, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Jing's every move. The table of flamboyant young men was utterly captivated by her adorableness, their hearts racing with excitement. Li Hong found the scene amusing. In their circle, most girls they encountered were either disdainful or ostentatiously pretentious, while Daining was a breath of fresh air, far more effective than any charm. Li Hong observed Chen Jing's awkward attempts at peeling shrimp, and since that one day, he might regret defining Daining merely as his sister. Some may never comprehend the nuances of love, but once one truly understands, the experience becomes an indelible memory, sweet yet bittersweet, a tumult of emotions. One can only hope that by then, Chen Jing will have the chance to realize this. After their meal, Chen Jing took Daining to purchase a new mobile phone. Once he embraced someone into his world, he exhibited remarkable generosity, ensuring she would never feel deprived. Upon entering the phone store, a vibrant crowd of colorful-haired individuals caused the staff to nearly mistake their arrival for a robbery. The flamboyant youths exclaimed, "Dai, let's create a WeChat group so you can reach us anytime." She suggested playfully, "Silly group. What do you think of green hair brother-esque color? You should try dyeing your hair that shade. Your current look lacks character." The green-haired one retorted, "You were the one who dyed it green." Daining suddenly remembered something and dashed towards Chen Jing's room. Brother. Chen Jing opened the door, glancing down at her, curious about her next mischievous endeavor. "Where's your hand?" He handed her his phone, unfazed by the absence of a companion. Daining clicked on the friend remark, and indeed, her name appeared in his phone as the three stern characters, Chen Dai. Pouting, she altered it right before his eyes to incredibly beautiful heart's darling Dai. Chen Jing cast her a glance, and Daining felt a sense of satisfaction as she skipped away. Incredibly beautiful was acceptable, after all. She deemed it well-deserved. Chen Jing's finger brushed over the term heart's darling, and his expression twitched slightly. Living in the new house was undeniably comfortable. Daining thought Chen Jing made a rather good brother, at least finally realizing that to take care of her, he needed to provide a good home. When she emerged, rubbing her eyes, Chen Jing instructed, "Come here." She seated herself before him as he took out paper and pen to write, "Do you remember where you are from? And how old are you this year?" Daining shook her head. Chen Jing pondered for a moment, without an ID card or household registration. She was practically a little ghost in the system. His foremost task was to establish her residency. Daining was indifferent to these matters, cradling her face in her hands. "Brother, guess how old I am." Her youthful cheeks were tinged with a delicate blush, and her large, watery eyes sparkled. 17, Chen Jing replied. "Correct, I am 17. Qing Tuan was taken aback. Did Ji Daining have any shame left, flaunting her unchanged beauty after 3 years of slumber? Even before the incident, she would have turned 18 on that day. Daining's face was fair and tender, her innocent appearance quite disarming. "In a few days, I will have someone assist you in obtaining your identity documents. At your age, you can enroll in the second year of high school, and I will seek out a suitable school." Daining. The group erupted in laughter, exclaiming that one must reap what they sow. Daining replied, "Brother, I do not wish to attend school. I can earn money already. Qinjing did not acquiesce to her, continuing to write, the school environment is beneficial. You will acquire more knowledge there, and I will feel more at ease while working. Qinjing had not even considered Daining's aversion to studying. Daining recalled something and reluctantly said, all right then. If she attended school, she could still engage in mischief, and if she wished to avoid Qinjing while doing so, she would possess a legitimate excuse. Qinjing inquired, what kind of school do you desire? Daining answered without hesitation, the one with the most attractive uniforms. The kind where girls can wear skirts. Qinjing was momentarily speechless. Well, I shall look into it. What a peculiar request. He recognized her cleverness. But could this whimsical girl truly be the same pitiful creature he had initially found? Qinjing set out to arrange Daining's identity and find a school for her. The group suggested, Daining, Qinjing always communicates with you through pen and paper. However, many individuals who stutter can regain fluency through practice. Qinjing seldom interacts with others. Partly due to his injured vocal cords and partly because few possess the patience. You could assist him in training. Perhaps he could return to normal. Sunlight streamed in as Daining turned over. I have no interest in expending that effort. Even if he stutters for a lifetime, what concern is it of mine? The green dumpling sighed in frustration, pondering how Zhao Yu's abundant fortune had failed to alter her in the slightest, rendering her so cold-hearted and indifferent. What would it be like to encounter Zhao Yu again someday? The green dumpling speculated. Qinjing had smoothly changed schools and found her a suitable institution, undoubtedly becoming acquainted with some influential figure. Daining, however, remained unconcerned with such matters. The fortune of the Qi Yunzi was destined to flourish, something she could not impede. Her worry lay in the fact that she had to return to school the following day. As expected, early the next morning, Qinjing arrived to knock on her door. Daining buried herself under the covers, reluctant to move. After a considerable time of knocking, Qinjing's tone grew more serious. Get up. With no other choice. She sluggishly donned her clothes. Although she had not yet put on her school uniform, she had purchased a charming sailor outfit just days prior. When she emerged, eyes still heavy with sleep, Qinjing immediately sensed something was amiss. Although he had relinquished the opportunity to attend school to Chun Lianqing during his own school days, there had been no female classmates who donned such attire. It was indeed beautiful, yet too beautiful for a school setting. She was there to study, not to compete in beauty. Qinjing insisted, change your outfit. No, she shook her head. I want to wear this. Otherwise, I want to go to school. Unaccustomed to arguing with a girl over clothing, Qinjing reluctantly conceded, allowing her to change into her school uniform afterward. Daining nodded cheerfully, all right then. She sipped her milk slowly, while Qinjing, having risen early, noticed that Daining was taking her time. By now, it was already 7:30. Qinjing stuffed a cake into her backpack. Let us go to school. Being late on the first day is not advisable. Daining followed him downstairs and discovered Li Ming waiting below. With a cheerful smile, Li Ming said, Dai, how about Li Ming taking you to school today? Unable to restrain herself, Daining glanced at Qinjing and asked, where's my brother? Why isn't he the one taking me? Her question momentarily stunned Li Ming. He recalled an incident from 3 years prior when Qinjing had wanted to escort Chun Lianqing to university, only to be rejected. It was well known how Chun Lianqing felt. She feared that if Qinjing spoke, the entire school would learn of her stuttering brother. Qinjing remained silent, prompting Li Ming to quickly interject, I can take you just the same. Jinggu is very busy. Daining shook her head defiantly, insisting, I want my brother to take me. Once she set her mind to something, no one could dissuade her. She donned her helmet, then stood on tiptoe to place one on Qinjing, pulling at his sleeve as she urged, brother, I'm going to be late. Behind the helmet, the man's gray-brown eyes regarded her for a moment before he swung his leg over the motorcycle. Li Ming observed them leave with a mix of emotions. A part of him felt a sense of joy. For so many years, Qinjing had lacked family, cherishing Chun Lianqing, who looked down on him. Daining's affection was a balm. Her acceptance could gradually warm Qinjing's heart. The morning breeze was brisk, and June was fast approaching. With the sun breaking through the clouds, Daining rarely rode motorcycles. Her interests were simple and pure, akin to those of an ordinary girl. Cosmetics, little dresses, novels, and television dramas. In contrast, her brother Ji Majuan had a penchant for dirt bikes and racing. As the wind swept across her arm, the dull ache within Daining dissipated, leaving her feeling considerably more at ease. She urged, brother, could you please accelerate a bit more? Qinjing remained unresponsive. If he were alone, he would not care about the speed, but her presence in the vehicle rendered safety paramount. Growing somewhat irked, Daining pinched his waist, her temper flaring. Chunjing. Chunjing nearly lost control of the vehicle, his face darkening. Do not act recklessly. Were it not for his stutter, he would have unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon her. Daining, encircling his neck from behind, insisted, speed up, or I shall not release my hold. With clenched teeth, Chunjing had no choice but to comply. He was seething with frustration. Since he was a mere teenager, few dared to provoke him, yet here he was, utterly at a loss against a delicate girl. As Daining loosened her grip, she reveled in the wind, casting a curious glance at her slender, pale fingers. Qingtuan sighed. Daining had been increasingly lethargic of late, occasionally lacking in vitality, a reflection of her fractured spiritual essence. The brisk wind or the chill of water could considerably alleviate her discomfort. Thus, Chunjing found himself compelled to speed to school at her behest. His expression was grim, not solely due to the sudden realization of how demanding Daining was, but also because her capriciousness, calling him brother when she sought indulgence and Chunjing when she was vexed, was a tactic befitting a well-behaved girl. Chunjing's countenance, already stoic, was further rendered inscrutable by his reticence, making it difficult for others to discern his mood. Chunjing thought to himself. It turned out that all the effort he had expended writing the previous day was in vain. He was suppressing a surge of frustration as he considered her impending tardiness. Second year, Class 8. Where is Class 8? Chunjing grasped her collar, guiding the unreliable little rascal in search of the classroom. It was the final semester of their second year, with summer vacation looming ahead, and the next term would usher in their third year. Daining accompanied him to locate the teacher's office, where their homeroom teacher, Mr. Mao, awaited. A commendable educator, Mr. Mao adjusted his glasses and spoke kindly to the parents, assuring them, rest assured, our class fosters a splendid learning environment. The transition of student Chin Dai into our class will be met with warm assistance from her peers. He inquired, might I ask how her academic performance has been at her previous school? Both adults turned their attention to Daining, who innocently replied, you should ask my brother. He knows me best. She mischievously intended to provoke, well aware that Chunjing would hesitate to speak in front of unfamiliar faces. Yet, she was eager to hear their conversation. Chunjing, discerning her intentions, found himself in a vexing predicament. As someone with connections, he feared that the teacher's impression of Daining might falter. Clenching his fists, he stammered, she used to be quite obedient in class. Her grades were acceptable. Daining stood by, watching him with keen interest. Chunjing's lips pressed tightly together. Noticing his unusual manner of speaking, the teacher, being perceptive, refrained from further inquiries. Daining recognized the teacher's commendable qualities, realizing the effort Chunjing had invested in securing a favorable class environment. Thank you, brother. You are the best. I want the whole world to know you. She clasped her hands together, forming an adorably charming heart gesture. Swallows fluttered across the campus. The bell rang, and the tall, verdant trees of early summer swayed gently. The joyous laughter surrounding her melded seamlessly with her smile, and in that moment, life seemed to be gradually infused with color. She remarked, brother, you are my pride. Chunjing lowered his eyes, hands tucked into his pockets, hastening his steps away from the campus. What a ruckus, shouting so loudly. Daining never anticipated that she could not evade the necessity of studying. Alas, according to her, these fortunate ones were unwell. If they cherished reading so much, why not pursue it themselves instead of placing their hopes upon her? She was simply not cut out for academia. Devoid of any passion, Daining felt an intrinsic reluctance to engage. Given the chance, she could languidly recline until the end of time. After introducing herself to her classmates, Daining paid little heed to their reactions, choosing instead to sit at the back of the classroom. She retrieved paper, pen, and tape, swiftly inscribing words and affixing the note to her forehead. Daining, class monitor. Call me when class is over. The class monitor, eager to fulfill a role, nodded vigorously. With a sense of assurance, Daining settled down to sleep. This particular lesson was history, and the teacher was taken aback. With the impending senior year, there were still students dozing off in class. He approached her, intent on delivering a reprimand, only to spot the note on her forehead. I suffer from severe hypersomnia and cannot control myself. Teacher, if you have doubts, please call my parents. A newcomer, seemingly afflicted by an ailment, the teacher sighed, feeling pity for the poor child. He turned away to continue the lesson with the other students. Curiosity piqued, the classmates glanced over. This new student was exceptionally attractive, arriving only to sleep, audaciously defying norms. And astonishingly, the teacher had forgiven her. How had she managed such a feat? The note obscured most of her face. Yet the students could not forget the stunning impression she made upon entering the classroom. Some discerned the words on the paper, and whispers of discussion spread among them. She has narcolepsy, is that true? It must be, otherwise who would dare to be so audacious, fearing exposure? Moreover, as we approach our senior year, everyone is striving to make the most of their time. If she were not ill, she would not behave this way. The new student is quite unfortunate. As the bell rang, Qing Tuan called out to her, "Daining, class is over." Daining's fingertips twitched, yet her eyelids remained steadfastly lowered as she flipped the note on her forehead. The classmates were filled with curiosity, seizing the opportunity to head to the restroom via the back door, all to catch a glimpse of her. To their surprise, the information on her forehead had changed. Name, Chin Dai Dai. Likes, sleeping, gourmet food, compliments. Specialty, arguing. Dislikes, whoever dislikes me, I shall reciprocate. Remarks, I have a super formidable brother, one who can take down a crowd. Extremely fierce. The students stifled their laughter behind their hands, finding her immensely amusing. Do you think, when class resumes, Chen Dai Dai will flip the note back over? The school Chenjing had chosen boasted an excellent academic environment, with students wholly dedicated to preparing for the college entrance examination. They had never encountered someone so intriguing. The new student resembled a little sloth, having kept her eyes shut throughout the day except for her self-introduction. Of course, a few students expressed their dissatisfaction, believing Daining disrupted the class atmosphere. We come to school to learn. What is she doing? The students of Class 8 exclaimed in disbelief. So narcolepsy can indeed be selective? Only during class did it occur. Chenjing had work and was unable to pick up Daining at noon, so he gave her money to dine outside. Naturally, Daining would not frequent a small eatery. She had come out for school, and Shogunin could continue to care for her. Upon learning that the young lady was sleeping in the classroom and suffering from neck pain and numbness in her arm, Shogunin thoughtfully prepared a soft pillow. The pillow was shaped like a pink unicorn, delightfully plush to the touch. Shogunin, resembling a parent who indulges their child without principles, worried that the young lady might awaken thirsty. Thus, he prepared lemon water for her, stored in a thermos, sweetened generously. At 2 in the afternoon, the young lady arrived in class, clutching a unicorn-shaped pillow. Dozens of eyes in Class 8 gazed at her in astonishment as she nestled against the pillow, affixing a note, and slipped back into slumber. Perfectly fine, utterly formidable. On her first day at school, Daining's greatest concern was for Chenjing. However, his new job precluded such thoughts. The cheers and shouts from the darkened arena rendered the world overwhelmingly noisy. Chenjing removed his shirt, donned his boxing gloves, and flexed his wrists. The organizer, with a beaming smile, remarked, "Our chairman one holds you in high regard. With Zero incapacitated, you shall become our new Zero in the arena." They had long heard whispers of an indomitable presence in the 18th alley, whose fighting skills were unparalleled and exceedingly formidable. Although Chenjing had previously declined their overtures, for reasons unknown, he had suddenly changed his mind a couple of days prior. With the underground boxing tournament's original Zero severely injured and incapacitated, the competition required a new ace. Chenjing was that very card. The organizer exclaimed with excitement, as a newcomer, "The odds have already reached 1-1. You must win this match." Once Chenjing emerged victorious, the bookmakers would reap substantial profits. Naturally, Chen understood the implications of this. Engaging in underground fighting, once embarked upon, meant either his opponents would be severely injured or killed, or he himself would meet a similar fate. Yet, Chen was unafraid. He felt no trepidation towards death. Rather, an inexplicable thrill coursed through him. Underground fighting boasted 2 defining characteristics: exorbitant rewards and the absence of any regulations. The fervent cheers and roars of the crowd indicated their penchant for the most brutal forms of combat. The organizer urged, "Go ahead." Daining concluded her evening study session, and Li Ming approached to escort her. "Where's my brother?" she inquired. "Oh," Daining gestured toward the ice cream stand by the roadside, instructing him, "Li Ming, could you please buy me a strawberry-flavored one?" "Sure. Right away." Qing Tuan, ever the curious soul, asked, "Daining, what exactly does Chenjing do for a living? How did he suddenly acquire enough money to move and change schools?" Daining, however, was uninterested. As long as Chen's endeavors allowed her to live comfortably, she was content. Once Li Ming departed, she lazily settled onto the sofa, savoring her ice cream with a spoon while engrossed in a melodramatic television series. Recently, Qing Tuan had also become captivated by the show, eagerly discussing it with Daining. "That character who just appeared must be the female lead, right?" "How do you know?" Daining replied. Tuan reasoned. She and the male lead are sharing affectionate moments. She must be the heroine. Daining corrected her, actually. She is the male lead's sister. Later on, they discover through DNA testing that she is his long-lost sibling. A question mark slowly formed above Tuan's head as she pondered the bizarre plot of this foreign drama. Have you ever heard the phrase? May all lovers in the world ultimately become siblings? Tuan could hardly believe it. Don't deceive me. You haven't even watched it. How would you know? Daining replied. I checked the spoilers online a couple of days ago. Tuan, plagued by existential doubt, pondered the implications of such a plot twist. Daining spoke with palpable enthusiasm, leaving Tuan to question her values. The more she thought about it, the more she felt Daining was alluding to Jing. Daining remarked, You're overthinking it. Isn't it thrilling? Tuan responded, This is simply too thrilling. The two continued to watch television. As the clock approached 11, the door finally creaked open. Jing entered, and Daining caught a whiff of lingering blood in the air. He gently ruffled her hair and presented her with a cake he had purchased on the way. Daining unwrapped it, took a spoonful for herself, and attempted to feed Jing, who shook his head in refusal. Unperturbed, she savored it alone. Without waiting for Jing to speak, she lifted the cake and followed him closely, her voice sweet and tender. Brother, I missed you so much today. I thought of you during class and even after. I don't like it when Li Ming comes to pick me up. When will you come for me? Jing cleared his throat softly, pretending not to hear. After washing his hands in the bathroom, he took out a notebook and wrote a question on paper. How was school today? Daining nodded in affirmation. Did you get along well with your classmates? Very well. Have you made any new friends? Yes. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and her words were laced with the sweet aroma of cake, making her look utterly charming. Jing breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that her classmates had not ostracized her. Brother is here to watch television. I found a really good drama. Daining grasped his arm, urging him to sit properly, while she lazily reclined beside him, continuing to indulge in her cake. This lifestyle had been a long-held aspiration for Jing, yet for many years he had been alone, confronted by the emptiness of his abode. Now, with the warm glow of the light surrounding them, the girl beside him radiated a comforting warmth. He no longer needed to maintain a rigid posture. He could relax a little and watch television with her. Tuan covered its face, exclaiming in disbelief at the eye-watering scenario unfolding on screen. How could Daining invite Jing to witness such a toxic plot? It concealed its eyes, feeling utterly embarrassed. Jing furrowed his brow as he continued to watch. The narrative had escalated to a DNA test, with the girl tearfully proclaiming, Even if you are my brother, I still love you. The male protagonist wore a pained expression, silently contemplating his own feelings. Of course, he loved her too. As torrential rain poured on screen, the girl ran away in despair, prompting the male lead to chase after her, intent on a passionate kiss amidst the downpour. Jing turned to glance at the girl beside him. She had cream smeared on her lips and gazed at him innocently. He picked up the remote, intending to turn off the television. What a nonsensical affair. A brother is merely a brother. How could he harbor such thoughts towards his sister? Let's change the channel, he declared. His deep, ominous voice echoed in the night, more terrifying than any horror film. Daining shook her head. No, I like the show. It's captivating. Stop messing around, Jing retorted. Just as she became engrossed in the drama, she lunged forward to snatch the remote from him, exclaiming, You can't turn it off. She resembled a little wildcat, climbing onto the man's lap to reach for the device in his hand. Jing's body reacted more swiftly than his mind. He deftly seized her hand, and with a slight shift of his knee, Daining found herself ensnared upon the sofa. For a moment, both were bewildered, caught in surprise. Maintaining the position reminiscent of a plump duck, Daining watched as the television screen erupted into a passionate kiss. Jing decisively turned off the television. What was me? My brother is abusive. Jing's body tensed in discomfort. His earlier action had merely been a reflex, a skill honed through years of training in his profession, and he had not exerted any real force. Daining's sobs grew more sorrowful as she whimpered, I no longer like my brother. You hurt me. Jing felt a throbbing headache. He turned her around and was met with a pair of tear-filled eyes, the corners of which were reddened from weeping. He gently wiped away her tears, awkwardly stammering, I did not mean to. His sole intention had been to prevent her from commandeering the remote, yet she, so fragile, had toppled over with the slightest touch, landing in a defeated pose. Weak and foolish, indeed. Daining's tears fell like raindrops, her cries growing louder. In an attempt to soothe her, Jing turned the television back on and patted the girl's hair, saying, Look, let us watch. The screen continued to display a heart-wrenching, melodramatic scene. Chun-Jing lingered at her bedroom door for quite some time, but even when he knocked, Daining refused to open up. It was evident that she was genuinely upset. Understanding her ever-changing moods, Chun-Jing hoped that by the following morning, she would have forgotten the events of the previous night. However, to his dismay, he found her eyes red-rimmed, deliberately avoiding his gaze, and she refused breakfast. Sulking out of the house. Concerned, he followed her all the way to school. Chun-Jing remained motionless as the candy flew past his shoulder. The atmosphere was palpably awkward. Daining, filled with indignation, grew to despise Chun-Jing even more. She no longer wished for this insufferable brother. How could he be so oblivious as to not catch the candy she had thrown? Their home was conveniently close to the school, and in her frustration, Daining managed to walk to school in less than 13 minutes. If she maintained such speed on a regular basis, Chun-Jing would have no reason to worry about her being late. With her hair tied up and a blue ribbon cascading over her shoulder, she donned the standardized school uniform, yet stood out effortlessly among her peers. She had an unparalleled ability to make the uniform her own. His matches occurred nightly, with a maximum of 3 per day, leaving Chun-Jing free during the daylight hours, far removed from the underground boxing arena. Due to the events portrayed in the television drama, Chun-Jing had not slept well the previous night. Logically, he ought to have caught up on rest. But whenever he closed his eyes, all he could envision were Daining's tear-filled eyes. It was the first time she had been angry with him. She had cast aside their usual camaraderie, refraining from sweet words, and even declined his offer to walk her home. An insurmountable frustration welled up within him, one he had never experienced even when Qin Lianxing had acted unreasonably. This unfamiliar feeling rendered him restless and unable to sleep. In contrast, Daining slumbered peacefully. The classroom was indeed an ideal sanctuary for rest. The teacher's voice served as the most enchanting lullaby in existence. Nestled against her unicorn pillow, her cherubic face glowed with a rosy hue. Despite her quarrel with Chun-Jing, she refused to take it out on herself. Prior to the arrival of the new classmate, there had been no mention of such ailments. Teacher Mao planned to find a suitable time to discuss the matter with her parents, as a student suffering from hypersomnia would undoubtedly hinder her academic progress. As the class ended, Qing Tuan dutifully roused her from her slumber. Daining, there are people outside watching you. Daining opened her eyes, sleepily gazing outside, where she met a pair of unruly black eyes. The paper on her face danced about, and her curly hair cascaded naturally, lending her an endearingly silly charm. The boy outside indeed smiled. Daining remained motionless, her grape-like eyes languidly blinking. Her classmates nearby whispered among themselves. Li Hu from class 14 has arrived. He must be here to see our peculiar class. Li Hu laughed, a sight I had never witnessed before. The back window, which was already ajar, was pulled open by Li Hu, who, with evident curiosity, reached out to remove the paper from the girl's face. She regarded him with her round cat-like eyes, clearly displeased. Li Hu stared at her for a considerable time. As the rumors suggested, she truly resembled a little sloth. When the class bell rang, Li Hu, with his hands in his pockets, finally departed. The students of Class 8 were nearly in an uproar witnessing this spectacle. Indeed, Li Hu was a prominent figure in the school. He came from a well-off family, with a carefree demeanor that made his name, background, and appearance fit perfectly in a romance novel as the quintessential campus bully. However, Li Hu was different. He achieved commendable academic performance and rarely showed interest in anything. This was the first instance he ascended from the second floor to the third to remove a classmate's paper. The class erupted with excitement, and Qing Tuan felt overwhelmed, planning to gather the details and report back to Daining. Alas, it was a futile effort, as all they could offer their contract holder were pitifully meager attempts. As evening self-study commenced, Daining awoke punctually, finished her blueberry milk from the thermos, and sauntered slowly toward the school gate. The 8th class is well aware of her artistic style, refraining from crowding around her, yet wherever she is, she invariably becomes the center of attention. The lamps lining the campus glow gently as Li He leans against the school gate, awaiting her arrival. Daining feigns ignorance, walking past him without acknowledgement. Li He extends his hand, grasping her backpack. He opens it and places inside a box of strawberry chocolates, several small tubs of dried fruits, and a packet of dried fish. Observing her backpack fill to the brim, Daining inquires, "What are you doing?" The boy before her smiles mischievously, his tone infused with mirth. "As you can see, I'm trying to win you over." His voice is unexpectedly melodious. Daining pushes aside the snacks he has gifted her, saying, "I don't eat dried fish." Li He nonchalantly retrieves the dried fish, declaring, "It's gone now." She tilts her head, asking, "What do you intend to do? Are you suggesting we start dating? Is that permissible?" After a moment's contemplation, Daining replies earnestly, "No, my brother would be upset." Lee finds her utterly charming, teasing, "If your brother wouldn't he be upset, would you be willing?" Daining nods enthusiastically, and Lee bursts into laughter. His appearance lacks the typical brightness, instead carrying an air of mischief, which explains why the girls label him as the quintessential school bully. He clearly does not seem like a good fellow. Meanwhile, Li Ming waits outside, and Daining informs Li, "Someone is waiting for me. I must leave." "Is he your brother?" Li has already spotted the figure waiting beyond the school gate. Daining glances at Li Ming's blonde hair, replying, "He is my second brother." "How many brothers do you have?" Daining ponders the members of her unconventional family, counting on her fingers, 15. Li Hu's smile froze. "You may leave." Li Ming successfully picked up Daining, who opened a bag of dried fruits and generously offered him a portion. Taken aback, Li Ming cheerfully inquired, Dai, "How's the school treating you?" She bit into the dried fruit and replied, "It's quite well, isn't it? Brother must have put in a lot of effort to find it." "Of course." Jinggu. Li Ming abruptly realized something and hastily closed his mouth. Jinggu did not wish for Daining to be aware of his endeavors. "Is there something you desire after school today?" Daining disinterestedly swallowed the dried fruit. Certain that Jing was not engaged in any respectable work, Li Ming instinctively asked if she intended to purchase anything. It was no wonder that Chun Lianxing was becoming increasingly demanding. Chun Jing's affection for his sister knew no bounds. Even with limited finances, he still indulged her every whim. "Foolish group, let's run away from home." She strolled to a nearby park, where the evening sky had darkened. Daining activated her communicator, discreetly instructing the bodyguards to follow her. Sitting cross-legged on a bench, she shared her space with a stray cat, indulging in strawberry chocolate while casually pulling out jerky from her snack bag to feed it. With a sigh, Daining lamented, "Poor thing, your mother has abandoned you. And my brother has forsaken me." The cat mewed in response. "Drama queen," Qingtuan remarked, "you're quite the performer." Nevertheless, from a distance, the scene was one of poignant beauty. A frail girl and a scrawny little cat nestled together under the warm, golden light, exuding an air of poignant melancholy. Jing bore a bruise at the corner of his mouth. During the last match, his mind had wandered, causing him to lag slightly, resulting in a hint of purple at his lips. The city at night was ablaze with vibrant lights and the allure of indulgence. As he rode past the shops, he caught sight of an exquisite pair of shoes displayed in the window. They were a clear sky blue, adorned with shimmering rhinestones. Jing, lacking experience in wooing, was well aware that Chun Lianxing often harbored anger. Yet, a mere offering of money could swiftly restore her mood. However, he understood that Daining was different, profoundly different. She resembled a delicate bud that would wither at the slightest touch, requiring the most exquisite care, the finest nourishment, and the warmth of sunlight, along with love and affection. The demands of a young girl were insatiable, yet curiously, Jing felt no impatience in his quest to fulfill them. How could one bear to reproach someone so adorable and deserving of affection? The newly launched luxury shoes were priced exorbitantly, nearly equivalent to the cost of a boxing match for Jing. He purchased them and rode home, contemplating various scenarios. Perhaps she would remain angry upon receiving the gift, or maybe she would cheerfully forgive him. However, upon opening the door, he was met with an empty house, devoid of any presence. The clock on the wall ticked away, indicating it was already 11 o'clock. Where could Daining have gone? He set the shoebox down and noticed that only her discarded school uniform lay in her room. When he called her phone, he discovered it was turned off. Jing promptly inquired about her whereabouts with Li Ming. Li Ming appeared bewildered. "She was perfectly fine when I picked her up from school. Did Daining have a quarrel with you? Could it be that she has run away from home?" Jing realized that the young girl was likely indeed hurt. Last night, Daining had refused to listen to his explanations, only crying softly, and he had not anticipated that her sense of grievance would linger into today. "What should we do? Jinggu? Should we report this to the police? What could possibly be done? Could he remain angry with her? Naturally, he had to search for her. Time was fleeting, and calling the police seemed futile. Jing sent her a text, "Gather Dizzy and the others. Let's search together. Dai doesn't walk quickly, so let's look nearby." He began his own search, cycling along the route that Daining took to school, yet her figure eluded him. As he walked along the riverside of Fengming, he remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Though summer had yet to fully arrive, beads of sweat dotted his brow. It was a sentiment he found difficult to articulate. After all, Daining was but a fleeting encounter in his life. If he failed to find her, would she vanish from his existence entirely? Chen Jing had never felt that anything in this world belonged to him until he met Daining. Every word she spoke, every affectionate glance she cast, silently conveyed that she was his, that he had discovered her, and from that moment forth, she belonged to him. This was the first time in his life he possessed something so precious, and at this moment, as the night breeze tousled his hair, an unsettling restlessness lingered within him. Riding past the park, he parked his bicycle outside and entered with little hope of finding her. The park was so close to home. Surely, she hadn't ventured far. Summer flowers bloomed in the darkness, and the occasional chirping of insects punctuated the stillness. As he walked, he heard a faint meow, and turning his head, he spotted a young girl beneath the street lamp. She curled up with her knees hugged to her chest, fast asleep. A stray cat nestled beside her. Gazing at Chen Jing with wide, glistening eyes, he approached and squatted down in front of her. In the interplay of light and shadow, her long eyelashes cast delicate silhouettes. Gently, he parted her tousled hair, and the girl, groggy, opened her eyes. Upon seeing him, she smiled brightly and called out in a sweet, tender voice, "Brother." After laughing, she suddenly remembered something. Her small face fell, and in frustration, she buried it in her knees. Her antics only invited trouble, yet his heart felt as if it had been struck. That little rascal hadn't ventured far from home. She wouldn't abandon him, unlike a wolf mother. Nor would she leave his life as casually as Chen Lianxing had. Even when she felt sorrowful and distressed, she always remained within sight of him, waiting for his return. Neither spoke for a long while, until the more talkative one could no longer contain herself. Daining revealed her glistening eyes and, in a huff, exclaimed, "I've been away from home for so long, and you only just arrived. Are you intending to cast me aside again?" Chen Jing met her gaze and replied softly, "No." Daining scoffed, "Then do you realize your mistake?" With a sigh, Chen Jing admitted, "Yes." Even upon hearing his acknowledgement, Daining still felt wronged. She extended her delicate wrist towards him, saying, "You hurt me yesterday, brother." Chen Jing grasped her wrist gently, glancing down to find no marks. Her wrist was slender, with a harmonious blend of bone and flesh, exceedingly soft. Resting in the palm of his large hand, it appeared as though she sought refuge. Daining denied any intent to provoke him, arguing, "It was red yesterday." "No, it was bruised." A smile tugged at Chen Jing's lips as he adopted a mockingly ominous tone to apologize. "I'm sorry." Daining nodded, ready to rise, when suddenly, Chen Jing's phone rang. Daining, with keen eyes, spotted the name Chen Lianxing on the screen. Chen Jing ruffled her hair and took a couple of steps to answer the call. Daining remarked, "Foolish group, let us see what Chen Lianxing wants with Chen Jing." Qing Tuan immediately focused, aware that despite its limitations, it could still hear sounds within a 2-meter radius. On the other end of the line, Chen Jing heard Ji Tian speaking with a tone of concern. "Is this Chen Jing? Lianxing had an accident today. It's quite serious. Would you like to come and see her?" Before Chen Jing could respond, Chen Lianxing, displaying a hint of impatience, prompted Ji Tian to switch to speaker mode and interjected, "Chen Jing, I've injured myself during rehearsal for the stage play, and I'm currently in the school infirmary. Hurry over." She spoke with an air of authority, oblivious to any impropriety in her tone. For years, Chen Jing had devoted himself to caring for the two of them, always prioritizing their safety. Upon learning of her injury, it was only natural for him to rush over. Frowning, Chen Jing found that his instincts, honed over the years, compelled him to go and check on her. After all, Chen Lianxing was the only child of his foster father. Should anything happen, Chen Jing would find it difficult to explain once his foster father was released from prison. He approached her and gently lifted her up. Daining reflected that even if Chen Jing was somewhat aloof, the timeless charm of a Princess Carrie could hardly be diminished. With no alternative, Chen Jing continued to carry her. The little rascal began to nitpick. "Brother, your muscles are so firm. It's rather uncomfortable." Chen Jing was left speechless. As they passed under the light, their shadows appeared beautiful. Chen Jing, ever dutiful, carried her through the illuminated area. The night was tranquil, and the girl in his arms relaxed her brow, finally gracing him with a hint of lively laughter. Suddenly, Chen Jing felt her hands cupping his face, her fingers brushing his lips. "Brother, are you hurt?" Her voice brimmed with genuine concern. Chen Jing lowered his head and beheld a pair of glistening eyes beneath the glow of the lamp. He found himself in agreement with her previous words. Indeed, the light cast a charming aura. "It's nothing," he replied. She exclaimed brightly, "Brother is always getting hurt. Why not refrain from working? I can simply forego delicacies and subsist on plain rice. Once I graduate, I shall provide for you." "What nonsense!" Chun Jing chuckled, lifting her slightly. Despite her diminutive stature, she evoked emotions he had never experienced throughout his life. From the moment she took on his surname, their bond deepened immeasurably. She was his acknowledged sister. Not out of obligation, but from genuine affection. He would willingly care for her for a lifetime. The sweet words from Daining sent a shiver down Qing Tuan's spine. The notion that acting requires refinement certainly held merit. When Daining had once deceived Zhao Yu with sweet nothings, he had seen through her ruse at a glance, nearly laughing his head off. Now, her performance was impeccable, to the extent that Qin Jing might even contemplate sacrificing his own blood to support her. I have another sister named Chun Lianxing, Daining observed as he wrote. Qin Jing was candid, explaining the reasons behind his words. Yet she was one who shunned logic. As Qin Jing attempted to rise, she whimpered and clung to him, draping herself over him. Brother, don't you think she is prettier than me? Am I not cuter? Brother, let us not have her. With someone hanging on to him. He found it impossible to be angry, and he endeavored to reason with Daining, but she refused to read what he had written. No, brother is solely mine. I want to share him with her, she declared, burying her small face into the crook of his neck, resolutely adhering to her own convictions and refusing to engage with Qin Jing. Qin Jing felt both hot and restless, struggling to reason with Daining. The dominance of his home was overwhelming, and he found himself unable to cast her aside. After a prolonged effort, she remained lazily nestled in his embrace. With veins throbbing on his forehead, Qin Jing ultimately resorted to taking out his phone to transfer a sum of money to Qin Lianxing, declaring that he would not be visiting. For the first time in many years, Qin Jing turned down Qin Lianxing, choosing instead to sit on the sofa with Daining. Daining burst into laughter as she slid from his grasp, perhaps unaware that the scales of his heart had already tipped. Human nature is inherently selfish, and Qin Jing was no exception. Caught between duty and desire, he yielded to his desires, which she found pleasing. Brother, you are so kind. Since you won't watch that television drama you dislike, tell me a ghost story instead. She dashed to fetch a book titled Chilling Tales, shaking his arm eagerly. Brother, hurry and tell me. Qin Jing's voice was too captivating, reminiscent of a horror film. Damn it, he stammered, ultimately failing to narrate any ghost stories. Daining's playful antics led Qin Jing to decide that he would personally oversee her homework. It dawned on him then that he had never witnessed Daining studying or doing homework before. Ha 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 ha, exclaimed Qing Tuan. Daining lazily retrieved her pen and rummaged through her bag, producing a seemingly superficial history workbook. It's quite late. Perhaps I should just write it tomorrow. Qin Jing firmly pressed down on her shoulder. Pouting, Daining opened the workbook, but upon seeing the blank pages, Qin Jing's temples twitched as he began to grasp the situation. Daining swiftly changed the subject. Brother, I can do a pen spin. The little yellow duck water-based pen twirled at her fingertips. Qin Jing glanced at her, and Daining straightforwardly declared, I won't, and I don't want to write. You might as well let me drop out. She intended to act stubbornly, knowing that no one could truly compel her. Qin Jing would never genuinely allow her to withdraw from school. The two remained in a stalemate for a while. As she blinked her eyes lazily and leaned against his shoulder, her entire being seeming devoid of strength. For reasons unknown, Qin Jing was reminded of that morally questionable television drama about brothers and sisters. He gently pushed her small head away and picked up the pen, adopting a serious demeanor to write. There are boundaries between men and women. You must understand the limits and refrain from leaning on males casually in the future. Qing Tuan thought to herself that since Zhao Yu had not taught her, at least there was someone with proper values to educate her. She felt a surge of gratitude. Qin Jing was indeed a model older brother. Daining shot him an amusing glance and leaned closer, her lips curling into a smile. Brother, can I lean on my future boyfriend then? Qin Jing frowned, but ultimately nodded. I understand now. Daining straightened up, sitting as upright as he did. No longer languidly slumped. This time, she was quite obedient. She turned to Qing Tuan and said, I've yet to encounter someone who dislikes me. In the future, if he seeks me out, I won't to lean on him either. Since Qin Jing truly intended to be her good brother, she would indulge him. Qing Tuan cradled her head, casting a sympathetic glance at Qin Jing. Qin Jing packed her history book into her backpack. Daining clasped her hands behind her back and departed with ease. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Ji Tian accompanied Chun Lianxing as they awaited Qin Jing. Don't worry. My brother will definitely come. He has always listened to me since we were little. Ji Tian smiled and said, Of course I believe you. I truly envy you for having such a brother. If only my brother treated me like that. Qin Lianxing could not help but feel a twinge of pride. Today, after Qin Lianxing had fallen from the platform, Miss Ji had taken the initiative to care for her, leaving her pleasantly astonished. Miss Ji expressed her desire to personally thank her brother for his protection that day, and Chen Lianqing readily agreed. She was certain that upon hearing of her injury, Chen Jing would rush to her side like a loyal hound, for this had been the pattern for over a decade. However, the two waited for quite a while, yet still saw no sign of Chen Jing. When her phone chimed, Chen Lianqing hastily picked it up, feeling an unprecedented urgency to receive a call from him. To her dismay, it was merely a notification regarding a change in her bank account balance. Chen Jing had transferred 3,000 yuan to her. "You have classmates to look after you. I won't be coming today. Please take good care of yourself." Chen Lianqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she read the message. For all these years, everyone who knew Chen Jing understood how deeply he cared for Chen Lianqing's affairs. He had always been at her beck and call. Chen Lianqing was accustomed to summoning him at will, unless she truly wished to avoid him. This was the first time he had declined to visit her, opting instead to transfer money. In the past, Chen Lianqing had often resented his visits, seeking only to extract money from him. Now, however, his absence brought her not joy but a sense of bewilderment. She found herself at a loss, an unsettling emptiness gnawing at her. Ji Tian, having only heard the notification sound without catching the content, noticed Chen Lianqing's troubled expression and inquired, "What happened?" Ji Tian's heart was filled with disappointment and a hint of impatience. She held a strong aversion towards the foolish and sycophantic Chen Lianqing. However, within the pages of the book, the early second fortune bearer treasured this sister dearly. She had intended to seize the opportunity of the evening to further engage with Chen Jing, but unexpectedly, Chen Lianqing failed to summon him. Yet, Ji Tian could not afford to confront Chen Lianqing directly. She patiently conversed with her for a while, both of them somewhat distracted. "It's late. I shall take my leave now. Do rest well," Ji Tian said as she picked up her bag and exited the infirmary. What a waste of her day. Chen Lianqing claimed that Chen Jing was occupied, but what could possibly be so urgent? Ji Tian pondered silently. The incident with Zhao Yu had imparted a significant lesson, and she was now exceedingly vigilant, deeply fearful of losing control of the situation. Chen Jing upheld his promise and did not visit Chen Lianqing that day. The following morning, Daining had to attend school, and the two reconciled as if nothing had transpired. Chen Jing personally escorted her to school. As they settled into the car, he felt the girl hesitate behind him. Her previous embrace around his waist transformed into a grip on the fabric of his clothing. Clearly, his guidance had borne fruit. As she began to comprehend the boundaries between the sexes, Chen Jing lowered his gaze, starting the engine, unable to articulate the myriad of emotions stirring within him. He suppressed an inexplicable sense of melancholy as he drove Daining to school. She playfully kicked his long legs and then turned to dash away. Though she was displeased, today, she showed no inclination to deter him. Chen Jing watched her lively figure vanish at the school gate before cycling towards Fengming University. The university was not far from Daining's high school, and it wasn't long before he arrived. Upon seeing him, Chen Lianqing initially felt a profound sense of grievance, which was soon overtaken by a habitual dissatisfaction. "I called you last night. Why didn't you come over?" Chen Jing, noticing that she was relatively unscathed and that her foot injury had been properly treated, placed the apples he had bought for her down and began to write in his notebook. His handwriting was casual, as Chen Lianqing typically exhibited impatience towards his notes. However, this time she leaned in closely, scrutinizing his writing with earnestness. "Weren't you the one who insisted I visit your school less? Besides, you have classmates to look after you." Chen Lianqing felt a surge of anger. "My father instructed you to take good care of me, and this is how you do it. I was fortunate this time, nothing serious happened, but what if something had? How would you explain that to my father?" Chen Jing lifted his gaze. His eyes bore a cold detachment, and the scar on his throat only added to his ominous aura, even in silence. He exuded a subtle fierceness, devoid of malice yet undeniably intimidating. Although Chen Jing treated her kindly, he was not a pushover to be trifled with. He had his own temper. Chen Lianqing had witnessed his fighting prowess and immediately felt intimidated, biting her lip into silence. Her quietness seemed to alleviate Chen Jing's mood considerably, prompting him to write, "Is your money sufficient?" "Just barely," Chen Lianqing replied, not wanting to state her situation too definitively. Finally, she recalled to inquire about her mother. "How's my mom? She was ill a couple of days ago, but she is better now. You should visit her when you have the chance." "I understand." Their relationship had been strained over the years, and as Chen Jing prepared to leave, Chen Lianqing couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. In the past, it was she who lacked patience with Chen Jing, and he would endure it. However, Now his cold, indifferent gaze was filled with an air of indifference, even though she might be somewhat foolish. The instinct of a girl told her that her brother no longer cared for her as he once did. Chen Yinxing spoke up. "Aren't you going to stay and take care of me?" "It's inconvenient," he replied, and immediately after uttering this line, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Teacher Mao. Ironically, just last night, while he was with Daining, Chen Lianxing had called him, and now, while visiting her, he received a call from Daining's teacher. Chen Lianxing watched, wide-eyed, as he answered the call and stepped away. Teacher Mao began. "I have been observing Chun Dai's situation over the past few days. She seems to have a strong inclination towards sleep. She even placed a note on her forehead stating that she suffers from hypersomnia. Has Chun Dai experienced this condition before?" Chen Jing was taken aback. How could he have known that his troublesome sister had such a condition? She appeared a bit lethargic, yet she was full of energy during her mischief. That little rascal was brazenly sleeping in class. Chen Jing could not expose Dai Ning in front of the teacher. He got into the car and helped her maintain the facade. Yes, she exhibits some symptoms. Teacher Mao continued, "As a parent, when will you take her to the hospital for an examination? This condition, if left untreated, can severely hinder her studies." Her words were already quite tactful. After all, Chen Dai was hardly attending class. She was often sprawled on her unicorn, her eyes scarcely open during lessons. Chen Jing gritted his teeth. "I will take her to the hospital." What a cheeky little rascal, sleeping in school. What is it that she cannot do? The issue of early romance was something that previously seemed beyond Daining's reach. In the eyes of the young lady, there existed no boy worthy of her beauty. Zhao Yu once inquired whether she had been involved in early love at school, to which Daining responded with disdain. However, upon inexplicably returning to her second year of high school, Daining encountered a rather intriguing individual, Li Hu. It is worth noting that Li Hu is quite handsome, exuding a masculine charm that sets him apart from boys of his age. He is indeed the ideal in the hearts of many girls. Having encountered numerous individuals, including the somewhat flamboyant Shintu Shi, Daining found Li Hu to be infinitely more perplexing. While Shintu Shi appears eccentric, Li Hu possesses an inner complexity that is far more intriguing. As he seated himself at the table, looking down upon her, he offered her a snack. With her eyes closed, Daining thought to herself that one should seize the opportunity to indulge, for Li Hu's treats were delectable, far surpassing those prepared by Chen Jing. Qing Tuan observed the beaming Li Hu with a sense of despair. "Jie Daining, you ought to be cautious. Li Hu is clearly not a good person." Daining replied, "But his snacks are delicious. What if he has ulterior motives?" Came the retort. "The snacks are indeed tasty," she insisted. Qing Tuan, feeling exasperated, wished for an escape as it watched Li Hu feed Daining milk. To be fair, Daining, being quite affluent, had never tasted this brand of milk. Finally, she bit the straw and lazily opened her eyes to glance at him. Her eyes sparkled from extended rest, appearing moist and bright, with delicate, fluttering eyelashes and a head full of charming curls, making her irresistibly adorable. Li Hu whistled and laughed aloud. Dai, is it good?" She nodded. "Is there more?" Li Hu raised his hands in resignation. "It's all gone." The milk, still unreleased to the market, was a product of his company, exceedingly expensive yet exquisitely crafted. Only a few bottles of qualified samples existed, and he had taken one to playfully offer it to her. Upon hearing there was none left, Daining chose to ignore him. Observing her drowsiness, Li Hu gently grasped her chin and shook it slightly. She was undeniably beautiful, her lips a vivid crimson, her innocent gaze both enchanting and alluring. Li Hu smirked and softly inquired, "Shall we share a kiss?" His youthful voice carried a hint of hoarseness. Daining, rubbing her eyes in weariness, replied, "No, go away." Aside from having previously deceived Zhao Yu, she did not comprehend the allure of such matters. Li Hu clicked his tongue, lamenting that it was his first invitation to a girl for such an act, only to be met with rejection. The weather grew increasingly warm, while the school was stingy, providing air conditioning only by mid-July. Daining savored the bliss of the school days. Indeed, they were delightful. Li Hu leaped off the table, adjusting the small fan before gently tucking away the hair that blew across Daining's cheek. With that, he exited her classroom. She unceremoniously commanded, "Dispose of the trash." Li Hu found himself with a handful of snack wrappers, momentarily taken aback before he couldn't help but chuckle. The green observed Li Hu's departure, reminiscent of a concerned father. If it could speak, it would likely exclaim, "Chen Jing, someone is trying to lure your sister into early romance." Every school has its troublemakers. Even in the academically conducive environment of Daining's high school, Such figures were no exception. All of this information was swiftly relayed by the Green when Daining was intercepted after school. Despite its ineptitude in other matters, it excelled in gossip. Daining's gaze swept across the group of girls before her. Everyone donned their school uniforms, yet their facial expressions betrayed an unwelcoming demeanor. Daining lifted her gaze towards her. Standing at a height of 166 centimeters, she found herself at a disadvantage. It was a novel experience for the young lady to look up at another girl. Her voice, slightly lower and tinged with a hint of neutrality, was not unpleasing. However, such a commanding presence in a young woman could easily overwhelm most men, which explained why, despite years of pursuit, Li He remained unattainable. Daining nodded and inquired, "I am. What is your name?" Before Zhang Yueying could respond, one of her subordinates interjected, "This is Aringjia. It would be wise for you to keep your distance from Higu. He belongs to Aringjia. Look at your sly expression. How brazen of you to try and entice Higu." Daining blinked innocently, a playful smile on her lips as she remarked to Qing Tuan, "They are quite amusing, aren't they?" Each one seething with jealousy, yet putting on a facade of righteousness. They even complimented my beauty. Qing Tuan was flustered, pondering whether that was indeed a compliment. What was Daining so amused about? Wasn't this the very essence of the dreadful campus bullying? Zhang Yueying cast a glance at the girl who had spoken, prompting her to immediately fall silent. Zhang Yueying was also perturbed. She and Li He had grown up together, having harbored feelings for him for many years, and had come to know him well. It was unprecedented for Li He to take an interest in another girl, especially after all this time. Initially skeptical, she had dismissed the rumors, but today during physical education class, she had witnessed Li He feeding Daining. Zhang Yueying's remarks were exceedingly brief. "I like Li Hu, so keep your distance from him, or I shall be quite displeased." Daining tilted her head, inquiring, "And what will happen if you are angry? Will you strike me?" Zhang Yueying found the delicate visage before her rather endearing, even as a girl herself. She could not help but think Daining appeared so beautiful that it would be a shame to mar her charm. Daining burst into laughter, her amusement evident as she playfully tugged at a leaf. "If you like him, then pursue him. What purpose does warning me serve? If you can win his affection, that is your merit. If you cannot, then that is your shortcoming. If he desires to approach me, I cannot very well tell him to leave, can I?" Zhang Yueying frowned, feeling somewhat affronted. Had she not pursued him? After many years of fruitless endeavors, she had only managed to drive away the girls surrounding Li Hu. "Are you mocking me?" "Not at all," Daining replied, puzzled. "I rarely compliment others. Does it truly sound like mockery?" "Indeed, it does. It sounds remarkably like it. Perhaps only Qing Tuan believes that you genuinely offer praise." Ji Daining wished to be a striking height of 1.80 meters. How splendid that would appear. If she were that tall, she would relish the thought of effortlessly toppling a fortunate one with a single blow, but alas, among these nearly 1.90 meters men, she felt like nothing more than a fragile little chick. Zhang Yueying clenched her fist and struck the tree behind Daining with a resounding thud. Her gaze filled with intimidation and warning. Daining's eyes sparkled, and she cheerfully exclaimed, "This is the first time I have been wall-slammed by a girl." Zhang Yueying, though slightly vexed, found it difficult to unleash her frustration upon the exquisite face before her. Furthermore, although she possesses a notorious reputation as a school bully, she rarely engages in such antics. Once she had distanced herself, Qing Tuan finally exhaled in relief. Daining was insufferable, but thankfully, she had not been physically harmed. Shaking her head, Daining remarked, "It's not over yet." A group of girls encircled her once more. "Sister Ing has instructed us to teach you a proper lesson." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the girls shifted. One of them suggested, "Why waste time talking? Let us take her picture and see if she dares to flirt with Higu again." They exchanged glances, and one girl produced her phone while another approached to tug at Daining's clothing. Daining's gaze turned icy, while she too enjoyed asserting dominance over others. Nothing irked her more than the humiliation of a girl. This gang of juvenile delinquents was utterly despicable. She fidgeted with her phone in her bag and inquired of Qing Tuan, "Foolish Tuan, has Qingjing arrived?" Qing Tuan was nearly petrified, realizing that Daining was all too aware of the situation. Her mouth was quick, but her combat prowess was non-existent. It hastily scanned the vicinity. "Yes, the moment he hears your call, he'll rush into the school, probably arriving in about 30 seconds. Only then did Daining focus her attention on the girls who had seized her arms. Fearing they might inflict pain, she refrained from struggling as one of them expertly began to strip her clothing. Beneath her school uniform, she wore delicate pink undergarments. As her attire was pulled down to her shoulders, The sight of her enviable figure incited jealousy among the girls. "Pa, a little enchantress beguiling he go." Daining stood resolutely, allowing them to continue their futile attempts. After all, Daining, had never feared anyone in her life. It felt rather similar. They were about to violate her, and only then did Daining feebly struggle a couple of times. The group of girls found it curious that she did not resist. In previous incidents of this nature, which girl would not fight desperately? Now that Daining had moved, they revealed smiles, thinking she had finally learned fear. Soon, they intended to strike her as well. To their astonishment, before they could fully comprehend the situation, a force swiftly overturned them. It is no exaggeration to say they were sent flying halfway across a flower bed. Everything transpired with astounding rapidity. The girls had scarcely reacted before they felt a sharp pain in their backs and stomachs. They curled up in agony, tears streaming down their faces. The only one still standing, Daining, looked tearfully at the newcomer. "Whoa, brother." Qianjing's expression was fearsome as he approached, lifting Daining's clothing to cover her exposed skin. The girl was terrified, on the verge of tears, yearning to leap into his embrace, yet she hesitated, recalling Qianjing's admonition about the differences between genders, and stood timidly in place. Qianjing lowered his gaze, using his long fingers to tie the ribbon at her collar. Once secured, he enveloped her in his arms. Only then did Daining wrap her arms around his neck, sobbing softly. He gently patted her little head, releasing her as he recalled the words he had heard over the phone. His eyes turned icy as he strode toward the group of girls. Qianjing raised his hand, decisively delivering a slap to each one. The terrifying sound caused Daining to wince in pain. She quietly lowered her hands from her tear-filled eyes. Witnessing Qianjing's ruthless strikes seemed exceedingly painful. Having committed countless wrongdoings, it was their first experience of being utterly defenseless against retaliation. Usually, they banded together to bully weaker girls, but this time, a slap resulted in blood spilling from their mouths. Some could not withstand the situation and burst into tears. Daining harbored a profound disdain for them. She rushed over and delivered a swift kick to each one. Qianjing did not intervene, allowing her to indulge in her fury. Anger coursed through him, causing his body to tremble. Had he arrived even a moment later, the consequences for Daining would have been unimaginable. These few girls were inherently malicious, and he had no intention of letting them off the hook. Daining proceeded to rummage through their phones, searching for photos and videos. Indeed, she discovered numerous images of the victimized girls, all of whom were quite attractive. With a huff of indignation, she deleted every last one and kicked each girl once more. How outrageous. She had never been that cruel herself. At least, she never bullied good girls. They lay incapacitated, their cries devoid of strength. Overwhelmed by the pain, so this was the sensation of being beaten. They would await expulsion next week. After completing her task, Daining declared, "Brother, let us depart." Qianjing's gaze was as sharp as a blade, coldly surveying the individuals sprawled on the ground. They dared not lift their heads. These girls had previously assessed Daining and concluded she bore no resemblance to a wealthy individual. They had also seen the note she carried. Realizing that everything written on it was true, her brother was exceptionally formidable. Seeing that Daining had vented her frustrations and appeared less aggrieved, Qianjing led her away. Today, he had not attended the boxing match due to a complaint from teacher Mao and had come to the school to fetch Daining. After all, a problematic sister either needed discipline or healing. However, unexpectedly, he received a call from Daining en route. The sound of numerous girls' voices clamoring on the other end instantly chilled Qianjing's demeanor. He felt a surge of relief that his sister was astute enough to call him and had not fallen victim to that group. Yet, the mere recollection of the incident stirred a profound anger within him. He could not forget the recent scene. Daining's tear-filled eyes, her clothing partially disheveled, gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Since the age of 16, Qianjing had never allowed the women in his family to suffer even the slightest grievance, and now, for the first time, someone had harmed Daining under his protection. His desire to confront them was far beyond mere anger. He felt an overwhelming urge to annihilate those wretched beings. Daining noticed the tension in his muscles, the cold ferocity etched across his face. The aura of menace surrounding him was palpable. Had she not known Qianjing well, she might have felt a twinge of fear. Yet, at this juncture, for her to fear him seemed almost absurd. Pitifully, she curled up on the sofa, embracing herself, embodying a soul ravaged by torment. Concerned for her well-being, Qianjing reined in his emotions and gently caressed her soft hair. "Are you frightened?" he inquired. Daining nodded, letting out a small sob. "Brother, I'm so glad you're here. Do not be afraid. I am here." At 16, Chen Jing had wielded a knife, serving as the savior for the women of the Chen family. Now, as he uttered these words, he had become Daining's guardian angel. Rarely had she discerned a hint of tenderness in his typically ominous voice, which now conveyed a soothing comfort. Tears still lingered on her eyelashes as she grasped his index finger, whispering, "I will always believe in you, brother." Her trembling finger hinted at the gravity of the situation. The incident had rendered teacher Mao's comments about Daining sleeping at school utterly trivial. Even the reason behind the trouble Daining faced, which he had heard over the phone, was not a matter he wished to broach at this moment. Though Daining claimed to be unafraid, her eyes betrayed her, timid and reddened at the corners, resembling those of a frightened little rabbit. She took a shower alone, and amidst her washing, she would call out, "Brother, are you there?" To which Chen Jing had no choice but to stand at the door, waiting for her, seeing that Daining was truly frightened. The sound of water cascaded down, and Chen Jing opened the window, lit a cigarette to calm his emotions. For so many years, he had lived like a mere shell of a man, consumed with thoughts of how to earn money to support the Chen mother and daughter. The intense feelings of anger and compassion he experienced tonight had not surfaced in a long time. Rarely did Chen Jing smoke, as the smoke curled around him. He extinguished the cigarette, allowing the wind to disperse the lingering scent. After standing there for a while, Daining finally finished her shower and emerged in her pajamas. She held a hairdryer and handed it to Chen Jing, her voice tinged with a nasal tone. "Brother, will you dry my hair?" Chen Jing beckoned her over, her eyes sparkling with delight as she settled onto the sofa. He grasped Daining's damp hair, meticulously drying it for her. Although her hair was naturally curly, its quality was superb, fine and soft with a satisfactory volume, resembling a charming little creature. Her porcelain-white profile appeared so obedient and sweet, stirring a profound tenderness within him. With sufficient airflow, Daining's hair dried quickly. She had every reason to avoid her homework and go to sleep. Adopting a pitiful expression, she pleaded, "Brother, will you stay with me for a while? Please leave only after I fall asleep." Chen Jing understood the terrifying implications of school bullying, knowing it could devastate a life. He feared for Daining's psychological well-being and nodded in agreement. Instantly, joy radiated from her eyes as she climbed into bed, tucking herself under the covers. Daining pointed to a chair in the room, saying, "Brother, sit here." Chen Jing sat down beside her. Daining closed her eyes, and after a while, she quietly opened a small slit to check if he was still there. Chen Jing gazed down at her, finding this little gesture exceedingly endearing. Seeing him remain steadfast in his seat, Daining finally felt at ease and drifted off to sleep. Her curly hair spread across the pillow. At first, her slumber was restless, but soon her breathing grew steady. Though Daining was usually boisterous, she was remarkably well-behaved in her sleep, her cherry lips a delicate pink, her palm half-closed beside her cheek. After having cried earlier, the corners of her eyes were slightly reddened, evoking an irresistible sense of tenderness. Chen Jing knew that when awake, she was a sorceress, but in slumber, she resembled an angel, stirring a deep compassion within him. Chen Lianxing had not been nearly as charming in her childhood. Chen Jing lowered his head, remaining motionless as he watched her for a long time, gently brushing aside the strands of hair from her cheek. Logically, he should have left as she slept, yet the sight of her innocent demeanor compelled him to linger. Daining's beautiful collarbone was exposed, its graceful curve igniting an inappropriate memory from that evening. He had arrived half a minute too late. He had inadvertently witnessed the scene of several girls stripping her of her outer garments, an image he ought not to have seen. This incident left him with a sense of inexpressible guilt. Earlier, while Daining was awake, he had concealed his feelings and thoughts, but now, in the stillness of the night, that scene replayed in his mind. With tears in her eyes, her hands crossed over her chest, her youthful, delicate form, and the timid fear reflected in her gaze. For some reason, that day's television drama they had watched together resurfaced in his thoughts, leaving Chen Jing slightly breathless. This sensation had never before manifested. He could no longer remain there. He drew the curtains for Daining and exited her bedroom. It was nothing, he reassured himself. Today's emotional turmoil was merely an aberration, and his discomfort stemmed from guilt over failing to care for Daining adequately. Chen Jing was not inclined to let the matter rest. Since those individuals dared to harm his sister, they would be made to face the consequences. The following day, fortuitously a weekend, Daining awoke with a vibrant spirit. The breakfast spread on the table was particularly lavish, comprising no fewer than 15 different dishes. While Chen Jing had always treated her well, he had never been so extravagant. Clearly, he intended to soothe her, fearing she might still be troubled by the events of the previous day. Daining, however, felt no hesitation in indulging in the delightful feast. After we eat, I will take you for a medical examination, he said, presenting her with a notepad displaying his words. Daining, with a crystal bun in her mouth, shook her head. There's no need. I'm not injured, and I'm no longer afraid. Chen-Jing paused for a moment, then picked up the pen to write. Teacher Mao mentioned you have hypersomnia. I will take you for an examination. Uffed. Daining was unperturbed. But I don't like going to hospitals. It is necessary. Chen-Jing insisted. Fine. The two ventured to the hospital for a thorough checkup. Daining cooperated with the non-invasive procedures, yet resisted any that might cause discomfort. Chen-Jing, exasperated, slipped a piece of candy into her mouth and softly coaxed, Be good. Didn't we agree? Daining shook her head, though she accepted the candy, determined not to comply with the medical process. Chen-Jing, feeling a headache coming on, seized her hand and placed it before the nurse for a blood draw. Daining found herself unable to contend with him, trapped and unable to escape. As her blood was drawn, her mood swiftly soured, and she began to express her displeasure toward him. The nurse nearby could not suppress a laugh and remarked to Daining, Your boyfriend truly has your best interests at heart. He is far more patient than other men. Before Chen-Jing could utter a word, Daining quickly and earnestly denied, He is not my boyfriend. Is he then your brother? Daining sulked and nodded in agreement. Witnessing her earnest denial left Chen-Jing feeling a slight discomfort, the reason for which eluded him. Fortunately, that feeling dissipated swiftly as he prepared to fetch a test report for Daining. After a long day of various examinations, Chen-Jing meticulously analyzed the results. Having observed numerous reports due to his mother's frequent ailments, he had acquired a fair amount of medical knowledge. Initially, he believed his sister to be merely mischievous. Yet he discovered that her enzyme levels were abnormal. His thick brows furrowed in concern. Several values were markedly lower than those of a typical individual, indicating serious issues with Daining's health. The low enzyme levels contributed to her lack of vitality, causing her to feel drowsy at times. Aside from the enzyme discrepancies, all other tests returned normal results. Regrettably, the hospital could not prescribe medication and merely advised her to take good care of herself. Daining, however, was not the least bit concerned about the results. She waved at Chen-Jing, saying, Brother, let us go watch a movie. Despite her earlier irritation regarding the tests, she bore no grudges now, and Chen-Jing's worries began to fade, replaced by a hint of amusement. Naturally, he would honor his promise to Daining, and after she selected the movie tickets, they had 2 hours before the showtime, which provided a perfect opportunity for shopping. Daining entered the dressing room, where a server bowed his head as he entered. She smiled sweetly and exclaimed, Guzi, disguised as Chiogunin. He helped her zip up and whispered in her ear, Miss Ji Tian is investigating Chen-Jing. Has she discovered my identity? Not yet. You had instructed us to keep an eye on her while she conducts her investigation. We have managed your information discreetly. Well done. I shall remain vigilant as well. Guzi, please fetch me those canary yellow shoes. Chiogunin brought her the shoes and skillfully braided her hair into 2 plaits. Chen-Jing waited outside, accompanying his sister for the first time on a shopping excursion. Daining took her time inside, yet Chen-Jing exhibited no signs of impatience. Ultimately, she chose a striking orange-red dress paired with light sandalwood-colored flats. The dress was quite eye-catching, though its vibrant hue was not easily worn by many. Upon stepping out, her fair complexion seemed to overshadow the vivid color. Chen-Jing gazed at her, but Daining was unconcerned with his opinion. Brother, I want this outfit. She was truly willing to spend, insisting on everything that caught her eye, and Chen-Jing indulged her every whim. It was evident that the items Daining favored were not inexpensive. Seeing Chen-Jing make the purchase without a flicker of hesitation piqued her interest in his profession. Previously known for his frugality, he suddenly seemed quite willing to spend lavishly. As they passed by a shop selling ice cream egg waffles, Chen-Jing proactively bought her a serving, handing it to Daining as a snack. Qingtuan mused that if Ji Tian were aware of this, it would undoubtedly infuriate her. Ji Tian hired Chen-Jing with the intent of spending money. Yet here he was, earning to indulge Daining. The irony was indeed amusing. Delighted, Daining decided to accompany Chen-Jing to the cinema. As they queued for tickets, Daining noticed that it seemed to be Chen-Jing's first experience at the movies. He appeared unfamiliar with the procedure, exhibiting a certain awkwardness. It was quite amusing. Despite having lived for 25 years, he had yet to find the time to engage in a romantic relationship. What a pity that he had insisted on her taking the role of a younger sister. Once they successfully entered, Daining had chosen a romantic film, one that would typically appeal to young women. Naturally, given her and Qingtuan's tastes, the film was particularly melodramatic and excruciatingly emotional. the more painful the scenes. The more humor Daining could discern, while Qingtuan, under Daining's influence, gradually became desensitized, finding humor even in the tragic moments. The two youngsters were thoroughly engrossed in the film. While action-packed movies or martial arts flicks might have suited Qingjing better, he found no interest in this romantic drivel. Nonetheless, he was merely accompanying Daining, and the novelty of his first visit to the cinema amused him as he held her snacks. Daining watched the film while giggling, her small hand reaching into Qingjing's embrace to grab some snacks. Several times, her hand inadvertently strayed, causing Qingjing to tense up, nearly caught in an awkward situation. He quickly took her hand and placed it correctly into the popcorn bucket. Qingjing then decided to cross his legs, watching the film with an intensity that surpassed even that required for a boxing match. Qingtuan squatted in the corner, casting a sympathetic glance at his brother. This was merely the beginning. After all, it was a cinema, dimly lit with couples abound. A young couple seated behind them, engrossed in the film, had forgotten themselves and began to kiss passionately halfway through the movie. Qingjing, with his heightened senses, felt uneasy and bit his lip as he glanced at Daining, who was completely oblivious to the unfolding drama on the screen, where the male protagonist was grappling with guilt after injuring the female lead. Daining watched with delight, for this was her favorite storyline. Noticing her sister's obliviousness to the peculiarities surrounding them, Qingjing's embarrassment diminished slightly. His remarkable hearing discerned the fading sounds of the film, replaced by the disconcerting sounds of entangled lips and tongues, which proved to be rather vexatious. In this vast world, it seemed that only after Daining had intruded into his life did Qingjing begin to understand it, as it gradually revealed itself in vibrant hues. With a stern expression, he pondered silently why a kiss could linger for so long. Logically, the heroine in the film should have been mending her wounds. Yet the couple behind them had yet to finish their embrace. As if that weren't enough, their position in the back of the theater, with only a few patrons present, made the moment when the sounds of fabric rubbing together erupted all the more disconcerting. Qingjing's countenance darkened. "Brother?" He cleared his throat. "Don't get distracted." "Oh." Daining stifled a laugh, complying with him as she continued to watch the film. At last, they completed the movie, and while Qingjing headed to the restroom, Daining waited outside. With a mischievous grin, she began timing him. "When do you think brother will emerge?" After the near miss of witnessing something live. Was he angry or merely restless? True to her expectations, Qingjing took a while to return. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he thought to himself, "Thank heavens that's over." Little did he know that attending a film could elicit such exasperation from him. Upon arriving home, he recalled the atmosphere of the cinema and admonished Daining. "You should go to the movies less often in the future." "Why?" she inquired. "You are a student. Your focus should be on your studies. Recreational activities could hinder your learning." Daining replied obediently, "Oh, all right." She unwrapped a lollipop and held it between her lips, resting her chin on her hand, a radiant smile illuminating her face as she leaned closer to Qingjing. "I'm so happy today. I believe that if you were to date in the future, you would undoubtedly make a superb boyfriend." Qingjing's grip on the bag tightened abruptly. Daining paused for a moment before continuing with her cheerful tone. "Brother, you're not getting any younger. When will you find me a sister-in-law? I'd love to take her shopping with me." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Qingjing lifted his gaze, his gray-brown eyes locking onto hers. He searched for a hint of jest in Daining's eyes, but she was entirely earnest, her gaze brimming with anticipation. "Brother, what do you think?" Qingjing lowered his eyes, feeling an unexpected wave of gloom wash over him. For reasons unknown, he found himself unwilling to utter a single word to her. Ignoring her completely, he walked ahead alone. When Daining returned to school the following week, Qingjing discreetly slipped a report card into her backpack. She inquired with curiosity, "What is this?" "For the teacher?" Daining casually flipped through it, realizing it likely explained the origins of her narcolepsy. Overjoyed, she nearly embraced him in her delight, yet she was acutely aware of the boundaries, allowing only her eyes to express her happiness and affection. Qingjing chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. "Let us go?" As she headed off to school, Qingjing lingered outside the gates for a while. After some time, he took out his phone. "Li Ming, get to work." On the other end, Li Ming had already received the message and replied promptly, "Got it." Within 10 minutes, a group of ruffians had gathered at the school entrance. Qingjing's gaze turned icy as he nodded towards them. The so-called shamate individuals assured Jing that they understood the limits and would remain vigilant in the coming days. Qingjing, absent-mindedly spinning the lid of her cup, observed as they marched away, loitering around the school. This was the first time they had been admitted to the hospital due to an assault by unfamiliar men, and today marked their return to school. Song Xiaojie and her companions were far from satisfied. Not only had the Daining siblings deleted photos and videos from their phones, but they had also inflicted serious injuries upon them. The group conspired in secrecy, intent on escalating the situation at school to ensure the expulsion of Daining. They had considered that, firstly, their phones bore no evidence of their prior harm to the girls, and those girls would hardly dare to voice the humiliating experiences they had endured. Furthermore, the Chen family appeared to be an ordinary household. Even if the man was exceptionally strong, did he not fear public opinion? Should the media discover that a grown man was assaulting underage girls, the ensuing online backlash would be enough to tarnish both him and Chen Dai. They were adept at distorting the truth and manipulating public sentiment, determined to ensure that the Chen siblings could not remain in Foaming City. However, before Song Xiaojie and her companions could enter the school, they were abruptly silenced and dragged into a nearby alley. They struggled in vain, their eyes widening in terror at the sight of 10 or so imposing men, resembling thugs. A man with green hair let out a boisterous laugh and playfully patted Song Xiaojie's cheek, taunting, "With such little courage, how dare you confront our sister?" "Who is your sister?" she stammered. The green-haired man brandished a steel rod and smirked. "You should be more concerned about what we plan to do to you." Two girls, overwhelmed by their menacing smiles, began to weep. The green-haired individual tapped the wall a few times, saying, "Do not be afraid, my friends. We are merely capturing a few photographs to share online for some amusement." Song Xiaojie wept profusely, exclaiming, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I will never dare again. I did not intend to act against them." "Quite astute, little sister, you immediately discern our purpose," he retorted. These were the very words that Song Xiaojie and her companions had once used to intimidate those unfortunate girls. Now, they were experiencing firsthand the feelings of the victims. One girl, terrified of being assaulted, was so frightened that she wet herself. The green-haired one shook his head, remarking, "How amusing. You were filled with exhilaration while tormenting others. Yet here you are, trembling like lambs awaiting slaughter." Such is the nature of humanity. The more malevolent individuals tend to prey on the weak, feeling invincible when banding together to bully other girls. Perhaps, as some of them mature and reflect on their youthful indiscretions, they may feel a twinge of remorse. Yet this will never compensate for the lives they have harmed. A fleeting sense of guilt, accompanied by a mere acknowledgement of youthful folly, cannot erase the innocence lost by the victimized girls. Qinjing intended for them to live in perpetual fear, never daring to take a misstep again. The green-haired one disdainfully wiped his steel rod, questioning, "Is it truly necessary to be this afraid? Even if I sought a woman, I would not choose one as poisonous as you." At such a tender age, they understood the cruelty of persecuting weaker classmates. Although they were a band of ruffians, they held principles and loyalty, looking down upon individuals like Song Xiaojie. Within a few days, news spread like wildfire through Foaming 9th Middle School that several girls had simultaneously withdrawn from school. Qing Tuan joyfully exclaimed, "Daining, it must be Qinjing's doing. What are you so happy about?" For a brief moment, Qing Tuan was bewildered, realizing that it was indeed puzzling to feel such joy. Confounded, Qing Tuan observed the little figure within the realm of consciousness, noting its clumsiness and the touch of naive benevolence, which explained its perpetual hunger as it traversed the vast universe. In the past few days, the teacher had reviewed the report card and ceased to concern herself with Daining, allowing her to live in comfort and contentment. Before school ended, Li Hu arrived at Class 8 with a single shoulder bag, beckoning her with a playful curl of his finger. "Little sloth, come here." The young lady, disdainful, brushed past him. Li Hu could not help but chuckle as he pulled her into an embrace. The girl widened her eyes in surprise, puffing up her cheeks and stepping on Li Hu's foot in retaliation. He winced, his expression stiffening, and playfully ruffled her hair. "I fed you for free. Yet you were so heartless." Daining wrinkled her nose and replied sweetly, "It hurts." Reluctantly, Li Hu released her, checking to see if he had truly caused her discomfort. "Let me see. Can I apologize?" Daining shook her head, unwilling to forgive him. With a sigh, Li Hu acknowledged her temperament. She preferred gentle persuasion over force, being both temperamental and delicate, requiring him to go to great lengths to please her. He resigned himself to kneeling down to tie her loosely fitting shoelaces and then opened his bag. "Do you want a snack?" Upon glancing inside, Qing Tuan was astonished to see that Li Hu had prepared an entire assortment of treats. Daining picked up a bottle of candy-coated beans, declaring, "I am still angry." "You know." Li Hu chuckled helplessly, "Indeed. Daining's interest peaked as she recalled from Ji Tian's reports that next month's event would also include Ji Tian and Chun Lianqing. Upon careful consideration, it is high time for her to pay a visit to Ji Tian. "May I go and have some fun?" he inquired. As the event coordinator, he shamelessly wielded his authority for personal gain. "What role shall I portray?" she pondered. "Sleeping Beauty, perhaps?" Daining shook her head, her large eyes sparkling with mischief. "Li Hu, I wish to play the villain. Is there a scene where I can whip Sleeping Beauty?" How absurd. Who would dare to take on the role of Sleeping Beauty then? After a moment of contemplation, Li Hu chuckled softly and proposed, "From now on, after school each day, come to the dance studio for an hour of rehearsal. Whatever you desire, I shall find a way to make it happen." Daining turned to Qing Tuan and remarked, "See, in this world, aside from the fated ones, men are incredibly accommodating." Qing Tuan found herself at a loss for words, suddenly recalling that infatuated fellow, Lan Lingyun. From long ago, she wondered how long that foolish boy wept after Daining's demise. As June approached, the weather grew increasingly warm. Chun Lianqing, after nursing her injuries for a week, faced the possibility of being replaced in the stage play due to delays in her role. It was only through Ji Tian's intercession that she was able to remain. Recently, Chun Lianqing felt a tumult of emotions, tinged with an inexplicable sense of grievance. It had been unlike any previous time that Qin Jing had been so neglectful of her. This feeling of being overlooked was profoundly unsettling. Having recovered, she decided to pay a visit to her mother. Upon arriving at the hospital, Chun Lianqing donned a mask to see her mother. When Qin's mother caught sight of her, a glimmer of joy illuminated her pale, frail face. "Lianqing, come here quickly. Haven't you been busy with studies lately?" "I'm fine. Qin Jing has been taking excellent care of me." This statement struck at the very heart of Qin's mother's deepest fears. Given her current predicament, a moment's negligence could spell life-threatening consequences, and the sole person capable of rescuing her was her adopted son. "How can you say that? Hasn't Qin Jing always treated you well? I can't shake the feeling that he no longer cares for me as he once did. Has he ceased to provide you with financial support?" "Not exactly. It's just that his concern for me has diminished." Chun Lianqing felt increasingly agitated, pondering whether Qin Jing, now more perceptive, would ever abandon them. Although she had derided Qin Jing's flaws in the past, regarding him as an embarrassment, she was acutely aware that without his support, she would be utterly lost. This exchange ignited a sense of unease within Qin's mother. In her youth, she had been a woman plagued by suspicion, and Chun Lianqing's words today only served to remind her of her own marrow transplant ordeal. The prolonged absence of a compatible donor made her question whether Qin Jing had truly lost interest and intended to let her perish. This overwhelming sense of dread caused Qin's mother to grip the bedsheets tightly. Qin Jing was now 20.